Chen Fan stood on the balcony, a Lao Baisha cigarette dangling from his lips as he exhaled thick clouds of smoke. Through the drifting haze, he gazed at the resplendent night view of the city, its myriad lights glittering below while a faint trace of sorrow rippled through his heart. Chen Fan did not belong to this world. Indeed, he had crossed over. It had already been 3 days since his arrival here. During these 3 days, he had been combing through the memories of this body's original owner and familiarizing himself with information about this unfamiliar world. The technology of this world did not differ much from that of his previous life. The course of history was largely the same, and literature and entertainment each had their own flourishing highlights. Only in gaming was this world woefully lacking compared to his former one. There were merely a few titles similar to Legend, and almost no other genres to be found. There were hardly even a few casual minigames, and people were still charged by prepaid time cards. From the original owner's memories, he learned that when the boy was 12, his parents had died in a car accident, leaving him an orphan. Fortunately, the parents had left the original owner a decent inheritance and an apartment enough to support him through university. However, just as university had finally ended and the money was completely spent, Chen Fan happened to cross over into this body. Confronted with the current situation, a flood of curse-laden complaints surged through his mind. Fine, crossing over is one thing, but heaven, you could at least have let me possess some rich second-generation heir, he grumbled inwardly. Living a second life only to keep slaving away for a few measly scraps, running around like a beast of burden. Wouldn't that make this whole transmigration utterly pointless? He stubbed out the cigarette that was about to burn his fingers, went back to the bedroom, and laid down on the bed, pulling out his second-hand phone. Opening the green bubble chat app, he scrolled through the friend list. He remembered that the original owner had a wealthy, older sugar sister among his contacts. Chen Fan thought to himself that he was after all a handsome and dashing young man who, with such good looks, a delicate stomach, deserved to enjoy something soft and easy to digest. He opened the chat window of the wealthy sister, whose username was Boundless Galaxy. Just as he typed out the words, "Sister, I'm starving, please keep me," a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Hello, I am a BlackTech gaming system from the future. However, because I failed to find a host for an extended period, my energy has been completely exhausted. Upon my imminent destruction, I will store all Black technology data within your mind. I hope you can make good use of it. Farewell, fortunate one." At first, Chen Fan was overjoyed by the arrival of a system, only to be left utterly dumbfounded as it made a lightning-fast exit. "Seriously, you're in that much of a hurry to reincarnate," he cursed inwardly. Fortunately, the system had at least left behind something that sounded downright heaven-defying. Otherwise, Chen Fan felt he might as well go try dying once to see if he could transmigrate again. As he examined the BlackTech data the system had imprinted in his mind, tears of bliss seemed to glisten at the corners of his lips in the form of a delighted smile. In his previous life, he had been a gaming fanatic, starting from the old cartridge consoles and arcade machines all the way to modern mobile and PC platforms. There was hardly a genre he had not played. Thinking of how this world's games were still stuck at the level of the 1990s from his past life, Chen Fan understood that he was about to take off. Relying solely on the games from his former world, he could run rampant here. He got up from the bed and went to the study, where there was a high-performance computer that the original owner had painstakingly assembled, costing him over 10,000 yuan. While waiting for the computer to boot, Chen Fan sat in the gaming chair, pondering which piece of Black technology he could actually make use of at his current level. As he sifted through the technical data in his mind, one particular entry suddenly came into sharp focus. The game editor, a 22nd century game engine integrated with AI. By inputting one's requirements, the more detailed the better, the game editor could automatically generate game code, graphical rendering, character models, maps, and more. Any aspect dissatisfying to the user could be modified at will, and the game could be updated at any time. With such a tool, game development no longer required a team. A single person could create a complete game. Reading the description, Chen Fan could not help sighing. If this technology were made public, who knows how many people would lose their jobs. Still, there's a downgraded version. When I start a company in the future, I can let my employees use that one. Once the computer finished booting, Chen Fan impatiently began copying out from his mind the BlackTech data for the game editor. After transcribing it and running a test, he found no issues. Leaning back against the gaming chair, he took out a pack of Lao Baisha from his pocket, lit one between his lips, then clasped his hands behind his head, pondering what type of game he should create next. Sometimes playing too many games was its own kind of vexation. Chen Fan wanted to make every genre he loved. Yet he did not wish to simply copy the games of his previous life, and when it came to designing something entirely original, his mind drew a blank. Suddenly a saying popped into his mind. When a scholar borrows, can that really be called plagiarism? Enlightened, he thought copying wholesale would be theft, but stitching ideas together, now that could be called drawing inspiration. With this realization, his spirit stopped wasting energy on inner conflict and he began to decide which type of game to make first. In the end, Chen Fan decided to create an FPS game. It was the genre he had played the most in his previous life, Crossfire Reverse War CSGO Battlefield. He had tried them all, and it was the type he knew best. Once he made up his mind, he acted immediately. Crushing out the cigarette that was about to scorch his fingers, his hands began to dance wildly across the keyboard as he input his ideas into the game editor. I've played Crossfire the most, so I'll use it as the basic framework. The challenge mode will be replaced with Reverse War's zombie hunting grounds, and all the cash shop items have to be completely overhauled. More and more ideas about his ideal game flooded through Chen Fan's mind. No numerical stats can be sold for cash. We'll learn from CSGO, loot boxes drop in game, and we just sell the keys. We can also add some character skins in the shop, and we can definitely introduce a season pass. Right, and set up a trading platform so players can trade items while I take a small commission. Imagining players praising him as a conscientious developer, Chen Fan could not help letting out a smug chuckle. Lighting another Lao Baisha, he plunged back into a new round of brainstorming. The ghost jump mechanic from Crossfire has to stay. Should I add large-scale battlefield modes later? He shook his head. Forget it, better to launch a new game for that. Too much in one place would ruin the elegance. In the midst of his creative storm, a sudden ringtone interrupted him. He turned his head, picked up the phone lying nearby, and saw the name, Brother Pan, displayed on the screen. In his mind emerged the image of a young man about 1.8 meters tall, skinny as a bamboo pole, yet somewhat handsome, though of course far inferior to himself. This was the original owner's childhood friend Pan Jisoo, a somewhat popular game streamer. It was also thanks to him that the original owner had not sunk completely into despair after losing his parents. Chen Fan truly owed him a debt of gratitude. Clamping the phone between his ear and shoulder while his fingers continued tapping at the keyboard, Chen Fan drawled lazily, "What do you want from your old man? Out with it, your dad is busy right now." On the other end, an indignant roar came immediately. Who's old man? Don't you have any shame? Get out here. Same place as always, your dad's taking you to run a dungeon. Switching the phone to the other ear and crushing his cigarette into the ashtray, Chen Fan did not bother arguing with his disobedient son, overturning the hierarchy. He simply said in an even tone, "You're still not tired of gaming." "There's a difference," Pan Jisoo replied carelessly. "Playing with you is called relaxing. All the other time I'm gaming, that's just work." Chen Fan knew that Pan Jisoo was only trying to find something for him to do, afraid that if he had too much idle time his thoughts would spiral. He had always been like this, hoping to help the original owner walk out of the grief of losing his parents. But the current Chen Fan was no longer the old Chen Fan. He had no intention of withdrawing into himself. He refused decisively. "Thanks, your dad's doing just fine. Now that you're off work, go get some proper rest. Your dad still has serious business to handle. I'm hanging up." Before Pan Jisoo could react, Chen Fan directly ended the call, tossed the phone aside, and continued pursuing his supreme undertaking. Staring at the busy signal on his phone, Pan Jisoo smiled in relief and murmured, "Looks like he's really all right. Time to clock off and head home." Stretching lazily, Pan Jisoo headed toward his own little nest. Taking his hands off the keyboard, Chen Fan leaned back against the chair and stretched hard, trying to relax his body that had grown stiff from maintaining the same posture for too long. When he glanced out the window, the sun was already high in the sky. Only then did he realize that he had unknowingly worked through the entire night. Staring at the screen where his very first game had come into being, a wave of deep satisfaction surged through Chen Fan's heart. However, at this moment, Chen Fan only felt his head throbbing and muddled. He desperately needed a good rest. Everything that came after would have to wait until he had recuperated his strength. Leaving the study, Chen Fan went to the bathroom to relieve himself, and after taking care of that, he started washing up. After stepping out of the bathroom and returning to his bedroom, Chen Fan placed his phone on the bedside table to charge, switched it to silent mode, then, unable to wait a second longer, collapsed onto the bed and sank into deep sleep. A flurry of urgent knocking jolted the sleeping Chen Fan out of his dreams. Half awake, he blinked his eyes open, reached for the phone on the bedside table, and brought it to his face, pressing the power button. The screen showed that it was already past 8 in the evening. With the knocking still pounding incessantly, Chen Fan had no choice but to get out of bed and go open the door. Scratching at his messy bedhead, Chen Fan yawned lazily and muttered, "Who is it? Stop knocking. If you keep it up, I won't open the door." Whoever was outside seemed to hear him. The knocking ceased at once, and the whole place fell into sudden silence, so abrupt that Chen Fan felt oddly unaccustomed to it. He opened the door, eyes half squinted as he looked outside. The moment he saw who it was, he woke up completely, every hair on his body standing on end for no reason he could name. Standing at the door was a coldly alluring, mature woman. Her features were exquisitely carved, her figure voluptuous and perfectly proportioned. She was about 1.70 meters tall, and with high heels, she reached around 1.75 meters. A beauty like this could easily become the cinnabar mole in countless men's hearts, yet why do I feel this inexplicable flutter of dread? Chen Fan wondered, inwardly perplexed. The beauty at the door spoke slowly. What is making your guests stand out here in the hallway? Your idea of hospitality? Chen Fan was still trying to figure out who this woman was when her words snapped him back to his senses. He hurriedly stepped aside and invited, "Sorry, I was just lost in thought and didn't notice. Please come in." She merely gave Chen Fan a cool glance, then glided gracefully into the room. After closing the door, he watched her elegant back, and a sudden flash of memory made him remember exactly who she was. Su Luoxue. She and the original Chen Fan had been neighbors since childhood. 2 years older than him, she had always been the top student at school, the model child parents praised as someone else's perfect kid. She was the distant white moonlight in the youthful years of countless boys, an unattainable first love in their hearts. Yet that was only the face she showed to outsiders. When it came to the original Chen Fan, she was an entirely different person. After she learned Sanda, the original Chen Fan became her human punching bag for practice. When she took up cooking, he became her experimental subject. And those were only the most memorable among countless other torments. Only when the original Chen Fan's parents passed away and her family moved away did he finally escape her clutches. Now watching Su Luoxue already seated on the sofa calmly surveying his surroundings, Chen Fan had no idea what he was supposed to do. Seated on the sofa, Su Luoxue glanced at Chen Fan, who was still standing dazed by the door. Her red lips parted slightly. "Why are you still standing over there?" She patted the spot beside her. "Come sit." Hearing Su Luoxue's tone, anyone unaware of the situation would have thought she was the owner here and Chen Fan the one visiting as a guest. As he walked over to the sofa and sat down beside Su Luoxue, a faint, refreshing fragrance enveloped Chen Fan. He couldn't help but flare his nostrils and quietly take in a few more breaths. Noticing his small gesture, Su Luoxue's lips curved into a faint smile. She brushed a lock of hair behind her ear and said gently, "What is it? Have you fallen under my spell? If you want to live off me, I'll have to see how you perform," she added. "Not just any man is qualified to live off me." Hearing this, Chen Fan's mind crashed. What on earth was this? Was she planning to keep him as her boy toy? In disbelief, Chen Fan pointed at himself and asked, "You want to keep me? Why?" Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, Su Luoxue looked puzzled as well. "Didn't you send me a message yourself saying, 'Big sister is hungry and begs to keep you'?" Her words instantly triggered his memory. Chen Fan suddenly recalled how in his attempt to take a shortcut yesterday, he had indeed sent a message to a wealthy woman. "Wait, no, I never actually sent it. How did you receive that message?" He froze, then blurted out, "Hold on. You're a vast starry river." Watching the astonishment written all over his face, the corners of Su Luoxue's lips lifted higher and higher until she finally broke into a brilliant smile. "Yes, I'm vast starry river," she said to Chen Fan. "As for you claiming you never sent that message, I have no idea." Su Luoxue then lounged lazily against the sofa, stretching her long legs out and resting them on Chen Fan's lap. "All I know," she continued, "is that you asked me to keep you, and I agreed to your request. From now on, you are my male pet." Looking at her lying there lazily on the sofa like a silly yet adorable cat, so unlike the cold beauty he had first seen at the door, Chen Fan simply couldn't fathom why a woman like her would want to keep someone like him. Granted, he was a reasonably handsome man with a dignified bearing and a certain graceful charm, though in his own mind still a bit inferior to you, dear reader. Unable to figure it out, Chen Fan decided to ask outright, "Luoxue, we haven't seen each other for what, over 10 years, right?" "Why?" Su Luoxue shifted into a more comfortable position, her eyes smoldering as she looked at Chen Fan and explained, "Because I like you. I've liked you since we were kids. Even though we haven't seen each other for more than 10 years, I've always been keeping an eye on you." Sitting up, Su Luoxue pressed her curvaceous body against Chen Fan's chest. Tilting her head back, she fixed her gentle eyes on his deep, unfathomable gaze and went on back. "Then you were living under the crushing blow of losing your parents. It wasn't the right time for me to make a move. But now that you yourself have come begging to be kept, how could I not come?" Hearing her explanation, Chen Fan felt his head swell. He could hardly imagine that the Su Luoxue who had tormented him since childhood would harbor such different feelings toward him. Rubbing at his temples, Chen Fan spoke in irritation, "You say you like me since we were kids, but back then you bullied me miserably, and now you call that liking." Su Luoxue wrapped her arms around his neck and said in a coquettish tone, "I never bullied you. I learned Sanda to protect you. I studied cooking so I could cook for you in the future, and I supervised your studies so you could become better. It was all out of the goodness of my heart." Listening to her wheedling words and looking at her adorably petulant expression, Chen Fan felt utterly at a loss. Was this really the Luoxue he thought he knew? When he still didn't respond, Su Luoxue lightly patted his firm chest with her small hand and pouted, "Whether you agree or not, you're already my boyfriend." After saying that, she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "As long as you agree to be my boyfriend, I'll sleep here tonight. I can have something cold today." Hearing Su Luoxue's devilishly tempting whisper, Chen Fan's heart skipped a beat. Having been single for 2 lifetimes, how could he possibly withstand such a witch's seduction? Chen Fan took a deep breath, forcing his wildly pounding heart to calm down. Fixing his gaze on the adorably winsome woman in his arms, he said, "All right, but don't you regret it?" Hearing his unequivocal reply, Su Luoxue laughed with unrestrained joy. "I won't regret it," she said. The peculiar confession came to an end. Chen Fan and Su Luoxue nestled against each other on the sofa. However, the thought of having become boyfriend and girlfriend with Su Luoxue made him cast aside any lingering awkwardness, embracing her slender waist and inhaling the fragrance of her hair. He never expected that after decades of being single across 2 lifetimes, he could actually have such a beautiful girlfriend. Just as he was contemplating whether to engage in some adult activities with Su Luoxue, Chen Fan finally remembered the game still lying on his computer. He hurriedly sat Su Luoxue up and got up to walk towards the study. Su Luoxue was left bewildered by Chen Fan's series of actions. "Where are you going? Just confirmed our relationship, and you're going to leave me," Su Luoxue said tearfully from the sofa, occasionally stealing glances at Chen Fan. Chen Fan turned to look at Su Luoxue, who was pretending to be pitiful on the sofa, and inwardly called her a fairy. "I stayed up all night yesterday making a game, and now I need to test it. After graduation, I need to find something to do for myself." As he spoke, Chen Fan had already opened the door to the study. Hearing Chen Fan's explanation piqued Su Luoxue's interest, and she quickly got up to follow. "When did you learn to make games? Are you planning to start your own business and want me to support you?" Chen Fan sat on the gaming chair and opened his computer. Upon hearing Su Luoxue's question, he nodded without hesitation. He hadn't forgotten that he was currently as broke as a church mouse, so why not enjoy the benefits of his own hard work? Facing the computer screen, Chen Fan made the final adjustments. "Yes, I want to start a business. However, I need some startup capital, so I was hoping for you to support me." Standing behind Chen Fan, her delicate hands resting on the back of the chair, Su Luoxue watched her boyfriend engrossed in his work, thinking how handsome he looked when focused. Hearing Chen Fan's shameless words made Su Luoxue laugh uncontrollably. After laughing, she said seriously, "I can invest in you, but in business terms, how much equity can you offer me?" Upon hearing Su Luoxue's inquiry, Chen Fan did not stop his work thought for a moment and replied earnestly, "5 million. And I can offer you 20% equity, which is a discount considering you are my girlfriend and future wife." Hearing the words future wife made Su Luoxue's face flush a bright red, and she softly huffed, "Who's your wife?" "Shameless." After adjusting her mindset, Su Luoxue spoke again. "It seems you have a lot of confidence in yourself, offering me only 20% equity for 5 million. But what can you use to prove yourself and give me as an investor confidence?" Having finished the final adjustments, Chen Fan moved his chair aside and turned the computer screen towards Su Luoxue. Pointing at the game running on the computer screen, Chen Fan said confidently, "This game can crush all existing games of the same type in the market. Is that enough to give you as an investor confidence?" Seeing Chen Fan's unparalleled confidence displayed, Su Luoxue's heart skipped a beat, and she clutched her chest dreamily, saying, "I believe in you, who told you to be my future husband." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan could no longer contain himself. He stood up and swept Su Luoxue into a princess carry, causing her heart to race wildly. "Woman, be prepared not to get out of bed tomorrow." Su Luoxue nestled in Chen Fan's arms, resting her head against his solid chest, savoring the strong rhythmic heartbeat. Suddenly awakened by Chen Fan's deep and magnetic voice, she blushed and shyly replied, "Do whatever you want." Hearing this, Chen Fan's rationality vanished in an instant. His primal instincts surged, and he quickly carried Su Luoxue towards his bedroom, shutting the door behind him. The following content is omitted. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, filling the entire bedroom and waking the young couple nestled together in bed. Opening his eyes to see Su Luoxue curled up in his arms, her sleeping face as beautiful as ever, Chen Fan was immensely grateful to the heavens for allowing him to have her. Perhaps Chen Fan had disturbed Su Luoxue. She drowsily opened her eyes and saw him gazing at her with eyes full of tenderness. Thinking about the craziness they had shared last night, Su Luoxue felt a rush of shyness. However, being a strong woman who had been in the workplace for 2 to 3 years, she quickly adjusted her mindset. Sitting up, the blanket slipped off, revealing endless beauty, causing Chen Fan to feel parched. Tying her messy long hair into a ponytail, Su Luoxue glanced at Chen Fan's hungry gaze and felt quite pleased with her allure. Leaning down, she kissed Chen Fan on the forehead, then started getting dressed, while saying, "I have to go back to High City today. I'll have my assistant transfer the money to your account shortly and help you register the company. You need to work hard, fiancé." After getting dressed, Su Luoxue blew Chen Fan a kiss as she prepared to catch her flight. Chen Fan got up and embraced Su Luoxue, giving her a kiss. "Fiancé, the whole world will envy you, believe me." Su Luo Shui returned a kiss and smiled, of course. Pushing Chen Fan away, she awkwardly walked towards the door. Watching the room now empty of his beloved Chen Fan felt a pang of emptiness in his heart. Shaking his head, he gathered his spirits again. At that moment, a text message notification pinged on his phone. He picked it up to see a message confirming the funds had been transferred. Seeing the money had arrived, Chen Fan felt invigorated. Knowing his fiancée believed in him so much, how could he bear to let her down? After getting dressed, Chen Fan headed to the study to start his work. Now that he had the funds, all he needed was to set up the game server, and he could start launching the game. In this world, there was a gaming company called Penguin Games, the strongest in the industry, with a platform on which 80% of players nationwide played. The second was the potato platform from Pig Factory, which had 50% of the gaming players with a high overlap among players. The remaining smaller platforms could be disregarded. However, thinking about how they would take a commission, Chen Fan wasn't very keen on launching his game on their platforms. Lighting a cigarette, Chen Fan's thoughts became tangled. Not knowing which platform to choose, he glanced at the game editor page displayed on his computer and suddenly had a bright idea. Could the game editor also be used to create a gaming platform? The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Hey, after all, how could black technology be so inconvenient? Thinking of this, he immediately began to experiment. After several attempts, Chen Fan finally managed to create his gaming platform, and he also transferred the trading module from the game onto the newly created platform. This way, the game items he developed in the future could be traded directly on the platform without having to embed a trading module in each game. Now he needed to find someone to help promote his gaming platform. Looking at his phone contacts, he saw the number for Jianren and had an idea. At noon, Chen Fan was exercising in the living room when his phone suddenly rang. He paused his workout and wiped the fine sweat from his brow with a towel. He picked up the phone resting on the coffee table and glanced at the caller ID, discovering it was an unfamiliar number. Initially, Chen Fan intended to hang up, but after some thought, he decided to answer the call. As soon as he answered, a female voice came through. Hello, may I ask if this is Mr. Chen Fan? I am the personal assistant of General Su. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan immediately understood the situation. Yes, that's me. Hearing Chen Fan's affirmative response, the assistant quickly replied, Hello, Mr. Chen. Your company registration is missing a company name. What name would you like to choose? Sitting on the sofa, Chen Fan rhythmically tapped his fingers on the armrest as he thought for a moment and said, Let's call it Xingchen. Once Chen Fan provided his answer, the assistant recorded the name Xingchen. Okay, Mr. Chen, I will send the company's business license to you via the fastest courier. You should receive it by tomorrow morning. If there's nothing else, I will hang up now. As the call ended, Chen Fan felt a wave of joy. Having a wealthy girlfriend was indeed a pleasure, as such bothersome matters would be handled by someone else, saving him a lot of time. Now that the company was established, he needed to start planning properly. The next morning, Chen Fan received a call from the courier. After retrieving the package, he used a game editor to set up his company's official website. After adding a link to his gaming platform on the website, he also created an announcement introducing his first game. Looking at the game based on Crossfire and integrating the advantages of other FPS games, Chen Fan couldn't be bothered to think of a name and decided to use Crossfire as the name for his first game. Once everything was settled, Chen Fan sat in his gaming chair and stretched widely. Looking out the window, the sky had turned completely dark and the moon hung in the sky, casting a gentle glow. He picked up the phone next to him and found Jianren in his contacts. Seeing those two characters, Chen Fan felt it was a bit inappropriate and quickly changed Jianren to Yitzi. After making the change, Chen Fan called the number directly. In a very ordinary room, Pan Jizu was sitting at his computer live streaming the popular game Magic Domain. In the game screen, Pan Jizu's character was adorned with divine armor, and two game pets were already at 7 or 8 stars, competing with another player for a wild boss. Unfortunately, Pan Jizu encountered a top-tier Peidoan player. Instead of defeating others, he ended up losing a lot of items from his backpack. Frustrated, Pan Jizu slammed the table in front of the camera and shouted, Are people nowadays really this rich? This gear must cost at least hundreds of thousands. With such equipment, why are they competing with a small streamer like me for a boss? The viewers in the live stream watched Pan Jizu banging the table in frustration and began to flood the chat with comments. Don't be angry, streamer. This is how the game is. Without money, you're just a low-level monster in others' eyes. Honestly, streamer, when you saw him coming, you should have left so you wouldn't have lost so many materials to him. Don't be scared, respawn, and continue to fight him. In today's games, if you don't spend money, you really can't play. Pan Jizu looked at the countless comments scrolling past in the chat and felt he needed a moment of silence to calm his emotions. Suddenly, his phone in his pocket rang. Pan Jizu took it out and checked the caller ID. It was that kid Chen Fan calling. Just as he was being brutally beaten in the game and needed a change of mood, he ignored the viewers in the live stream and picked up the phone. What does my son want from me? Listening to Pan Jizu's overly dramatic tone, Chen Fan felt speechless, wondering why he could never tell who was the father and who was the son. Ifu, please help me. I've recently created a new game that needs promotion. You do game live streams, so it would be great to find a few good streamers to help me promote it. Chen Fan's flattering words made Pan Jisoo feel something was off. Don't start when have you ever made a game? And now you want me to help you promote it. Don't ruin my reputation. Hearing Pan Jisoo's distrust, Chen Fan also became displeased. I'm just being low-key, you just don't know. Just tell me if you'll help or not. Since Chen Fan was his childhood friend, Pan Jisoo had no choice but to help his adopted son. Fine, who told you to be my adopted son? Send your game over so I can take a look. Without further banter, Chen Fan directly sent the completed company website to Pan Jisoo. This is the official website. You can download the gaming platform directly from here. I can't guarantee how fun it is, but it's definitely the best in its category. Alright, enjoy playing. I have some good news too. I found a girlfriend, and she's a wealthy one. Bye. As the busy signal came through the phone, Pan Jisoo gritted his teeth in frustration. So what if he found a girlfriend? So what if she's wealthy? I'm not jealous at all, not at all. If Chen Fan hadn't hung up so quickly, Pan Jisoo really would have wanted to ask if he had any friends to introduce to him. He also wanted to find a girlfriend. The viewers in the live stream, seeing that Pan Jisoo finished the call, were incredibly curious and began to flood the chat with questions. Streamer, who did you call? What game are you talking about? You actually became a dad. Why didn't you tell me? Is that game you mentioned fun? Looking at the barrage of questions on the screen, Pan Jisoo decided to pick a few key ones to explain. The person I was on the phone with is my childhood friend, and he is also my adopted son. As for the game I discussed with him, he developed it himself. He called to ask me to help promote it. As for whether it's fun, I don't know yet, though I'll test it for you right now. After explaining, Pan Jisoo clicked on the link that Chen Fan had sent. The interface that popped up was very simple, displaying the company name and logo of Xingchen Game Technology. The content was sparse, with only a download link for the gaming platform and a freshly released announcement. He clicked on the download link for the Xingchen platform, and within a few minutes, it was downloaded. After all, Pan Jisoo was using top-tier broadband. After registering an account and entering the Xingchen platform, the page was also extremely simple, containing only one game, Crossfire. He clicked on the game introduction and began to read. In the 22nd century, developed countries formed an alliance to monopolize all resources on Earth, establishing protectors to guard their resources. In order to survive, third-world countries also banded together to form infiltrators to fight for their own survival. Break through the traditional FPS model, pick up your gun and fight alongside your comrades. After reading the introduction, both Pan Jisoo and the viewers in the live stream began to feel excited. The viewers urged Pan Jisoo to jump into the game quickly so they could see how this game broke through the norm. Pan Jisoo was also itching with anticipation, eager to start the game, but unexpectedly the system prompted him to choose a game region. Using the provinces of Huagua as game regions for players to choose from, Pan Jisoo didn't think much, selected the region of his own province, and clicked to start the game. Upon entering the game, a novice tutorial popped up, and without hesitation, Pan Jisoo proceeded into it. When the tutorial began, he realized it was indeed completely different from the usual FPS games. In this world, FPS games resembled Blood Battle on the Bund and Beach Landing, where players could only control the mouse to aim and then click the left button. However, this Crossfire was truly unlike any previous FPS game, as the characters could be controlled by the players themselves. W moved forward, A moved left, D moved right, S was for retreating, R was for reloading, and the spacebar could also be used to jump. Shooting was no different. This brought a brand new gaming experience for Pan Jisoo and the viewers in the live stream. After finishing the novice tutorial, Pan Jisoo officially entered the game, where there was yet another point that was completely different from other FPS games. Current FPS games are all single-player, but Crossfire was made into an online game. This change left Pan Jisoo speechless as he gazed at the empty game lobby. An FPS game can also be an online game, but that brat didn't tell me. How am I supposed to play alone? Pan Jisoo's transition from opening the Xingchen official website to entering the game was closely observed by the viewers in the live stream. Some viewers were already itching with anticipation and bombarded the chat with requests for the URL to the Xingchen official website. Streamer, hurry and send out the URL. I've downloaded it and can play with you. Quick, I'm already eager to play, send the URL now. Streamer, my brother wanted to play this game before he died, please send out the URL. Since this game couldn't be played alone, Pan Jisoo directly posted the URL of the Xingchen official website in the live chat. Those eager viewers rushed into the Xingchen official website to start downloading the game platform and Crossfire. While waiting, Pan Jisoo explored the functions of the lobby by himself. He discovered that Crossfire was indeed, as advertised, breaking through the existing FPS game model. Crossfire allowed for the creation of game rooms and offered various modes. For example, there were team mode, demolition mode, annihilation mode, hunting mode, and biochemical mode for players to choose from. There was also a game shop which Pan Jisoo clicked into to take a look. Most items were firearms from various countries that required in-game currency to purchase, and a few items like experience and currency bonuses required real money. To his surprise, there were even character skins available for purchase. He understood all of the above, but he had no idea what the key was for. Before he could figure it out, viewers who had downloaded the game started notifying him in the chat. Putting aside the mystery of the key, Pan Jisoo excitedly began creating a game room and chose the team mode map transport ship, saying to the live chat, "Hurry, hurry, I've created the room, come in quickly." Players who had downloaded the game, seeing the empty lobby, immediately clicked to enter the newly created room without hesitation. Players who couldn't get in began to create their own game rooms, starting their own journey in Crossfire. Once the room was full, everyone clicked ready, and Pan Jisoo immediately started the game. Thanks to the advanced internet technology in this world, everyone quickly entered the game. Since everyone was new, they had no in-game currency to purchase other weapons. Everyone was equipped with novice gear M16. Upon entering the game, Pan Jisoo excitedly controlled his character, charging out of the respawn point with his M16. Since no one had experienced this type of game mode before, everyone's shooting skills were quite poor, but that didn't hinder the enjoyment of all the players. Pan Jisoo respawned countless times, charging out without hesitation, engaging in gunfights with others. In the game, visuals tracer bullets danced across the screen, and the kill notifications popping up in the upper right corner constantly stimulated the adrenaline of Pan Jisoo and the other players. After a few rounds on the transport ship, Pan Jisoo still felt unsatisfied. However, since the team mode was so enjoyable, he was even more eager to experience the excitement of other modes. He said to the live chat, "Let's switch modes and see what demolition mode is like." Suddenly, many viewers flooded into the live chat, and the chat filled the entire screen with questions from new viewers asking what game this was. "Can someone tell me what game this is? I want to play. Which company released this new game? Why was there no promotion? This streamer is so bad, he can't even kill at this close range, it's making me anxious to watch. Why do I have to work overtime? I really want to play this game." Looking at the viewer count exceeding 100,000 and the chat filled with messages, Pan Jisoo felt a bit dazed. However, at that moment, Pan Jisoo remembered his childhood friend's request and began promoting Crossfire in the live chat. "Welcome all new viewers to my live stream. Click follow so you don't get lost. The game we're playing now is called Crossfire, developed by my childhood friend. The URL above the live chat is the official website. If you want to play, you can click to download directly." Hearing Pan Jisoo's words, new viewers wished him well and rushed to download Crossfire. Watching the viewer count decline, Pan Jisoo felt a bit uneasy, but he didn't dwell on it and continued to dive into the chaos of Crossfire. Pan Jisoo played through all the modes, and among them he favored hunting mode and biochemical mode the most. In hunting mode, he fought alongside teammates to break out of encirclement surrounded by countless zombies. It required incredible coordination with his teammates to defeat the bosses of various sizes. The thrill and satisfaction from successfully clearing the level with his teammates captivated Pan Jisoo. In biochemical mode, the unpredictability of the mother body's random appearance, the tension of life and death escape, and the exhilarating feeling of desperately resisting the biochemical mother body with surviving teammates all heightened the sense of danger of being infected. Pan Jisoo was also incredibly fond of it as he was older, and with his shooting skills he couldn't really manage in other modes. After all, hunting mode and biochemical mode didn't require high shooting skills. What Pan Jisoo didn't know was that it was still the early stage of the game, and most players were not yet familiar with Crossfire. Hunting mode was fine, but after players studied it for a while, ghosts would likely jump out, and at that time biochemical mode would definitely feature speed monsters. The ability to turn into a ghost and catch players or lead them around, Pan Jisoo hoped he wouldn't develop any psychological trauma regarding biochemical mode. Tonight, countless players were immersed in the charm of Crossfire. Chen Fan, lacking experience in game development, faced numerous shortcomings in his game Crossfire, and the server rentals were insufficient. As a result, many players recommended by good friends downloaded the game only to find that all the major servers were already full, rendering them unable to log in. Consequently, these players took to the official Starry website late at night, leaving messages pleading for the officials to add more server groups. However, their pleas were destined to fall on deaf ears as Chen Fan had already drifted into dreamland. Waking up naturally, Chen Fan washed up and went to his study, eager to check the data for Crossfire. Upon entering the official website, he was greeted by a multitude of player messages. "Officials, please add servers quickly, or we won't be able to access the game at all. The game only has one character available. Could you please add a few more characters? Officials, are you out of money? Let me know how much more you need. Hurry up and add servers. I want to play Crossfire." Reading these messages from players, Chen Fan felt a bit guilty. Creating a game, it seemed, was more complex than he had anticipated. The issues with Crossfire that arose in just one night were quite numerous, and it was indeed challenging for one person to manage all aspects. He needed to quickly assemble a team for his company. If this continued, no matter how fun Crossfire was, it would not retain players. With that thought, Chen Fan released an announcement. Dear players, hello. We have received your feedback. As our company has just been established, there are various shortcomings. However, we have already begun to gradually address these issues. Within the next 3 days, we will conduct a major update for Crossfire to resolve the various problems you have encountered. Please stay tuned. After sending out this announcement, Chen Fan immediately went out to the largest talent market in Star City to recruit his team. Players who had been keeping an eye on the official Starry website were overjoyed to see this announcement. They never expected that the officials of Starry Games would actually listen to their opinions. This was a treatment never encountered with other game companies. Players also became active under this announcement. While the officials are alive and have actually responded to us players. This official is different. They actually consider our opinions. This is the first time. I too have been gaming for over 20 years. And this is the first time I've seen an official listen to player feedback. Isn't the focus of the person above a bit off? Didn't see that the officials mentioned the game will be updated in 3 days to resolve the issues we players face. So can we enter the game now? We won't have to wait outside in line anymore. Chen Fan did not pay attention to the players' messages. He was busy starting his first recruitment in the talent market. The current economic environment is poor and many people have yet to find jobs. Therefore, this newly established small company attracted quite a number of applicants. After selecting a few suitable candidates for the HR position from dozens of resumes, Chen Fan handed the resumes over to them, believing that professional matters should be handled by professionals. Upon hearing the treatment Chen Fan offered, the workers immediately began their tasks. With the industry's highest salary along with 5 insurances and 1 fund and weekends off, what was there to complain about? They felt uneasy receiving money without starting work. After informing the new HR personnel of his contact details and requirements, Chen Fan ran to a real estate agency to rent a place for his future employees to work. Just as he finalized the office location, Chen Fan received a message from the employees he had hired. Boss, we have found the talents you need. Where shall we go now? Hearing that they had recruited all the employees and with the office location confirmed, he sent them the address, instructing them to come to work at 9 o'clock the next morning. After finishing everything, Chen Fan returned home, and it was already past 8 in the evening. He was starving and quickly ordered takeout. While waiting for the takeout, Chen Fan casually opened his childhood friend's live stream to pass the time. Pan Jisoo had started streaming 2 hours early to play Crossfire. The regular viewers in the live stream were somewhat unaccustomed to Pan Jisoo's early start, but they began to mock him in the comments. You either start on time or are late every day. Why are you suddenly 2 hours early today? Isn't this the late streamers channel? I must have entered the wrong live stream. Streamer, apologize. How can you stream 2 hours early and disrupt my biological clock? Pan Jisoo ignored the teasing comments and said, today the streamer will continue to showcase his command skills in Crossfire's hunting mode. Hearing this, some viewers in the live stream laughed, saying, if you can get into Crossfire, I'll stream washing my hair upside down. The person above, I'll stream eating shit. I'll join you, I'll stream eating shit upside down. Doesn't the streamer know the servers for Crossfire are insufficient? There are countless players outside waiting in line to enter the game. Upon seeing these comments, Pan Jisoo was taken aback. Despite his disbelief, he still opened the Starry platform, trying to log into Crossfire. But it was of no use. All the major servers were full, making it impossible to log in. Seeing Pan Jisoo's actions, the viewers in the live stream began to send comments filled with laughter. After seeing the barrage of comments mocking him, Pan Jisoo could no longer hold back and immediately pulled out his phone to call Chen Fan. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, who was peeking at the screen, realized that the server issue was the biggest bottleneck for Crossfire's development. Recognizing the problem, Chen Fan took all the money he had and used it to rent servers. Given the revenue-generating ability of Crossfire, he had no reason to worry about running out of money. At that moment, Pan Jisoo called in. Fancy, how much more do you need? Tell me, I still have some money I can lend you for renting servers. I can't log into Crossfire right now. It's driving me crazy. Hearing this, Chen Fan felt both warm and amused, saying, did you forget I have a wealthy girlfriend? Will I be short on money? I'm watching your live stream right now. I already know the issues you and the players are facing. I've rented the servers, so you should be able to log into the game now. Upon hearing this, Pan Jisoo felt a surge of joy. This meant he could finally play Crossfire. However, unable to resist his curiosity about Chen Fan's repeatedly mentioned wealthy girlfriend, Pan Jisoo asked, who is this wealthy girlfriend you keep talking about? Could it be an older lady? Hearing this, Chen Fan spat at Pan Jisoo, saying, you're the one looking for an older lady. If Sister Luo Shui hears this, you're in big trouble. Hearing the name Sister Luo Shui, Pan Jisoo froze, unable to believe his ears. You actually dare to pursue Su Luo Shui? Where did you get the courage? Chen Fan replied with pride, what pursuit? It's a natural progression between us. Hurry up and play the game, my takeout just arrived, so I'll hang up now. Pan Jizoo simply couldn't understand how Chen Fan dared to do it. Unable to figure it out, he pushed the thought aside and logged into Crossfire to begin his battles. The next day, Chen Fan arrived at his newly leased office and met his new employees for the first time. He summoned all department heads to the conference room to hold his inaugural meeting. Let me introduce myself. I am your employer, Chen Fan. Today's meeting is to discuss the upcoming update for our flagship title, Crossfire. Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, each department head prepared their notebooks ready to record every instruction their boss was about to deliver. I expect the art team to design weapon skins based on existing firearm models, visually striking, exceptionally stylish, and compelling enough to drive player purchases. Additionally, expand the roster of playable characters for counter-terrorists, draw inspiration from elite special forces units across various nations for terrorist model characters after globally recognized terrorist archetypes. Oh, and include female characters. Begin designing alternate skins for all character models as well. The art team lead swiftly jotted down Chen Fan's directives and nodded in affirmation. Understood, boss. I'll initiate work immediately. Due to inherent flaws in the game's early release, players have encountered numerous frustrations. Following this update, your operations team must devise several compensation events, generous in scale and meaningful in impact. The operations team lead bowed his head earnestly. Understood, boss. I'll convene my team immediately to brainstorm an exceptional event. Moving forward, your design team must elevate the quality of competitive maps and hunt mode challenge stages. Prioritize player feedback. After all, they are the ones who play the game. The design team lead blinked, momentarily stunned. In most gaming studios, player input was treated as irrelevant. Their role was merely to implement the studio's vision, not accommodate player preferences. Though baffled by his employer's unconventional mindset, he still nodded respectfully. Understood, boss. I'll actively solicit and incorporate player feedback into future designs. Not every suggestion warrants adoption. You must exercise discernment, distinguish valuable insights from noise. The design team lead nodded again, affirming his comprehension. Turning to the mathematics team, professionals specially recruited by HR upon Chen Fan's explicit request, he smiled warmly. From now on, game balancing and numerical systems rest squarely upon your mathematical expertise. The math team responded with confident enthusiasm. Rest assured, boss. Mathematics is our domain. Chen Fan offered them a few words of encouragement. He then announced another initiative. I've developed proprietary software called the Game Editor. I'll email it to you shortly, complete with usage documentation. Please download it and study the manual independently. That concludes today's meeting. You may now resume your duties. The department heads gathered their belongings and departed the conference room in orderly fashion while Chen Fan returned to his office. Using the streamlined version of the Game Editor, employees marveled at their employer's technical prowess. Inputting simple concepts yielded fully realized assets, transforming it into an indispensable tool for developers. As the workday neared its end, Crossfire's update package was finalized. Chen Fan turned to his assistant. Issue an official update announcement through operations, scheduling maintenance from 7:00 p.m. to 8:00 p.m. tonight. The assistant promptly relayed the directive to the operations team. Though Chen Fan had upgraded server capacity the previous night, many eager players still found themselves unable to log in. Since the official statement 3 days prior, promising an update within that time frame, players habitually visited the Starlight Games website, refreshing repeatedly in futile anticipation of the announcement. Amid their mingled disappointment and hope, a banner appeared on the Starlight Games homepage. Dear players, Crossfire will undergo maintenance beginning at 8:00 p.m., concluding at 9:00 p.m. We are deploying additional servers to accommodate increased traffic. This update introduces new characters, maps, and in-game items. Stay tuned for more. Players who had been locked out erupted with excitement. Wow. Officials moved faster than expected. This marks Crossfire's very first major update. Do you know how agonizing it's been watching friends play Crossfire while I couldn't? Finally, I'll experience it myself. Why wait until 9:00? Can't you push it earlier, official team? With the schedule confirmed, players resigned themselves to the quiet tension of waiting. Until post-maintenance, Pan Jizoo re-entered Crossfire. Upon entering the main lobby, Pan Jizoo noticed the game channel list had multiplied exponentially since the update. Previously, only 1 or 2 channels existed. Now dedicated lobbies included Rookie Camp, Elite Arena, Bomb Defusal, and Team Deathmatch. Smiling toward his livestream audience, Pan Jizoo remarked, "No more login struggles. Rumor has it this update adds dozens of new characters and items. Let's browse the in-game store." Starlight Games' swift execution drew enthusiastic praise from his viewers. Starlight Games is legendary. Announced a 3-day window yesterday, delivered today. They truly listen to us players. Pan Jizu opened the in-game store. Firearms remained unchanged, but a wealth of new characters now populated the roster, including a female operative. Beyond base characters, an array of alternate skins was now available. Male skins exuded either commanding authority or refined elegance, while female skins offered far greater stylistic diversity. These character skins were affordably priced, the most expensive costing only 68 yuan, well within reach even for students. Pan Jizu's gaze fell upon a previously enigmatic item, the key. Its function was now clearly explained. Each match now held a chance to drop a loot crate. Opening it with a key could yield weapon skins categorized into 5 tiers: blue, purple, gold, red, and legendary. Pan Jizu's curiosity ignited. Character skins are purchasable outright, but weapon skins require crate drops, and 5 distinct rarity tiers. I wonder just how impressive these skins truly are. Viewers speculated in the chat, weapon skins probably just add minor patterns or decals. Impossible, the tier system wouldn't exist for mere cosmetic tweaks. Agreed. But what might a legendary skin actually look like? Pan Jizu chuckled at the speculation. Why guess? Just play a few rounds, collect some crates, buy a key, and open them. That's the only way to know. Eager to farm crates, he bypassed his favorite hunt mode, too time-consuming for efficient crate acquisition. Opting instead for Team Deathmatch, he clicked Quick Match and embarked on his crate farming journey. An hour later, Pan Jizu surveyed over a dozen crates in his inventory, estimating the drop rate at over 40. After purchasing keys from the store, Pan Jizu officially began his new life as a crate gambler. Pan Jizu opened the first box in front of the eager audience in the live stream. Chen Fan chose to use the CSGO opening animation, where various grades of weapon skins would appear on top of the box, along with a question mark golden label. Watching the box opening animation, which cycled left like a Russian roulette, Pan Jizu found it quite thrilling. As the pointer stopped, he drew a blue AK skin. Dragging the mouse to flip the skin up and down, Pan Jizu thought the skin was decent. Pan Jizu prepared to continue, intending to open all the boxes he had. Unbeknownst to him whether it was bad luck or not, after opening more than a dozen boxes, he only received blue-grade skins. The audience in the live stream saw Pan Jizu's incredibly poor luck and began to mock him with barrage comments. Host, were you African in your past life? This is just too unlucky. Host, do you only like blue? Are other skin colors not to your taste? I thought my luck was bad enough, but didn't expect there to be a master at it. Feeling already frustrated by drawing nothing but blue skins after opening more than a dozen boxes, Pan Jizu with a stubborn mouth said, "These dozen boxes were just a warm-up. I'm sure I can get something good from these last 2 boxes." Shaking his hand, he opened another box. As the images rotated, Pan Jizu's heart raced. As the rotation slowed down, Pan Jizu's heart sank. Unexpectedly, it was another blue skin. With hollow eyes, he stared at the skin glowing with blue light, feeling utterly defeated. Barrage comments in the live stream, still claiming you are not African. I thought you were going to get something big, but instead you got a big disappointment. Just accept your fate, you are definitely African, there's no denying it. Pan Jizu was completely fed up. So what if my luck is bad? I didn't eat your rice. Those mocking me your luck with opening boxes might not be better than mine. I don't know what you were laughing about. Ignoring the mockery in the live stream, Pan Jizu resignedly opened the last box. After finishing, he decided to end the stream and comfort his wounded heart by soaking his feet. Neither Pan Jizu nor the audience in the live stream expected that he would actually open a legendary weapon skin from this last box. As the colorful light dimmed, a legendary skin called Fire Kirin K47 appeared before Pan Jizu and the viewers. Pan Jizu excitedly pounded the table, shouting to vent his emotions. Pointing at the Fire Kirin K47 with trembling fingers, he exclaimed, "Did you see that? I told you those dozen boxes were just a warm-up. Look at this, the Fire Kirin AK-47 legendary skin. Who dares to say I'm unlucky?" The audience in the live stream was also stunned, not expecting that Pan Jizu, with his incredibly bad luck, would actually draw a legendary skin. Hearing Pan Jizu's arrogant words, the audience's rebellious spirit kicked in. What are you barking about? It's just a legendary skin, why are you so loud? This update also introduced a rank system. You need to be a sergeant to use the AK-47. Are you even at that level? Pan Jizu didn't care about the jealousy from the live stream. He eagerly entered the game store, as he didn't have the AK-47 weapon yet. Pan Jizu was taken aback to find that purchasing the AK-47 had a level requirement. After the update, he directly entered the game, completely unaware that Crossfire had implemented a rank system. It's just a matter of leveling up. Pan Jizu directly entered the game lobby to find a room and start grinding his level. As Pan Jizu's fans shared the news about him drawing the legendary skin on the Xingqian official forum, players of Crossfire erupted in excitement, realizing that on the very first day of the update, someone had already drawn a legendary skin. As more and more players watched the clips of Panji's live stream, captivated by the stunning appearance of the Fire Kirin, they all went wild, rushing to open boxes and stock up on keys, hoping to draw a legendary skin themselves. Chen Fan returned to his office and had just settled in when the operations manager walked in. Handing a report to Chen Fan, the operations manager cheerfully said, "Yesterday, the game's online player count reached nearly 3,000, with revenue exceeding 3 million. Most players spent on character skins and keys for opening boxes, but later on there was a sudden surge in sales of experience cards and gold cards." Flipping through the report in hand, and after listening to the operations manager's briefing, Chen Fan nodded. "Very good, but we must continue to monitor player dynamics for timely adjustments to avoid any mistakes." Chen Fan asked the operations manager to continue working and then called his assistant to bring in the marketing manager. When the marketing manager arrived, Chen Fan directly assigned him a task. "Crossfire still lacks sufficient exposure. Your marketing department should find ways to promote our Crossfire in various internet cafes, as internet cafes are a key promotional channel for games." Hearing Chen Fan's assignment, the marketing manager immediately nodded, saying, "All right, boss, I will ensure internet cafes install our Crossfire and provide ample exposure online." Chen Fan nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand to signal that the marketing manager could go to work. Sitting in his executive chair, Chen Fan began to contemplate his next plan. Now that Crossfire has stabilized, as long as it spreads through offline internet cafes, a wave of new players will come to Crossfire. This world has yet to conceive the concept of esports. Once Crossfire attracts enough players, he can bring over the esports competitions from his past life. At that time, hosting a national internet cafe league will elevate the popularity of Crossfire to another level. Additionally, exporting Crossfire overseas, given its quality, will quickly capture overseas players. Then global esports competitions can be organized, but they need to be professionalized, unlike hosting internet cafe leagues. After drafting his ideas into a proposal, Chen Fan handed the completed proposal to his assistant to deliver to the operations department. Just then a phone call came in. Chen Fan picked up the phone and saw that it was his fiancée, who he hadn't seen in a few days. As soon as he answered, the cheerful voice of Su Luoxue came through. "Chen Fan, have you missed me?" Hearing her joyful tone, Chen Fan felt his mood lift and couldn't help but tease Su Luoxue. "I haven't missed you at all." Hearing this, Su Luoxue puffed up her cheeks and coldly replied, "I can give you another chance to say that again." Seeing that Su Luoxue was genuinely a bit upset, Chen Fan quickly explained, "I was just joking. I think about you every day to the point where I can't eat or drink." Su Luoxue burst into laughter, playfully saying, "Ha, I was just teasing you too. All right, no more of that. How is your game going? Do you need my help?" Feeling Su Luoxue's concern, Chen Fan shook his head. "Thank you, this game has started making profits. Just last night, we earned nearly 3 million. As long as we have enough players, we will earn even more." Upon hearing this achievement, Su Luoxue was a bit surprised. "I knew you would succeed, but I didn't expect it to come so quickly." Chen Fan felt a sense of satisfaction rise within him upon hearing Su Luoxue's surprised words. After all, what man doesn't want to showcase his strength in front of his woman? "My rapid success is due to the support of my fiancée behind me." Su Luoxue found Chen Fan's cheesy words sweet as honey. "With your sweet talk, I have something to tell you. My parents want to meet you." Upon hearing this news, Chen Fan stiffened, his speech becoming disjointed. "When do uncle and aunt want to meet me? What should I prepare? Will uncle and aunt dislike me?" Hearing Chen Fan's disjointed words, Su Luoxue chuckled again, but hurried to reassure him. "What are you afraid of? I'm here with you. It's just a meeting and my parents won't eat you, so relax." Listening to Su Luoxue's comforting words, Chen Fan felt a wave of sarcasm rise in his heart. "You tell me to relax, but if my parents were here, you might not perform as well as you are now." After venting his frustrations, Chen Fan calmed himself and said seriously, "Let's schedule the meeting for a week later. I need to prepare. Can we meet at your house?" Feeling that her man's mood had settled, Su Luoxue responded cheerfully, "Let's meet at my house. They'll tell my parents about it beforehand." Seemingly reminded of something, Su Luoxue revealed a devilish smile. "Let me give you a heads up, my dad's face was sour when he found out I had a boyfriend, so you better be careful. All right, I need to get to work now. You should hurry to work too. I'm hanging up now." Without waiting for Chen Fan to react, Su Luoxue ended the call, leaving him in a state of disarray. Looking at the disconnected phone, Chen Fan sighed helplessly. After all, he had slept with someone else's daughter, so he had to bear the consequences. He shook his head, trying to dismiss the matter from his mind. Chen Fan began to think about what his next game should be. Since an FPS game like Crossfire already existed, he thought of creating a Battle Royale mode and a Battlefield series, making it unnecessary to develop more FPS titles. He didn't need to rush to release the Battle Royale and Battlefield series. He figured he would wait at least another 6 months before considering them. Oh right, fighting games. Chen Fan suddenly remembered that this world didn't have any fighting games. The exhilarating battles of fighting games would surely appeal to the players in this world. Games like the King of Fighters and Street Fighter felt more comfortable to play with a joystick. Bringing them to the computer felt like a heresy in Chen Fan's eyes. This world lacked arcades, and Chen Fan wasn't about to set one up just for the King of Fighters and Street Fighter. That would be too much trouble. Thus, he decided to pass on these two games. Suddenly, he thought of Dungeon Fighter. It struck him that there was no need to create a traditional fighting game. Dungeon Fighter would fit the current trends perfectly. However, it would require significant modifications. Simply copying it into this world wouldn't be meaningful. The gameplay could be referenced, but all the content and storyline must be transformed into something relevant to Huagua. But Chen Fan couldn't manage this alone. He needed to find someone to help him. He called his assistant to inform HR to recruit some game planners. Only through collective effort could they produce the game more quickly instead of struggling alone like with Crossfire, which took too long and was riddled with bugs. Since Pan Jizu acquired the Fire Kirin, he bought an AK-47 the moment he reached the required level, outfitting it with his Fire Kirin skin and flaunting it in every room. Upon entering a room, special prompts appeared, and unique kill icons along with special markings for kills in the upper right corner impressed those without legendary skins, stirring feelings of envy. To obtain legendary skins, many Crossfire players began hoarding crates. After all, the keys were not expensive, with 3 yuan each. Anyone could afford them. As long as they opened a legendary skin, they would be the most stylish person in the room. For several consecutive days, tens of millions of crates were opened daily, with only 3 known legendary skins and a terrifyingly low drop rate. However, many skins of other levels were opened, with golden and red skins having excellent appearances, garnering players' attention. Zhao Yang, an ordinary university student, was introduced to Crossfire by his roommate and found himself unable to stop playing. The various modes of Crossfire provided Zhao Yang with thrilling experiences. He didn't know when it started, but his roommates began to hoard crates. When he asked, he learned that a streamer had opened a legendary skin. His roommates fantasized about having extraordinary luck to open a legendary skin, hoping to show off in the game. Zhao Yang specifically sought out clips from that streamer's live broadcast and felt a twinge of envy upon seeing the dazzling Fire Kirin. Thinking about the dozens of crates in his storage, Zhao Yang spent 30 yuan to buy 10 keys, intending to test his luck. To his surprise, the 5th crate revealed a legendary rainbow glow. When the glow faded, it wasn't the Fire Kirin that appeared, but another legendary skin, the M4A1 Thor. Zhao Yang couldn't believe that he had opened the legendary M4A1 Thor, and then pure joy washed over him. The roommates around him looked on in disbelief, and then began to shake Zhao Yang, excitedly pointing at Thor and exclaiming, "You opened a legendary skin. Damn, how can your luck be so good? Let me borrow some of your luck. I want to open a legendary skin too." Dizzied from the shaking, Zhao Yang quickly broke free from his roommate's grip and laughed. "I'm just the lucky one here." Although his roommates were envious, they were genuinely happy for Zhao Yang. After the excitement, Zhao Yang and his roommate carefully examined the model of Thor, with his friend growing more envious, saying, "Oh, why wasn't it me who opened it? Thor is so cool. I need to keep opening crates. I want to get Thor too." After saying that, Zhao Yang's roommate returned to his computer to continue opening crates. As his roommate left, Zhao Yang prepared to post on the Xingqian official forum to showcase his newly acquired legendary skin Thor. Just as he was about to post, Zhao Yang suddenly noticed a trading platform on the official website. Curious, he clicked into the trading platform, only had a Crossfire section that was completely empty. He thought it might be that no players had noticed this trading platform. Zhao Yang carefully read the rules of the trading platform. This platform was designed to facilitate players in trading rare in-game items. However, transactions were settled in cash rather than game currency, and the platform would take a 5 commission from successful trades. After reading the rules, Zhao Yang's mind began to race. There were hardly any legendary skins in Crossfire. Could he sell the Thor skin he just acquired on this trading platform? With that in mind, Zhao Yang started to take action, editing his post on the forum and attaching a screenshot of Thor before sending it out. He hoped that a wealthy player in Crossfire would take an interest in the Thor skin and offer him a good price. Not long after Zhao Yang posted, unexpectedly a wealthy buyer came in and made an offer on the post. "Brother, I offer 3,000. Will you sell it?" Zhao Yang didn't expect anyone to offer 3,000 yuan for the Thor skin, and he was immensely excited. He had spent only a few dozen yuan to obtain it, opening a legendary skin, and now he could earn 3,000 yuan, which made him quite satisfied. Just as he was about to agree, he saw another wealthy buyer come in, raising the price immediately. "I offer 5,000. I really like the Thor skin." Seeing the raised price, Zhao Yang's excitement intensified, and what surprised him even more was that more and more wealthy buyers gathered to compete. "This is a legendary skin. You guys are so stingy. I offer 1,000. I mainly play M4. I offer 1,200. The increasingly intense bidding pushed the price of the Thor skin to several hundred thousand. Zhao Yang's emotions progressed from excitement to shock, then to ecstasy, and finally to numbness. As the price climbed higher, more wealthy buyers withdrew from the bidding, and in the end the price skyrocketed above 1 million. The final price settled at 1.2 million won by someone named Fish, who loves to eat cats. As the bidding ended in the post, Zhao Yang directly messaged Fish, who loves to eat cats, to inform him that he would list the Thor skin for 1.2 million on the Xingchen official trading platform. After sending the message, Zhao Yang entered the trading platform and listed his Thor skin at a price of 1.2 million. Fish, who loves to eat cats, received the message from Zhao Yang and immediately went to the Xingchen official trading platform, where he found the Thor skin waiting for him all alone, anticipating his affection. After the transaction was completed, Zhao Yang still felt a bit unreal, but the message from the agricultural bank confirming the deposit told him that everything was indeed real. After sitting in a daze for a while, Zhao Yang suddenly jumped up, shouting in excitement, startling his roommate, who was focused on opening boxes. The startled roommate couldn't help but complain, "What are you going crazy about, suddenly shouting and scaring me?" Zhao Yang, however, grabbed his roommate's shoulders and shook him, unable to hide his excitement. "Do you know? The legendary skin I just opened has been sold. Do you know how much I sold it for?" Seeing Zhao Yang's excitement, the roommate pieced together the situation and cautiously guessed his own price point. "It should at least be 3,000, right?" Zhao Yang shook his index finger back and forth, no longer pretending to be mysterious. "I sold it for 1.2 million, a full 1.2 million. Upon hearing the number from Zhao Yang, the roommate couldn't believe his ears until Zhao Yang showed him the post he made and the deposit notification on his phone, at which point the roommate finally believed him. Zhao Yang, still excited, put his arm around his roommate's shoulders and said, "Let's go, I'll treat you to a meal. You choose the place. If it weren't for you introducing me to Crossfire, I wouldn't have had the chance to earn this 1.2 million. The roommate, however, shrugged off Zhao Yang's arm, his eyes reddening. "You go eat by yourself. I need to keep opening boxes. I want to get a legendary skin. I want to make money." With that, the roommate sat back at the computer, continuing his box opening endeavors, hoping to open a legendary skin like Zhao Yang. This bidding frenzy also caused a massive stir online. News about Crossfire's game items selling for astonishing prices flooded the internet, dominating the trending searches. Crossfire finally gained widespread recognition, and more people learned about this game. Many were startled by the 1.2 million price tag trending online. Players were curious, while those who didn't play the game found it completely incomprehensible that someone would spend 1.2 million on a game item. This also led potential players who had never played Crossfire to flock to the Xingchen official site, planning to download Crossfire to see what magic it possessed. The fact that a game item could sell for 1.2 million was unprecedented in this world. Crossfire players went completely crazy. In other games, players were typically asked to spend money. Unexpectedly, Crossfire actually allowed players to earn money, and it was an astounding amount of 1.2 million. Both old and new players entered Crossfire simultaneously, and for a time the servers could hardly keep up. All regional channels were packed, and players simply couldn't get in. Employees who should have been off work playing on their phones at home were called back by their bosses to deal with the sudden influx of traffic. Those contacting server companies to rent servers and maintain them were extremely busy. Fortunately, Chen Fan adhered to labor laws and provided sufficient overtime pay, otherwise these employees wouldn't know how to deal with him. Chen Fan only learned about this matter the next day. Seeing it as a good thing and believing his team could handle it, he chose not to get involved. Instead, he focused on perfecting his next game plan, waiting for the Internet Cafe League to conclude. At that time, the number of Crossfire players would likely peak, making it hard for the game to advance further. At that point, a fighting game could be used to open up a new market. As offline internet cafes spread, more and more players flocked to Crossfire over the following days. Once players have played Crossfire, few will abandon it, unless they are entirely uninterested in FPS games. After discovering that game items could be traded, many trading platforms emerged, offering rare items and skins that couldn't be bought in the store. This allowed many players to earn significant money through opening boxes. Although rare items and skins had extremely low drop rates, there were always one or two exceptionally lucky players who could obtain them. The quality of Crossfire's gameplay was also very high, allowing these players to lose themselves in the game. The sudden explosion of Crossfire also attracted the attention of other game companies. In Shun City, in a luxury office of Penguin Games, a middle-aged man in his 40s wearing gold-rimmed glasses with a well-proportioned build and above-average looks was none other than General Liu of Penguin Games. At that moment, General Liu was reviewing the documents submitted by his employees that day. The content displayed in the documents left this veteran in the gaming field, who had been around for decades, feeling quite astonished. A little-known company that had only been established for a few days had actually produced an extremely exaggerated game, opening the eyes of the big shots in the gaming industry. The game had registered over 30 million players with more than 20 million online, at the same time indicating that this game should have a profit level in the tens of millions. Being a free game, General Liu could understand having so many players, but he was unclear on how it would make money. After all, the market was filled with paperpoint card models, and no one had ever made a free game, so no one would study how free games could profit. However, since it wasn't a competitor to his own game, General Liu merely instructed his team to continue investigating the Xingqian Game Company, planning to make decisions once more information became available. On the other side, General Shun of Zhu Factory made the same decision. As the number of players in Crossfire increased, countless streamers sensed a new business opportunity and began to switch over to Crossfire. Due to the close relationship between Pan Jizhu and the CEO of Xingqian Company, few people competed with him for traffic in his hunting ground mode. With more and more streamers broadcasting Crossfire, other players were also drawn to play Crossfire. Various video platforms emerged, showcasing many exciting highlights of Crossfire. The expanding player base led to the development of mechanics like ghost jumps and instant sniping by players. Crossfire truly began to gain notoriety in the gaming community. In the office of Xingqian Game Company, Chen Fan sat on the sofa in the reception room with Zhang Zhua, the newly appointed head of the Crossfire project. Zhang Zhua had nearly 20 years of industry experience and had previously led teams to develop several well-received games. Unfortunately, he had taken the blame for his superior and was fired from his previous company just in time to be recruited by Xingqian's HR. Upon reviewing Zhang Zhua's resume, Chen Fan immediately appointed him as the head of the Crossfire project. Today, Zhang Zhua was there to report on the recent status of Crossfire and to hear his boss' next instructions. Facing his new boss, Zhang Zhua sat with half of his bottom touching the sofa and respectfully reported Crossfire now has nearly 50 million registered users, with over 30 million online concurrently and daily revenue exceeding 100 million. Chen Fan looked at Zhang Zhua, who was cautiously seated across from him, and asked his assistant to pour 2 cups of tea for himself, and Zhang Zhua smiling as he said, "Don't be nervous, I won't bite. Relax." Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Zhang Zhua did feel a bit more relaxed, though his body was still somewhat tense. Chen Fan continued to smile and asked, "How is the offline internet cafe rollout going?" Zhang Zhua instinctively straightened up and replied, "It has been fully rolled out. Every internet cafe has installed our Crossfire." Hearing this response, Chen Fan nodded, satisfied with Zhang Zhua's work capability. "Since it has been fully rolled out, let's start promoting our internet cafe league." Zhang Zhua jotted down his boss' instructions, but hesitated, saying, "But we have never hosted an esports league before. I'm not sure how to do it." Chen Fan had already made arrangements, saying, "I will establish a dedicated department to manage esports competitions. You don't need to worry about that, just ensure the promotion is effective." Zhang Zhua sighed in relief, thankful that his boss had already taken care of the arrangements for hosting the esports competitions. "All right, boss, I will arrange the promotion right away." As Zhang Zhua stood up to leave, Chen Fan called him back and said, "Don't just promote. You can also arrange activities such as giveaways for watching the matches. Think about these things thoroughly." Zhang Zhua immediately responded, "Understood, boss, I will get on it." After Zhang Zhua left, Chen Fan leaned back on the sofa and rubbed his temples. The past few days had been spent discussing the new game with the newly hired game planners, consuming a lot of brainpower. Fortunately, the overall framework for the new game had been established, and there was no need for him to get further involved. Walking to the floor-to-ceiling window, Chen Fan pulled out a cigarette, pondering his next steps. Having only Crossfire on the company's gaming platform felt too insufficient. Relying solely on himself wouldn't allow the entire gaming industry to flourish. It was time to unveil a game editor, allowing more game developers to create their own games in a simpler and cost-effective manner. With his guidance, Chen Fan believed that the gaming industry in this world would flourish just like in his previous life. Today, players opened the Xingqian platform as usual, preparing to dominate in Crossfire. A prominent announcement on the platform caught the players' attention, and its content sparked heated discussions among the entire Crossfire player community. "This game can actually host competitions. My Xingqian is amazing. While the first prize is actually 5 million. Hey, everyone can participate. Do you think you can win? Is anyone willing to team up with me? I'm the Sniper King of Zone 1. As the news spread, all players knew that Xingqian Game Company was preparing to hold a Crossfire Internet Cafe League. Teams are required to consist of 5 members, with the first prize being 5 million, the second prize 3 million, and the third prize 1 million. The team that wins first place will also get to design skins for their favorite game characters, earning a 1 commission on each sale. This can continue for a whole year. The unprecedented competition and the rich rewards drove every Crossfire player into a frenzy. Everyone started calling their friends, forming their own teams, intending to compete for the top 3 spots. Jiang Haoyang, the head of the newly established event management department, looked at the increasing number of registrations in the back end and began to feel a headache. He had hosted many competition events, but this esports competition was his first, and it was the first time he had seen so many people sign up. Looking at the competition process derived from his previous experience in organizing sports events, Jiang Haoyang discarded it into the wastebasket and started working overtime with his subordinates to create a new competition process. This unprecedented internet cafe league not only caused a stir in the gaming community, but also attracted the attention of traditional media and other self-media outlets who began reporting on this unprecedented internet cafe league. Shock! A game can actually hold competitions. Oh, which game is so crazy? The newly established game company Xingchen is hosting a game competition. Is it just a gimmick, or is there something more behind it? The popularity of Crossfire continued to soar, impacting Penguin Games as well. In the same office of Penguin Games, General Liu sat in his boss' chair, his fingers tapping on the desk, his demeanor growing increasingly grim. The assistant reporting to him was sweating profusely from his forehead, but dared not wipe it away. After hearing the assistant's report, General Liu stopped tapping on the desk and asked emotionlessly, "Are you saying that the number of players in our games has fallen below 30 of what it used to be? What is the reason?" The assistant felt a bit suffocated but had no choice but to reply, "The popularity of Crossfire is too high, attracting our players away, and the retention rate is extremely high. Once they play it, very few players come back to our games." His fingers tapped on the desk again as General Liu pondered, "This is a new company. We should see if we can acquire it or invest in it. If that fails, let's smear them through hired online trolls. Also have the planners create a game that mimics Crossfire." Upon hearing General Liu's instructions, the assistant quickly nodded, saying, "Understood, I will arrange it right away." As the assistant left and gently closed the office door, General Liu was left muttering to himself, "I never expected such a newly established company could have such a significant impact on us at Penguin." Not only Penguin was affected, but President Chen of Zhu Factory was also troubled. "You go arrange for someone to contact President Chen of Xingchen and see if our two companies can collaborate." After giving his instructions to the assistant, President Chen rubbed his forehead with a sigh. With Penguin pressing down on him, now there was Xingchen coming up behind. Given the current momentum, it wouldn't be long before they overshadowed Zhu Factory, as well causing President Chen's head to start aching again. Tomorrow he will meet the parents of his fiancée, and Chen Fan paced anxiously in his office, feeling extremely nervous. At that moment, there was a knock on the office door. After Chen Fan said, "Please come in," his assistant entered and reported, "Mr. Chen, representatives from Penguin and Pig Factory have come to discuss a partnership. Would you like to meet with them?" Hearing that representatives from Penguin and Pig Factory had arrived, Chen Fan became interested and said to his assistant, "Let them in. I would like to know what kind of collaboration they are proposing." After hearing Chen Fan's response, the assistant went out to invite the representatives from Penguin and Pig Factory. After introducing them to the meeting room, the assistant gently closed the door and left. Seeing that the representatives had arrived, Chen Fan stood up and shook hands with them. After they were seated, Chen Fan directly asked, "I heard that you two want to collaborate with our Xingchen. What kind of cooperation are you thinking of?" Upon hearing Chen Fan's direct inquiry, the representatives from Penguin and Pig Factory exchanged glances. The Penguin representative spoke, "First, Mr. Chen, we at Penguin want to acquire or invest in your company. You can quote a price." Upon hearing the Penguin representative's reply, Chen Fan smiled, but remained silent, instead looking towards the representative from Pig Factory. The Pig Factory representative, noticing Chen Fan's gaze, turned to the Penguin representative and said, "Our Pig Factory shares the same intention." After both representatives finished speaking, Chen Fan picked up the tea placed in front of him and took a small sip. After setting down the teacup, Chen Fan slowly said, "If it were any other type of cooperation, we at Xingchen would be very willing. However, regarding acquisition or investment, I believe there is no need for us to continue this discussion." The Penguin representative's expression slightly darkened upon hearing Chen Fan's words. Before coming here, Mr. Liu had specifically instructed him to acquire the new city company, even if they could only invest. The Pig Factory representative's expression remained unchanged as Mr. Chen had not made any strict demands. Acquiring would be best, but it was not a big deal if it did not happen. Acquiring Xingchen Company was a bargaining chip for the Penguin representative's promotion, and he was not going to let this opportunity slip away. He spoke with a hint of displeasure. "Mr. Chen, you must understand that our Penguin Company is the most powerful entity in the gaming industry. Accepting our acquisition will lead to better development for Xingchen." Hearing the Penguin representative's somewhat threatening words, a faint smile of mockery appeared on Chen Fan's lips. Still calm and composed, he replied, "Our Xingchen's daily revenue has stabilized between 100 million to 200 million. Our annual revenue can exceed 30 billion. Do you think New City would be lacking that little amount of money?" Upon hearing these figures, both the Penguin and Pig Factory representatives were stunned. No one had informed them that Xingchen was so profitable, which left them unsure how to proceed with the negotiations. Seeing that they had fallen silent, Chen Fan stood up, intending to see them off. "I believe you understand that we have no reason to continue this discussion. Let's end it here for today, and I hope we have the opportunity to cooperate in the future." The Penguin representative's face turned extremely ugly, but the revenue data presented by Chen Fan left him with no bargaining chips. Although the pig factory representative was shocked internally, he had no further thoughts. He stood up, shook hands with Chen Fan, and smiled. Mr. Chen, you are truly a promising young talent. I look forward to our future cooperation. Watching the pig factory representative prepare to leave, the Penguin representative had no choice but to reluctantly follow him out of Chen Fan's office. After the two left, Chen Fan returned to his office chair. Reflecting on the style of Penguin in his past life, he wondered how this world's Penguin would operate, feeling a bit of anticipation. Back at the company, the Penguin representative went straight to Mr. Liu's office to report everything that had happened at Xingchen Company today. After hearing the report from the Penguin representative, Mr. Liu felt both anger and surprise. He did not expect that a startup company could make such a fortune with its first game. He also did not expect that this young man Chen Fan would be so disrespectful. I understand. You can return to work now, and please bring Director Liu over. Hearing Mr. Liu starting to dismiss him, the Penguin representative dared not say anything further and turned to leave the office to call for someone. Director Liu, upon being called over, felt a bit apprehensive as all the games under Penguin were in complete disarray. Seeing Mr. Liu engrossed in his work, Director Liu cautiously asked, Mr. Liu, did you call me over for something? Without looking up, Mr. Liu simply gestured for Director Liu to sit down while he continued with his tasks. Seeing that Mr. Liu was ignoring him, Director Liu became increasingly anxious but had no choice but to sit quietly waiting for Mr. Liu to finish his work. After a long while, Mr. Liu finally stopped working, raised his head, and looked directly at Director Liu, speaking calmly. You should know the current situation of the game project you are handling. I'm not going to hold you accountable right now, but I can give you one chance. Initially lost in thought, Director Liu felt relieved upon hearing Mr. Liu's words, but Mr. Liu's next statement raised his anxiety again. You need to thoroughly understand the gameplay and profit model of the game Crossfire under Xingchen and replicate it to create a new game. Mr. Liu paused for a moment, staring at Director Liu intently, and said slowly, I hope this new game can suppress Xingchen Company. If you succeed, I will overlook past issues. If you fail, you can pack up and leave. Director Liu stood up immediately and assured Mr. Liu, don't worry. With the strength of our Penguin, Xingchen will definitely not be our match. With his eyes closed, Mr. Liu leaned back in his chair, warning Director Liu, Mr. Chen from Xingchen is a very capable young man. Don't underestimate him, give it your all. I'm tired now, you can go back to work. Seeing Mr. Liu wave him off, Director Liu quietly closed the door. Back in his department, Director Liu urgently gathered his subordinates for a meeting to discuss how to copy the gameplay and profit model of Crossfire. On the pig factory side, Mr. Chen, after listening to the report from the pig factory representative, waved his hand for him to return to work. Mr. Chen sighed, noting that today's young people are getting increasingly impressive, and he truly felt out of touch with the times. But thinking that they were his competitors, he began to feel a headache again. However, recalling Penguin's usual style, Mr. Chen couldn't help but smile faintly. Based on his understanding of Penguin, they would definitely seek trouble with the young man Chen Fan. If he could withstand it, Chen Fan would be able to establish a foothold and share a piece of the gaming market pie, if not well. After the representatives from Penguin and Pig Factory left, Chen Fan did not pay any more attention to them. Yesterday, he had asked Su Luoxue about her parents' preferences. He learned that her father liked to drink tea, but her mother's tastes were unknown even to Su Luoxue. With no other choice, Chen Fan first went to a high-end tea shop to buy a jar of exquisite Da Hong Pao for her father. Then he went to a jewelry store to pick out some accessories for her mother, and also stopped by a cosmetics store to select some quality cosmetics. After purchasing everything, Chen Fan rushed to the airport and took a flight directly to Shenzhen. Upon landing, he checked into a pre-booked hotel to rest and recharge, preparing for the tough battle ahead tomorrow. Chen Fan got up early, went to the bathroom to freshen up, and holding the gift he had bought, hurried to the studio, where he had styled celebrities, to tidy himself up. Stepping out of the studio, Chen Fan took a deep breath, clutching the gift as he rushed towards the address Su Luoxue had sent him. Upon reaching the community's entrance, Chen Fan's steps slowed, and he instinctively reached for his pocket. He wanted to light a cigarette to ease his nervousness. However, his hand froze as it reached his pocket. Chen Fan's chaotic mind finally remembered what he was there for. Going to meet the girl's parents smelling of smoke would leave a bad impression. Chen Fan withdrew his hand from his pocket and patted his cheek to wake himself up. Carrying the gift, Chen Fan continued walking into the community. Arriving downstairs, he looked at his reflection in the glass door and began to adjust the expensive hairstyle he had just done. The more he adjusted, the worse his mood became. He found himself unsatisfied no matter how he looked. Stopping his restless hands, Chen Fan closed his eyes and took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart, but it felt ineffective. At that moment, someone suddenly tapped Chen Fan on the shoulder, scaring him so much that he nearly jumped up and screamed. Seeing that it was Su Luoxue, Chen Fan patted his chest and said irritably, "You walk so quietly, you almost scared me to faint." Su Luoxue had actually been waiting for Chen Fan downstairs for a while, but he was so nervous that he was oblivious to her presence. Su Luoxue crossed her arms, accentuating her impressive figure. Looking at the flustered Chen Fan, she could no longer suppress her smile and teased, "Oh, isn't this the person who was so commanding just a few days ago? Why have you become so timid?" Chen Fan was furious. If it weren't for the inappropriate setting, he would have loved to tease this little girl right back. Seeing Chen Fan so flustered and at a loss, Su Luoxue found it even more amusing. She stepped forward, pinching Chen Fan's arm between her own, swaying side to side, as she sweetly whined, "You're a grown man, and don't fuss over a little girl like me. He'll make it up to you tonight." Feeling the softness of her arm and hearing her overly sweet tone, Chen Fan's anger dissipated instantly. He helplessly shook his head and affectionately poked Su Luox's small nose. Chen Fan suddenly leaned in close to Su Luox's ear, quietly inquiring, "How are your parents feeling today?" After a moment's thought, he asked again, "Does uncle need to be worried, or is auntie in a good mood today?" Feeling Chen Fan's masculine aura, Su Luox's ears flushed slightly. She wanted to tease him. "Why shouldn't you worry about my dad? He's waiting for you with a kitchen knife." Chen Fan shrank his neck and weakly replied, "If uncle is so angry, auntie should be able to calm him down, right?" Feeling insecure, Chen Fan began to backtrack. "How about I wait until uncle is in a better mood to come over? Let's forget about today." Su Luoxue rolled her eyes, dragging Chen Fan towards her home. "Just kidding. Killing is illegal, my dad knows that. But it's inevitable that he'll make things difficult for you." Following Su Luoxue half-heartedly, Chen Fan felt a bit more at ease upon hearing her words. As long as there were no knives involved, dealing with challenges was no big deal. The new son-in-law wouldn't face any intimidation from his father-in-law. Once he dealt with the mother-in-law, the father-in-law would be easy to handle. Now standing at Su Luox's door, Chen Fan's heart began to race with anxiety. Feeling the unease radiating from Chen Fan, Su Luoxue said nothing and merely hugged his arm tighter, hoping to provide him with enough comfort. Sensing Su Luox's gesture, Chen Fan understood she was trying to comfort him. He took another deep breath, nodded at her to indicate he was ready. As the door opened, they could see a middle-aged couple sitting on the living room sofa. The man had distinct features, a well-proportioned figure, and neatly combed hair, wearing glasses while reading an unfamiliar newspaper. From the outside, he seemed quite serious. The woman had an oval face, a slender waist, and her long hair was elegantly pinned up, sitting gracefully on the sofa. It was evident that she was a well-educated lady. Su Luoxue linked her arm with Chen Fan's, and upon entering, obediently greeted the couple with "Mom" and "Dad." In contrast, Chen Fan's mind had gone blank. All the greetings he had prepared for the uncle and aunt were completely forgotten. He stood there stiffly unresponsive. All his mental preparation had gone to waste. It was Su Luoxue who discreetly pinched his arm, snapping him back to reality. He stumbled over his words while greeting Su's parents, "Uncle and auntie, hello. I am your daughter's girlfriend. No, I mean boyfriend, not girlfriend." The more he spoke, the more flustered he became, and soon he fell silent, feeling so awkward that he just wanted to escape. Su Luoxue lowered her head, her shoulders shaking, clearly trying to suppress her laughter. After the awkwardness passed, Chen Fan's mood stabilized, and he exhaled a deep breath. With a smile, he slightly bowed and began again, "Uncle and auntie, hello. My name is Chen Fan, and I am Su Luoxue's boyfriend." Su's mother, with a gentle smile, stood up and walked towards Chen Fan and her daughter. Su's father remained expressionless on the sofa, not even glancing at Chen Fan, as if no guests had arrived. Su's mother stood in front of Chen Fan, sizing him up, then nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, you look quite charming. Don't be nervous. Please come in and sit down." When Su's mother scrutinized him, Chen Fan felt completely stiff, not daring to move. Upon hearing her warm and inviting voice, his body relaxed instantly. After changing shoes with Su Luoxue, Chen Fan presented the gift he had prepared, holding it up to Su's mother. "Annie, this is a gift I prepared for you, some cosmetics. However, I didn't expect you to be naturally beautiful and not need these at all. This was my oversight, and next time I will bring another gift for you." Hearing Chen Fan's compliment, Su's mother felt delighted. Ooh, every woman loves to be praised. She laughed and patted Chen Fan's shoulder, saying, "You have a sweet tongue, but Annie is getting old. Where is the natural beauty?" Chen Fan knew he had successfully flattered his mother-in-law and planned to seize the moment to win her over, making it easier to manage his father-in-law later. How could that be? When you and Luoxue go out together, I dare say no one would think you are mother and daughter. They would only take you for two beautiful sisters. Su's mother was even happier with Chen Fan's flattery, her smile widening as she chatted with him, forgetting about her daughter. However, Su's father, sitting on the sofa, increasingly felt displeased. Watching his wife chat happily with the young man who had run off with his daughter, he felt even worse. The smiling Su Mu, like a blooming flower, was being amused by Chen Fan, who was trying his best to flatter her. A cold snort echoed in their ears, prompting Chen Fan to stealthily glance towards his father-in-law, who remained motionless on the sofa. Seeing his father-in-law glaring at him with evident anger, Chen Fan subtly shifted closer to Su Mu. Su Mu observed Chen Fan, who had abruptly stopped speaking and appeared somewhat tense. She shot a glare at her husband and said displeased, "Why are you snorting? Didn't you used to like Xiao Fan very much?" Su Mu walked over and gave Su Fu a light smack. "Did we not agree to not get angry? Who are you showing this face to now?" Though Su Fu was not hurt by the smack, he felt wronged and defended himself. "How can it be the same? This kid never dated my daughter before. Now he actually dares to pursue her." He thought of his daughter, who had never been away from him since she was a child, cherished and pampered, fearing she might melt. The thought of her one day leaving to start a family with another man left Su Fu feeling even more displeased. Chen Fan knew he had to express his intentions. He approached Su Fu, and Su Mu bent at a 90-degree angle and sincerely said, "Uncle, Auntie, please rest assured I will never let Luo Shui suffer any grievances under my care. She will be my future wife and the mother of our children. I will not fail her." Seeing Chen Fan bowing deeply before him and hearing his sincere words, Su Fu remained silent. Su Luo Shui felt as if she had just drunk honey, her heart filled with sweetness. Noticing that her father still hadn't responded, Su Luo Shui ran over and sat beside him, cuddling his arm and shaking it while acting cute. "Dad, I believe in Chen Fan and my choice. Just agree, okay?" Su Mu understood how much Su Fu loved their daughter, feeling reluctant for her to suffer any grievances. She comforted Su Fu. "Children will have their own blessings. Xiao Fan has been with us since childhood. Knowing him well is better than knowing nothing at all." With his beloved daughter on one side acting cute and his wife on the other gently advising him, Su Fu thought of the happy moments when his daughter was with Chen Fan. His wife's words also made a lot of sense. Su Fu's heart gradually accepted that his daughter would soon leave him to become someone else's wife. Though he understood this in his heart, he still felt uneasy when looking at Chen Fan. He warned, "You better not let me find out that Luo Shui suffers any grievances, otherwise you'll know the fury of an old father. If that kid Chen Fan makes you suffer, come back to me. Dad will always keep a room for you." Hearing her father's concern for her, Su Luo Shui couldn't help but rush into his embrace, softly sobbing. Seeing the current atmosphere, Su Mu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Raising her right hand to her mouth, Su Mu lightly coughed to remind the father-daughter pair that there were others present. Seeing that the father and daughter were oblivious, Su Mu couldn't help but speak up. All right. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were about to marry her off right now." Su Mu stood up and walked towards the kitchen. "Xiao Fan, you rarely come here, so let me prepare the meal. We'll eat at home today." Watching the warm scene between Su Luo Shui and her father, Chen Fan felt he shouldn't linger any longer. Seeing Su Mu heading to the kitchen, Chen Fan immediately stood up and followed her, and leaving Su Luo Shui and her father some alone time. "Andy, let me help you. He'll lend a hand." As soon as he entered the kitchen, Chen Fan eagerly began to showcase himself, hoping to leave a good impression on his mother-in-law. Seeing Chen Fan busy in the kitchen, Su Mu smiled with satisfaction and started her own work. Su Luo Shui looked up as she heard her mother's words. Watching her mother and Chen Fan in the kitchen, Su Luo Shui felt a wave of shyness, recalling her earlier performance. She couldn't help but poke her father lightly with a hint of complaint. "It's all your fault, Dad. You made me embarrass myself in front of Chen Fan. I don't know how I'll face him in the future." Hearing his daughter's complaint, Su Fu felt the warmth of his little cotton-padded jacket leak out, grumbling, "How can this be my fault?" Though his voice was small, Su Luo Shui still heard it. She poked him more frequently, insisting, "It's your fault, it's your fault." Su Fu, feeling helpless, conceded, Fine, it's all my fault." Su Luo Shui also felt she was being unreasonable, embarrassedly getting up and running back to her room. Seeing that only Su Fu was left in the living room, he sighed again, noting that he had sighed more today than in previous years. He picked up the newspaper and began reading again. Not long after the meal was prepared, Chen Fan and Su Mu took turns bringing dishes to the dining table. Once everything was set, everyone gathered around the table to eat, with Chen Fan and Su Luo Shui sitting together while Su Fu and Su Mu sat across from them. During the meal, Su Mu kept serving Chen Fan food, making Su Luo Shui feel a bit jealous. After finishing the meal, just as Chen Fan was about to help Su Mu clear the table, he was stopped by her. "Xiao Fan, you don't need to worry about that. Just relax a bit. Luo Shui will help you, Mom, with the cleanup." Su Luo Shui was speechless, realizing that her mother was coddling Chen Fan while directing her daughter. Just as she was about to act cute to get out of it, her mother's piercing gaze shot towards her, leaving Su Luo Shui no choice but to resign herself to helping her mother clean the table. Chen Fan felt a bit awkward sitting opposite Su Fu, his heart racing, completely unsure what to talk about with his father-in-law. Just as he was at a loss, Su Fu's voice came from across the table. "I heard Luo Shui say you were starting a business now." Upon hearing his father-in-law's question, Chen Fan straightened his back and respectfully replied, "Yes, uncle. I have started an internet technology company called Xingchen. Peering over the newspaper, Su Fu glanced at Chen Fan and continued to inquire, how is the company doing now? Do you need any help? Chen Fan did not respond immediately. Instead, he stood up and poured a cup of tea for Su Fu and himself. After sitting back down on the sofa, he proudly replied, "Thank you for your concern, uncle. We currently have a popular game that has provided ample funding for the company, and the operations are going very well, without any issues." Hearing Chen Fan's confident response, Su Fu put down the newspaper and took a sip of the tea Chen Fan had poured. If there are no issues, that's the best. Just remember, when you achieve some success, don't become arrogant. Arrogance can blind people, and blindness can lead to failure. Listening to Su Fu's advice, Chen Fan showed no signs of impatience and listened attentively. Seeing Chen Fan's attitude, Su Fu nodded in satisfaction and picked up the newspaper again. Chen Fan was toying with his teacup, his eyes darting around. Just when the atmosphere became awkward again, Su Luo Shui and Su Mu finally finished in the kitchen and came out, making Chen Fan feel as if he had been saved. After staying at the Su family's house for a long time, Su Luoxua noticed that the sky had darkened. Looking at her wristwatch, she realized it was getting late. Taking Chen Fan's hand, she stood up and shyly said to Su's father and mother, "Mom and Dad, it's getting late, so Chen Fan and I will head back now. We'll come to visit you again when we have time." Hearing that his daughter was leaving, Su's father felt reluctant, but did not say anything to keep her. However, Su's mother, feeling a sense of loss, held her daughter's hand and urged, "Why don't you sleep over with Mom tonight? It's been a long time since you've had a chat with me." Su Luoxua felt a bit torn. Originally, she planned to spend some quality time alone with Chen Fan after he met her parents. It had been a long time since she last saw Chen Fan, but her mother's insistence made it hard for her to refuse. She looked at Chen Fan with a conflicted expression. Seeing the troubled look on Su Luox's face, Chen Fan smiled warmly and took over from Su's mother, saying, "Luoxua, you haven't seen Auntie in a long time either. Let's rest for the night before we leave." Upon hearing Chen Fan's words, Su's father and mother looked at each other with satisfaction. Su Luoxua, filled with joy, wrapped her arms around his waist, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed him to express her gratitude. Witnessing this scene, Su's mother covered her mouth, breaking into an anti-smile. Su's father, however, wore a dark expression, but chose to turn away, preferring not to see. Just as Su Luoxua wanted to say something after their passionate kiss, Chen Fan's phone rang. Reluctantly, she released her hold on his waist, pouted, and walked over to her mother, allowing Chen Fan to take the call. Seeing her daughter's adorable expression, Su's mother smiled and pulled her into an embrace, whispering sweet nothings. Taking out his phone, Chen Fan saw it was his assistant calling. He smiled apologetically at Su Luoxua and stepped onto the balcony to answer the call. As soon as the call connected, his assistant's urgent voice reached Chen Fan's ears. "Not good, President Chen. Today, Crossfire has been bombarded with bad reviews and reports. Its rating has dropped to 3.2, and due to the reports, we're being ordered to rectify the situation, during which we can't be on the shelves." Hearing the assistant's report, Chen Fan's expression immediately turned grim. Having offended Penguin, Chen Fan knew they wouldn't let it go easily, but he hadn't expected their response to be so swift. He thought it would take a few days. Chen Fan said to his assistant in a deep voice, "I understand. Since they want us to rectify it, let's do so. Also send out a notice to inform the players. We can discuss other matters when I return to the company." Upon hearing Chen Fan's calm voice, the assistant's anxiety eased. "All right, President Chen, I'll notify everyone right away." After hanging up, a cold smile appeared on Chen Fan's lips. Since they wanted to play, he would play along. Let's see who would have the last laugh. Calming his emotions, Chen Fan turned back to the living room and apologized to Su Luoxua and her parents, saying, "Luoxua, uncle, and Annie, I'm sorry, but there's an issue at the company, and I have to leave. I'll come to visit you again next time." Hearing Chen Fan's words, Su Luoxua walked over, took his hand, looked up at him, and confidently declared, "If you can't solve it on your own, come to me. Your woman has some power too." Looking at the confident and assertive woman before him, Chen Fan felt as if something had struck his heart, causing it to momentarily stop. Snapping back to reality, Chen Fan smiled. He liked Su Luox's confidence. She was like an all-powerful queen. "With an older sister as my backing, I can confidently go all out. If I lose, you have to support me, okay?" Upon hearing Chen Fan call her sister Su Luoxua, seemed to think of something amusing, her cheeks slightly flushed. As long as you call me sister every day, I might consider it." Chen Fan realized that Su Luoxua was truly a treasure. Her charm was versatile, always giving others different feelings, making it impossible not to like her. "All right, sister. Your little brother here loves you the most." Facing Chen Fan's playful tone, Su Luoxua felt like screaming inside. Oh, Chen Fan was simply too adorable. Just as the two were being sweet with each other, a cough sounded nearby. Chen Fan and Su Luoxua hurriedly turned to look in the direction of the noise. They saw Su's father glaring at them, the cough coming from him. Su's mother was clearly displeased with Su's father interrupting the sweet interaction between Chen Fan and Su Luoxua. Sue's father gave a hard slap to Sue's back, causing Sue's face to twist in pain. Chen Fan and Su Luoxue just wanted to find a hole to hide in. Their earlier conversation had been too embarrassing talking about sister and brother. They couldn't believe they had said those things out loud. Chen Fan quickly walked to the entrance and changed his shoes. Well, the company matters are quite urgent, so I'll be leaving now. After speaking, Chen Fan made a quick exit, leaving Su Luoxue awkwardly facing her parents. Faced with Su Luox's awkwardness, Su's father remained silent with a dark expression. Meanwhile, Su's mother began to mimic the conversation between Su Luoxue and Chen Fan in a lively manner. Embarrassed Su Luoxue, it jumped into her mother's arms, covering her mother's mouth, and shyly exclaimed, "Stop it, stop it. Mom, you're so bad." Breaking free from her mother's hand covering her mouth, Su's mother burst into laughter. Seeing her daughter shy was just too cute, making her unable to resist teasing her. Watching the playful banter between the mother and daughter, Su's father couldn't help but smile. As for the company issue Chen Fan mentioned, he paid it no mind. He trusted his daughter's judgment. Even if Chen Fan couldn't handle it, the Su family, as his daughter said, still had some influence. Chen Fan took a taxi to the airport, bought a ticket for the next flight, and sent the flight details to his assistant. Arriving at the smoking area, he pulled out a cigarette and lit it. Exhaling the smoke, Chen Fan squinted at the pitch-black sky, now devoid of stars, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding the cigarette. Contemplating how to respond to Penguin's actions, to be honest, Chen Fan wasn't worried at all about hiring people to leave bad reviews. Being reported and needing to rectify the situation was the most troublesome. After all, how much rectification was needed wasn't up to Chen Fan. Exhaling the last puff of smoke, he extinguished the nearly burnt-out cigarette and tossed it into the ashtray. Penguin's move to report was indeed unexpected. He thought hiring people to leave bad reviews and allegations had already reached the peak. Now Crossfire's profits could rival the total profits of several of Penguin's games. It's often said that cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. If that's the case, then let's return the favor. If they enjoy reporting and hiring people for bad reviews, as if everyone can't do the same. Just then the airport announcement sounded, indicating that Chen Fan's flight was about to take off. With a plan in mind, he stopped overthinking. Adjusting his clothes, he headed towards the boarding gate, deciding to deal with everything once he returned to the company. By the time he got off the plane, it was almost 10 o'clock. Stepping out of the airport, his assistant had already been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Upon seeing his boss exit, the assistant quickly jogged, overtook the luggage from Chen Fan's hands, and walked ahead to lead the way. Once in the car, Chen Fan leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to recharge. The assistant driving in front, noticing Chen Fan resting with his eyes closed through the rearview mirror, slowed down the car to allow him to rest better. Chen Fan was gently nudged awake, still in a daze, hearing someone softly calling his name. As he opened his sleepy eyes, he saw his assistant sitting in the driver's seat, leaning over and pushing him gently while softly calling his name. Seeing that Chen Fan had awoken, the assistant quietly said, "Mr. Chen, we have arrived at your home." Hearing the assistant's gentle reminder, Chen Fan's still drowsy mind became clearer. "We've arrived. Then I'll go up first. It's getting late, you should head back early as well. You can come to the office a bit later tomorrow." Opening the car door and getting out, Chen Fan stretched, tidied up his appearance, and energetically returned home. Early the next morning, Chen Fan arrived at his office and found his assistant already waiting there. Surprised, Chen Fan remarked, "Didn't I say you could come to the office later? Why are you here so early? Did you not get enough rest?" Hearing his boss concerned, the assistant first greeted him before explaining, "Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chen. I rested very well." Looking at the assistant's demeanor, Chen Fan nodded and said, "As long as you rested well, go call in the department heads now to prepare for the meeting in the conference room." The assistant slightly bowed in response. "All right, Mr. Chen, will notify them to come for the meeting right away." After the assistant's notification, the heads of various departments gradually arrived at the conference room. They all knew Mr. Chen had returned and were discussing among themselves how he would address the situation. When Chen Fan entered the conference room, the sound of quiet conversations filled the air, causing him to frown. Upon seeing Chen Fan enter, all the department heads immediately ceased their hushed discussions, straightened their posture, and assumed a submissive demeanor. Pulling out his chair to sit down, Chen Fan scanned the room, briefly noticing everyone was present, and he got straight to the point, saying, "I believe you all know why we are having this meeting today." After a brief pause, Chen Fan continued, "Does anyone have any solutions?" Upon hearing Chen Fan's inquiry, the department heads began to whisper among themselves, engaging in a quiet discussion. Chen Fan listened to the noisy chatter, and despite the heated debate, no one stood up to propose a solution. He tapped his fingers on the conference table, interrupting the discussions in the room, and directly called out names. "Zhang Zhui, you are the project leader for the Crossfire project. Please speak first." Zhang Zhui stood up, looking awkward as he stammered, "Mr. Chen, we can manage and delete the negative reviews posted by the trolls, but we have no way to deal with the reports against us." Waving his hand to signal Zhang Zhuo to sit down, Chen Fan scanned the room again and asked, "Do none of you have any solutions?" All the department heads silently lowered their heads, not daring to meet Chen Fan's gaze. Chen Fan sighed. He could understand that Starry Sky had been established not long ago, and their connections simply could not compare to a giant group like Penguin. Is there anyone who knows any trolls? Gather them together to post negative reviews for the games under Penguin. Since there was no solution to the reporting issue, they would return the favor in kind. After posting the negative reviews, report all of Penguin's games. Looking at all the department heads who were diligently taking notes, Chen Fan felt satisfied with their attitude. Use the same reasons Penguin used to report Crossfire to report their games. Chen Fan stood up, leaning on the conference table, his tone cold and precise. I want all of Penguin's games to be reported and taken down. One report is not enough, we will do it 2 or 3 times. Do you understand? Seeing Chen's icy expression, all the department heads instinctively straightened their backs and replied in unison, "Understood, Mr. Chen." Satisfied with their response, Chen Fan strode out of the conference room. Once he left, all the department heads sighed in relief and began discussing quietly again. I didn't expect Mr. Chen to be so terrifying when he's angry. Terrifying as he may be, Mr. Chen is also incredibly domineering. Zhang Zhuo tidied up the documents in front of him, standing up and seeing that the others were still discussing. He reprimanded, "What are you still chatting about? Hurry up and get to work. Those who need to contact trolls should do so. Mr. Chen has provided a countermeasure. We should fight back now." After saying that, Zhang Zhuo left the conference room without looking back, and the others hurriedly gathered their things to arrange their work. Meanwhile, Starry Sky was busily planning their counterattack, but the players of Crossfire were in an uproar. Originally enjoying the game, they found the next day that it was gone. This wasn't just one person's issue, it affected everyone, prompting players to flood Starry Sky's official website for an explanation. Just as they clicked into Starry Sky's official website, players discovered a notice prominently displayed. Upon clicking, all players erupted in outrage. The notice explained why Crossfire had been taken down. The reason was simple: it was reported. The reasons given were promoting violence and bloodshed, which could negatively influence children, among others. Seeing these reasons, players immediately expressed their anger. Who the hell reported it? Come out so I can send you some local specialties. The child of the person who reported it doesn't even have a butthole. It's obvious this was reported by a competitor, but which competitor, haha? Instead of focusing on making good games, they just resort to these underhanded tactics. In the chairman's office, the assistant was reporting the current situation of the players to Chen Fan. After listening to the assistant's report, Chen Fan leaned back in his office chair and fell into deep thought. Seeing the boss lost in thought, the assistant quietly stood aside, waiting for the next instruction. After pondering for a long time, Chen Fan turned to the assistant standing next to him and said, "How about this? Let's issue a notice to reassure the players, and we can also preview our new game to shift their focus." Receiving the instructions, the assistant immediately set to work. With the assistant gone, the office was left with only Chen Fan, who contemplated what expression Penguin would have in response to their counterattack. Without Crossfire to play, players roamed aimlessly on Starry Sky's official website. These players quickly discovered the newly released announcement. Excitedly, they clicked in to see if Crossfire would be available to play again. However, they were greatly disappointed. The announcement did not state that Crossfire had been unblocked, only that efforts would be made to reinstate it as soon as possible. However, one piece of news caught the players' interest: Starry Sky would be releasing a new game, and it would be a fighting game like none they had ever seen before. This made the players temporarily set aside their concerns about Crossfire, eagerly discussing this new game. Director Liu sat leisurely in his office chair, smoking a cigarette. Ever since that conversation with Director Liu, he had tirelessly begun his campaign against Xingchen. Using traditional methods to deal with Xingchen, Director Liu was still unsatisfied and sought out many others to report Chuan Yu Huxian. After seeing Chuan Yu Huxian being reported and taken down, the pent-up frustration in Director Liu's heart finally dissipated. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling window watching the bustling traffic below, Director Liu couldn't help but smirk. It was merely a stroke of luck that led them to create a wildly successful game, causing him to nearly lose his job. If he didn't bring them down, he wouldn't bear the surname Liu. Just as Director Liu was feeling smug, his assistant suddenly burst in through the door. Startled by the unexpected intrusion, Director Liu turned around, ready to give his assistant a stern reprimand. However, upon seeing the panic on his assistant's face, Director Liu's brow furrowed. A vague sense of unease crept into his heart, leaving him perplexed. Before he could utter the reprimand, his anxious assistant hurriedly spoke up, "Not good, Director. Our game has been bombarded with negative reviews by fake reviewers, and it has been reported." Hearing his assistant's words, Director Liu stood frozen in place. Noticing that Director Liu did not respond and was merely standing there in a daze, the assistant couldn't help but call out to him twice. "Director, are you okay?" Director Liu came back to his senses, throwing the cigarette He held onto the spotless floor tiles, erupting in fury. With his hands on his hips, he paced back and forth, completely disregarding his image as he shouted, "How dare Xingqian report our game? I want them completely banned. I will utterly crush them." Seeing Director Liu in a fit of rage, the assistant tried to minimize his presence, hoping to avoid becoming the target of Director Liu's ire. After venting his anger in the office, Director Liu's emotions gradually calmed down. He looked at his assistant and asked urgently, "What is the current situation with our game? Has it been taken down?" Seeing that Director Liu's emotions had settled, the assistant breathed a sigh of relief and quickly replied, "Several games have been reported and taken down, and the others are also in jeopardy." Hearing his assistant's answer, Director Liu's anger flared up once more. However, he knew that losing his temper would not help the situation, so he began to work on calming himself. Sitting back in his office chair, Director Liu began to ponder how to respond to the current situation. Many of the games under his management had already been reported and taken down. If Xingqian continued this way, and if Director Liu found out, he would definitely lose his job. But the thought of apologizing to Chen Fan, a newcomer in the gaming industry, was something he could not get past in his heart. After much contemplation, Director Liu picked up his phone, found a number in his contacts, and dialed. It was his university classmate, surnamed Zhou, who now worked at the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, already a small leader. He hoped his old classmate could help rescue the reported games. Once the call connected, Director Liu waved his hand, signaling his assistant to leave. The assistant understood, quietly exited the office, and closed the door behind him, giving Director Liu a quiet environment. Once the assistant was out, Director Liu spoke cheerfully into the phone, "Old classmate, how have you been?" The person on the other end of the line responded with a smile, "What can I say? Every day after work, I just go fishing and play chess. It can't compare to your colorful life." After chatting about trivial matters for a while, Director Liu got to the point. "Old classmate, I called you today to ask for a favor." The person on the other end fell silent for a moment, then spoke in a neutral tone, "You should know, I'm just a small section chief. Oh, I can't help you with anything that involves breaking the rules." Hearing his classmate's somewhat evasive words, Director Liu continued to smile amiably. "Don't worry, I won't put you in a difficult position. It's just that my game has been reported arbitrarily, and it's been taken down, so I would like to see if you can help unban it." Director Liu paused for a moment before continuing, "Asking for your help is secondary. The main thing is we haven't seen each other for so many years. I want to treat you to dinner this weekend to catch up." Realizing it was just about getting his game unbanned, Section Chief Zhou said with righteous indignation upon hearing Director Liu wanted to treat him to dinner, "So it was your game that was reported arbitrarily. That's just absurd. Such things must be combated by our Ministry of Industry and Information Technology. Rest assured, as long as the investigation reveals that the game was reported arbitrarily, your game will definitely be unbanned immediately." Hearing Section Chief Zhou's official words, Director Liu felt a wave of relief, genuinely fearing that his old classmate would not agree to help him. He quickly assured his old classmate, "Our game has been operating for so long, and it was only reported now. If that's not arbitrary, what is?" After engaging in small talk for a while, Director Liu received a satisfactory response, and Section Chief Zhou would also get what he wanted. Hanging up the phone and putting down his device, Director Liu leaned back in his office chair and let out a long sigh. Although the issue of the reports and takedowns had been resolved, thinking about how he had been outmaneuvered by that young man Chen Fan left him feeling frustrated. His assistant called him back in and instructed, "Go hurry up the progress of the new game. I want this new game to be released as soon as possible. With Chuan Yuhuxian taken down, there's a market vacuum we need to seize quickly." The assistant nodded to indicate understanding, turned, and quickly left the office to execute the task Director Liu had assigned. Thinking about how his game would soon be unbanned and the new game was about to launch to seize the market from Xingqian, Director Liu felt somewhat relieved. He had connections to get his game unbanned, while that kid had nothing. A mere novice dared to compete with him without considering his own capabilities. Just as Director Liu was in a fit of rage, Chen Fan was on the phone with Su Luoxua chatting away. He didn't even notice when his assistant came in, completely absorbed in the conversation, his face beaming with joy, making anyone who overheard feel cringed. The little assistant quietly ate his melon seeds nearby, showing no intention of interrupting. While happily chatting with his girlfriend, Chen Fan suddenly noticed his assistant's figure out of the corner of his eye. Startled, Chen Fan immediately straightened his posture, his tone returning to normal as he awkwardly cleared his throat. Unbothered by startling Chen Fan, the little assistant simply stood quietly, continuing to stare at Chen Fan. Feeling uncomfortable under the assistant's gaze, Chen Fan could only speak softly to Su Luoxua, saying, "I have something to attend to on my end, let's talk another day." Without waiting for Su Luoxua to respond, he hung up and began to sort through the documents in front of him. He didn't even know why he was sorting through these documents, he just wanted to pretend to be busy to avoid the awkwardness. Pretending to be busy, Chen Fan asked his little assistant what he wanted. "Is there something you need from me?" Looking at Chen Fan, who was pretending to be busy to mask his awkwardness, the little assistant smiled slightly. Director Chen, our reports were initially quite effective and many games under Penguin have been taken down, but they were released again this afternoon. After the little assistant explained the situation, Chen Fan showed no particular expression, merely responding with a light "oh" before letting the assistant return to work. After all, it is quite normal for a large company like Penguin to have some connections. Chen Fan did not think that he could bring down Penguin solely by reporting them. What Chen Fan wanted to see was that the people at Penguin would use their connections to retrieve the game that was taken down due to his report. If Penguin could manage to get their games back after being reported, then why couldn't my Crossfire be restored? He called the law firm he had already contacted. Lawyer Wang, this is Chen Fan from Xingqian Network Technology. I need you to make a trip today, and after this matter is resolved, I will treat you to a meal. Lawyer Wang, who was organizing the documents at the law firm, received Chen Fan's call and understood that he could now handle the matter regarding the suspension of Crossfire. President Chen is joking. Since our law firm has accepted your commission, we will certainly do our best to complete it. Chen Fan laughed heartily. Haha, I certainly believe in the capabilities of your law firm, and I will wait patiently for your good news. After chatting casually for a couple more minutes, Chen Fan hung up the phone. He opened the thermos and took a leisurely sip of his drink, thinking that the people at Penguin must be laughing at him. They probably think that without connections he could never get Crossfire unbanned. But they wouldn't realize that he could use them to achieve that goal. When they find out that Crossfire has been restored, he really wants to see the expressions on their faces. It would definitely be entertaining. Lost in thought, Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh. Lawyer Wang arrived at the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology with his colleagues and found Section Chief Zhou, who happened to be an old classmate of Director Liu. He was in charge of managing whether games should be banned or unbanned. Otherwise, Director Liu wouldn't have approached him, and now Lawyer Wang had come to see him. Upon seeing the two lawyers, Section Chief Zhou invited them to sit on the sofa and pour tea for them. Once everyone was seated, Section Chief Zhou began to inquire about the purpose of their visit. I wonder why Lawyer Wang has come to see me. Lawyer Wang took a sip of tea and explained their intention to Section Chief Zhou. Today I am representing my client and hope that Section Chief Zhou can unban the game Crossfire. Upon hearing the name Crossfire, Section Chief Zhou felt a sense of familiarity. His old classmate Director Liu had mentioned this game recently. It seemed that the developer of this game had some issues with him. During their chat, Director Liu had subtly expressed his hope that Section Chief Zhou could create some obstacles for Crossfire's unbanning. Thinking of this, Section Chief Zhou began to speak in an official tone. Lawyer Wang, there is a procedure to unban games that have been reported. Section Chief Zhou raised his teacup and took a sip. We will investigate whether there are any issues with the game Crossfire as soon as possible. This may take some time, and we will notify you when there is news. Hearing Section Chief Zhou's official tone, Lawyer Wang remained calm and said slowly, as far as we know, several games under Penguin have also been reported and banned, but they were unbanned today, and it was done in batches without taking much time. As soon as Lawyer Wang said this, Section Chief Zhou's expression darkened. Calming himself, Section Chief Zhou explained the reasons for the reports against the games under Penguin have been verified and found to be inconsistent with the facts, which is why they were unbanned. Lawyer Wang stared at Section Chief Zhou and asked, isn't the reason for the report against Crossfire also inconsistent with the facts? It meets your criteria for unbanning. Why don't you unban it? Section Chief Zhou was left speechless by the question and after a long pause finally replied, I already said we need some time to verify. However, Lawyer Wang was not disturbed by his explanation and continued to press. Then why is it that the games under Penguin could be unbanned today? We have also submitted evidence. Why do you still need time to verify? Section Chief Zhou, you wouldn't have any interest with Penguin, would you? Hearing Lawyer Wang's series of questions, beads of cold sweat formed on Section Chief Zhou's forehead, and he pulled out a handkerchief to wipe it. Did you submit evidence? I'm sorry, but it's possible that my subordinates neglected to bring it to me. Now, do you have any evidence with you? If so, please give it to me. As long as there are no problems, I will unban Crossfire right now. That would be acceptable, right? Section Chief Zhou was now completely unaware if Lawyer Wang had any information that could be detrimental to him. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have targeted Xingqian. After all, Penguin and Xingqian were two companies that were mutually antagonistic, and it had nothing to do with him. If he jeopardized his future because of this matter, it would be too late for regrets. Seeing Section Chief Zhou soften his stance, Lawyer Wang said nothing more and simply handed over the evidence. Thank you, Section Chief Zhou. We have other matters to attend to, so we will be leaving now. Accompanied by his colleagues, Lawyer Wang exited Section Chief Zhou's office. Watching Lawyer Wang and his team walk away, Section Chief Zhou returned to his chair, his eyes devoid of focus. Suddenly, he slapped himself hard. What business do you have meddling in these trivial matters? Now you've made yourself vulnerable to others. After leaving the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, Lawyer Wang called Chen Fan. President Chen, I have fulfilled my mission. Crossfire should be unbanned today. Upon receiving the good news from lawyer Wang, Chen Fan was in high spirits. I knew that with your legal expertise, lawyer Wang, there would be no issues with this matter. After completing a business deal and hearing his client affirm his capabilities, lawyer Wang was also very pleased. Haha, thank you for the compliment, President Chen. If you have any business in the future, remember to contact me. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they hung up the phone. Chen Fan called his assistant and asked him to notify the operations department to prepare compensation for the players. Although he was confident that this matter would succeed, he could only truly relax once it was finalized. After the reporting incident, he believed that Penguin would calm down for a while. During this time, they could accelerate the progress of the Internet Cafe League. In the days without being able to play Crossfire, players refreshed Xingchen's official website out of boredom, hoping to receive good news. Suddenly, they discovered an announcement from the official channel. Upon clicking, they found that it stated Crossfire had been unbanned and could be logged into normally. The players became excited, bustling about, as if it were the new year. Groups of friends began to make plans to log into Crossfire and fight together. Major streamers received the news and also began to stream Crossfire. The only one who was not happy about the unbanning of Crossfire was Director Liu. At first, Director Liu did not believe that Crossfire had been unbanned. However, after confirming that it was true, he exploded with rage in his office. He even picked up his phone to call his old classmate to question him about why Crossfire was unbanned. However, he found that he had been blocked, which only fueled the fire in his heart. Unable to catch his breath, Director Liu collapsed onto his office chair and fainted, causing his assistant nearby to hurriedly call for medical help. When Chen Fan received the news that Director Liu from Penguin had fainted for unknown reasons and was sent to the hospital, he couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain, thinking that Director Liu's psychological endurance was too weak. Following that, he brushed it off. Crossfire had been unblocked, and the Internet Cafe League could officially commence. Since the unblocking of Crossfire, all players were having a blast, and suddenly a notice popped up in the game. The long-anticipated Internet Cafe League was finally about to start. When Crossfire was first delisted, players were quite worried. Now that it was unblocked, they had already gathered enough teams of 5 and rushed to the official website to register. After the registration deadline, nearly 10 million teams had signed up. Zhang Luoyang, who was in charge of the event, had been extremely busy these past few days. Due to the overwhelming number of registrants, he even instructed the operations department to open an additional competition channel. Because of the excessive number of participants, the rules for the preliminary rounds had to be slightly modified. Initially, Zhang Luoyang planned to have a best of 3, but seeing the number of participants, he overnight changed the competition rules to a single elimination. The change in rules made the preliminary rounds extremely brutal. At this point, luck was more important than skill. No matter how strong a player was, if luck was not on their side, they could easily be eliminated in the first round. Just as the preliminary rounds of Crossfire were in full swing, a piece of news suddenly spread like wildfire among the players. Nobody knew who started it, but it was said that someone was using hacks during the matches, defeating many teams. When this news reached Chen Fan, he was taken aback. This world had hacks, but they were typically targeted at multiplayer role-playing games. Since shooting games had not developed much, there were no hacks aimed at shooting games. This had lulled Chen Fan into a false sense of security. He had never considered creating an anti-hack system. Now, with hacks suddenly appearing, it caught him off guard, and what was worse, it was during a competition. The players had probably already erupted into a riot, just as he had suspected. Upon hearing the report from his assistant about the players' reaction to the hacking incident, Chen Fan couldn't help but rub his temples. He wondered if Penguin was causing trouble again, but after thinking it over, he believed that with Director Liu's intelligence, it was unlikely he could orchestrate such a thing. In his past life, he had seen videos and reports related to hacks. Whenever a game became popular, there would always be hackers creating hacks for that game. The motive for creating hacks was simple: to make money. In his past life, Penguin had eliminated many hacking teams, yet hacking persisted. Looking back now, someone had created a hack to make a name for themselves in the Internet Cafe League. If this matter was not handled properly, it could halt the progress of Crossfire and potentially drag it into an abyss. Chen Fan frowned and decided to have his assistant notify Jiang Haoyang to temporarily stop the competition. After searching for a long time, he finally found it. PulseNet data, like a pulse sensing the status of everything in real time, seemed to be described like a doctor, and it indeed functioned like a doctor, just a doctor in the digital realm. While real-world doctors check human ailments, PulseNet checks for anomalies in various data on the internet. With PulseNet, future games would no longer have to fear hacks. As soon as you open a hacking software, it will generate data anomalies which PulseNet can monitor in real time. Even if you haven't opened it, as long as there is hacking software on the computer, PulseNet can still detect it. As soon as the assistant arrived at Jiang Haoyang's office, the phone rang. Picking up the phone, he saw it was his boss calling and quickly answered. "Chen, I just arrived at the event department. Do you have any new instructions?" Chen Fan's relaxed voice came from the other end of the line. Oh, you made it to the event department so quickly. Don't notify Jiang Haoyang to stop the competition. I'll come back first. I have something to give you. Upon hearing his boss' new instructions, the assistant immediately turned around and hurried back. When he returned to the office, Chen Fan handed him a USB drive that had already been copied. You will take this to the engineering department and have them perform a minor update on Crossfire. Once the update is complete, all issues will be resolved. The assistant was filled with confusion about the USB drive in his hand, doubting whether this thing could really solve the hacking issue. Nevertheless, he decided to carry out Chen Fan's order. Understood, Chen. I will take it to the engineering department right away. While the hacking incident was still unfolding and players' anger was rising, someone noticed that Crossfire had undergone a minor update. And a notice was issued. Dear players, this hacking incident has caused extremely negative impacts. After our investigation, we have permanently banned the accounts of those involved. Teams eliminated due to hacks will have a rematch organized for them. We have also conducted a minor update on Crossfire embedding our newly developed PulseNet. In the future, we will ensure that no hacks will appear in games under Xingqian. After reading the notice, players were all astonished. Hacks had long plagued major game companies. They never expected that this newcomer Xingqian would dare to claim that their games would never have hacks again. What audacity and confidence! They were also curious if PulseNet developed by Xingqian was truly as powerful as claimed. The hacking team that heard the news revealed disdainful smiles. A company as powerful as Penguin couldn't eliminate hacks, and yet they expected a newly established company like theirs to do so. They all began to take action, creating hacks specifically for Crossfire, aiming to slap Xingqian in the face and show them how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. Competitors hearing this news laughed at Xingqian's overconfidence, secretly funding those hacking teams to completely tarnish Xingqian's reputation. Regardless of the external chaos and whether players believed it or not, the Internet Cafe League finally proceeded normally. Director Liu slowly regained consciousness in the hospital, looking at the pristine white walls and smelling the disinfectant, realizing he was in the hospital. Sitting upright against the headboard, Director Liu scanned the room and discovered that his assistant was absent. This ignited Director Liu's anger, and he took out his phone to call his assistant. As soon as the call connected, Director Liu began to vent his frustration. Why aren't you in the hospital? Do you not want to work anymore? Hurry up and come back here. However, what he heard on the other end sent his heart plummeting into an ice pit, and he slumped back onto the hospital bed, his eyes losing their luster. Director Liu, oh no, you are no longer a director. Liu has already fired you. Your personal belongings have been packed up, and you can either take them when you leave the hospital, or we can send them back home for you. As the news of Director Liu's dismissal spread throughout the company, those who once worked under him began to feel anxious and uneasy. Fearing that they might be the next to be let go in this environment, finding a new job wouldn't be easy. Amidst this unsettling atmosphere, the new director had already taken office. The new director's surname is Zhao, around 40 to 50 years old, overweight, and short, also balding. Upon arriving at the office, he summoned all employees to the conference room for a meeting. All the employees present did their best to minimize their presence. After all, a new official's first days are always fiery, and no one wanted to be caught in the flames. Sitting at the head of the conference room, Director Zhao nodded in satisfaction at the employee's demeanor. I am your new boss. My surname is Zhao, and from now on you can call me Director Zhao. After a brief pause, Director Zhao scanned the room, and the employees quickly understood, clapping their hands in welcome. Hearing the applause, Director Zhao felt quite pleased. Once the applause died down, he cleared his throat and continued, How you worked before is not my concern, but from now on you must follow my lead. The employees immediately nodded in agreement, expressing their commitment to keep pace with him. Director Zhao spoke for about an hour, delivering a series of unnecessary platitudes before finally getting to the main topic. The game you are developing to compete with Crossfire needs to speed up. Director Liu hopes the game can be launched this weekend. The employees could say nothing but nod in response, indicating they would work overtime to deliver the game. Satisfied with their performance, he dismissed the meeting and headed straight back to his office. Sitting in his boss chair, he instructed his newly hired female assistant, find someone to investigate the data on the Pulse realm developed by Xingqian. The more detailed, the better. Understood, Director. I will arrange that right away. Watching the assistant saunter out with her alluring figure, Director Zhao was in great spirits. Standing by the window, gazing at the bustling traffic below, a surge of ambition welled up within him. Unlike Director Liu, he would not be toyed with by a young upstart. He would step over the corpse of Xingqian, continue climbing up, grasping more power to become someone greater. In a single match, victory is determined quickly in the Crossfire preliminary selection, with half of the contestants eliminated daily. It couldn't be slow. Within a week, the top 3 from each province had been determined. Each province's top 3 received a reward, 300 for first place, 200 for second, and 100 for third. Those eliminated players looked at these rewards with envy and jealousy. The rewards for the top 3 nationwide were even more disheartening for the eliminated players. With the preliminary selection concluded, Zhang Haoyang and his team contacted the venue they had already arranged and began setting it up. They prepared to welcome players from all over the country. The local government was also cooperating actively, as this was a massive influx of traffic they wanted to harness, but they were even more eager to avoid any group incidents. Thus, they arranged for a significant police presence near the venue to ensure order would not be disrupted. The Pulse Realm had been released for several days, and players were amazed to find that no cheats had appeared in Crossfire. Players admired Xingqian's capabilities. The cheats that had always troubled major game companies were truly eradicated by Xingqian. While players were delighted, the cheat teams were as disheartened as if they had lost their parents. Initially, they thought the Pulse Realm was merely a gimmick from Xingqian to divert players' attention. They didn't expect Xingqian to genuinely possess such strength, leading all cheat teams to grow pessimistic about their financial prospects. If Xingqian licensed the Pulse Realm to other companies, they would truly be out of business and would have to change careers. With everything back on track, Chen Fan was in high spirits. The Crossfire tournament was under Zhang Haoyang's watch, and the new game's production was nearing completion. Finally free, he could take a break and visit his sister, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. After receiving the report from his female assistant, Director Zhao was surprised, but did not show any expression. After sending his assistant out, he contemplated whether he could poach talent from Xingqian. How could a team capable of creating the Pulse Realm have been encountered by that little brat Chen Fan? Director Zhao felt a surge of envy towards his luck. Imagining that team being poached, picturing Chen Fan's furious and frustrated reaction, he couldn't suppress a sinister grin, finally breaking into a cackling laugh. Outside, sitting at her workstation, the female assistant shivered at the chilling laughter from within, breaking out in goosebumps. Chen Fan was unaware of Director Zhao's fantasies. If he knew, he would definitely mock Zhao for his overestimation of himself. He had just landed, taken a taxi, and was ready to meet Su Luoxue for some fun. Chen Fan had a great time over the past few days, and his sister Su Luoxue enjoyed herself just as much. However, happy times are always fleeting. When Chen Fan returned to the company, the Internet Cafe League had already entered the top 16. The event was running smoothly with extremely high interest. Bloggers from various video platforms, especially those in the gaming sector, flocked to ride the wave of popularity. With this intentional or unintentional promotion, the top 16 matches of Crossfire drew millions of viewers both on-site and in live streams. This allowed Chen Fan and his Xingqian network technology to earn substantial advertising revenue from the Internet Cafe League and the broadcasting rights for the live streams. They had already recouped their initial investments and even made a significant profit. Zhang Luoyang and Chen Zhua especially came to report the good news to him, also trying to take credit. Chen Fan was not a stingy person. With a wave of his hand, he allocated 10 of the revenue from Crossfire as bonuses for the project team. He also took out 10 of the earnings from the Internet Cafe League as bonuses for the event department. Zhang Luoyang and Chen Zhua were overjoyed and continually thanked Chen Fan, showering him with compliments. This made Chen Fan realize why ancient emperors preferred treacherous officials over loyal ones. Flattery indeed sounds sweeter than loyalty. As the two were about to leave, Zhang Luoyang suddenly remembered something, paused, turned around, and invited Chen Fan. Director, Chen, would you like to attend the finals and meet the players? They would be thrilled to know you will be there. After considering Zhang Luoyang's invitation, Chen Fan shook his head and declined. I suffer from social anxiety. Oh, I won't be attending the finals. You all can handle it yourselves. Chen Fan's refusal left Zhang Luoyang a bit disappointed. He had hoped that if Director Chen appeared at the finals, it would certainly elevate the excitement of the Internet Cafe League, allowing the event department to gain more revenue and bonuses. Unfortunately, Chen Fan declined, and Zhang Luoyang had no choice but to leave with Chen Zhua feeling somewhat dejected. Xiao Ran was an ordinary college student, but ever since he played Crossfire, he discovered another talent within himself. He quickly adapted to shooting games, mastering techniques like sudden stops and headshots without needing guidance. In the player community of Crossfire in the university town, he became a well-known expert. He also enjoyed watching live streams, and it was through watching Panjai's stream that he first encountered the game. When Xiao Ran learned that Crossfire had been reported and taken down, he felt as if the sky had fallen. It was Crossfire that had shown him he could also be extraordinary. During the days without Crossfire, he spent every moment on the official Xingqian website, hoping to receive good news. Heaven rewards those who work hard, and when the news of Crossfire's unblocking arrived, Xiao Ran joyfully began doing backflips in his dormitory. Although he fell flat on his back, it did not dampen his excitement. Good news continued to pour in as soon after Crossfire was unblocked. Xingqian announced a cyber cafe tournament. The player community of Crossfire in the university town erupted with enthusiasm as everyone began to find teammates eager to participate in the tournament and showcase their skills. Even the expert Xiao Ran was not forgotten, with countless teams extending olive branches to him. However, he rejected them all, choosing instead to form his own team to compete as he aimed for the top spot. Under Xiao Ran's marksmanship and awareness, he led his teammates through countless challenges. Just when everything seemed to be going smoothly, they encountered a rather peculiar team. They always seemed to know their positions accurately, their shooting skills were extraordinary, and before they could even see their opponents, they were shot in the head. Xiao Ran and his team lost their tempers, their skills and awareness paled in comparison. What could they say? They had to leave in defeat. To face such a powerful opponent during the preliminaries seemed like fate's way of blocking their path. However, they would later learn that they had encountered a player using hacks. Fortunately, Xingchen took action, permanently banning all cheaters. The teams that had faced hackers were able to regain their eligibility to compete, which left Xiao Ran and his team overjoyed. With their marksmanship awareness and a bit of luck, they finally made it into the top 16. They faced many strong opponents whose skills surpassed theirs, but unfortunately their luck was just a bit worse. In the top 16, there were indeed many strong contenders, yet Xiao Ran was unafraid. He wanted to know where his limits lay and aimed to surpass himself. In September, the weather remained sweltering, but it did not dampen people's enthusiasm. Many spectators gathered outside the stadium, eager to watch the Crossfire tournament where the top 16 would compete. Surrounded by numerous Crossfire character cosplayers, an unsuspecting person might think this was a military exhibition. Inside, real special forces were maintaining order, easily identifying anyone carrying weapons. The excitement outside had nothing to do with Zhang Luoyang, who paced back and forth in the command center, repeatedly asking his subordinates how the preparations were going. His emotions were restless and anxious. After all, this was his first time hosting an esports tournament, and it was also the first of its kind in the world. The pressure on him was immense. During this period, he hadn't slept well, losing clumps of hair, fearing he would ruin the tournament. Glancing at his wristwatch, he noted the time was nearly up and picked up the intercom to begin directing. All departments, please finalize your preparations. The audience will soon be entering. As the audience filled the seats and the live streaming equipment was set up, the Crossfire Top 16 tournament finally commenced. The host walked onto the stage, bowed to the audience in thanks, and picked up the microphone to introduce the participating teams and the tournament process. In the waiting room, Xiao Ran's team sat in silence. No one spoke, and the atmosphere was quite heavy. Everyone quietly watched the host on the screen talk animatedly on stage. Xiao Ran knew that everyone was too nervous to speak, but allowing this oppressive atmosphere to continue was not an option. If their spirits dropped before they even stepped on stage as the captain chosen by everyone, he needed to say something. That host is quite handsome, don't you think? The slightly dazed expressions of his teammates were drawn to Xiao Ran's voice, and a spark of life returned to their eyes. Xiao Ran wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. If he couldn't find a topic to discuss, he should have remained silent. Now he just wanted someone to come and save him. Perhaps heaven heard his plea as a staff member happened to walk in, relieving the awkward atmosphere in the waiting room. Captain Xiao Ran, please get ready. You'll be going on stage soon. Xiao Ran was deeply grateful to this staff member for coming to his rescue, sparing him from further embarrassment. Following the staff member to the front stage, Xiao Ran and his teammates took their seats in the soundproof room, and their emotions became less tense. Looking through the glass at the packed audience, the spectators were waving various support banners, cheering for the players about to take the stage. Xiao Ran even spotted someone holding a support sign for their team. Excited, he grabbed his teammate's hand, pointed in a direction, and exclaimed, "Look quickly. Someone is supporting us over there." Hearing Xiao Ran's words, his teammates stretched their necks to look in the direction he pointed. Upon seeing someone indeed holding a support sign for them, everyone broke into joyous smiles. The five of them encouraged each other, determined to prove themselves to their fans, showing them they were not mistaken in their choice. As the match began, both teams quickly found their rhythm. Unfortunately, the opposing team's strength was somewhat lacking. They were no match for Xiao Ran's team. After winning this match, Xiao Ran's team returned to the waiting room, having now advanced to the top 4. They could relax a bit watching other players' matches to gauge their strengths. The players' splendid performances kept the atmosphere at the venue vibrant. Cheers, shouts, and applause echoed throughout the arena. Even the commentators had lost their voices from shouting. As the tournament progressed, the third-place winner had been determined, leaving only the champions to be contested. Xiao Ran and his teammates took their seats, beginning their pre-match preparations. Competing against Xiao Ran's team was the squad, led by Mu Feng. Mu Feng was also a prodigy at just 16 years old, but his skills were no less impressive. He excelled with a sniper rifle. No one could rival him, whether it was defensive positions or aggressive sniping. Not only that, but he was also the first player to develop the instant sniping technique. His highlights playing sniper became wildly circulated online, and his fans referred to him as the #1 sniper in Crossfire. Xiao Ran had watched Mu Feng's videos and even learned from his sniper plays. Unfortunately, Xiao Ran lacked the talent for sniping, and eventually gave up, focusing instead on using the AK-74. Due to Xiao Ran's performance with the AK during the tournament, many spectators became his new fans, even giving him the nickname Headshot Brother because he loved to take down opponents with a single bullet. Both Xiao Ran and Mu Feng were distinctive competitors, and after several matches their fan bases surged. Now their championship match had everyone eagerly anticipating the upcoming showdown. All contestants settled in their positions, and after checking their equipment, the fierce competition was about to begin. The rules of the match were straightforward: 3 rounds of team play and 3 rounds of bomb defusal, totaling 6 matches, with the first team to win 4 rounds declared the victors. The team match began first with both sides' players nervously staring at their computer screens where the system was randomly selecting the first map for today's competition. As the competition commenced and the random map was revealed, the noise from the audience and viewers in the live stream gradually quieted down, all focused on the appearance of the first map. As the system's scrolling slowed down, everyone's hearts began to race. It finally stopped at the Desert DT map, and when the result was announced, everyone let out a sigh of relief. The match officially began. Both sides displayed great synergy, opting to engage in direct confrontation, testing whose shooting skills were superior. The audience was however, this approach ignited the passion of the crowd. The audience waved their support sticks and banners high, cheering passionately for their favorite teams. Viewers in the live stream also filled the chat with comments supporting their favored teams, feeling regretful for not being present to experience the exhilarating atmosphere. Xiao Ran and Mu Feng, however, did not hear the cheers from their fans. Even if they had, they wouldn't have paid it any mind. Their only focus was on defeating each other to win the match. Xiao Ran's AK was indeed ferocious, landing headshots with every shot, putting immense pressure on Mu Feng's team. Mu Feng did not hold back, either responding with his own sniper rifle. The scores remained tightly contested, with neither side able to pull ahead. In a back-and-forth exchange, Xiao Ran ultimately prevailed by a narrow margin, winning the first round. After the first round concluded, Xiao Ran leaned back, rubbing his temples. Although this round didn't require much strategy, the prolonged focus was quite exhausting. Mu Feng, having lost the first match, remained emotionally stable and even managed to comfort his teammates. After all, this was the final showdown. How weak could the opponent be? Winning and losing was only natural, and he was already mentally prepared. After the team match, there was a halftime break for players and the audience to address their physiological needs. Zhang Luoyang had prepared dozens of temporary toilets, so there was no issue with overcrowding. After the halftime break, players and the audience returned to their seats. As the second half began, the atmosphere in the venue became lively once more. The first map, randomly selected by the system, was Desert Gray, a map highly favored in Crossfire, with at least half of the bomb defusal matches played on it. Those who played Crossfire were very familiar with this map, and the players on the field had their own understanding of it. The rules for the bomb defusal match were slightly more complex. Each match consisted of 6 rounds, and the first team to win 4 rounds would be victorious and earn points, then switch sides. Now the system began randomly assigning the teams. A Xiao Ran was assigned to the defenders, while Mu Feng was the attacker. With the map and teams confirmed, the match officially commenced. As a defender, Xiao Ran chose a 212 formation with 1 in the middle, 2 at the B site, and 2 at the A site. He and a teammate headed to the B bomb site, while the others took their respective positions. Mu Feng did not rush to act from the spawn point. Instead, he took his sniper rifle and aimed towards the middle. He spotted 2 players heading to the B site, gathered the intelligence, and then withdrew his sniper to sprint towards the A site with his teammates. Xiao Ran's 2 teammates did not push forward. One chose to guard the platform, while the other defended the alley. This allowed Mu Feng's 5 players to easily reach A Avenue. Mu Feng jumped down into the A pit, positioned himself on the slope, and aimed his sniper at the A platform. Just as he spotted a player, he shot without hesitation, taking down one opponent. His teammates also acted swiftly, throwing smoke grenades to push forward. Xiao Ran and his other teammates, upon seeing the kill notification and hearing the shouts of their fallen comrade through the headset, rushed to provide backup, with the fastest among them heading to the alley. By the time Xiao Ran reached his team's spawn point, Mu Feng and his team had already set up the C4. Rather than taking the platform, Mu Feng chose to remain in the pit with his gun ready. Perhaps anxious, Xiao Ran and his teammates all opted to throw their equipment and charge, and causing the attackers on the platform to be overwhelmed by a flurry of smoke and flashbangs. However, Mu Feng was unaffected. Through the scope, he saw one after another jump out, and without hesitation, he began his harvest. With no surprises, Mu Feng's team easily won the round, celebrating with high fives among teammates. Meanwhile, the atmosphere on Xiao Ran's side was somewhat grim, but he quickly gathered himself and began encouraging his teammates. "We only lost 1 round. Oh, let's make a comeback in the next round. We can do it together," Xiao Ran said, extending his right hand. His teammates saw his gesture and placed their hands on top, shouting encouragement together. Seeing his teammates' spirits lifted, Xiao Ran felt much more at ease. The match continued and Xiao Ran opted to stick with the previous strategy, but this time, he positioned himself in the middle. Holding his AK, he peered slightly to catch a glimpse of the attacker's base, spotting a rounded head, and taking a shot that secured a kill. Mu Feng, stunned by his own death, had actually seen his opponent, but hadn't expected the reaction time to be faster. Xiao Ran felt a surge of joy upon killing Mu Feng, thinking that without him their chances of winning this round were significantly higher. With Mu Feng down, his teammates couldn't withstand Xiao Ran's onslaught, leading to a clean sweep with a 5-kill streak. The score tied at 11. Both sides once again stood on equal footing. They regrouped and exchanged blows, leaving the audience exhilarated. In the end, Mu Feng's team took the lead, winning 4 rounds and earning a point, leveling the score to 11. They switched sides, with Xiao Ran becoming the attacker and Mu Feng the defender. After switching sides, the match continued with Mu Feng bringing his sniper to the middle, hoping to gather information about the opponent's movements. Unfortunately, he was too late. Xiao Ran and his team had already headed towards the B site without looking back, leaving Mu Feng to watch in vain. By the time he reacted, Xiao Ran's team had already occupied the B site and begun planting the bomb. Xiao Ran was also surprised at how easily they took the B site without encountering any resistance. Little did he know that Mu Feng's cautious nature and preference for strategic movements had caught him off guard. Without any suspense, Xiao Ran's team secured the round. As the new round began, Mu Feng stopped overthinking and began to lay out his strategy based on the previous round's approach of Xiao Ran's team. Xiao Ran and Mu Feng exchanged blows in a thrilling back and forth, the score fluctuating as each took turns to lead. The audience was electrified, their cheers rising and falling, fervently supporting their favorite teams. The match progressed to its final round. After 10 intense games, both Xiao Ran's and Mu Feng's teams showed signs of fatigue. Yet no one dared to relax, fearing that a moment's lapse could be exploited by the opponent, leading to defeat. With both sides reaching match point, whoever secured this next round would be crowned the champion of the first Crossfire Internet Cafe tournament. Both Xiao Ran and Mu Feng envisioned standing at the center of the stage, lifting the trophy that symbolized honor, receiving flowers and applause from the audience. The audience, too, was captivated by the tense atmosphere, holding their breath in silence, wary of disturbing the players on stage. In the final round, both Xiao Ran and Mu Feng were extremely cautious, aware that the outcome of the championship hinged on their every move. The last map was Inferno, a familiar terrain that appeared in both CF and CSGO. In this decisive round, both players were careful, probing for weaknesses, hoping to capitalize on any misstep of the opponent. As time ticked away, Xiao Ran, part of the infiltrator team, felt restless, knowing he couldn't afford to waste time. After contemplating his options, Xiao Ran decided to attack the B site. Without hesitation, he led his teammates into the charge. Taking the lead, he stealthily approached the B dog hole, while his teammates stood ready to deploy their gadgets. The first flashbang was thrown into the hole, and Xiao Ran surged forward, teammates following closely behind. Each member had a clear role in securing the site, ensuring that their team wouldn't be ambushed from behind. However, Mu Feng hadn't stationed anyone in the dog hole. All his teammates were positioned at the bomb site, waiting for their prey. Seeing the vacant dog hole, Xiao Ran felt a flicker of unease. Time was running out, and he couldn't afford to dwell on potential dangers. He had to press on. He first threw a smoke grenade towards the B site, and once the smoke billowed, he instructed his teammate to throw another. The defenders at B, particularly Mu Feng's team, were on high alert, their eyes fixed on the dog hole's exit, not daring to let their guard down. Suddenly, an unidentified object appeared in their line of sight. Before they could assess the situation, a cloud of smoke erupted, obscuring their view of the dog hole exit. Just as he opened his mouth to call for reinforcements, another smoke grenade landed. As the smoke spread, a cacophony of hurried footsteps reached his ears. Nervously, he pressed the left mouse button, aiming at the smoke-covered direction, and began shooting indiscriminately. Hearing the gunfire, Xiao Ran and his team swiftly threw flashbangs into the site. As they emerged from the hole, they spread out, seeking cover. Xiao Ran dashed out of the smoke, and when he saw there were no obstructions, he noticed just one enemy in the B site. Without hesitation, he fired a shot, taking them down. After neutralizing the enemy, he quickly urged his teammate carrying the bomb to plant it, while the others secured advantageous positions for the ensuing battle. Mu Feng and his team heard the call from their comrade at the B site and rushed over. Unfortunately, they were late. By the time they reached their respawn point, the B site had already been occupied by Xiao Ran's team, and the bomb was planted. Mu Feng had to stop and think about how to launch an attack. After a moment's reflection, he opted to split his team, sending 2 teammates through the dog hole to flank, while he and one other teammate would launch a frontal assault from the sand. Upon hearing Mu Feng's plan, his teammates were entirely convinced, executing his orders without hesitation. The players going through the dog hole took a detour via the A passage, while Mu Feng remained at their respawn point using a sniper rifle to observe the situation at B, hoping to gather some intelligence on the enemy. Unfortunately, B site was eerily quiet, with Xiao Ran's team giving away no signs of movement. Seeing this, Mu Feng felt he had no viable options. He could only instruct his teammates to proceed stealthily, creeping forward. In his earpiece, he received confirmation that the two teammates at the dog hole had reached their positions. Taking a deep breath, Mu Feng issued the command to attack. First, they would lay down smoke, followed by a barrage of flashbangs. Hearing the flashbangs detonate, Mu Feng's team rushed into the site, firing at every suspicious target. Xiao Ran's team didn't sit idly by. They returned fire, turning the entire B site into chaos. Smoke filled the air, obscuring visibility and creating a tumultuous environment, with tracer bullets flying haphazardly all around, where a moment's carelessness could lead to being hit. As the smoke began to clear, only Xiao Ran and Mu Feng remained standing, each hiding behind cover, too cautious to expose themselves. Xiao Ran was down to his last 10 health points, while Mu Feng fared slightly better, with 52 points remaining. In terms of health, Mu Feng had the advantage, but he was armed with a sniper rifle, whereas Xiao Ran wielded an AK-47. He couldn't afford to make a single mistake. With Xiao Ran's marksmanship, he had only one shot. If he failed to eliminate Xiao Ran with that shot, it would be his own demise. Xiao Ran was equally tense, though he had the AK. Mu Feng's sniper could take him out with a single shot. Especially since Mu Feng was a top-tier sniper, he couldn't gamble on the possibility of a mistake. Both Xiao Ran and Mu Feng fixated on the other's position behind cover. Mu Feng's palms were sweaty, the beeping sound of the C4 growing increasingly urgent, like a death knell urging him to eliminate Xiao Ran and defuse it. Mu Feng's breathing became shallow, feeling as if he couldn't catch his breath. With the C4 timer running low, he had no choice but to leap from his cover and confront Xiao Ran for a decisive battle. Seeing Mu Feng emerge from his cover, Xiao Ran wasted no time. He stepped out and aimed to shoot. However, due to his nerves, his left hand trembled, preventing him from fully exposing himself. Unexpectedly, this mistake saved his life, causing Mu Feng's sniper shot to miss. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Ran raised his weapon and fired, hitting Mu Feng in the head and ending the match. Mu Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend the outcome. He couldn't understand why Xiao Ran had paused for that moment. Did he possess some foresight? Mu Feng's teammates, witnessing his devastation, gathered around to comfort him in his moment of sorrow. In stark contrast, Xiao Ran was hoisted up by his ecstatic teammates. Once on the ground, they embraced tightly, shouting in exhilaration to express their joy at winning the championship. "We are the champions! We are the champions!" The audience and viewers in the livestream also celebrated in their own ways, marking the perfect conclusion and the crowning of the first Internet Cafe tournament. Xiao Ran, accompanied by his teammates, stepped out of the soundproof room and arrived at the center of the stage, preparing to shake hands with Mu Feng and the others. Mu Feng and his team approached with downcast spirits, and Mu Feng looked at Xiao Ran, who was smiling brightly. He walked directly towards him, extending his hand to shake with Xiao Ran. "Congratulations on winning the championship. You are very strong. I will wait for you in the next competition." Mu Feng wore a smile, but his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Upon hearing his words, Xiao Ran also smiled and said, "Good, we will compete again then." The two embraced each other once more, solidifying their agreement. Jiang Luoyang and the hostess brought the trophy to the center of the stage. He shook hands with each contestant, took the trophy from the hostess, and handed it to Xiao Ran and the others. He congratulated them once more, saying, "Congratulations on winning the match." Facing the head of the organizing committee, Xiao Ran maintained a balanced demeanor, saying, "Thank you, we will continue to work hard." Xiao Ran and his teammates raised the hard-earned trophy, waving to the audience as they were met with a thunderous cheer. The competition officially concluded without any mishaps, allowing Jiang Luoyang to breathe a sigh of relief. With the match over, he also needed to report to Manager Chen. The next day, the internet was filled with reports about the Internet Cafe League elevating the popularity of Crossfire to another level. Chen Fan looked at the news and nodded at Jiang Luoyang across the table, revealing a satisfied smile. "You did very well. Your department's bonus will be doubled." Jiang Luoyang felt overjoyed. Who would complain about having more money? He immediately expressed his loyalty, saying, "It is all thanks to Manager Chen's guidance that we could perfectly host this competition." Listening to his flattery, Chen Fan shook his head and handed him a cigarette. Jiang Luoyang looked at the cigarette, took it with both hands, lit it for Chen Fan first, and then for himself. "The Internet Cafe League is not your final destination. Do not become complacent." Jiang Luoyang's expression immediately turned serious. "Rest assured, Manager Chen, we certainly know this is not our endpoint." Chen Fan was pleased with Jiang Luoyang's response. "Take it easy." After taking a puff of his cigarette, he continued, "The Internet Cafe League still needs to be held, but your focus should be on future professional leagues." Jiang Luoyang exhaled the smoke from his mouth, smiling as he said, "At the end of the competition we announced that we would be establishing a professional league." Chen Fan was increasingly satisfied with Jiang Luoyang's capabilities. "As long as you are aware, I won't pry further. If things go well, I will still allocate 10 as your department's bonus." Chen Fan believed that as long as enough money was provided, his subordinates would work hard and be grateful to him for being such a generous boss. When the outside world saw Xingchen Company announce the formation of a professional league, some sensed an opportunity. The popularity of the Internet Cafe League was evident to everyone, and the professional league that Xingchen was about to establish would only be more popular. Those with talent had already begun preparing their own professional clubs. Contestants who performed well in the Internet Cafe League were now highly sought after. Xiao Ran and Mu Feng, the two most outstanding individuals, were particularly in demand. Over the past few days, Xiao Ran's phone had been ringing incessantly as countless people called him inviting him to join their clubs. Eventually, overwhelmed by the attention, he turned off his phone just to find a moment of peace. He was aware that Xingchen was forming a professional league, but he was uncertain about which club to join. The current clubs were all newly established, and he had no idea what kind of characters they were. He thought it best to wait and see. Mu Feng was in the same situation as Xiao Ran, but his family had some influential background, which meant he was more aware of the underlying benefits. Thus, Mu Feng chose to establish his own club, acting as both the owner and a player, ensuring he wouldn't be constrained by others. He submitted all the necessary materials to the event department of Xingchen to create his club. Returning home, Mu Feng awaited a response from Xingchen, and suddenly Xiao Ran's face appeared in his mind. Recalling Xiao Ran's strength and talent, he couldn't help but think that if he could invite him with both their capabilities, they would definitely be a top-tier team in CFT0. With this thought in mind, Mu Feng took out his phone, opened the green bubble chat, and sent a message to Xiao Ran. Fortunately, he had kept Xiao Ran's contact information after the match, or otherwise he would have been at a loss. After finishing class, Xiao Ran returned to the dormitory with his roommate. He set down his belongings and was about to log into the computer to play CF when he noticed a message pop up from his green bubble. He recognized the nickname, but couldn't immediately recall who it was. After thinking for a long time, he finally remembered that it was Mu Feng's green bubble. Xiao Ran thought of the professional league and figured that Mu Feng was reaching out to him regarding that matter. He wondered if Mu Feng had already joined a club and was now trying to persuade him. His mind was in a jumble, and feeling restless, Xiao Ran picked up his phone. He replied to Mu Feng, agreeing to meet and see what he wanted to discuss. After sending the message, Xiao Ran placed his phone aside, not wanting to think about it further. The computer had already powered on, so he logged into the Xingchen platform to start CF. Playing games was more important than anything else. On the other side, upon receiving Xiao Ran's affirmative reply, Mu Feng jumped up and shouted yes. As long as Xiao Ran agreed to meet, Mu Feng was confident he could persuade him to join his club. He sent another message to Xiao Ran providing the time and location for their meeting. Today, Xiao Ran had woken up early as it was the day he and Mu Feng had agreed to meet. After dressing up a bit, he left the dormitory and headed towards the school gate. He overheard many classmates discussing who had joined which club. That club had discovered yet another genius with talent in shooting games. As he walked out of the campus, this kind of discussion was everywhere. Xiao Ran thought to himself that he might also join a club today, wondering what the benefits were like at the club where Mu Feng was. With these chaotic thoughts in mind, he hurried to the meeting place. By the time he arrived, Mu Feng had already been waiting for a long time. He quickly jogged over, pulled out a chair, and sat down, apologizing, sorry for being late. Mu Feng, with a radiant smile on his face, casually replied, I came too early. What would you like to eat? We can talk while we eat. After saying that, he handed the menu to Xiao Ran. No one knew what they discussed, but it was clear that they enjoyed the conversation immensely. The next day, a club named Tianxin announced the joining of Mu Feng and Xiao Ran. This news shocked everyone. No one expected that the two most outstanding players in the Internet Cafe League would join the same club. What they didn't know was that their partnership would lead Tianxin Club to dominate CF for the next 3 years. 3 months have passed since the news of forming a professional league, and the pre-season has already begun. Everything is developing in the direction Chen Fan anticipated. His new game has also completed its final debugging and is ready for a promotional push. At that moment, the assistant suddenly pushed open the office door and hurried in, a hint of anger on his face. This piqued Chen Fan's curiosity. Before the assistant could speak, he asked, What happened to make you so angry? Hearing his boss question, the assistant was taken aback. The anger on his face quickly dissipated. Standing opposite Chen Fan, he forced a smile and replied, It's like this, Mr. Chen. Today, Penguin launched a new game called Gunfire Reborn, which is strikingly similar to our Crossfire. They just modified the character models, changed the maps with new textures, and directly copied the game modes. This is blatant plagiarism. As the assistant spoke, the smile on his face gradually faded and the anger returned. Seeing the increasingly furious assistant, Chen Fan quickly handed over his thermos cup, urging him to drink some water to calm down. Here, sit down and have some water. There's no need to get angry with Penguin, you know their ways too well. The assistant plopped down in the chair, took the thermos cup Chen Fan handed him, and gulped it down. After returning the thermos cup, he noticed Chen Fan's constant smile, which showed no sign of changing. He curiously asked, Mr. Chen, aren't you angry? We were furious when we heard this news. Chen Fan remained cheerful, pulling out a cigarette for himself. It's something I expected to happen, there's no need to be angry. It would surprise me if Penguin didn't plagiarize. The assistant, observing Chen Fan's calm demeanor, wondered if his boss already had a solution in mind. Seeing his assistant frowning slightly, while lost in thought, Chen Fan gently tapped the table to wake him up. All right, don't dwell on it anymore. If Penguin wants to plagiarize, let them. Our new game is the most important thing right now. Awakened by Chen Fan's words, the assistant quickly nodded and said, Yes, Mr. Chen is right, our new game is the top priority. Chen Fan, cigarette in mouth, thought for a moment before instructing his assistant, We still need to address the issue of plagiarism. You all should collect evidence first. Once we have it, we can initiate public discourse online and then sue them. We can't let Penguin profit too easily. Upon hearing Chen Fan's instructions, the assistant quickly stood up and respectfully said, Understood, Mr. Chen. I'll arrange it right away. After speaking, he hurriedly walked out of the office, not forgetting to gently close the door behind him. Chen Fan watched as his assistant rushed out, taking a drag on his nearly burnt-out cigarette while pondering. Penguin has plagiarized so many games without facing consequences, this time it probably won't be any different. After all, they are called Pizza Hut for a reason. The evidence collected by the assistant will at most cause a little trouble for Penguin, but won't do any significant damage. The only good thing is that Penguin's game will only be seen as a copy, while Crossfire remains the original. Months have passed, allowing Crossfire to firmly establish itself. If it were just starting out, it would have been truly dangerous. Penguin's scale is not something that can be easily confronted at the initial stage. Extinguishing the burnt-out cigarette in the ashtray, he gazed out at the neatly arranged skyscrapers, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. He is no longer someone Penguin can easily manipulate. Given the current popularity of Crossfire, it would be a delusion to think they could solve their issues with plagiarism like before. In the end, it remains uncertain who will come out on top. In Penguin's office, Director Zhao sat in his chair, staring intently at the computer screen. Today marks the launch day of Penguin's new game, Gunfire Reborn. This plagiarized game is his tool to crush Xingqian. In the past, Penguin has used this method to ruin countless emerging gaming companies. With Penguin's instant messaging as a protective moat, no one can compete with it. Watching the various data on the computer, Director Zhao began to relax his previously tense heart. The data on the first day of the game's launch is excellent. He has utilized Xingqian's free model, leading to a massive surge in player numbers. Such data will allow him to make a strong impression in front of Director Liu, and a promotion and raise are just around the corner. He has thoroughly studied Crossfire's operation model, using free access to attract players, thereby drawing in many potential gamers who for various reasons want to play but can't. Although playing the game is free, there are in-game purchases allowing the game to earn money from players, even when free. That young man named Chen Fan from Xingqian, who came up with such a good game operation model, he still admires him in his heart. However, Xingqian is too petty. The maximum price for their paid content is only 68 yuan. Can this sustain the company? If it were up to him, he would set prices in the hundreds or thousands to fatten his wallet. Relaxing, Director Zhao lazily leaned back in his office chair, took out his treasured Cuban cigar from the drawer, pulled one out, and sniffed it at his nose, closing his eyes with a hint of intoxication on his face. Director Zhao took out a cigar cutter, clipped a small section, then placed the Cuban cigar in his mouth, lighting it with a match. After taking a deep puff and exhaling the smoke, his face was filled with enjoyment. Watching the continuously rising data, he felt smug, thinking about how Xingqian could possibly compete with him. Today, all players of Crossfire received a game advertisement through their Penguin messaging. Curious players clicked on it only to find it was Penguin's own game called Gunfire Reborn, with a flashy game introduction. Players who clicked in felt a sense of déjà vu. Unable to resist their curiosity, some downloaded Gunfire Reborn, intending to see what it was like. Upon entering, the overwhelming familiarity left players in a daze, wondering if they had opened the wrong game, questioning why this game resembled Crossfire so much. Some players who realized this couldn't help but curse. Penguin will never change. They see a game doing well and just want to copy it. After saying this, they directly clicked to exit the game. Why spend time playing a game plagiarized by Penguin when they could enjoy the authentic Crossfire? Some players, however, did not leave. They had grown accustomed to playing Penguin's games and were not averse to games from other companies. If a game was fun, they would leave Penguin for it. If Penguin developed a similar game, they would be more willing to return to Penguin to continue playing, as it was just their habit. The rebirth of Penguin's gunfire has indeed made a significant impact on Crossfire. Not only has the player count diminished, but those who ventured into Gunfire Rebirth are reluctant to return. Unfortunately, everyone knows the nature of Penguin's games. They are always finding ways to coax players into spending money. If you don't spend, then you might as well forget about enjoying the game. Thus, upon entering the game lobby, a notification pops up urging players to make their first recharge, offering a divine artifact for an investment of 888. It's worth noting that the divine artifacts designed by Penguin are quite sci-fi and appealing. However, ignoring the 888 first recharge offer once you formally enter the game, you'll be pleasantly surprised to find other recharge services waiting for your patronage. Penguin has taken its money-grubbing tendencies to the extreme. Aside from the most basic weapons and items, everything else requires you to spend. The items you purchase with real money are not even permanent. They turn out to be time-limited items. This has led many unsuspecting players to fall into their trap. After all, the items sold in CF are all permanent, creating a mindset among CF players that items should last forever. They hardly pay attention to whether the items in Gunfire Rebirth are permanent or time-limited. It was only after a few days of purchase that they found the items they bought had disappeared, and upon contacting customer service, they learned that all items in Gunfire Rebirth are time-limited, with only the 888 divine artifact being permanent. This has enraged most average players. After all, the items sold in neighboring CF are permanent, so how dare Penguin sell us time-limited items? Players rushed to leave messages on Penguin's official website demanding an explanation, but would Penguin pamper the players? Of course not. They merely issued a bland announcement stating that this was normal, and there was no regulation requiring game items to be sold to players as permanent. This left ordinary players feeling utterly betrayed, and they flooded Penguin's official website with angry comments. As complaints mounted, the maintenance staff of Penguin's official website simply shut down the comment section, prompting the furious players to continue their outcry against Penguin's unscrupulous behavior on forums. This exemplifies that without comparison there is no harm. Gunfire Rebirth only garnered a brief surge in popularity before its reputation plummeted, leading to a significant loss of players. Director Zhao, having enjoyed a brief period of pride, was struck dumb by this news. Looking at the documents in his hands, he wished someone would tell him this was all a lie. Unfortunately, no one could help Director Zhao realize his wish. He dejectedly set down the documents, weakly waved his hand to send his assistant out, wanting some solitude to think about how to explain this to President Liu. How Director Zhao would explain this to President Liu was beyond Chen Fan's knowledge. He was completely stunned when he heard the news. How could Penguin nearly bring him to ruin without him even lifting a finger? However, upon reflection, it became clear that if he hadn't appeared, no one would have disrupted the existing market structure of the gaming industry, and players would have continued playing the trashy pay-to-win games of a few domestic giants. The one to disrupt the market structure had appeared, yet Penguin remained oblivious, mistakenly believing that they could simply create a game and effortlessly reap profits. In the past, players had no choice. Now they do, and understandably, players would no longer seek out suffering. Since Penguin only wishes to force players to spend money, players have decided to turn to games that do not require spending, which reflects the common mindset of players today. Having figured everything out, Chen Fan cast the matter aside and redirected his focus back to the computer. On the screen was a plan for the launch of a game editor. Thanks to the popularity of CF, the registered users on the Xingqian platform have already surpassed 50 million. However, the games available on the platform are too monotonous, and Chen Fan's limited energy does not allow him to create many games. He intended to launch the game editor, allowing other game developers to create games to enrich the platform, so it wouldn't seem so shabby. He merely needs to develop more types of games to diversify the gaming landscape, which is what he aims to accomplish. Chen Fan pressed the landline on his desk, called in his assistant, and handed over the organized documents, instructing, "Give this document to the operations department and have them expedite the launch on our platform." The assistant hurriedly extended his hands to receive the document, responding with utmost seriousness, "All right, Mr. Chen, I will deliver this document to the operations department immediately." After saying this, as the assistant turned to leave, Chen Fan called out again, "Wait a moment, I tell the operations department to change the name of the game editor to Universal Editor." The assistant nodded, indicating he understood, but did not leave immediately, fearing Chen Fan might have forgotten something else. Seeing his assistant not moving and gazing at him with clear eyes, Chen Fan felt puzzled. "Why are you staring at me? Is there something wrong with me?" Chen Fan felt insecure under his assistant's gaze, looking down and glancing around, but found nothing amiss. Just as Chen Fan was wondering what might be wrong with him, the assistant's gentle voice reached his ears. "Mr. Chen, nothing is wrong with you. I was just seeing if you had any other tasks for me." Upon hearing his assistant's words recalling his earlier behavior, Chen Fan's face flashed with a hint of embarrassment, and he lightly cleared his throat. "No other tasks? Hurry and go to the operations department. The assistant recognized the awkwardness emanating from Chen Fan, and since he had caused it himself, he quickly grabbed the documents and swiftly exited the office, remembering to close the door behind him. On the Xingqian platform, a software set to revolutionize the entire gaming industry made a grand appearance before the public. Every user on the Xingqian platform received advertisements sent by Xingqian. Of course, the advertising wasn't limited to their own platform, as Xingqian also invested heavily in promoting it on other platforms. The software, named Universal Editor, thus made a forceful entrance into everyone's sight. Looking at the slogans provided by Xingqian, everyone found it hard to believe this was real. It was simply too astonishing if the capabilities of the Universal Editor were indeed as advertised by Xingqian. Not only would this shake the gaming circle, but it would also trigger tremors in other fields. Both ordinary people and experts from various domains began downloading the Universal Editor. They wanted to try out this software and see if it was truly as powerful as Xingqian claimed. Gu Mingheng, a Bilibili technology blogger, possessed a wide breadth of knowledge and understood a bit about many things. His humorous tone in explaining concepts made them easy for people to comprehend, which helped him amass 3 million followers on Bilibili. In a somewhat messy room, Gu Mingheng sat in front of his computer, dark circles under his eyes, which were bloodshot. His current appearance suggested countless sleepless nights, despite feeling lethargic and on the verge of fainting, his bloodshot eyes remained fixed on the computer screen. His hands continued to move, recording his insights from using the Universal Editor over the past few days, preparing to edit the video for posting on Bilibili. Gu Mingheng was eager to meet Chen Fan, the genius behind the Universal Editor, truly wanting to understand how his mind differed from that of an ordinary person. Over the past few days, the Universal Editor had brought him one shock after another. After several days of use, he could confidently proclaim, "This software can easily outperform all game engines and programming software on the market. It is simply too effective, eliminating all cumbersome tasks. Just tell it your ideas, and it will automatically generate what you desire." This is truly a boon for programmers. With his increasingly heavy head, Gu Mingheng finally finished editing his video and clicked to send it. Gu Mingheng could no longer hold on, and he collapsed onto the computer desk and fell asleep. His fans received notifications that the blogger they followed had posted a new update, and they clicked on his page to watch the new video. Those who followed Gu Mingheng were all fans of science and technology, and they were aware of the Universal Editor released by Xingqian not long ago. The incredible claims made by Xingqian had already stirred up a storm online, making it impossible not to notice. Now everyone was testing the software's authenticity, and those interested were waiting for the results from a significant tester. Once Gu Mingheng's video was released, not only did his own fans come to watch, but others who were interested but lacked time to explore it themselves also gathered. Watching Gu Mingheng in the video, he conducted various tests using the Universal Editor, which managed to execute everything perfectly. The power of the Universal Editor was so palpable that even viewers behind the screen could sense it, and people from different professions had varying thoughts about it. As more testing videos emerged, the once quiet Universal Editor re-entered the public eye. This time, no one questioned its powerful capabilities. More people were now concerned about its powerful features, unsure of how many would lose their jobs because of it. The comprehensive demonstration of the Universal Editor's capabilities divided the online community into two factions. One faction believed that the emergence of the Universal Editor could enhance efficiency, representing a technological advancement that could better assist humanity in their work. The other faction felt that the Universal Editor would take away their jobs, as its capabilities were undeniably formidable. Many programmers could be replaced by it, leading to widespread unemployment. The online debate raged, with neither side conceding. They could not persuade each other, and it was on the verge of turning into a verbal battle. Chen Fan was aware of the situation online, but he felt powerless, as technological progress always brings uncertainties. The opportunities arising from these uncertainties depended on one's ability to seize them. Others could not assist. Chen Fan would not give up simply because of opposition. A month had passed since the online dispute sparked by the Universal Editor, and all those involved returned to their lives. The emergence of the Universal Editor seemed to cause no ripples. This was merely an illusion for ordinary people. The gaming industry and large internet companies were tirelessly researching the Universal Editor released by Xingqian. They hoped to crack the Universal Editor and develop their own super engine. At a certain conference room in Yanjing, Nan University, prominent figures from various fields gathered, with a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit sitting in the main seat, exuding an air of authority. This meeting was initiated by him, aimed at discussing the Universal Editor. He was a section chief in the National Ministry of Science and Technology. Although the Universal Editor had gained popularity online, he, as a small leader, had not yet deemed it worthy of his attention. The fact that he spearheaded this meeting was merely due to an unexpected occurrence. A young staff member in their electronic engineering department had recently completed his work with remarkable speed and quality, a stark contrast to his previous work performance. This caught the attention of many who wanted to know why this young man had changed so drastically. After observing for a while, they finally discerned a clue further spread by a certain gossipmonger. The entire department became aware of the universal editor, and everyone tried it out, discovering that it was indeed exceptionally useful. Their department's efficiency surged, drawing the attention of other departments. Over time, the electronic engineering department's efficiency continued to soar, alarming the higher-ups. The leaders even made a special visit to inspect their department, casually inquiring how they had managed to elevate the entire department's efficiency so significantly. Upon inquiry, they discovered that their high efficiency was attributed to everyone using the same software, the Universal Editor, which piqued the leaders' curiosity about what kind of software it was. After an investigation, the subordinates delivered their reports to the leader's desk. The leader opened the investigation report placed on his desk, beginning to read its contents. The more he read, the more astonished he became. If it weren't for knowing the caliber of his subordinates, he would have thought that the investigation report was meant to fool him. According to the report, a remarkable talent had emerged in the country, and this individual was quite young. After setting down the documents, he pondered for a moment, but just having the report wasn't sufficient. He needed more concrete real-world data. Thus, this meeting was convened. The current conference room resonated with discussions among these tech industry leaders, punctuated occasionally by gasps of astonishment. After a long while, the discussions gradually quieted down, and an elderly man with a head full of white hair was the first to speak. "May I ask where Director Chen obtained this technology? Is it domestic or foreign?" Director Chen, seeing the elderly man, did not dare to show any neglect. This individual was a top figure in the online field. "Li Lao, this information was developed by our own people, and it is by a young man." Hearing Director Chen's response, Li Lao's eyes brimmed with delight, and he began to laugh heartily, pounding the table. He never expected to witness the emergence of such a genius in the country during his lifetime. Excited, he stood up and quickly walked to Director Chen's side. Grasping Director Chen's shoulders with both hands, his excitement inadvertently tightened his grip, causing Director Chen to wince in pain. Li Lao eagerly inquired, "Where is that young man now? Hurry and take me to meet him. I want to discuss the future development of network technology with him." Director Chen quickly moved Li Lao's hands aside, rubbing his sore shoulders with a helpless expression. All right, Li Lao, we will set off immediately. I too wish to witness this remarkable young talent." Li Lao was very satisfied with Director Chen's response, smiling as he patted Director Chen's shoulder. "Good, let's set off right now." With that, he swiftly exited the conference room, eager to meet Chen Fan. Regarding the actions of others, Chen Fan was oblivious. Even if he knew, he wouldn't have the time to care, because his girlfriend had called. Chen Fan answered the call, speaking in an overly greasy tone. "Sister, what made you think of me today? Are you planning to flip my card?" On the other end of the line, Su Luoxue shivered involuntarily at Chen Fan's greasy tone. Yet the words that escaped her lips unconsciously echoed his sentiment. "Today I plan to flip the card of cat concubine. A Chen concubine, you shall keep the empty bed to yourself today." Seeing Su Luoxue catch on to his words, the smile on Chen Fan's face grew more pronounced. Having a girlfriend who resonated with him was delightful, and he immediately turned on his theatrics. "Sister, how could you be so heartless, leaving me to keep the empty bed while you frolic with that little cat paw? I can't go on like this, woo." Su Luoxue, after overcoming her initial awkwardness, could no longer hold back and burst into laughter upon hearing Chen Fan's exaggerated tone. At first she wanted to hold it in, but as she imagined Chen Fan possibly on the other end of the line, twirling his fingers and squirming like a maggot, she couldn't help but let loose. Su Luoxue collapsed onto her small bed in the lounge, her hands pounding on the blanket as she laughed heartily, tears streaming from her eyes. Hearing Su Luox's uncontrollable laughter, Chen Fan's toes were already beginning to dig a room for himself. Noticing that the laughter on the other end showed no signs of stopping, Chen Fan, feeling embarrassed and angry, muttered softly into the phone, "What are you laughing at? You're putting on a show with me, so why should I be the only one embarrassed?" Su Luoxue finally stopped laughing. Listening to Chen Fan's soft complaints made her want to laugh again, but she managed to suppress the urge. She began to comfort him, gently soothing his fragile heart that was hurt by laughter. "I won't laugh anymore. I won't laugh anymore. Don't worry, sister will compensate you well in the future. Let me give you a little taste first, moi." Chen Fan's lingering displeasure was soothed by Su Luox's promise of compensation. With anticipation written across his face, he cautiously inquired, "What kind of compensation? I'm not easily fooled." Su Luox's face was filled with smiles as she spoke in a mysterious tone. "You'll know when the time comes, I guarantee you'll be satisfied." Upon hearing Su Luox's reply, an unnamed fire ignited in Chen Fan's heart. He wanted nothing more than to teleport to her side and claim the compensation he deserved. After some sweet talk, Su Luoxue revealed the reason for her call. Xiao Hao has graduated and is ready to join the company to familiarize himself with the business. I was thinking that once he gets settled, I'll come to you. Is that all right? You'll take me in, right? Hearing Su Luox's shy voice, Chen Fan couldn't help but feel an overwhelming impulse to protect her. He secretly muttered, "So enchanting, I can't handle it, I can't handle it. You coming is warmly welcomed. I've long wanted someone to help me manage the company," Su Luoxue replied, her tone softening. "Then once I handle my current matters, I'll come work for you. You can't pay me less, okay?" Just as Chen Fan was about to reply, he heard a gentle knock on the door. His assistant had entered the office. Seeing the assistant walk in, Chen Fan spoke softly to Su Luoxue. "All right, no problem. They'll be waiting for you to be my housekeeper. My assistant is here now, so I'll hang up, moi." "Okay, you get busy. I have to get to work too, moi." After hanging up, Chen Fan placed his phone on the desk and asked the assistant who had come in, "What's the matter?" When the assistant entered and saw Chen Fan on the phone, he originally intended to step out and let Chen Fan finish his call. Before he could make a move, Chen Fan hung up the phone. Seeing this, the assistant walked to Chen Fan's side to report on the day's matters. "Mr. Chen, General Liu from Penguin has come to our company. He is currently in the reception room." After hearing the assistant's report, Chen Fan was taken aback for a moment, then began to ponder the purpose of General Liu from Penguin's visit. Thinking to himself, could it be another acquisition discussion? That shouldn't be the case. Given the current size of Xingchen, even a giant like Penguin would have to expend significant effort for an acquisition. With thoughts swirling and unable to deduce the reasoning, Chen Fan set aside his contemplation, took his coat, and stood up. It was time to meet General Liu. The purpose would be revealed upon meeting. Chen Fan and his assistant entered the reception room one after the other, immediately spotting a man and a woman seated on leather sofas. The man appeared to be a middle-aged individual in his 40s, clad in a perfectly tailored suit that clearly indicated he had employed a top-notch tailor. The woman was much younger, in her 20s, wearing a professional suit and sporting a pair of rimless glasses, presenting herself as an intellectual beauty. After a quick survey, Chen Fan smiled and extended his right hand towards the middle-aged man. He quickly walked over, shaking hands vigorously while maintaining a smile, uttering pleasantries. The middle-aged man, the General Liu from Penguin, felt as though his hand might be shaken off by Chen Fan. Finally freeing his hand from Chen Fan's grip, he discreetly tucked it behind him and shook it to alleviate the slight pain in his arm. Noticing Liu's subtle gesture, Chen Fan's smile became even more radiant as he gestured for Liu to take a seat. Once everyone was seated, the assistant brought in the brewed tea just in time. Chen Fan warmly greeted General Liu and the lady, engaging in polite conversation. "General Liu, please enjoy this tea. It's fine, pure. We are a small company, so if there are any shortcomings in hospitality, please bear with us." General Liu merely took a sip of tea before putting it down. Hearing Chen Fan refer to his company as small made his lips twitch slightly. Internally, he couldn't help but scoff, wondering who at Xingchen would dare to claim they were a small company. If they were small, what would that make Penguin? Despite his internal thoughts, General Liu maintained a false smile on the surface, responding warmly, "Mr. Chen, you're being modest. Who can achieve such a feat at your age?" Setting his teacup down, Chen Fan noticed Liu's phony smile and felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He was no longer in the mood to engage in superficial banter. As his smile gradually faded, Chen Fan became serious, his tone shifting from earlier warmth to sternness. "General Liu, I prefer to get straight to the point. Please tell me why you're here at Xingchen today." Watching the young man shift from full enthusiasm to serious demeanor in a heartbeat, Liu couldn't help but wonder if Chen Fan had studied the art of face-changing in Sichuan. He found it hard to adapt to Chen Fan's abrupt rhythm. General Liu, indeed a person shaped by great storms, quickly stabilized his mind. A smile remained on his face as he cheerfully said, "President Chen speaks so directly, he'll be straightforward as well. Our company Penguin wishes to hold cross-shares with Xingchen." Chen Fan did not respond immediately. He picked up his teacup and took a sip before countering General Liu's proposition. "What benefits can we gain from cross-shareholding?" "I can't think of any." General Liu also took a sip of tea alongside Chen Fan, showing no change in his expression upon hearing the counter. "Xingchen possesses technology and talent, while we Penguin have the largest user base in the country, though our alliance would only make us stronger." Setting down his teacup, a hint of disdain flickered across Chen Fan's face, but quickly vanished. "With Xingchen's current user base, it seems we have no common ground for cooperation." A shadow of gloom crept onto General Liu's face, but he quickly adjusted his emotions. Reassuring, a smile returned to his face as he spoke in a nonchalant tone. "Xingchen's game CF has indeed driven a tremendous user growth, but your foundation is still too weak." Glancing at Chen Fan across the table and noticing his unchanged expression, General Liu gained some understanding of Chen Fan's depth. Despite a sense of unease, General Liu continued, Penguin has been established for decades, and we have connections in various relevant departments, something Xingchen lacks. General Liu felt quite pleased. Although Xingchen was growing rapidly, connections were vital for a company's development. If Chen Fan remained unwilling to cooperate, General Liu didn't mind teaching the young man a lesson about the importance of social connections. Chen Fan twirled the empty teacup in his hand, sighing inwardly at General Liu's apparent pride. Indeed, as General Liu stated, Xingchen was established too recently and had yet to build any connections. Without connections, even an ordinary clerk could stall your project. With connections, anything could be resolved without needing to show up. Just a word could suffice. This illustrates the difference between having connections and not having them. While a covert battle unfolded in the meeting room, a beautiful reporter at the front desk encountered another beautiful reporter. Claiming to interview her boss, she had just confirmed details with the assistant. Two more individuals arrived, a somewhat ordinary middle-aged man and an elderly gentleman with a full head of white hair, both stating they had come specifically to visit Chen Fan. These two were none other than the hastily arrived Mr. Li and Director Chen. Upon identifying themselves, the receptionist found herself at a loss and quickly contacted the assistant to explain, letting the higher-ups decide. The beautiful reporter who had just left the front desk overheard Mr. Li and Director Chen's identities, and her sixth sense told her that a major news story was about to unfold. She decided to follow Mr. Li and the others, hoping to uncover some exclusive news. The assistant received a notification from the front desk indicating that a department-level leader and an academician had come to visit their boss. Filled with surprise, the assistant quickly approached Chen Fan, bending down to whisper in his ear. Upon hearing the report from the assistant, Chen Fan felt a bit puzzled. He had not dealt with official matters before, and now there was an academician involved. Despite his confusion, Chen Fan instructed the assistant to invite the two into the meeting room. Turning to look at the leisurely General Liu, Chen Fan had already made up his mind. A smile returned to his face as he set down his teacup, cheerfully saying, "Thank you for your kindness, General Liu, but I must decline. I believe Xingchen can thrive well even without assistance. If there are no other matters, our discussion ends here. I have other guests to attend to shortly." Initially expecting Chen Fan to relent, General Liu was taken aback by the young man's blatant disregard. General Liu's expression darkened entirely, a surge of anger rising within him. It had been a long time since someone had rejected him. Those who had rejected him in the past had slowly disappeared under his influence, and he believed Chen Fan would be no exception. He angrily slammed his hand on the tea table, producing a loud thud. "Chen Fan, don't push your luck. There have been others before you who rejected our penguin, but they've all vanished." Chen Fan remained unfazed, calmly sipping his tea and choosing not to engage with General Liu. Watching the still calm Chen Fan, General Liu's rationality began to return. He recalled the earlier scene and what Chen Fan's assistant had whispered in his ear. It must have been something significant that gave the previously silent Chen Fan the confidence to refuse him so boldly. General Liu felt he had unearthed the truth. Chen Fan must have found some powerful backing, making him fearless. Understanding everything, General Liu looked at Chen Fan with a hint of mockery, thinking Chen Fan was still too young. In the gaming industry, who could be more formidable than Penguin? Even the leading company Zhu Factory paled in comparison. As his anger gradually subsided, a disingenuous smile returned to General Liu's face. Feigning inquiry, yet speaking in a tone that allowed no refusal, he said, "I would very much like to meet President Chen's guests. I trust President Chen wouldn't refuse me again, would you?" Seeing General Liu's insincere expression, Chen Fan genuinely wanted to punch him, wanting him to understand why flowers bloom in red. He tried to muster a smile, but found it impossible. Chen Fan gave up, looking at General Liu across from him, leaning against the sofa with an indifferent expression. "Feel free, General Liu," he said before returning to his own enjoyment of tea. General Liu was unperturbed by Chen Fan's attitude, quietly awaiting the arrival of the mysterious backing. The assistant opened the large door, gesturing for Director Chen and Mr. Li to enter the meeting room. Following closely behind was the beautiful reporter, who naturally intended to enter as well. The assistant immediately blocked her path. "I'm sorry, reporter, but you cannot enter at this time." The beautiful reporter was immediately displeased. "Why can't I go in? Didn't we agree to interview President Chen?" The assistant remained unyielding, blocking the reporter's way with a calm expression. "It's not yet your scheduled interview time. You can wait in the lounge for now." The voices of the assistant and the reporter grew louder, attracting the attention of everyone in the meeting room. Chen Fan stood up and quickly approached Director Chen and Mr. Li, shaking hands with both. "Hello, I am Chen Fan. Welcome to Xingchen for your inspection. Please have a seat inside. I will check on the situation. I apologize for the inconvenience." Mr. Li remained silent, uninterested in such trivial matters. Standing beside him, Director Chen, understanding Mr. Li's character, stepped forward to converse with Chen Fan, saying, "President Chen, there's no need to be polite. We arrived unexpectedly without an appointment. Oh, please don't mind. You carry on with your business, Mr. Li, and I can manage ourselves. Although they were considerate of him, Chen Fan still felt a bit embarrassed. Yet there were matters to handle, so he refrained from further pleasantries and moved towards the entrance to inquire about the commotion with the assistant. Upon arriving at the door, he saw his assistant arguing with a beautiful woman. He quickly walked between them and said, "Enough, no more arguing. Can anyone tell me what happened?" The assistant, realizing his superior had arrived, immediately began reporting. "Mr. Chen, I've already told this reporter that you don't have time for an interview, yet she still wants to barge in." The beautiful reporter, upon hearing the assistant's words, recognized that the young man before her was Chen Fan, the founder of Xingchen. Her previously assertive stance as a righteous journalist crumbled. Approaching Chen Fan, she cautiously said, "Hello, Mr. Chen, I am Lin Fan, a reporter from a local station," as she took out her press credentials to establish her identity. "I did not force my way into. I came with the two in front of me." Chen Fan glanced at the information on her press card and found no issues. He spoke to his assistant, "You can take a break first, we'll call you if there's anything." Turning to Lin Fan, he waved for her to follow him into the meeting room. Chen Fan entered first while Lin Fan followed behind and made a face at the assistant before quickly catching up to Chen Fan. The assistant felt a surge of frustration but could do nothing but return to his desk and sulk. Upon re-entering the meeting room, Chen Fan saw Mr. Liu and Director Chen quietly conversing while Mr. Li sat to the side resting with his eyes closed. Chen Fan asked Lin Fan to wait nearby as he found a place to sit and rest for a while, planning to conduct the interview later. He quickened his pace towards Mr. Li and the others. Mr. Li sensed some movement, opened his eyes, and saw Chen Fan had approached him. He attempted to stand and shake hands with Chen Fan to reintroduce himself. Seeing Mr. Li, who was of advanced age, trying to stand, Chen Fan hurriedly urged him to sit back down. "Please, you don't need to be so polite with me." At Mr. Li's age, he was not overly concerned with etiquette. As Chen Fan asked him to sit, he readily complied. Observing the young man who developed the universal editor, Mr. Li appreciated not only his exceptional abilities, but also his politeness, growing increasingly satisfied. Chen Fan also sat back down in his position, apologizing to everyone. "I apologize for the misunderstanding earlier. It wasted everyone's time." Before anyone else could speak, Mr. Li responded, "It's all right, as long as the misunderstanding is resolved." Chen Fan smiled in gratitude for Mr. Li's understanding. After personally pouring tea for everyone and placing the teapot down, Chen Fan began the official discussion. "Let's reintroduce ourselves. Oh, I am Chen Fan, and this is Mr. Liu from Penguin. May I ask what brings you here today?" Mr. Li quickly interjected before Director Chen could speak. "You might not recognize me, but I am Li Chuanfeng, the president of the Electronic Computer Institute at Nanda University in Yanjing. You can call me Mr. Li. This is Director Chen from the Ministry of Science and Technology." Upon hearing their credentials, Chen Fan was taken aback. He had no prior connections with them and wondered what they wanted. Mr. Li noticed Chen Fan's unease and patted his shoulder with a hearty laugh. "Don't worry, we come with no ill intentions. We simply wish to discuss the universal editor you developed." Hearing Mr. Li's explanation, Chen Fan felt reassured, but he winced at the pressure on his shoulder, thinking how strong Mr. Li's grip was. "So that's what this is about. May I ask which aspect you wish to discuss?" Chen Fan and Mr. Li began a conversation about the universal editor, completely ignoring the other two. Director Chen sat to the side, leisurely sipping tea, while watching the pleasant exchange between the elder and the youth. Although he wasn't very knowledgeable about computer technology, the change in Mr. Li's expression indicated to him that Chen Fan's skills were impressive. As long as the matter and the person involved were appropriate, he felt he had nothing to worry about. In contrast to Director Chen's ease, Mr. Liu was visibly uncomfortable. He hadn't expected the person he had just enjoyed conversing with to be a departmental leader from a ministerial-level agency. The elderly man who was chatting animatedly with Chen Fan had a significant identity as well. He had just secretly searched for the name Li Chunfeng on his phone. The information displayed surprised Mr. Liu. Not only was Mr. Li the president of Nanda University, but he was also a prominent figure recognized as an academician. There are not many who can achieve the status of an academician. Their disciples and students are spread across various industries. Their connections are not something an average person can match. From the looks of it, Mr. Li greatly appreciated Chen Fan, which made Mr. Liu feel regretful for his earlier comments about Chen Fan's lack of connections, suggesting they needed Penguin's support to develop. This turned into a boomerang that pierced deeply into his heart. It seemed likely that Chen Fan could establish a connection with Mr. Li. Thinking of this, Mr. Liu felt like he could spit blood, believing Chen Fan was here to undermine him. Since encountering Chen Fan, he had not had a smooth experience, having already suffered significant losses. He had originally planned to use financial means to slowly consume the Xingchen in Chen Fan's hands, leaving him with nothing and plunging him into despair. Unfortunately, Chen Fan was not easily fooled. He had intended to use his connections to pressure Xingchen into submission. Now it seemed that path was also blocked. With this thought, Mr. Liu's breathing became rapid. The resentment in his heart could not be suppressed as he glared at Chen Fan, who was happily conversing with Mr. Li. Grinding his teeth in frustration, he wished he could devour Chen Fan alive. Just as Chen Fan was enjoying his conversation with Mr. Li, he suddenly felt a chill run through him. He looked at the air conditioning, which showed no issues with the temperature, feeling puzzled. He happened to catch Mr. Liu's fierce glare, causing Chen Fan to squint slightly, his expression turning a bit unpleasant. But he quickly masked it, continuing to discuss technical issues with Mr. Li. While he appeared to be chatting with Mr. Li, he was actually thinking about Mr. Liu's menacing gaze. It seemed that after today, Mr. Liu would fully unleash his tactics against Xingchen, and he needed to carefully consider a countermeasure. Glancing at Mr. Li before stealing a glance at Director Chen, who was sitting nearby, Chen Fan's mind began to formulate a plan. After a long while, Mr. Li finally paused the discussion, which allowed Chen Fan to secretly breathe a sigh of relief. Mr. Li truly lived up to his reputation as an experienced professor. He could really engage in conversation. Seeing that Mr. Li had finished speaking, Director Chen set down his teacup, straightened up, and smiled at Chen Fan, saying, "Chen Fan, since you and Mr. Li are done talking, let me share the purpose of my visit today." Just as he took a sip of tea, hearing Director Chen speak made him internally groan, but he quickly set down his teacup and replied, "I am all ears." Director Chen waved his hand, telling Chen Fan not to be nervous, and continued in a slow, unhurried tone, "Your ability to develop the universal editor indicates you have considerable talent. I've heard you also develop software called MyGia." At this point, Chen Fan understood Director Chen's purpose. While the universal editor had remarkable functions, it had not yet attracted attention from higher authorities. MyGia was different. It had numerous applicable scenarios, and its functions were far superior to those of the universal editor. Chen Fan humbly replied, "You flatter me. I have merely achieved a small accomplishment." However, Director Chen looked at Chen Fan, and despite his humble words, pride was evident on his face. With an exasperated tone, he said, "This is not just a small achievement. Being too modest is not good." Chen Fan awkwardly scratched his head, a sheepish smile plastered on his face. Director Chen did not press Chen Fan further, and continued, "The patent for the pulse interface you developed has been tested by us, and it is very powerful. We wish to purchase the patent from you." Upon hearing this, Chen Fan was stunned, not expecting that the pulse interface would attract a government buyout. Not only Chen Fan, but also General Liu, who had been silent beside him, was taken aback. How long had it been since he started talking with Chen Fan? First he connected with an academician, and now it seemed he was on the verge of establishing ties with the government. Was Chen Fan's luck really that extraordinary? Could he really keep him down? No one paid attention to General Liu, who stood by, doubting life to the point of despair. After regaining his senses, Chen Fan was filled with joy, yet he spoke seriously. "What patent or no patent? It is an honor for the country to use the software I developed. They may use it freely." Old Li, sipping tea nearby, observed Chen Fan's demeanor and subtly nodded. He had not misjudged this young man. Chen Fan's awareness was indeed high. Director Chen shared Old Li's sentiment, highly satisfied with Chen Fan's performance. However, the government would not take advantage of anyone. "It's great that you have this awareness, but the government will not take advantage of anyone, so you still need to accept the payment." Hearing Director Chen's uncompromising tone, Chen Fan did not disagree or feign loyalty. After a moment of thought, he proposed his own plan. "In that case, how about the government directly buys the patent for 1 million? For the first time, surprise appeared on Director Chen's face, no longer as relaxed as before. With a hint of disbelief in his tone, he said, "You are willing to sell the patent? Considering the functionality of the pulse interface, this will be an extremely lucrative software. Can you really let it go?" Chen Fan chuckled lightly, unfazed, and replied, "It is merely a tool. I have made a fortune through gaming, and I am very happy to contribute to the country." Although he spoke well, in his heart he thought that by leveraging the pulse interface software, he could establish connections with the government. He would give it away for free. As he mentioned, thanks to CF, he had already earned more than an ordinary person could in a lifetime. He couldn't possibly spend it all. Developing the pulse interface incurred no cost, so that 1 million was pure profit. He was not losing anything. Director Chen genuinely grew to admire Chen Fan more if this young man had a higher awareness than himself. In a good mood, his smile became more pronounced as he praised Chen Fan. "It is rare to find a young person with such high awareness nowadays. I must learn from you." After praising Chen Fan, Director Chen pondered for a moment and continued, 1 million is still too little for you. Do you have any other requests? I will do my best to accommodate you." Chen Fan truly had no other requests, but he felt that not mentioning anything would seem disrespectful. After thinking for a long time, he finally came up with a request that was not exactly a demand. I have no other requests as long as our Xingqian can continue using the pulse interface. That is enough for me. Director Chen laughed heartily, stood up, and approached Chen Fan, who also rose immediately. Standing in front of Chen Fan, Director Chen patted him on the shoulder, smiling. Of course you can continue using the pulse interface. That is not a request at all. After a brief pause, he continued, since you have no other requests, I won't say anything more. It is getting late, and old Li and I will take our leave now. As Director Chen and the others were about to leave, Chen Fan did not try to keep them. Their schedules were already full. He escorted them to the door, and Director Chen did not ask Chen Fan to follow. Watching Director Chen and old Li leave, Chen Fan returned to the reception room just in time to see General Liu coming out from inside. Seeing General Liu's unpleasant expression, Chen Fan was delighted and pretended to care, saying, General Liu, are you feeling unwell? Your face looks terrible. Oh, do you want me to take you to the hospital? In General Liu's eyes, Chen Fan's concern was nothing but mockery. His face was as dark as an African's. He took a deep breath, with a very stiff tone he replied, I am in good health, but is you Mr. Chen, who is impressive for knowing such remarkable people. I underestimated you. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, maintaining his smile, and with a hint of sarcasm in his tone, he said, You are an old hand. How can I compare to the connections you have? Chen Fan's sarcasm infuriated General Liu, causing his chest to heave with rage, his face turning ashen. He merely watching General Liu leave in anger, Chen Fan made an international friendly gesture towards his back and then walked towards his office. Everyone had forgotten that there was still someone in the reception room. Lin Fan felt that her ancestors must be smiling down on her today as she looked at those big shots in the conference room whom she usually could not even touch. She never expected that she could actually stay in the same room with them. She tried her best to curl up her body to reduce her presence, fearing that someone would notice her and then kick her out. Perhaps Lin Fan's ancestors really were smiling down on her. None of the big shots in the reception room noticed her at all. Thus, she listened to the entire conversation from her corner. Her smile grew wider, but luckily, she had the sense to cover her mouth, preventing herself from bursting into laughter. Once everyone had left, she tightly gripped the recording pen in her hand, which was her guarantee for future promotions and raises. After waiting a while to ensure no one was around, she quietly left the reception room. Upon reaching the office area, she straightened her appearance and held her head high, planning to leave quickly. After taking just a few steps, someone suddenly patted her on the shoulder. Lin Fan. She was a woman who had trained in combat sports, and thankfully she held back. She didn't know how much she would have to pay if she had thrown that punch. With an annoyed tone, she said, You scared me. Don't tap people on the shoulder from behind when there's nothing going on. The young assistant, initially startled by Lin Fan's reaction, felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing her complaint. I'm sorry for scaring you. I didn't mean to. After apologizing to Lin Fan, the young assistant finally stated her purpose for finding her. Aren't you supposed to interview Mr. Chen? He is available now, and I will take you to him. Lin Fan's face stiffened. She had completely forgotten about the interview. She just wanted to return to the newspaper office quickly and organize the exclusive news she had dug up to publish it as soon as possible. Lin Fan followed behind the assistant, heading towards Chen Fan's office. She bit her lower lip, pondering how to muddle through this interview, completely unaware that the assistant had already stopped. She suddenly bumped into the assistant, who stumbled and nearly fell. Fortunately, Lin Fan had trained before, and her reflexes were quick enough to steady the assistant. The assistant shot a glare at Lin Fan without saying a word, adjusted her clothes, and knocked on the office door. Feeling embarrassed, Lin Fan quietly stuck out her tongue and followed the assistant into Chen Fan's office. Under Lin Fan's control, the interview quickly concluded. After hastily packing her things, Lin Fan expressed her gratitude to Chen Fan and hurriedly left. Chen Fan reached out his hand, wanting to shake hands with Lin Fan, but she reacted as if she had seen a fierce beast, quickly thanked him, and left at a brisk pace. Retracting his hand stiffly, he looked at his reflection in the lounge mirror and muttered to himself, Is it really me who's so terrifying? At that moment, Chen Fan began to question life. Lin Fan jogged out of Xingqian Company and hailed a taxi on the street. Before the car had even come to a stop, she threw open the door and jumped in, startling the driver. Lin Fan didn't care, as she just wanted to get back to the newsroom as quickly as possible. Driver to the local newsroom, I'll add 200 to the fare, hurry up. The driver had intended to scold Lin Fan, but upon hearing about the extra money, silently started the car. A girl like this, there's no need for a big man like me to fuss over it. It surely wasn't about the money. Returning to her workstation, Lin Fan began to sort through the day's findings. Before she knew it, it was already 9 in the evening, and Lin Fan had finally finished organizing everything. With a click of the mouse to send her work, Lin Fan stretched and gazed at the article she had just sent, her mind beginning to fantasize about a bright future. News from local newsrooms is generally only read by locals, and sometimes even they can't be bothered to glance at it, as small newsrooms rarely have any noteworthy stories to publish. But today was different, An article published by a reporter named Chen Fan suddenly spread across the internet. Shocking. Xingchen is actually a state entity. Why does President Liu of Penguin look so grim? What exactly happened? Let the editor tell you. This headline captured the attention of countless curious netizens. At first, everyone thought it was just another sensational headline from a small newspaper trying to attract clicks. Yet out of curiosity, they clicked in to read the content. To their surprise, it wasn't clickbait. The news revealed that the software from Xingchen Company had been absorbed by the state, and Chen Fan was praised by an academician as a leading figure of the younger generation. Information about a potential commercial war between Penguin and Xingchen thrilled the onlooking netizens. They flooded the comments section. Xingchen is impressive, actually being absorbed by the state. Xingchen, you said a new game is coming out. When will it be released? I can't wait any longer. Penguin is going to war with Xingchen. I support Xingchen. Xingchen. Never heard of them, but being state-affiliated, they should be quite powerful. As time passed, more and more netizens saw this news. By the next day, it had completely exploded online with discussions pouring in from all directions. After receiving a report from his secretary and seeing the news portray him terribly, President Liu was furious and smashed his phone to pieces. Feeling unsatisfied, he wreaked havoc in his office again. Once his emotions finally calmed down, he sat in his boss chair looking at the mess he had created. With a blank expression, he picked up the landline phone to call someone to clean up his mess. Thinking of Chen Fan's face, he couldn't help but grit his teeth, but his anger had diminished enough for him to think of a countermeasure. Now that Chen Fan's Xingchen had gained momentum, he pondered where he could strike a fatal blow against Xingchen. After thinking for a long time, he came up empty-handed. Chen Fan had the backing of an academician and the appreciation of higher-ups. With a helpless sigh, President Liu knew he could no longer threaten Chen Fan. He felt as if he had aged decades. His posture slumped and his spirit diminished. President Liu was drained of vitality, sitting lifelessly in his boss chair. When Chen Fan received the news, he was taken aback. How did this reporter named Chen Fan know about his conversation with others yesterday? After investigating, he realized that this person was the one he had brought into the reception room, but he had forgotten there was someone else in there at the time. Rubbing his temples, he mentally reassured himself that it wasn't a bad thing. After all, news had to be reported sooner or later, and it didn't matter who reported it. He resolved not to let such blunders occur again, especially since this blunder was his own doing. It was too embarrassing. Clearing his Pan Jizu was still the same today, hunting zombie hordes in the zombie hunting grounds with his fans. In the midst of an intense boss battle, a message suddenly popped up, causing Pan Jizu to dodge the boss skills unsuccessfully. His character was killed instantly, and he was so furious that he almost threw his mouse. He angrily glared at the culprit responsible for his failure. His initially furious expression turned into shock as he rubbed his eyes and looked at the message again. Shock turned into delight as he pointed at the message and exclaimed to the live stream, "Brothers, look at this. Xingchen's new game has finally been released." His viewers had seen it before him. Some had already left the stream to download the new game. Those who remained were still working late. They spammed the chat urging Pan Jizu to hurry and download the game so they could get first-hand information. What are you pointing at? Hurry up and download the game. Xingchen has finally released this game. I don't know how long they've been promoting it. Oh, why am I working overtime today? I also want to play Xingchen's new game as soon as possible. Stop shouting upstairs. I'm still watching Lao Pan's stream, not working overtime. Pan Jizu felt no disturbance from the viewers' comments berating him. He had grown accustomed to it. If they suddenly stopped berating him, he would actually feel uncomfortable, though of course, he wasn't a masochist, absolutely not. Entering the Xingchen platform, a gigantic banner greeted him on the homepage. Xingchen's promotion for their new game was quite thorough, Pan Jizu thought to himself. He located the game, named Jiuzhou Shanhai Lu, and eagerly clicked to download it. During the wait, Pan Jizu and his viewers engaged in a heated discussion about the new game, speculating about what astonishing features it might have. At the same time, many players who received the news immediately began downloading Jiuzhou Shanhai Lu. Ding dong. Pan Jizu, who was chatting with his friends, heard this sound and knew that the game had been successfully downloaded and installed. Excitedly, he moved his mouse and clicked on the icon for the game Jiuzhou Shanhai Lu. While entering his account and password, he boasted to his viewers in the live stream, who were still working overtime and unable to play the game. Today, let Brother Pan play the new game for you hardworking folks still on the clock. His viewers, frustrated that they couldn't play Jiuzhou Shanhai Lu due to their overtime work, immediately felt defensive upon hearing Pan Jizu's bragging and started bombarding him with comments. Damn it, do I need you to play the game for me? This is infuriating. Pan Dog, tell me your address, and I'll send you some local specialties guaranteed to be good stuff. Has anyone unplugged his internet cable? He's too arrogant. Watching his viewers get defensive, Pan Jizu's smile broadened. He had finally gotten a small measure of revenge after being relentlessly teased by them. However, he couldn't bask in his triumph for long. When he entered the channel selection, Pan Jizu was taken aback. In such a short time, dozens of major channels and countless minor ones were all completely full. Upon receiving the news, he quickly downloaded the game and entered only to realize that someone had beaten him to it. Seeing the current situation, the viewers who had just been defensive became animated again, starting to send comments expressing their delight. Seeing this, I feel good. Haha, look who's arrogant now, are you dumbfounded? Pandog, your internet isn't up to par either. Laugh, why aren't you still laughing? Ha! Panjizu looked at the comments on the screen with disdain, thinking about how he would show them they were wrong. I'm still doing better than some people. Oh, I can play the new game without overtime. It's just a full channel, watch me squeeze in with my 20+ years of single speed. Ignoring the barrage of comments, Panjizu focused on a channel and began to showcase his pride in his rapid clicking skills. The viewers who had just been commenting were left speechless at Panjizu's incredible speed. Pandog's girlfriend must be very happy. With such speed, I love it. Upstairs, something must be on you. If I had that speed, my wife wouldn't buy me a green hat. Panjizu paid no attention to these comments, concentrating on clicking the mouse. Perhaps his luck was genuinely good, and he managed to squeeze in. At the moment he squeezed in, Panjizu raised his hands and cheered loudly. Brothers, did you see? I made it in. I made it in. After the excitement faded, he looked at the screen to see the comments filled with envy and jealousy from his viewers. Just glancing at them, he quickly averted his gaze, no longer paying attention to them, as they were too vulgar. As Panjizu entered the game lobby, the theme song Warriors Like the Wind from the Dungeon echoed in his and his viewers' ears. Panjizu thought to himself that this song was quite nice, and accompanied by the theme, he officially started the game. First, he had to select a character. Ijiojo Shanhai Lu now had 4 selectable characters. Curious, Panjizu clicked on the introduction of a young swordsman, holding a 3-foot-long green sword, his right arm covered in red scales, wearing slightly tattered blue clothing. Looking at the information on the introduction, Panjizu instinctively whispered it out loud. A genius disciple from the Shushan Sword Pavilion, who after forcefully suppressing the ancient divine sword Long Yuan had his right arm corroded by the dragon's soul, transforming his right hand into a red-scaled dragon claw, thus becoming half-human and half-dragon, wandering between righteousness and evil. After finishing the whispered reading, both Panjizu and the viewers in the live stream felt that the game designers for Xingqian had put in a lot of effort. Brothers, let's check out the introductions of the other characters. This game's worldview seems quite expansive. The viewers also chimed in, sending comments urging him to quickly look at the next character's introduction, as they could hardly wait. After viewing the introductions for the 4 characters, Jianzong Ling Yun Danqing, Ku Mo Xian, Yinshi Mintu Gong Shu Yue, and Chan Wu Sung, Hui Gang, Panjizu found himself in a dilemma, unsure which character to play. He liked Ling Yun's ambiguous nature, and Mo Xian's grandeur was appealing, but the straightforward personality of the older sister Gong Shu Yu was also hard to resist. Only Hui Gang failed to pique Panjizu's interest. He had recently been losing hair, with his hairline moving up. Seeing Hui Gang's bald head, he couldn't help but think of his own thinning hair. Since he couldn't decide who to choose, he decided to let his viewers help him decide. Facing the livestream, Panjizu shared his thoughts with them. Brothers, the host has developed a selection disorder. Why don't you help me choose one, excluding Hui Gang? Hearing that Panjizu wanted them to choose which character to play, the viewers in the live stream got fired up, sending comments to vote for their favorite character. It has to be Ling Yun, the young swordsman roaming the world. Looking at the skill introduction, he can use Qi to control the sword later on. My sister Gong Shu is first, the only female heir of Lubin's secret arts. She can easily handle various mechanisms. So cool. Mo Xian's elegant demeanor, turning the virtual into reality with a brushstroke. I like him so much. Pandog, hurry up and play him. What do you mean, Pandog? Is the monk bothering you? After awakening, he transforms into a 3-headed 6-armed Arhut, holding a demon-slaying staff, a tiger, subduing rope, and a demon-slaying sword. How can he not be cool? The viewers in the live stream were already in an uproar, the density of comments making it impossible for Panjizu to keep up. Finally, Panjizu could no longer take it. He initiated a vote, deciding to play the character with the highest votes first. Each character, even if they were appearing for the first time before the viewers, attracted many fans with their exquisite character designs and the cool skills showcased in the promotional videos. The votes for each character remained tightly contested with no gap in the scores. In the end, Ling Yun won this round by a margin of 3 votes. Seeing that the results were out, Panjizu chose Ling Yun as per the votes, gave himself a powerful name, 10,000 swords subdued, and directly entered the game. The viewers in the live stream began to criticize him, accusing him of shamelessness for stealing their name. Upon entering the game, there was an opening animation, mainly introducing the world background, which Panjizu had no interest in, opting to skip it. Next came the plot from the original dungeon, where players had to control their character to rescue a girl. During this process, players could also experience the combat abilities and flashy skill effects of their characters at max level. Of course, the girl to be rescued was not Celia, but the owner of an inn called an inn. After completing the beginner tutorial and rescuing the innkeeper, Pan Jizu was presented with a dialogue interface. Seeing the character design of the innkeeper, both Pan Jizu and the viewers in the livestream couldn't help but feel excited. The character design of the innkeeper was simply too beautiful. Dressed in a stunning red outfit, her graceful figure couldn't be concealed. She lifted one hand to lightly pull her sleeve over half her face, revealing a pair of eyes gazing at the player filled with charming allure. How could such a character design allow players to restrain themselves? Pan Jizu and his viewers couldn't help but drool. The artist from Xingqian is truly amazing. This is my ideal type. Pan Jizu gazed at the innkeeper's character design, mesmerized. The viewers in the live stream deeply resonated with his words, their minds starting to fantasize about having such a beauty as their wife in real life. After staring at the character design for a long time, Pan Jizu finally came to his senses. Ignoring the pleas of his viewers, he reluctantly closed the dialogue interface and continued his gaming journey. The subsequent processes were not much different from the dungeons of his past life, only all replaced with a Huagua style with minimal changes made. After 2 days of grinding dungeons, Pan Jizu's character finally reached level 18. After watching the demonstration video of Ling Yun's job change, he had been eager to level up and change his class. After all, which Huagua person doesn't have a sword-wielding dream? Now that he had finally reached level 18, those skilled players had reached level 18 in just 1 day, completing their job change tasks the next day. Watching others already having changed jobs and possessing cool exclusive skills, Pan Jizu couldn't help but feel envious. He was now eager to find a job instructor to accept the job change task so that he could change jobs quickly and show off in front of his viewers. The only thing he was dissatisfied with was that this game had a fatigue system which limited him to playing only for 2 hours a day. Otherwise, he could have completed the job change in 1 day. However, the game shop had fatigue potions which allowed Pan Jizu to reach level 18 in 2 days. Otherwise, given his level, he didn't know how long it would take him to grind. During these 2 days, he didn't just grind dungeons. As a streamer, he took his viewers through various features of Jiuzhou Shanhai Lu. He introduced his viewers to various aspects such as side professions arenas and the Demon Realm trials. Finding his job instructor, Pan Jizu accepted the task without hesitation. But instead of acting immediately, he took out his phone and contacted someone. The game had been out for 2 days, and many skilled players had reached the job change requirements on the first day. They had changed jobs with different characters. One player even provided a detailed explanation of all the tasks for job changes in a video. This helped players who hadn't changed jobs to understand the difficulty of the job change, including Pan Jizu. Knowing the difficulty of the job change tasks, Pan Jizu recognized his own limitations, so he sought out a skilled player to help him with the tasks. There are many smart people now. Those with some skills have started doing business at the dungeon entrances, helping others with tasks. That's where he found his contact. However, he had to be cautious of scammers, as this was a player-initiated commercial activity with no guarantees. In his office, Chen Fan sat with his feet propped up on the desk, holding a teacup and gazing at the scenery outside, leisurely sipping tea, feeling quite satisfied. Jiuzhou Shanhai Lu had launched, and the player response was excellent. The data had skyrocketed in the past 2 days. Players had become quite dissatisfied with him for repeatedly claiming a new game was coming but not taking action. Some players had even revealed his name and appearance to the local press, and those unhappy players had directly left passionate comments on the official website. He hadn't dared to go online for a while, but now things were better. The launch of Jiuzhou Shanhai Lu had completely changed the attitudes of those players. Now the internet was filled with news about Jiuzhou Shanhai Lu, and players were very satisfied. The game had succeeded. Putting down his teacup, Chen Fan stretched, getting up to move his stiff body. With all matters concluded and nothing to do, Chen Fan felt a bit out of place in the office, looking around aimlessly. Finally, he lay back on the leather sofa, one hand resting on his forehead, sighing and muttering about how boring it was. Suddenly, the image of Su Luoxue appeared in his mind. Chen Fan sat up sharply and pulled out his phone, wanting to call Su Luoxue. His hand suddenly paused, thinking about what Su Luoxue might be doing now and whether calling her would disturb her. Staring at his phone, he felt conflicted about whether he should call. He lay down and then got back up, pacing back and forth several times before finally deciding to call her, as he felt he was going to be bored to death without anyone to chat with. The phone rang just once before it was picked up, surprising Chen Fan. "What made you think to call me today? You usually don't contact me," Su Luoxue said with a hint of delight in her voice. Chen Fan felt a bit uncomfortable, though it seemed he had never actively called Su Luoxue before. Thinking of this, Chen Fan's tone carried a hint of apology as he said, "It's my fault for not caring about you. From now on, I'll call you every day." Su Luoxue's face was now filled with warmth. She appreciated Chen Fan's words, but pretended to be annoyed. "Calling every day is too much. If you don't find it bothersome, I can accept once a week." What could Chen Fan say? He could only comply, firmly executing his wife's orders. Understood, officer. I will call you once a week from now on. Private Chen Fan sends his regards to you. Hearing Chen Fan's playful words, Su Luoxue couldn't help but chuckle, her tone teasing. Private Chen Fan, if you can remember the officer's orders, the officer is very pleased. Just after finishing her sentence, disregarding her image, Su Luoxue burst into laughter, clutching her stomach. Hearing Su Luox's laughter, Chen Fan couldn't help but laugh along, and the two of them laughed at each other over the phone. After a while, the two finally stopped laughing. Su Luoxue wiped away the tears that had flowed from laughing and seriously asked Chen Fan, "All right, enough of the jokes. Did you call me today for something?" Hearing this, Chen Fan couldn't help but protest. "Do I always have to have a reason to call you? Can't I just miss you and call?" Hearing Chen Fan's indignant tone, Su Luox's small head was filled with confusion. "With Xingchen's current scale, do you even have time to call me?" Upon hearing this, Chen Fan felt quite proud, saying with a tone of arrogance, "I'm the boss. If my subordinates don't do the work, do I need to do it myself? I'm so free now that I'm almost getting moldy." Su Luoxue looked at the piles of documents on her desk. Her mood instantly soured, and her tone turned icy. "Are you deliberately showing off in front of me?" "Fine, just wait." Su Luox's tone changed, causing Chen Fan to feel a bit anxious. He quickly defended himself. "I have no such intention, I'm just bored and wanted to chat with you." Su Luoxue nearly crushed the pen in her hand, but she was sure he was doing it on purpose. "Nothing to do. Isn't Xingchen a game company? If you're bored, why not make a game?" Finally, unable to contain her anger any longer, Su Luoxue shouted out loud. After venting, she felt much better and hung up the phone without waiting for Chen Fan to respond. Chen Fan stared blankly at his phone, and after a long while he realized that he seemed to be in trouble. He called Su Luoxue again, but she didn't answer, so Chen Fan could only explain to her via the green bubble. He truly had only sought her out of boredom, without any intention to show off. After waiting for a long time with no response from Su Luoxue, Chen Fan threw his phone aside and lay back on the couch, staring blankly at the ceiling. Suddenly sitting up, Chen Fan recalled the last thing Su Luoxue had said. "Let's play a game." Yes, play a game. He could create a small game. After coming to this realization, Chen Fan felt rejuvenated and quickly walked to his desk, pulled out the chair, and sat down. He turned on the computer that hadn't been used in days, but his hands froze as he opened the Universal Editor. What kind of small game should he create? He still had no clear goal, and grasping his hair, Chen Fan began to feel distressed. Just when Chen Fan didn't know how to start, he caught a glimpse of the time displayed on the computer, and his eyes instantly lit up. Tomorrow is Valentine's Day, a great day when couples will indulge in affection and enjoy doing what they love. Chen Fan thought he could provide these couples with some unique gifts. Games like It Takes Two or Overcooked would be perfect for a holiday like Valentine's Day. Since he and Su Luoxue had no time to celebrate Valentine's Day, if he couldn't enjoy it, then others shouldn't expect to have a good one either. As he pondered this, a sinister smile crept across Chen Fan's face, and he chuckled wickedly. Hearing his own laughter made Chen Fan uncomfortable, and he quickly silenced himself, glancing towards the door. Once he confirmed that no one was around, Chen Fan relaxed. His previous behavior had been too villainous. Fortunately, no one had seen him, or his image would have been ruined. No longer dwelling on those chaotic thoughts, Chen Fan began to work seriously. After all, tomorrow is Valentine's Day. Although he had the Universal Editor, Chen Fan disliked working overtime, so he aimed to finish early and rest. The couples planning to celebrate Valentine's Day tomorrow had no idea that Chen Fan had prepared a different surprise for them, ensuring they would have a fresh experience. On Valentine's Day, shops on the streets began various Valentine's Day activities. Some people dressed impeccably, ready to go on dates with their goddesses, while the single ones could only stay in their own little worlds, enviously watching those who were in relationships. I believe that readers must have their beloved partners right. Since Xiao Ran joined Mufeng's club, his life has taken a different direction, training diligently every day in preparation for the first professional league. While still in school, he managed to date a campus beauty, leaving many envious. Today, he unexpectedly skipped training and got up early to make himself look presentable. His roommates, seeing the youthful smile on his face, knew that this guy was going out on a date. Each of them gritted their teeth, internally cursing Xiao Ran countless times, resentful that they weren't the ones going out with the goddess. Xiao Ran looked at his roommates, who seemed to want to tear him apart, yet they had no way to deal with him, making him feel incredibly pleased. With the keys to his newly bought car in hand, whistling, he swaggered out of the dormitory. Seeing Xiao Ran's arrogance, his roommates could no longer hold back, rushing to pin him down on the ground. They only let him go after he pleaded for mercy, promising to bring them late-night snacks when he returned. After standing up, Xiao Ran ran off without looking back. His roommates' jealousy was too strong, and he couldn't afford to provoke them. Once he got into his car, Xiao Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief, gazing at the heads poking out of the dormitory window, resembling vengeful spirits from a horror film. Xiao Ran couldn't help but shiver, giving his roommates a friendly gesture before flooring the gas, speeding away like an arrow. Driving his newly bought car, he glanced at the gift placed in the passenger seat, humming a cheerful but unrecognizable tune. Feeling pleased, he thought to himself that today he would definitely hit a home run. At this thought, a mischievous smile appeared at the corners of Xiao Ran's mouth. Suddenly, a honking sound pulled Xiao Ran, immersed in his daydream, back to reality. He quickly wiped the mischievous smile from his face and adopted a gentlemanly demeanor as he sped towards the school. In no time, Xiao Ran had driven to his girlfriend's dormitory. He immediately took out his phone and called her. The call was quickly connected, and before Xiao Ran could let the other side speak, he rushed to say, "Xiao, and I'm downstairs at your dormitory. I've prepared a Valentine's Day gift for you. Hurry down." Upon hearing Xiao Ran's voice, Xiao An smiled slightly. Unlike other girls, she didn't enjoy cosmetics. She loved playing games, even though she wasn't very skilled. She met her current boyfriend through a gaming league at an internet cafe. Seeing Xiao Ran earnestly competing on stage and finally lifting the trophy after winning the match, she fell for him without hesitation. Later, upon discovering that Xiao Ran was from her school, she disregarded her image and began to chase after him, even though many other girls had their eyes on him. In the end, she was the one who won his heart. Reflecting on her actions back then, Xiao An found it quite unbelievable. However, after spending time with Xiao Ran, she knew her choice was right. Xiao Ran was a great person, responsible, ambitious, and sometimes he would surprise her with little gifts. Thinking of this, Xiao An's smile grew even more radiant as she gently said to Xiao Ran, "Wait for me 10 minutes, I'll be right down." "I'm hanging up now." After hanging up, Xiao An hummed a cheerful tune, sitting in front of the mirror to finish her makeup. Her roommates looked at the love-struck Xiao An, filled with envy, wondering why they couldn't find a boyfriend despite being just as good. Downstairs, Xiao Ran, hearing his girlfriend ask him to wait 10 minutes, didn't mind and played with his phone in the car. He didn't expect that these 10 minutes would stretch unreasonably long, making him wait for a full hour. As he began to feel numb from waiting, finally Xiao An's figure appeared at the entrance of the dormitory. This relieved Xiao Ran. If she didn't come out soon, he might have begun to suspect whether Xiao An intended to stand him up. In his first relationship, Xiao Ran didn't realize how much time it took for a woman to do her full makeup. He quickly stepped forward, took Xiao An's hand back, and she smiled slightly, casually wrapping her arm around his as they walked towards the car, chatting and laughing. Xiao Ran, a man with ulterior motives, had already prepared his plan for celebrating Valentine's Day yesterday. Now was the time to execute his plan. He took Xiao An shopping, then went to the restaurant he had booked, and after dinner they would watch a movie. Xiao Ran had arranged a route where there were many hotels nearby, planning to enjoy their time as late as possible. As he thought about what might happen tonight, he was slightly distracted during their outing. Xiao An naturally noticed Xiao Ran's thoughts as they passed by bright hotel signs. Her eyes were not blind, but Xiao An felt a hint of expectation in her heart. Her cheeks flushed, pretending not to know anything. Thus, step by step, she walked into the trap prepared by Xiao Ran. It was hard to tell who was the hunter and who was the prey. Unknowingly, Xiao Ran and Xiao An had been out until midnight. Seeing how late it was, Xiao Ran's eyes darted around his palms, slightly sweating as he encouraged himself. "Come on, you can do this. Success or failure depends on this moment." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Ran mustered his courage and cautiously stammered, "Since it's so late, should we stay out for the night?" Upon hearing Xiao Ran finally speak, Xiao An felt relieved. They had been silent for a while, and she was almost anxious. She had been thinking that she might have to return to the dormitory feeling dejected, and that her long-anticipated event might not happen. Finally, this timid Xiao Ran had invited her. Xiao An blushed, her voice as soft as a whisper, "Whatever you say." If Xiao Ran hadn't been so focused on her, he might not have heard what she said. Hearing Xiao An's affirmative response, Xiao Ran's heart began to race, and he struggled to speak. "Okay. He'll go arrange the hotel now." Xiao Ran had already booked the hotel, thinking that if Xiao An agreed they could check in immediately, and if she didn't, he would take her back to the dormitory and then return to stay by himself. After all, he had a car, so traveling back and forth was convenient. Xiao Ran chose an esports hotel, and staying alone wouldn't be lonely. At worst, he could play games all night. Taking out his phone, Xiao Ran pretended to tap randomly, not wanting Xiao An to realize that he had already booked the hotel, harboring undisclosed intentions. Seeing Xiao Ran's poor acting skills, Xiao An couldn't help but smile. If she didn't have similar thoughts, how could he possibly fool this clever and beautiful girl? After fiddling with his phone for a while, Xiao Ran stole a glance at Xiao An, noticing she was lost in thought and not paying attention to him. He quickly put away his phone and pulled the still distracted Xiao An toward the hotel he had already booked. He presented his ID to the front desk clerk to check in. Watching the front desk clerk operate the computer leisurely, Xiao Ran's heart felt like ants were crawling in it, wishing he could handle the check-in himself and do it quickly. Xiao An, observing Xiao Ran's impatient demeanor, thought about what would happen next, and her face immediately flushed with embarrassment. Under Xiao Ran's urging, the front desk clerk was nearly rolling her eyes to the sky. Though she felt dissatisfied, she hastened her actions to complete their check-in. Holding the eagerly anticipated room card, they exited the elevator, and Xiao Ran took Xiao An's hand, quickly walking to their room. Once inside, they closed the door and began to examine the room's decor. Xiao Ran was quite satisfied. A large 2-meter bed and 2 computer desks with computers on them, which were decent in his eyes. Xiao An, however, was dumbfounded. The hotel environment she had imagined was not an esports hotel, let alone a star-rated hotel. Couldn't he book a regular hotel room? Why would they spend Valentine's Day in an esports hotel overnight? Xiao An felt a mix of emotions, unsure of what expression should appear on her face. Glancing at Xiao Ran and seeing his satisfied expression, Xiao An felt even more uneasy and muttered to herself, "Does Xiao Ran not have that intention? Did she overthink it? Or did he have some strange preferences?" Xiao An's mind was racing with various odd thoughts. Xiao Ran turned to ask Xiao An if she was satisfied, but seeing her changing expressions, he felt a wave of unease. Thinking about how he might have ruined their Valentine's date, he silently screamed in despair and was already on the verge of tears. Xiao An adjusted her emotions, looking at Xiao Ran standing beside her, ready to agree to whatever he said. But seeing his expression of regret, now Xiao An felt confused again. What exactly did this man want to do by bringing her to an esports hotel? It is said that a woman's heart is hard to fathom, but in Xiao An's eyes, this man's heart was even harder to read than a woman's. The two stood at the door in silence, neither speaking. Xiao An's mind was in turmoil, needing some time to calm down and sort out the situation. Xiao Ran, on the other hand, accepted that he had likely ruined his first Valentine's date and was berating himself inwardly. Fortunately, Xiao Ran realized they were still standing at the door. He looked at Xiao and his lips moving. "Why don't we go in and talk?" Xiao An looked at Xiao Ran, whose eyes were filled with regret. She sighed softly and silently told herself that this was the man she chose. Both of them sat awkwardly on the edge of the bed. Xiao Ran's brain was racing, trying to break the awkward silence. Xiao An sat quietly, her fingers fidgeting back and forth, waiting for Xiao Ran to speak first. Thinking so hard his brain might catch fire, Xiao Ran remembered a message he had received during the day. His eyes lit up, and he slapped his forehead, chiding himself for not thinking of it sooner. Earlier that day, while having lunch with Xiao An, his phone had suddenly received a message. Xiao Ran casually glanced at it and saw that Xingchen had released a new game, and at that time he was on a date with his girlfriend. He had hardly paid attention then, but now it was perfect for breaking the oppressive atmosphere. I received a message today that Xingchen released a new game which seems to be designed for couples. How about we play Xingchen's new game and see how it goes? Xiao Ran spoke, cautiously watching for changes in Xiao An's expression, ready to stop if anything seemed off. Xiao An had already lost count of how many times she sighed, each time silently reminding herself that she chose this boyfriend, she chose him. Feeling exhausted, she weakly replied, "Okay, let's play Xingchen's new game." Although Xiao Ran had been paying attention to Xiao An, he seemed oblivious to her emotional changes. Instead, he joyfully exclaimed, "I'll go turn it on." Watching the excited Xiao Ran, Xiao An's heart sank completely. Her romantic Valentine's Day date was utterly ruined, all because of Xiao Ran. Seeing that the computer was already turned on, Xiao An sat in front of it with a numb expression like a soulless shell. There was no emotion on her face as she listened to her boyfriend chattering excitedly about something. She didn't hear a single word he said, only feeling that he was quite noisy. Xiao Ran, who was enthusiastically introducing the new game to Xiao An, received no feedback from his girlfriend. He looked at Xiao An in confusion, only to find her expressionless, sitting there like a puppet lost in thought. Xiao Ran silently closed his mouth, afraid to say another word. The atmosphere fell into silence again as he anxiously scratched his head, unsure of what to do. Fortunately, Xiao An came back to her senses, and seeing Xiao Ran's bewildered expression, couldn't help but smile. Her smile instantly filled the room with color. Xiao An also came to terms with it. An esports hotel was just an esports hotel, and playing games was just playing games as long as she was with her silly boyfriend. Doing anything together could be very happy. Alright, stop wriggling around like a maggot. If you want to play the game, then let's start already. Upon hearing this, Xiao Ran felt invigorated and nodded vigorously. The atmosphere lightened, and the two began to laugh and chat again. The two of them leaned their heads together, discussing which game to play, as 2 new games had been released by Xingchen today. They were genuinely unsure which one to choose, as they both seemed fun. Xiao Ran carefully pointed at Chaos Kitchen and asked, "How about we play this one first? It should be a lot of fun." Xiao An, seeing the introduction to Chaos Kitchen, hesitated, saying, "This game seems a bit difficult. You know my skills are quite poor." At this, Xiao Ran perked up. He might not brag about being great at everything else, but when it came to games he was confident. "It's just a game, I'll leave it to me," Xiao Ran declared proudly, puffing his chest out as he exuded confidence. Seeing the confident Xiao Ran, now Xiao An's heart raced uncontrollably, her face turning as red as an apple. She looked at him with admiration and nodded adorably. Xiao Ran noticed Xiao An's admiring gaze, which made him stand a bit taller. He urged her to log in quickly, wanting her to enjoy the game to the fullest. Once they entered the game and saw the cute art style, Xiao An was delighted. She began to act spoiled, asking Xiao Ran to hurry up and help her play the game, to which he had no resistance. Under the onslaught of his girlfriend's cuteness, Xiao Ran began their gaming journey for the night. Little did he know Chen Fan's wicked intentions behind this game would soon reveal themselves, and he would experience the dark humor of the fun-loving people tonight. Entering the game, Xiao Ran and Xiao An felt a sense of novelty. This was the first time a game offered an overhead perspective. Other games were either first-person or third-person perspectives, but this overhead view provided them with a fresh experience. Xiao Ran guided Xiao An through the beginner's tutorial. The visuals in the tutorial looked quite oppressive. White, fluffy objects floated in the air, the sky had turned red, and buildings around them were engulfed in flames and black smoke. The camera moved to a rooftop where an onion-headed character wearing a crown and a little dog appeared. Then two small figures, one red and one blue, wearing chef hats appeared. Xiao Ran and Xiao An were puzzled as to why such a cute art style would be paired with such a dark scene. Suddenly a monster appeared with a head like a meatball, a body like dough, holding a knife in its right hand and a fork in its left. Xiao Ran and Xiao An were even more confused, but before they could think too long, the game had already started. In the upper left corner was the menu, the lower right corner had a timer, and the screen was divided into two areas, one for picking ingredients and the other for chopping. Originally lacking confidence, Xiao An felt that she could manage. The game looked simple. Xiao Ran, on the other hand, had no worries. To him, it was just a straightforward game with zero pressure. With their cooperation, they breezed through the beginner's tutorial. Entering the main levels, Xiao Ran and Xiao An found the actual levels easier than the tutorial. They only needed to prepare one dish, and both felt it was a piece of cake. Without any surprises, they smoothly cleared the level, their joyful mood carrying them to the next stage. The second level was also simple, requiring only one dish again, but the scene switched to the street. Just changing the scene posed no difficulty for them, and they breezed through it. However, in the third level, the difficulty began to rise. The scene was set on a boat, and the stalls weren't fixed. As the boat moved, so did the stalls, and they had to handle 3 different dishes. This level made Xiao Ran and Xiao An feel the pressure, and they started to fumble a bit. After a slightly difficult time, they finally cleared the third level, breathing a sigh of relief. Without a break, they jumped into the next level. The fourth level was back in an indoor restaurant, and the ingredients to handle had increased to 4 types. With 3 types of menu combinations and the risk of burning the meat, the two truly began to feel overwhelmed. Yet they managed to scrape through with great difficulty. As they progressed, their smiles grew fewer, and a bit of arguing began to surface. After a long while, Xiao Ran had started to doubt himself, while Xiao An's face showed no expression. Their words became urgent, voices louder, until finally they fell silent. In unison, they dropped the mouse and keyboard, and Xiao An silently walked to the bathroom, hoping to cool off with cold water. Xiao Ran sat slumped in his chair like a zombie, staring blankly at the ceiling. He maintained that posture even when Xiao An came out of the shower. Seeing Xiao Ran like this, Xiao An said nothing and lay down on the bed to sleep. After an unknown period, Xiao Ran finally recovered and dejectedly walked toward the bathroom. Lying in the same bed with her boyfriend was supposed to lead to some enjoyable activities for both. However, after the earlier gaming experience, neither of them had any interest in that. They each lay on their sides back to back, without speaking, simply lying quietly on the bed. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Ran and Xiao An suddenly sat up. Without any discussion, they instinctively shouted into the air, "Chen Fan, you old rascal, I'll never let you off." They exchanged glances, and the heavy atmosphere that had lingered for so long suddenly dissipated. Both of them broke into smiles, and without saying a word, they embraced each other and slowly fell asleep. This year's Valentine's Day was quite different from the past. On the day after Valentine's Day, bewildered bystanders discovered a flurry of comments greeting Chen Fan online. Any video related to games attracted such comments, leaving the content creators utterly confused. Curious netizens began to dig deeper into the underlying truths. The deeper they delved, the more excited those hunting for gossip became. With bits and pieces of information coming together, netizens had already pieced together a rough timeline of events. It turned out that on Valentine's Day, Xingqian released 2 games called It Takes Two and Overcooked. Fans of Xingqian played these 2 games with their significant others that day. Were the games fun? Undoubtedly, but they required cooperation between 2 players to succeed. The trouble lay in the need for cooperation. A couple in love could gradually start blaming each other when their teamwork faltered. The longer they played, the greater the accumulated conflicts grew. What should have been a sweet date ended up with one or both partners unable to contain their anger, leading to intense arguments and ultimately parting ways unhappily. Xingqian's 2 games could be said to have ruined countless couples' dates, which is why now people online were expressing their greetings to Chen Fan's family. Upon learning the circumstances, those without boyfriends or girlfriends for various reasons unable to spend Valentine's Day with their partners all chimed in praising the cleverness of Chen Fan. Let those couples who flaunt their love every day truly feel the wrath of the single dogs. Those who had broken up due to the games vented online, while others who were unscathed defended Chen Fan. The two sides clashed on the internet, neither yielding to the other. However, an announcement on Xingchen's official website caused the defenders of Chen Fan to switch sides. The announcement simply stated that Chen Fan had created these two games because he couldn't spend Valentine's Day with his girlfriend. This announcement made it impossible for others to enjoy Valentine's Day as well. It incited anger from both couples and singles, although the ways they expressed their anger through comments differed. Nevertheless, it did not hinder their unity in condemning Chen Fan. Wait, are you out of your mind? Just because you can't spend Valentine's Day, why does it concern me? Now my girlfriend has broken up with me, are you going to compensate me for her? I was supposed to achieve something good, but because of your game, I ended up sleeping outside for a night. Chen Fan, you won't have a good end. Hey, I thought Chen Fan was like me, a member of the FFF group, but it turns out he's a happy person. I'm going to burn you along live the FFF group. Chen Fan held his phone, observing the various condemnations directed at him, especially from the single dogs. He curled his lip in disdain, for he was a man with a beautiful partner. How could he possibly associate with these single dogs? However, upon seeing so many couples breaking up and arguing because of the games on Valentine's Day, Chen Fan couldn't help but click his tongue. He intended to stir things up, but he hadn't anticipated the extent of the fallout. He set his phone down and approached the floor-to-ceiling window, tiptoeing to sneak a glance outside. With a pat on his chest, he sighed in relief, glad that no victims had come to block the door of the company. Returning to his seat, Chen Fan leisurely picked up his phone again, opening a short video app to watch those streamers entertaining themselves. Following the collective breakup incident among couples, Xingchen's two new games garnered immense exposure. Observing the sensational discussions online, many bystanders couldn't help but become curious, calling friends to try out these games. Game streamers would not miss out on this massive traffic, either inviting their friends or fans to play the games. Now videos and streams of Xingchen's new games were everywhere online. This also caught the attention of the two giants in the gaming industry. In the president's office of Penguin Games, President Lu calmly flipped through the data report regarding Xingchen's new games that had been handed to him. After reading the report thoroughly, he set it down and leaned back in his chair, tilting his head slightly back and closing his eyes, rubbing his nose bridge with one hand. Since their last meeting, President Lu had been in a slump for a while. During that time, his spirit had been completely shattered, rendering him lifeless, but thankfully, he had pulled through. He had also come to a realization. He was a businessman, a merchant pursuing profit. Why should he oppose Chen Fan? Chen Fan was a genius, right? He was skilled at making games. He wouldn't go against Chen Fan anymore. Instead, he would follow Chen Fan, borrowing his game ideas to produce pirated games. With Penguin Communications as his backing, he could earn money regardless of how much. Perhaps in the process of copying, he could even bring Chen Fan Xingchen down. It's not impossible. After all, humans cannot live without social interaction, and Penguin just happened to start with social networking. President Lu was confident in the stickiness of Penguin Communications to users. After relaxing his eyes, President Lu called his secretary in. Looking at this stunning secretary, he couldn't help but admire her entire figure with his eyes. Though he was only in his 40s, his physical capabilities had long since declined, and he could no longer perform as he once did. The unmentionable thoughts in his heart had long vanished. Now President Lu was merely a sage, able to appreciate with his eyes, while his body showed no reaction. You go tell the tech department to quickly make a copy of Xingchen's two new games. Let's capitalize on the heat. After they launch, we can still benefit. The secretary had long since grown accustomed to President Liu's lecherous gaze. At first, she hoped to gain some advantages using her body. If she could become Mrs. Lu, that would be even better. She flaunted her curvy figure in front of President Lu every day, but he only ever looked with his eyes, showing no intention of getting Hansen. Over time, the secretary found it uninteresting, eventually becoming a true secretary. All right, President Lu, I'll arrange it right away. Without any hesitation, the female secretary turned around, swaying her ample hips as she walked out of the office. President Lu rested his chin on his hands, fixated on the secretary's swaying figure. He only withdrew his gaze after she completely disappeared from sight. In the president's office of Zhu Factory Games, President Chen was also reviewing the report on Xingchen's two new games. After finishing the report in hand, he set it aside, contemplating how he should deal with Chen Fan from Xingchen. He had heard that President Lu and Chen Fan's meeting had not gone well. However, up until now, President Lu had taken no action. This made President Chen wonder for days whether Penguin and Xingchen had reached a collaboration. If they had, how should he respond? This caused the little hair President Chen had left to fall out in clumps. Mr. Chen pondered for a long time, yet found no clue. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Although Xingchen was indeed powerful, they had only been established for less than a year. While he couldn't compete with them in terms of gaming, when it came to overseas distribution channels, Xingchen could not compare to Zhu Factory. With CF's current domestic situation weakening, Xingchen's focus would surely shift to overseas markets. They lacked channels, but we at Zhu Factory had them. I could completely collaborate with Xingchen on overseas distribution, relieving Xingchen of concerns about foreign channels while also profiting from them. The more he thought, the more excited Mr. Chen became. This venture was entirely feasible. With years of experience operating overseas, he could launch Xingchen's games worldwide. In the past, he had always imported foreign games to the country, allowing foreign game companies to profit from domestic players. Now with Xingchen, I could export domestic games to earn money from foreigners, especially once they got accustomed to the games from Huagua. As other domestic game companies grew and began exporting games abroad, they would no longer face resistance from those foreigners. Mr. Chen's face flushed with excitement as he quickly picked up the landline phone, intending to call someone to discuss collaboration with Xingchen. However, he soon set the phone down, put on his coat, and briskly left his office. It was wiser for him to negotiate in person. After exiting his office, he called for his secretary and headed straight to the underground parking lot to retrieve his car, hurrying towards Xingchen's location. In the spacious office of the chairman, there was no sign of Chen Fan. The young assistant looked puzzled. Normally at this hour, even if Chen was idle, he would still be in his office. With a hint of anxiety swirling in his mind, he thought about Mr. Chen's unexpected visit to Zhu Factory today. Just when they needed Chen Fan, he had mysteriously disappeared. The assistant took out his phone, intending to call Chen Fan to find out where he was and urge him to return quickly. Suddenly, Chen Fan emerged from the break room, silently approaching the assistant from behind and patting him on the shoulder. Startled, the assistant screamed. Despite his robust appearance, he had only recently graduated from school. Those who had spent time with him knew he was quite timid. Chen Fan was also startled by the assistant's exaggerated reaction. He patted his chest and said irritably, "Why such a big reaction? You scare me to death. It's your fault for suddenly patting my shoulder from behind. You scared me." The assistant retorted, feeling quite wronged. Not wanting to delve into whose fault it was, Chen Fan returned to his chair and asked the assistant why he had come to find him. "Did you come in to see me about something?" Upon being asked by Chen Fan, the assistant recalled his purpose for seeking him out. He had nearly forgotten the matter after being startled and quickly began to explain. "It's like this, Mr. Chen from Zhu Factory suddenly came to our company saying he wants to discuss an important collaboration with you." As he was about to take a sip from his teacup, Chen Fan paused, thoughts racing. Not long ago, Mr. Lu from Penguin had come to discuss collaboration, and now Mr. Chen was here. He quickly drank all the tea in his cup. Setting the teacup back on his desk, he picked up the coat that had been resting on his chair and walked out while saying to the still-standing assistant, "Let's go see what these big shots really want." After Mr. Chen was escorted to the reception room, he felt a lingering unease. Although he was confident in persuading Chen Fan, he still had some reservations. Confidence aside, as long as the deal wasn't finalized, anything could happen. Just as Mr. Chen was feeling anxious, he saw Chen Fan walk in. This was Mr. Chen's first time seeing Chen Fan in person. Previously he had only known about him from documents. Chen Fan's first impression was that he was very young. While Mr. Chen assessed Chen Fan was also observing the CEO of Zhu Factory, who was comparable to penguins. Mr. Chen appeared to be around the same age as Mr. Lu, though not as heavy-set. He was quite well-proportioned, standing just over 1.7 meters tall. After a brief assessment, Chen Fan put on a smile and walked quickly towards Mr. Chen, who had already risen upon seeing Chen Fan enter. Seeing Chen Fan approach with a smile, Mr. Chen also smiled and stepped forward to greet him. They shook hands, and Chen Fan immediately said, "Apologies for keeping you waiting, Mr. Chen." Pointing to the sofa, Chen Fan continued, "Mr. Chen, let's sit down and talk." Mr. Chen was not polite and took a seat on the sofa as prompted by Chen Fan. "Mr. Chen, I hope you don't mind my abrupt visit today. I wish to discuss a mutually beneficial collaboration with you." Chen Fan, who had just sat down, was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected Mr. Chen to be so direct, unlike Mr. Lu from Penguin, who preferred to be more circumspect. "My assistant has already informed me about the collaboration. However, how does Mr. Chen envision collaborating with us at Xingchen? Which projects would the collaboration involve?" Since Mr. Chen was so straightforward, Chen Fan decided to skip the pleasantries and directly inquire about his intentions. Mr. Chen looked into Chen Fan's eyes, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. "This collaboration concerns your Xingchen games and overseas distribution channels. I wonder if Mr. Chen might be interested." The once smiling Chen Fan's face now reflected shock. Overseas distribution channels. Chen Fan desperately wanted this. He had been troubled by this issue for a long time without finding a way to solve it. Now Mr. Chen was offering to handle overseas distribution. Chen Fan lowered his head and began to consider whether this venture was feasible. Seeing him deep in thought, Mr. Shen did not interrupt, but instead picked up the freshly brewed coffee from the assistant and sipped it slowly. Chen Fan glanced up at Mr. Shen, who was leisurely enjoying his coffee, pondering whether Zhu Factory truly possessed the capability for this. Zhu Factory had been operating overseas for many years, so they must have connections. Chen Fan had no doubt about that. However, given the quality of Xingchen's games once they were distributed internationally, it would be a game-changing impact, shaking the original market structure to its core. Foreign game companies would definitely not sit idly by. Would Zhu Factory be able to withstand the backlash? That was the source of Chen Fan's distress. However, to know the answer, one could only ask the party involved. We at Xingchen are certainly very interested in this collaboration. Upon hearing this, Mr. Shen's eyes lit up, but before he could express his joy, Chen Fan continued, however, I have some doubts about Zhu Factory's capabilities. Mr. Shen's brow furrowed, deeply wondering which aspect of Zhu Factory's strength Chen Fan doubted. President Shen was restless, pondering the meaning of Chen Fan's words. Was there still a need to doubt the strength of their pig factory? No, that was incorrect. Chen Fan was not doubting their overseas distribution channel strength. President Shen seemed to have thought of something, but it was still a bit vague. After deep contemplation for a long time, his eyes turned sharp. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at the relaxed Chen Fan, and a storm began to brew in his heart. He had already realized that Chen Fan harbored doubts about the strength of their pig factory. Those overseas gaming companies exporting Starry Skies games abroad could indeed yield substantial profits. However, this would also impact the interests of local gaming companies. If they united, their pig factory might not be able to withstand the pressure. It was a grave mistake not to consider the potential risks in light of immediate benefits. The calm and composed Chen Fan before him was not swayed by the enormous profits. Instead, he keenly identified the significant risks lurking behind those profits. This earned President Shen's deep admiration as someone who had navigated the business world for decades. When faced with enormous benefits, one might easily lose sight of the situation. Regaining his composure, he carefully articulated, President Chen is right. Our pig factory's strength may be somewhat lacking, but I believe we can manage. He did not want to miss this rare opportunity. Yet Chen Fan shook his head. President Shen, we actually only have one chance. Starry Sky does not wish to gamble. President Shen's expression darkened, but he could not blame Chen Fan. If he were in Chen Fan's position, he too would not entrust his fate to another's gamble. President Chen, I understand your perspective. We can gradually capture the overseas market. Chen Fan remained noncommittal to President Shen's new idea. Seeing that Chen Fan had not spoken further, President Shen felt his heart sink. Glancing at the now dejected President Shen, Chen Fan proposed his own solution. I prefer to take swift action. I have many things to accomplish, and overseas is a crucial part of it. He paused slightly, allowing President Shen time to digest the meaning of his words. I wonder, President Shen, if you have the magnanimity to relinquish a portion of the profits to open up new avenues. Chen Fan began to sip his tea slowly. President Shen's eyes lit up. He pondered Chen Fan's earlier statement about relinquishing a portion of the profits. His gaze became resolute, his face a mix of seriousness and ease. In business, it is indeed about mutual benefit. I am completely agreeable to relinquishing a portion of the profits. Chen Fan's smile grew more sincere as he set down his teacup and extended his hand towards President Shen. Seeing the hand extended towards him, President Shen smiled again, reaching out his own hand and shaking it firmly. Hey, race to a pleasant cooperation. Cheers. They exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. On this day, Starry Sky and the pig factory reached a strategic cooperation. The games under Starry Sky would also begin their overseas journey on this day. After sending President Shen off, Chen Fan returned to his office ready to start slacking off. Having already taken out his phone, he noticed his assistant standing nearby with a face of distress, forcing Chen Fan to put his phone down. Do you have something to say? If not, stop standing here, it's affecting my work. The assistant hesitated, caught between wanting to speak and holding back, which was testing Chen Fan's patience. Finally, the assistant opened his mouth. President Chen, I just don't understand why we need to cooperate with the pig factory. With the quality of our games, we can easily establish our own channels, thus avoiding sharing profits. Chen Fan looked at the assistant with surprise, not expecting that he, who had just graduated less than a year ago, had actually developed some insight, albeit limited. Staring at the assistant's face, Chen Fan thought about how Su Luoxue would soon be joining his company. It was a perfect opportunity to cultivate a talent to assist his wife. With these thoughts in mind, Chen Fan's patience suddenly reached its limit. Can you finish a 100-pound cake by yourself? There are others around who are hungry and eyeing it greedily. Can you guard the cake in your hands all by yourself? At Chen Fan's retort, the assistant lowered his head, lost in thought. Chen Fan did not disturb him, picking up his phone to read a novel instead. The assistant had already understood the implication of Chen Fan's words, and was about to say something when he raised his head. Seeing Chen Fan intently focused on his phone, the words he was about to say were swallowed back down. He quietly left the office, gently closing the door behind him without disturbing Chen Fan in the slightest. Some time had passed since that meeting. News of the deep cooperation between Starry Sky and the Pig Factory began to spread wildly online. Especially in the gaming circle, it sparked massive discussions. When President Liu of Penguin heard this news, he was unwilling to believe it. His own Penguin, when Chen Fan was unwilling to cooperate, how could a lesser pig factory be worthy? Furious, he smashed things in his office, leaving his secretary pale with fright. After venting his anger and regaining his composure, President Liu proved to be a competent businessman. He immediately grasped the key to the situation, though he still felt aggrieved. His Penguin's overseas distribution channels were actually not inferior to those of the pig factory. However, at that time, President Liu was thinking about exchanging shares with Chen Fan to maximize his interests. After being ruthlessly rejected by Chen Fan, President Liu lost his composure and failed to recognize this point. He saw that Starry Sky and the pig factory had already confirmed the authenticity of the news. President Liu felt immense regret, as it was he who had approached Chen Fan first, yet he failed to seize the opportunity, allowing President Chen to benefit. That was a lot of money slipping away before his eyes. Unfortunately, time does not flow backward, and the cooperation between Starry Sky and the pig factory had already become a settled fact. Netizens were quite straightforward, merely speculating on where Starry Sky and the pig factory would collaborate. Various influential bloggers also began to express their opinions online. The two companies were collaborating to create a AAA game masterpiece, leveraging the pig factory's overseas channels to expand abroad. This news spread widely, and many netizens believed it to be the truth. However, this assertion was soon countered by a comment from a netizen. With Starry Sky's own strength, there was simply no need to collaborate with other gaming companies. This rebuttal received the agreement of the majority of netizens, as Starry Sky's game development capabilities were undeniable. Which of the hottest and most enjoyable games on the market wasn't made by Starry Sky? This was a case of facts speaking louder than words, leaving those who did not like Starry Sky unable to refute. President Chen sat in his private jet preparing to fly to the United States. After confirming the partnership with Xingchen, his negotiation team immediately flew to various countries to swiftly seize the market. He personally flew to the United States to negotiate with the largest game publishing company there. He did not feel at ease with anyone else handling the negotiations. After more than 20 hours of flight, President Chen finally arrived in the United States. It was morning in the U.S., and he disembarked from the plane without lingering. He took his dedicated vehicle directly to the headquarters of Baoshua. He did not want to waste a single moment. Time was equivalent to money. The sooner they reached an agreement, the sooner President Chen could start making a fortune in U.S. dollars. After a brief rest in the car, they arrived at the entrance of Baoshua headquarters. Awakened by his secretary, he forced himself to gather his energy, tidied up his appearance, and stepped out of the car. As he got out, he was greeted by a quintessential American. Blonde-haired and blue-eyed with a strong physique, it was evident that he was someone who exercised regularly. President Chen was familiar with this person. He was Alexander, the president of Baoshua, Montgomery. The two greeted each other warmly, shaking hands and engaging in small talk before Alexander led President Chen to his office. Inviting President Chen to sit on the sofa, Alexander began to inquire about the purpose of Chen's visit today. "Oh, my friend, what brings you here today?" Upon sitting down, President Chen, with a mysterious smile on his face, replied to Alexander's inquiry, "I am here today with a profitable project that I wish to collaborate with you on." Hearing about the potential for profit, a barely perceptible greed flickered in Alexander's eyes. "Oh, what kind of collaboration requires you to come speak with me in person? I am already looking forward to it." President Chen did not reveal any information, but simply signaled to his secretary to present the prepared proposal to Alexander. Curious, Alexander opened the proposal handed over by the secretary, and the atmosphere in the office instantly quieted with only the rustling sound of paper turning. Alexander examined it closely. He was meticulous about all projects that could generate profit. After flipping to the last page, he finally looked up at President Chen, who was quietly waiting. "Chen, the future prospects depicted in your proposal are quite appealing to me. However, you must understand that in the U.S., the games from your Huagua are synonymous with garbage and plagiarism." Upon hearing Alexander's slightly mocking words, President Chen's expression remained unchanged. After all, what others said wasn't entirely untrue. However, that would soon become a thing of the past. The rise of Xingchen had given President Chen, who had always represented foreign games, tremendous confidence. Alexander, Xingchen is different. Once you play their games, it will overturn your long-standing stereotypes. Seeing the confident President Chen, Alexander felt uncertain. Could this game company called Xingchen truly be different from the previous Huagua game companies? But Alexander was hesitant to take that risk. Noticing Alexander's hesitation, President Chen handed his notebook to his secretary, signaling her to pass it to Alexander. Words cannot convey the charm of CF. Ooh, I just happen to have downloaded it in my notebook. Alexander, you can try out CF first, and after you play it we can continue discussing the collaboration. Initially conflicted upon seeing that President Chen was even prepared with the game, Alexander had no reason to hesitate. As Chen said, he needed to test the depth of this CF before deciding whether to continue the negotiations. Under the guidance of the secretary, Alexander finally entered the game. Although the interface was entirely in Chinese, the uniqueness of CF still dazzled him. Casually choosing a room, Alexander entered. Fortunately, the controls for CF were very simple. For someone like Alexander who had played countless games, he quickly got the hang of it. Seeing Alexander engrossed in CF, a triumphant smile appeared on President Chen's face. He knew that CF would surely captivate Alexander, the picky one. As time passed, President Chen had to interrupt Alexander, who was still lost in the game. Alexander felt quite displeased with President Chen for interrupting him. However, he knew that the next step was to negotiate the distribution of profits with Chen. Chen, I must say the quality of this CF is extremely high. Ooh, I believe it will definitely become a hit in the U.S. So Chen, if you want to use my company to publish CF, how much profit do you plan to offer me? President Chen did not respond, but simply held up 3 fingers, waving them in front of Alexander. Seeing President Chen's 3 fingers, Alexander fell silent. A 30 profit was actually acceptable to him, but he wanted to negotiate for a higher profit. Chen, 30 is too little, at least 40 is necessary. President Chen did not relent, shaking his head in refusal. At most 30, and this is also considering our many years of cooperation. If you don't agree, I'll find other companies who I believe they would be willing. Hearing President Chen's words, Alexander began to panic. He already knew the potential of CF. Whoever could publish CF would surpass him and become the largest game publishing company in the U.S. He wouldn't allow such a situation to occur. He had to stop Chen from seeking other publishing companies. All right, Chen, you win. We can sign the contract now. Seeing Alexander relent, President Chen felt a great sense of satisfaction. In the past, he had been the one pleading with Alexander to allow him to represent his games. Now, seeing Alexander come to him, he felt a deep sense of vindication. President Chen took out the contract he had prepared earlier and handed it to Alexander with a smile. Seeing President Chen's smiling face, Alexander felt uneasy. However, given the current situation, he had no choice but to swallow his pride. Quickly signing the contract settled the matter. With what he wanted in hand, President Chen was quite satisfied. After shaking hands with Alexander, he mentioned he had other matters to attend to and directly left Baoshua headquarters. Alexander watched Chen's departing figure, sighing to himself that Huagua games were about to rise. Sitting in the car on the way to the airport, good news continued to flood his phone. Looking at these messages, a smile never left President Chen's face. After returning home, he immediately called Chen Fan to share the good news. Chen Fan put down his phone, laughing heartily. His esports ambitions were about to come to fruition. When discussing esports competitions, it would be impossible to overlook the name Xingchen. Leveraging the esports competitions, he could rapidly expand his influence worldwide. This was an utterly ordinary day. Yet it became extraordinary due to a piece of information. The pig factory suddenly announced that it would be representing CF and would even export CF overseas. This excited those who had speculated about the collaboration between Xingchen and the pig factory in recent days, discussing it fervently online. The pig factory had always imported foreign games, so it was surprising to see it exporting domestic games today. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be CF, which was perfectly fine. With the quality of CF, it would surely dominate overseas as well. However, this marked the first time a domestic game was exported abroad, prompting cheers from netizens. Major media outlets and some self-media started frantically sharing the news, eager to capture the initial wave of traffic. Through their dissemination, more people joined in the revelry. Some netizens were worried that CF would not be properly promoted due to the biases of foreign agents against Huagua. They began uploading collections of domestic CF videos to foreign websites. This was to show those who looked down on Huagua games and held prejudices against it what a true game was and what constituted a good game. William, an ordinary gaming blogger, was aimlessly browsing the Steam platform for games that could catch his eye. However, the games available were extremely homogeneous. There was no difference from domestic games, the only distinction being that foreign games did not require as much monetary investment. It truly was a case of all the crows in the world being the same shade of black. Brother, don't laugh at the second brother. Frustrated by the uninspired games, William closed the Steam platform. He opened the Facey blog, intending to relax a bit. As for the videos that had been overdue for updates, William thought that was not his problem. He just wanted to watch videos of pretty girls dancing to soothe his wounded soul. As William watched the videos, chuckling, he suddenly discovered some unusual accounts. Upon clicking into one account's homepage, he found it was actually a Wagaran's account, filled with collections of Huawei game videos. A hint of disdain crossed William's face, even though he knew his own country's games were also trash. Yet subconsciously he couldn't help but look down on Huawei games. This was not just William, it was the sentiment of the entire Western world. William initially intended to exit, but upon seeing the video thumbnail his hand instinctively clicked on it. By the time he realized it, the video had already begun playing, and he decided to watch it. What he saw left William stunned. His mouth filled with expletives, his face a mask of disbelief. The video showcased a compilation of games, and William had seen many before. But who could tell him that the games featured were created by Huawei? A brand new genre of games appeared before William, who exclaimed, "Oh my God." Everything in the video left William in awe. A dozen people on a single map wielding different firearms engaged in fierce combat. The one-shot headshots with the AK and the instant sniper shots deeply captivated William. After watching several more videos, he still felt it wasn't enough. When all the videos were finished, William felt a void in his heart. He wanted to play the game he had seen yearn to play, but it was a Huawei game, and he simply couldn't access it, tormenting William's soul. He began frantically searching for other CF game videos on the Facey blog. Since he couldn't play, he wanted to watch videos to console his nearly tortured soul. Suddenly a message popped up on the Steam platform, which William had initially intended to dismiss. But upon seeing the two letters CF, he paused his hand that was about to close the message. He read the message again, fearing he had misread it. Fully confirming the contents, William's heart surged with joy. He hadn't expected to feel so dejected just moments ago about not being able to play CF. Oh God, he must have pitied him, allowing CF to appear before him. Eagerly, William wanted to start the game. Suddenly remembering he hadn't updated a video in many days, he quickly opened the video recording software, readying everything. After registering for an account with Xingchen, William excitedly entered the game. After a night, although fatigue was evident on his face, his spirit was incredibly high. He wanted to apologize to Huawei for his previous biases, who said Huawei couldn't produce good games. This CF was the best proof. Fighting off sleepiness, William finished editing his video and clicked send. Now he needed to rest well. He still wanted to dominate in CF that night. William's fans received a notification from the platform that the blogger they followed had released a new video. They all clicked into that video. William, that old dog, hadn't updated his videos for a long time. This made his fans think that he had earned enough money and would no longer post videos. Seeing that William was still uploading videos, they felt relieved. Fans who clicked in were stunned by the content within. The games showcased opened their eyes, as they never imagined games could be made like this. This made William's fans eager to play this game. They left comments below the video inquiring about the name of the game. This was indeed William's oversight. He forgot to include the game's name. When William woke up and opened his computer, countless messages popped up. His computer even lagged from the influx of messages, startling William into quickly opening them. The content ranged from initial inquiries to later insults. William was bewildered, not understanding what had happened. After finally grasping the situation, he slapped his forehead in annoyance. He hurriedly edited a pinned comment to inform his fans of the game's name. Many of them knew his address. If his fans showed up at his home unannounced, William would be in big trouble. Luckily, he had posted early. In fact, his fans were already on their way to his house. Wanting to visit him in real life, they were only waiting for the game's name from William. They quickly rushed back home with incredible speed. William could clean up later. He couldn't miss out on playing the game. Alexander originally planned to start promoting CF later. However, unexpectedly, before he could begin, CF's popularity skyrocketed like a rocket. This astonished Alexander, who quickly instructed his subordinates to seize the momentum and add fuel to the fire. With the overseas players' spontaneous support and Alexander's promotion, CF became a sensation overnight in America. In the American gaming scene, it was as if a bomb had been dropped. The impact caught those gaming companies off guard. They had no idea why the entire gaming world had suddenly changed overnight. When the news of CF's explosive popularity overseas reached the mainland, everyone felt it was only natural, but why had their noses been raised so high? Mr. Chen was very pleased, as large sums of money were flowing into his pockets, while Mr. Liu was unhappy, feeling he was losing out by watching others make money. Chen Fan was indifferent because everything was proceeding according to plan. What pleased him was that several new games with different styles had appeared on his platform. Finally, he could alleviate his boredom with fresh resources to consume. Chen Fan tried out all the new games, and their quality was satisfactory, which brought him comfort. He instructed his assistant to promote these games on the platform. Chen Fan would never suppress good games. Games need competition to make people realize that without progress they will be eliminated by the market. This will motivate talent to create better games and ensure continuous improvement. Looking at the paltry number of games on his platform, Chen Fan decided to create a new game. After all, others were managing everything else, and he didn't have to worry. Chen Fan had already decided which game to develop, and that was the immensely popular duck and goose kill from his past life. Once he made up his mind, his execution was remarkably strong. While Chen Fan focused on developing the game, his subordinates were busy with various tasks. Jiang Luoyang from the events department urgently flew to various countries with his team. They aimed to capitalize on CF's popularity overseas to promote the professional league worldwide. The Zhuzhou Shanghai Lu project team was also busy reaching out to the events department. Preparations for the competition of their game had reached the group stage. The CF department had little to do as the remade Penguin's Gunfire Rebirth was still ongoing. However, their first-mover advantage was unmatched by Gunfire Rebirth. Now the CF department could only update the game to counter Penguin. Today, Pan Jizhu had just started his livestream chatting with his fans. He opened the Xingqian platform intending to jump into CF and pick up a gun to save the world from being overrun by zombies, only to discover a new game went live. Brothers, look what I found, another new game has launched. Curious, he clicked in and saw that the developer was actually his childhood friend, which piqued Pan Jizhu's interest. His fans, upon seeing the developer's name, could no longer contain their curiosity and urged Pan Jizhu to jump into the game to investigate. Pan Jizhu opened the login interface, which displayed several differently dressed geese. Looking at this cartoon-style interface, he thought of Chen Fan and the two games released on Valentine's Day. His heart raced. Hopefully, it wasn't another ridiculous game. The viewers in the livestream also recalled those two games and began to stir, thinking it was no big deal since they weren't the ones playing. Panda, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get in. This game reminds me of that breakup incident on Valentine's Day. I thought of that too. Oh, I was one of the victims of that incident. I have to say Chen Fan, the old thief, did a great job. Seeing these bullet comments, Pan Jizhu felt even more anxious, thinking he couldn't suffer alone. He took out his phone and started contacting his close friends to play with him. After reaching out to two people, Pan Jizhu opened a voice chat room and invited them all in. Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me? This was the voice of a cute girl named Little Pig Can Fly, who was a streamer in the same guild as Pan Jizhu. I can hear you. A Little Pig's voice is still so adorable. Another male voice came through, deep and magnetic, pleasant to the ears. His name was Spicy Strip, a streamer from Zhuzhou Shanghai Lu who often played games with Pan Jizhu. Seeing everyone had arrived, Pan Jizhu signaled for them to enter the game. Once everyone was in, they familiarized themselves with the game rules. After getting acquainted, Pan Jizhu created a room, but since there were only 3 of them, they invited a few fans into the room. Once everyone was ready, Pan Jizhu clicked to start the game. The system began assigning roles, and Pan Jizhu nervously stared at the screen. He was selected as the sheriff, and the roles of others were also confirmed. Once the game began, Pan Jizhu stuck close to Little Pig, wanting to act together. In his view, Little Pig was a very innocent girl, so getting her to talk should be easy. Everyone started completing their tasks while Pan Jizhu followed Little Pig around. As they chatted, the alarm suddenly went off, leaving both Pan Jizhu and Little Pig stunned. Unexpectedly, just a few minutes in, the duck had already started killing people. It was now reasoning time, and Pan Jizhu was the first to speak, providing his alibi. I was with Little Pig the whole time. Little Pig immediately chimed in. Yes, old Pan was with me the entire time. Spicy Strip's logic and reasoning were clear and coherent. I have been doing tasks and encountered both of them during that time. The other fans also spoke up, but everyone was clueless and ended up abstaining from voting. After the reasoning session ended, Pan Jizhu completely trusted that Little Pig was not the duck and confessed his identity to her. Little Pig, I secretly tell you I am the sheriff. Oh, Little Pig gasped and then whispered, really? Then do you know what my identity is? Little Pig's counter-question left Pan Jizhu stunned. How could he know what her identity was? Before he could think it through, he suddenly found himself transformed into a ghost. Realizing the current situation, Pan Jizhu quickly broke down. In his eyes, that innocent Little Pig was actually the lurking duck. He had been completely fooled by her and had even revealed his identity. The fans, seeing him tricked by Little Pig, flooded the comments with ridicule. I don't know who told me that Little Pig is an innocent little girl. She is truly innocent. Pandog's eyes could be donated to someone in need. Keeping them on him is a waste. You got tricked by Little Pig. Pandog, are you okay? Ha. Pan Jizhu looked at these comments, slamming the table in anger to vent his frustration. Once a game ended, Little Pig immediately apologized to Pan Jizhu. Don't be angry, old Pan. It's just a game. After the stream, I'll treat you to dinner. Now that Little Pig has said, so what could Pan Jizhu say? Yes, it's just a game. But he, Pan Jizhu, is a Sigma male who won't give up on revenge for the sake of beauty. In the following games, whenever Pan Jizhu was a duck or sheriff, the first to go down would be Little Pig. Little Pig was also not one to admit defeat. If she could kill, then Pan Jizhu would be her first victim. Chen Fan holds significant influence in the gaming industry. The games he creates elicit a sense of anticipation among players, as he always manages to infuse them with creativity. The recently launched Goose and Duck Killing is the best testament to this, presenting a brand new type of game. Different identities exist within the same map, good people neutrals and bad ones. To secure victory for their own factions, they scheme against each other or directly eliminate opponents, incorporating elements of deduction. This opens up a new line of thought for the game developers in this world. This led to the emergence of many games of similar types, especially Penguin, which truly embodies its philosophy, creating whichever game becomes popular. Chen Fan pays no heed to the praises floating around online. His most pressing task now is to attend to his fiancée. Yes, Su Luoxue has arrived at Xingchen and is currently seated in Chen Fan's executive chair. Chen Fan stands behind her, gently massaging her shoulders. It's just a shoulder rub for his partner and future wife, nothing to be ashamed of. He casts a disapproving glance at the little assistant beside them, who seems utterly clueless. Noticing the affectionate couple, the assistant remains oblivious, standing there like a third wheel. The little assistant senses Chen Fan's unfriendly gaze, but there's nothing he can do. He's currently working under the boss wife. Oh, without her say-so, he can't leave. Su Luoxue looks up at Chen Fan, unable to suppress a laugh at his seemingly predatory expression. All right, let's not make it hard for the assistant. With that, she waves her hand, urging the assistant to leave quickly. The assistant, receiving the hint, breathes a sigh of relief and hastily exits the office. He truly did not want to see Chen Fan's predatory expression. He really did not wish to be a light bulb. Once the assistant leaves, Chen Fan takes Su Luox's hands, feeling extremely cheerful. You finally arrived. I was waiting so long that the flowers were about to wilt. Su Luox's gaze towards Chen Fan is filled with tenderness. Really? I didn't expect you to miss me this much. Chen Fan's face reveals a hint of embarrassment, but it quickly vanishes. Of course he wants to pull her in, but more than that, he hopes Su Luoxue will take over all his work, so he can happily slack off. Of course, knowing you were coming made my days feel like years. No, it felt like seconds stretched into years. Su Luoxue bursts into laughter at Chen Fan's cheesy lines. The fullness of her bosom sways rhythmically with her laughter. Seeing Chen Fan, his eyes fixate on her bouncing bosom. Noticing his gaze, a blush creeps onto Su Luox's delicate face. Is it beautiful? Do you want to get closer to take a look? Chen Fan, drooling, instinctively nods his head vigorously. Realizing the disdain in Su Luox's eyes, his face turns red. Ahem, I just wanted to admire the scenery, nothing more. Su Luoxue shoots him a disapproving look at his excuse. They have been honest with each other multiple times. She knows every mole on her body better than anyone else. Why pretend? If he wants to look, he can. Su Luoxue feels her thoughts turning a bit impure and quickly recites the 24-character socialist truth to purify herself as her mind begins to color. After reciting the 24-character truth, Su Luoxue instructs Chen Fan to sit properly. Now that I'm here, what work do you want me to do? Chen Fan secretly rejoices at her eagerness to work. I've already thought it through. You are a shareholder of Xingchen and you have experience managing large companies. My current position is quite suitable for you. Su Luoxue squints her eyes slightly, her sixth sense telling her that Chen Fan has some ulterior motives. If I take your position, what will you do? What else can I do? I will focus on developing games. Chen Fan's eyes dart around, unable to meet Su Luox's gaze. Su Luoxue glares at him with her beautiful eyes, clearly unconvinced by his feigned innocence. Everyone knows each other. When Su Luoxue came to Xingchen, she didn't seek out Chen Fan directly. Instead, she wandered around the office asking employees about Chen Fan's performance in the company. From her understanding of him and the information gathered from the employees, it was clear he just wanted to slack off. Forget it, although he is her man, as long as he doesn't go overboard, she can let him be. Your little schemes won't fool anyone, just don't go too far. Chen Fan is overjoyed, moving forward to wrap his arms around Su Luox's slender waist and gently kissing her lips. Thank you, my wife, long live my wife. Watching Chen Fan bounce around the office, Su Luoxue chuckles helplessly. She reflects on her mother's words, realizing that men are forever just big kids. Suddenly, all departments at Xingchen receive a notification. Su Luoxue will take on the role of president of Xingchen. This news sends all employees into a frenzy, prompting them to inquire among their colleagues. Who is this Su Luoxue who can become the president of Xingchen? What will happen to the former president Chen? Seeing the puzzled expressions of those unaware of the truth is quite amusing. Those in the know feel an unexplainable sense of pride. Eventually, one informant, unable to contain their desire to share, reveals the truth, and others learn that the boss wife has come to the company. Girls who often dream of marrying into rich families feel as if the sky has fallen upon hearing this news. Their dreams of marrying into wealth are shattered. Chen Fan is uninterested in the thoughts of others. He only wants to be close to his wife. Su Luox joining is big news for Xingchen's employees, but it doesn't concern anyone else. The CF International Professional Competition will be held next year. This news instantly captures the attention of everyone. CF players are thrilled, not expecting the game they play to host an international tournament. Players feel a sense of pride. Professional players are even more excited than ordinary players eager to perform well in the international competition. They dare not imagine how much their income could multiply and are eager to make a name for themselves internationally. Su Luoxue is quite surprised by this news. She didn't expect Chen Fan to have such capable people under him. A CF had just recently become popular abroad, and they successfully established a professional league overseas. This speed genuinely astonishes her. After inquiring about the responsible person's information from Chen Fan, she memorizes the name Jiang Luoyang. Ignoring the lazy Chen Fan beside her, she lowers her head to familiarize herself with her work. With such capable people beneath her, she cannot lag behind. She must work hard and not be like Chen Fan the slacker, who only knows how to laze around. Days passed. Chen Fan looked at Su Luoxue, who had been working and ignoring him, feeling quite displeased. He forcibly pulled Su Luoxue over to the sofa and made her sit down. Chen Fan quickly lay down on the sofa, resting his head on Su Luox's lap. The moment his face made contact with her stockings, his head bounced back slightly. Unconsciously, his hand moved up to caress her smooth thighs, stroking back and forth. Su Luox's delicate face was flushed with an unshakable blush from Chen Fan's touch. She did not stop Chen Fan's actions, knowing that she had neglected his feelings due to work over the past few days. Letting him touch her a few times was her way of making it up to him. Seeing that Su Luoxue remained motionless, Chen Fan wanted to look up to see her expression. Unfortunately, a pair of magnificent peaks blocked his view, preventing him from seeing her face. Feeling regretful, he turned his head to the side, his gaze drawn to a mysterious area. His hand that was caressing her thigh came to a halt. Unconsciously, his head leaned closer to that area, but he quickly snapped back to reality. He silently reminded himself that this was a forbidden zone, a place mortals should not touch. With strong willpower, he straightened his head again and looked back at those magnificent peaks, unable to suppress his wild thoughts. His future child would truly be blessed, never having to worry about food and drink. Thinking of this made him a bit envious of his yet obscene child. But no one said adults couldn't possess such a pair of granaries. Chen Fan's smile grew increasingly lewd, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Hearing Chen Fan's lewd laughter, the blush on Su Luox's face deepened. Yet she made no move, only scolding him in her heart for being such a pervert. Just as the two were in an ambiguous moment, the little assistant intruded at the most inopportune time. Startled, Su Luoxue hurriedly stood up, flipping Chen Fan, who was resting on her lap, onto the floor. Su Luoxue ignored the howling Chen Fan on the floor and hastily tidied her clothes. The little assistant, seeing the situation, realized that her timing was far from right. Standing there awkwardly unsure whether to leave or continue walking in, Chen Fan, who was howling on the floor, helplessly stood up alone upon seeing that Su Luoxue was ignoring him. Once stable, Chen Fan casually tidied his clothes, giving Su Luoxue a gentle smile. After smiling at her, he didn't forget to glare fiercely at the little assistant, the one responsible for his fall. The little assistant, caught in Chen Fan's glare, couldn't help but shrink her neck, standing there at a loss. Seeing the little assistant's awkward expression, Su Luoxue gently patted Chen Fan's shoulder, telling him not to make things difficult for her. Chen Fan looked at Su Luoxue with an innocent expression, indicating that he was not making things difficult for the little assistant. Su Luoxue ignored him, pretending to be pitiful, and instead asked the little assistant, "Why did you rush in so urgently?" Upon hearing her superior's question, the little assistant immediately perked up. "Ms. Su, something's wrong. Our server has been attacked by an unknown hacker, and not just one hacker." Su Luox's finely shaped brows furrowed together as she sat back down in her office chair. "Don't panic, take your time. Is the situation really serious?" Beside her, Chen Fan couldn't help but curl his lips. To breach Xingqian's server, what could a few hackers accomplish? Don't forget that Xingqian had its own protective system. Even if all the hackers in the world joined forces, it would be futile. The little assistant's reply confirmed Chen Fan's thoughts. Actually, it's not too serious. Those hackers did not manage to break through the server. Su Luox's finely shaped brows relaxed immediately. Before Su Luoxue could speak, Chen Fan interjected, "Don't worry, don't forget we have the protective system." Both Su Luoxue and the little assistant were drawn in by Chen Fan's words. Su Luoxue asked in confusion, "Protective system? What is that?" Upon seeing her puzzled expression, Chen Fan's demeanor became smug, as if he were about to soar to the heavens. "It's a software I developed that can detect and intercept any abnormal data." Hearing Chen Fan's words, Su Luoxue felt considerably relieved. "Really? This protective system you developed can block hacker attacks?" Chen Fan looked at the hackers mentioned by Su Luoxue with disdain written all over his face. If it couldn't, the country wouldn't have integrated the protective system, would it? Hearing that the protective system developed by Chen Fan was recognized and integrated by the government, Su Luoxue looked at Chen Fan with eyes full of admiration, while the little assistant beside her wore a proud expression, as if it were her own achievement. Seeing the admiration in Su Luok's eyes and the little assistant's expression, Chen Fan with his hands on his hips laughed heartily with great pride. With Chen Fan's assurance, Su Luoxue could finally relax. Since that's the case, I won't worry anymore. Assistant Lee, you can go do your own thing. If there are any issues later, come find me. Assistant Lee nodded and left the office with light steps, gently closing the door behind her. After seeing Assistant Lee leave, Su Luoxue turned her gaze back to the still arrogant Chen Fan and couldn't help but sigh while holding her forehead. All right, I know you're impressive, but stop grinning like a fool. The raucous laughter abruptly ceased, and Chen Fan looked at Su Luoxue speechlessly. You're the fool, you've completely ruined my good mood. Looking at Chen Fan, who resembled a child, Su Luoxue couldn't help but chuckle. Walking over to Chen Fan's side, she sat back down on the sofa, placing Chen Fan's head on her lap. It's all my fault for interrupting your pretense. I'll give you a knee pillow as an apology. Resting on that firm thigh, Chen Fan's face began to grin like a Sichuan opera mask, and his hands started to wander. Enduring the strange sensations from her thigh, Su Luok's little face turned red as she asked Chen Fan about his next plans. Since hackers can't pose any threat to us, are you planning to just let them go? Just as he was enjoying the moment with his eyes closed on Su Luok's knee, Chen Fan suddenly opened his eyes upon hearing her words, revealing a glint of murderous intent. Just let it go? Impossible. Our ancestors said when friends come there's wine to drink, when wolves come there's a shotgun. Since they attacked our server, regardless of who they are, they must pay the price. At Chen Fan's imposing words, the love in Su Luok's eyes nearly overflowed. Her small hands began to gently massage Chen Fan's head. Feeling the tender massage on his head, Chen Fan closed his eyes again, starting to enjoy the moment. He was not in a hurry to deal with those hackers. He wanted to savor Su Luok's rare tenderness first. Feeling refreshed, he returned to his current office. Chen Fan's thoughts sank into his mind as he began to search for any useful high-tech tools. Chen Fan rummaged through his mind for a long time and finally found a technology he desired: the counter-intrusion system. If the Pulse Realm was a guard, then counter-intrusion was a commando. While the Pulse Realm defends against external attacks, counter-intrusion follows the attack route to strike back. As its name suggests, it retaliates against intrusions. After successfully copying the counter-intrusion system, Chen Fan squinted towards the distance. He could already foresee those hackers fleeing in panic before the counter-intrusion system. Grabbing the internal landline, Chen Fan instructed the security department personnel to take away the USB drive containing the copied counter-intrusion system. Chen Fan had a fondness for Confucianism, particularly the grand vengeance ideology of the Gonyang school. He did not believe in delayed revenge. He preferred to strike his enemies hard from morning till night, until all enemies were eradicated. The security personnel plugged the USB drive Chen Fan provided into their computer. A torrent of data almost burned out the CPU. Watching the smoking computer, the employee jumped up from his chair in fright and hid at a distance, staring at the computer. After a long time, once the smoke dissipated, he cautiously approached to inspect. Seeing that there was indeed no issue, the employee let out a huge sigh of relief. He pulled out the USB drive, picked up his computer, and felt a pang of regret. He had spent 3 months' salary on it. Returning the irreparable computer to the desk and grabbing the USB drive, the employee felt conflicted. It was this little USB drive that ruined his computer. Dejected, he walked towards Chen Fan's office, contemplating how to get Chen Fan to reimburse him for the computer. Chen Fan, seeing the employee return, felt quite puzzled. He wondered if the employee had encountered another issue. Before he could ask, the employee quickly explained the situation as if pouring out beans. Chen Fan was speechless. He never expected the initial blood of the counter-intrusion system would be shed by his own people. He informed the employee that the USB drive was plugged into the server and would reimburse the burnt computer. Watching the employee leave joyfully, he thought about the miserable state of the computer he mentioned. He already anticipated the hackers' expressions when they saw their precious computer. As it was burnt by the counter-intrusion system, their expressions would surely be fascinating, but unfortunately, he could not witness it in person. In a dim room in a city in the United States, 5 scruffy men sat. Each faced their computers, their hands skillfully tapping on the keyboards as lines of code flashed rapidly on the screens. A middle-aged man with a beard, the leader of the 5-person team, looked determined. Their team was somewhat well known in the hacker community. A few days ago, a peculiar man approached them. The bearded man remained calm in the presence of this strange visitor. Having been approached before, the bearded man and his team were experienced and accustomed to it. They invited the peculiar man into the room, poured him a cup of coffee, and gestured for him to share his purpose. The peculiar man spoke little, simply handing over the target and deposit to the bearded man before leaving immediately. The bearded man looked at the target, which turned out to be a company from Hua country. He was slightly surprised, but upon seeing the company name, it felt quite normal. He also enjoyed playing games and had downloaded CF as soon as it was released. He knew very well that the Hua country company named Xingchen had left those American game companies in tatters. Although he loved Xingchen's CF, he cherished the piles of green American dollars even more. He greeted his team members and informed them that work had commenced. He thought it would be a simple task, but 3 days had already passed. He and his team spent 3 full days without breaching Xingchen's server. Now everyone had serious dark circles under their eyes. The bearded man looked at the lack of progress in their assault, his face turning pale. He never expected a Hua country company could withstand their team's attacks for 3 days. He had a foreboding feeling that he might stumble at this Hua country company. A knock at the door broke the gloomy atmosphere in the room. A hefty man weighing about 200 pounds moved with surprising speed. He quickly opened the door, received the pizza from the delivery person, tossed a tip to him, and slammed the door shut. Seeing the hefty man bringing in the pizza, the others left their seats. They gathered around the hefty man, grabbed their respective pizzas, and began to eat. The room was filled with the sounds of chewing. The atmosphere was very silent. After all, they hadn't breached Xingchen's server for 3 days. Their pride had long been shattered by Xingchen, and no one had the energy to speak. The oppressive atmosphere in the room became unbearable for someone. A thin man, dejected, said to the bearded man, "Boss, let's give up on this task. We can't compete with Xingchen's programmers. They are monsters." Before the bearded man could respond, the other members chimed in agreement. Seeing this, the bearded man, who had wanted to encourage his team, swallowed the words he was about to say. He silently chewed on the pizza in his hand. The others, seeing the bearded man remain silent, continued to eat their pizza. At that moment, the hefty man erupted, slamming his pizza down on the table. "Boss, can't you see? We've given it our all, yet they're still as steady as a mountain. We have completely failed." Upon hearing the hefty man's words, everyone's heads drooped even lower. The atmosphere fell silent again as the bearded man still had not spoken. The hefty man helplessly picked up his pizza and resumed eating. When everyone finished their pizza, they planned to return to their computers. As they resumed their work, the bearded man suddenly spoke. "We abandoned this task." Though it was difficult to say, he felt relieved after expressing it. Hearing the bearded man's words, the others were stunned for a moment before erupting in cheers. The bearded man looked at the smiles of his brothers, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. However, before he could smile for long, he suddenly noticed his computer seemed to be smoking. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief and looked back at his computer. This time he confirmed that his computer was indeed starting to smoke. A piercing scream escaped his lips as he lunged towards his computer. His teammates were stunned, and when they turned around to look at their own computers, they heard a series of anguished screams. They finally understood why the bearded man had screamed. But they could only fret. The temperature emanating from the computers was too high for them to touch. When everything was over, the bearded man and his teammates held their charred computers, feeling utterly helpless. Chen Fan received feedback from the counter-intrusion system. He knew that the hackers' computers had already burned out from overloading. He felt a moment of joy, but then thought that these hackers were merely pawns. Chen Fan's mood shifted from sunny to cloudy, then from cloudy to overcast. He didn't know who the mastermind was, and could only wait for him to strike again. Thinking about having to guard against thieves for 1,000 days, he irritably grabbed his own hair. Chen Fan was already filled with hatred towards the mastermind, gritting his teeth. Cursing the person who was causing him distress, he thought about how that person must have been born without a proper endowment, always wearing a hat. He needed someone to comfort him. Su Luoxue was the perfect choice. He decided to share the good news that the hackers had been dealt with. Yes, it was a pleasant decision. Putting aside any thoughts of the mastermind, Chen Fan walked briskly towards Su Luox's office. He wanted Sister Luoxue to comfort his wounded soul. Su Luoxue was engrossed in her work at her desk when a knock on the door interrupted her. Before she could respond, the door was already pushed open. Looking towards the door, she saw Chen Fan, that street rascal. With annoyance, she shot him a look with her beautiful eyes. "Why are you here instead of working?" Chen Fan, unashamed, sat down opposite Su Luoxue, grinning as he replied, "I have some good news, and came right away to report to you, the CEO." Pausing her work, Su Luoxue asked curiously, "Oh, what good news requires the chairman to report to me?" Chen Fan excitedly told Su Luoxue that the hackers had been dealt with. Upon hearing this, Su Luoxue looked surprised. She had not expected Chen Fan to be so efficient resolving the issue in just half a day's time. After hearing the good news, Su Luox's expression returned to calm. She lowered her head again to continue processing the unfinished documents, reminding herself not to engage with that street rascal, or else she wouldn't be able to work. Seeing that Su Luoxue was ignoring him, Chen Fan walked over to the sofa out of boredom. He threw himself onto the sofa, groaning involuntarily. Listening to Chen Fan's groans, Su Luoxue tightened her grip on the pen in her hand. Veins slightly showed on her forehead as her beautiful eyes looked towards him like a worm. On the sofa, twisting and turning, Chen Fan closed his eyes, trying to ignore the annoyance. He had no awareness that his girlfriend's anger was building up while he searched for a comfortable position. Finally pulling out his phone, Chen Fan began watching videos in Su Luok's office. He occasionally laughed at the funny videos he saw. The pen in Su Luok's hand creaked under her grip as her rationality dwindled. Chen Fan, you better come here. With an angry roar, Su Luoxua lunged at Chen Fan. Gripping the soft spot at Chen Fan's waist, she vented her anger that he had provoked. Chen Fan squealed under her grip, but being pinned down by Su Luoxua, he could only endure her fury. After venting her anger, Su Luok's expression turned cold again. Fixing her appearance and giving Chen Fan a fierce glare, she returned to her work. Chen Fan rubbed his waist, wincing in pain as he looked at Su Luoxua, who was working. He knew this was self-inflicted, but he just wanted to tease Su Luoxua. After being taught a lesson by Su Luoxua, Chen Fan behaved obediently, sitting on the sofa quietly, putting on headphones to watch videos, no longer bothering Su Luoxua at work. Days passed, and during these days hackers frequently attacked the Xingqian server. However, they were all dealt with by the Pulse network and the counter-intrusion system. As more and more hackers attempted to attack Xingqian, they found themselves in utter disarray. Now Xingqian's reputation in the hacker community was akin to hell in the Western Bible. The hell of all hackers. Foreign hackers launched a large-scale attack on a domestic enterprise. The cybersecurity department, of course, was also informed of the situation. However, what they didn't expect was that this company called Xingqian, under attack by hackers, didn't even request their assistance. It should be noted that among these hackers there were many top hackers known worldwide. They had checked Xingqian's information and found that this company, only a year old, had withstood the hackers' attacks. The saying goes that experts are found among the people, and it seems there is truth to this. However, they still reported the matter. After all, foreign forces blatantly attacking a domestic enterprise couldn't be ignored. However, after the report was submitted, they were surprisingly told not to manage the matter anymore. Though puzzled, they obeyed the orders. Director Chen looked at the report in his hands, sighing about the young man Chen Fan. Besides the Pulse network, he had other good things in hand. He went to Su Luok's office, where Chen Fan, who was watching videos, received a phone call. Seeing the caller ID, Chen Fan quickly answered the phone. Director Chen, why do you have time to call me? Watching Chen Fan answer a call from someone named Director Chen, Su Luoxua, who had been keeping an eye on him, felt curious. Curiously, she quietly approached Chen Fan and leaned in to eavesdrop. Chen Fan found it amusing to see Su Luoxua, who maintained a cold persona in front of others, also had a side that enjoyed gossip. Seeing her uncomfortable eavesdropping posture, he patted the sofa beneath him, signaling Su Luoxua to sit down. Turning on the speaker to let Su Luoxua hear better, Director Chen's voice came through. I heard that your Xingqian has been attacked by hackers. Chen Fan suddenly pulled Su Luoxua, who was sitting beside him, into his arms, smiling as he said, "Thank you for your concern, but we have already resolved it." Su Luoxua was startled by Chen Fan's sudden action and nearly gasped. She lightly tapped Chen Fan on the chest and shot him a fierce glare. Just as she was about to threaten Chen Fan, quietly Director Chen's voice interrupted her. I already know the details of this matter. After a slight pause, Director Chen continued, I'm very curious about how you managed to withstand so many hacker attacks. A smirk appeared at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth as he casually touched Su Luok's waist. With my skills, those hackers are no challenge at all, though I can take them down in no time. Su Luoxua felt Chen Fan's hand roaming on her slender waist. Her face flushed with a hint of red as she glared fiercely at Chen Fan. Once he ended the call, she was determined to teach this disobedient little brother a good lesson. Director Chen, hearing Chen Fan's proud tone, could not help but show a hint of a smile on his serious face, feeling envious of the youthful energy of this young man. Can you tell me how you managed to fend off the hackers' attack? Chen Fan, of course, satisfied Director Chen's curiosity and arrogantly said, It's nothing much. I just developed a software called the Intrusion Prevention System, which I used to defeat those hackers decisively. Watching the arrogant Chen Fan, Su Luoxua couldn't help but cover her face, thinking to herself that he could not be more low-key. Director Chen had no other thoughts about Chen Fan's arrogance, just pondering what the Intrusion Prevention System was like, capable of taking down so many hackers. The Intrusion Prevention System, a very straightforward name. Could you send me a copy for us to test it out? Chen Fan generously replied to Director Chen's request. No problem, I will send you a copy right away for your research. Hearing Chen Fan's response, Director Chen felt very pleased. This young man, Chen Fan, still possessed an exceptionally high level of ideological consciousness. Then I would like to thank you for your contributions to the national network security cause. The two chatted casually for a moment before hanging up the phone. Director Chen had many matters to attend to and didn't have time to idle away with Chen Fan. After hanging up, he felt great after showing off in front of Director Chen. But he didn't notice the dangerous gaze from Su Luoxua in his arms. As soon as Chen Fan finished the call, Su Luok's little hand found its way to the soft flesh at his waist. With a fierce twist, Chen Fan shot up from the couch like a rocket, just like Tomcat. Jumping aside, he looked at the soft flesh at his waist, which was already bruised. Grinning and looking innocently at Su Luoxue, he said, "What are you doing? My waist is your future happiness. How could you treat it like this?" Sitting on the sofa and adjusting her appearance, Su Luoxue blushed at Chen Fan's words and lightly spat, shameless, before returning to her cold demeanor. "That director Chen we just talked about is the same one who came to our company last time to recruit for the Pulse sector." Rubbing his waist, Chen Fan replied weakly, "That's right, it's the same director Chen." Su Luoxue, sitting on the sofa, fell into her own thoughts. Today, Director Chen clearly called for the intrusion prevention system in Chen Fan's hands. It seems that the intrusion prevention system would also be recruited by the higher-ups. Then Starry Sky's official connections would become more stable. Seeing Su Luoxue deep in thought on the sofa, Chen Fan quietly left the office. By the time Su Luoxue reacted, she found that Chen Fan had already slipped away. Chen Fan returned to his office and lifted his shirt. Looking at the bruised, soft flesh, he thought to himself that he could not go near Su Luoxue anymore. He wondered if his waist would ever heal if he went there again. He reminded himself that it was not his fault for provoking Su Luoxue. He deserved to be twisted. He asked his newly hired secretary to bring him some medicine to apply on his injury. He also picked up his phone, planning to relax by watching videos. To his dismay, the first video he encountered made him quite angry. Someone actually claimed that the architecture of the Foot Basin Chicken could reflect the grandeur of the Tang dynasty. In the comments section, there were even people supporting this statement. Seeing these comments, which were either foolish or malicious, Chen Fan slammed his hand on the table in anger. Now he had lost his interest in watching videos. He put down his phone, needing to calm himself down. Finally, he managed to soothe his agitated heart. Chen Fan's expression turned solemn as he realized that these Foot Basin Chicken people dared to insult the heavenly glory. He would make those Foot Basin Chicken people understand who their true ancestors were. The Nine Heavens Palace, where all nations pay tribute to the glorious Tang dynasty, is not something these little people can tarnish. He ordered his secretary to gather all the idle members of the planning department in the conference room for a meeting. He thought of a game that could showcase the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. It was the Assassin's Creed from his past life. He wanted to change the story location of Assassin's Creed to the magnificent Tang dynasty. Chen Fan was not just making a game, he had also prepared a piece of cutting-edge technology. He was determined to fully showcase the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. The people in the planning department received the meeting notification from the secretary, and all began to speculate about the purpose of the meeting. After all, who among the entire Starry Sky employees did not know that their boss was notoriously lazy? When they arrived at the conference room, Chen Fan was already waiting there. Seeing everyone seated, Chen Fan wrote the 4 characters Assassin's Creed on the blackboard and began today's meeting. "This is the game we are going to develop in the future." Chen Fan passionately described his understanding of the game to these planners. The meeting lasted nearly 3 hours before it finally ended. As Chen Fan left first, the others trickled out. On the way back, they quietly discussed the contents of the meeting with familiar friends. Upon returning to his office, as soon as Chen Fan walked in, he saw Su Luoxue sitting in his chair. Chen Fan smiled brightly and rushed over to give her a hug, only to be pushed away by Su Luoxue with a face full of disdain. Standing up to vacate the seat, Su Luoxue pressed Chen Fan's shoulder to make him sit down and curiously asked, "I heard you are preparing to develop a new game. What type is it?" Being pressed down in the chair, Chen Fan, who was still confused, heard Su Luox's question. He placed the items in his hands on the desk and began to clarify Su Luox's curiosity. "It is a single-player game designed to showcase our glorious Tang dynasty." Su Luoxue perched, half-sitting on the desk, perfectly displaying her tall figure. Hearing Chen Fan's answer, her curiosity grew stronger. "Oh, a game showcasing the Tang dynasty. How did you come up with the idea?" Speaking of this, Chen Fan felt anger rising and couldn't help but snort. "I saw a video today claiming that the elegance of the Tang dynasty lies with the Foot Basin Chicken, and surprisingly many people still think that's correct." As he spoke, Chen Fan's anger surged, and he quickly picked up the teapot on the desk. He took a big gulp, hoping to extinguish the fiery rage within him. Seeing Chen Fan so upset, Su Luoxue felt heartbroken. She sat on Chen Fan's lap, pulled his head into her embrace, and gently comforted him. Some people simply do not know who their ancestors are and don't mind them. Feeling the softness against his face, Chen Fan's anger subsided considerably. Hearing Su Luox's comfort, Chen Fan detached himself from her embrace. Staring into Su Luox's beautiful eyes, his expression turned serious. "I cannot ignore them. They have already started to recognize others as their ancestors. If this continues, our ancestors will be lost." Seeing Chen Fan so serious for the first time, Su Luoxue was momentarily taken aback. Hearing Chen Fan's thunderous words, Su Luoxue felt a twinge of shame for her earlier thoughts. Chen Fan was right. Those people had already begun to recognize others as their ancestors. If no action was taken soon, their own ancestors' coffin lid would truly be unable to hold. I was being naive. I support you in making this game and ruthlessly grinding those shameless people into the ground. Seeing his girlfriend support him, Chen Fan felt an overwhelming joy. He buried his head in her softness, rewarding himself heartily. Watching Chen Fan, who was taking advantage of her, Su Luoxue knew that his mood had returned to normal. Now that he was back to normal, Su Luoxue narrowed her eyes, slightly revealing a hint of cold light. This man, seizing every opportunity to take advantage of her, was becoming increasingly brazen. Feeling something unusual on her rear, Su Luoxue gave Chen Fan a sharp slap on the head. In pain, Chen Fan released his mischievous hands, rubbing his head vigorously as he looked at Su Luoxue with a pitiful expression. She tidied her clothes that had been messed up by Chen Fan, ignoring his pitiful gaze. Leaving the office without a word, Chen Fan noticed that Su Luoxue was ignoring him and directly walked out. He sighed inwardly, realizing that when he was without her, he called her little sweetie, but now that he had her, she had become Lady Bull. Regaining his composure, Chen Fan began to work diligently. After a few days of effort, he looked at the completed Assassin's Creed on his computer with a boundless sense of satisfaction. Since the game had already been completed, he naturally had to try it out first. Checking for any bugs was definitely not just an excuse to play the game. After a night of gaming, Chen Fan was so engrossed that when Su Luoxue called him to sleep, he ignored her. Furious, Su Luoxue locked the bedroom door. Determined not to let Chen Fan take advantage of her in the coming days, she let him have the game all to himself. With dark circles under his eyes, Chen Fan sleepily arrived at the company. Calling his secretary, he instructed him to notify the planning department that Assassin's Creed could be launched. Once the secretary left, Chen Fan, feeling listless, found his beloved sofa and collapsed onto it, falling into a deep sleep. Pan Jizu was playing Goose Duck Murder with his guild members today. His role was that of an ordinary citizen diligently completing tasks. At that moment, Little Pig walked over, and Pan Jizu immediately became alert. After playing for so long, filled with countless betrayals, he no longer trusted anyone. Why are you here if you're not doing tasks? Little Pig, unfazed by Pan Jizu's vigilance, continued approaching him. Seeing Little Pig's approach, Pan Jizu sensed that something was amiss and wanted to slip away. Unfortunately, he couldn't escape and was swallowed by Little Pig's character. It turned out that Little Pig's identity was that of a pelican, and as Pan Jizu's rival in love and conflict, he was naturally her first choice to be devoured. Pan Jizu, seeing himself being swallowed, was stunned, shouting and yelling, his hands banging loudly on the table. As his happy nemesis Little Pig ignored Pan Jizu's outburst. Happily humming his favorite song, she continued searching for her next victim. Hearing Little Pig happily humming, Pan Jizu felt he wanted to trace the sound through the internet. He thought about giving her a couple of hard slaps. Such a cute girl would surely be difficult to comfort once she started crying. Slumped in his gaming chair, Pan Jizu suddenly had a brilliant idea. Thinking about his idea, a smile shaped like the Nike logo appeared at the corners of Pan Jizu's mouth. He opened his music app, found the Great Compassion mantra, and turned the volume up to the max. Staring at the pelican on the screen, a mischievous smile spread across his face as he clicked play without hesitation. As Little Pig was searching for her next victim, the Great Compassion mantra suddenly blared in her headset. Surrounded by the sounds of the Great Compassion mantra, she felt as if her soul was about to transcend, but it was all nonsense. Taking off her headset and staring at the headset still emitting Buddhist chants, Little Pig was filled with existential doubt. The others in the room, hearing the sound of the Great Compassion mantra, were equally perplexed. What was it? Was there a monk playing games with them? Moreover, it was a monk doing homework. Otherwise, why would someone play the Great Compassion mantra? Little Pig felt like crying without tears as putting on the headset brought a flood of Buddhist chants that were deafening. She was being tormented by the Great Compassion mantra to the point of near mental breakdown. The other players in the room stared at her with strange expressions, making her wish she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Grabbing her Barbie red phone, she quickly called Pan Jizu. The phone rang, and Pan Jizu, puzzled, picked it up, wondering who would call him at this hour. Upon seeing the caller ID, Pan Jizu couldn't help but smile. When he answered the call and placed the phone to his ear, Little Pig's highly recognizable lowly voice came through. Panga Master Pan, I was wrong. Please stop the music now. With a slight smile, Pan Jizu casually fiddled with his fingernails. What are you doing? I just played a song. Why are you reacting so strongly? Hearing Pan Jizu's teasing tone, Little Pig's face filled with resentment, wondering why she was reacting so strongly, all because of whom. No matter how upset she was, Little Pig was the one asking for help and simply couldn't be tough. I was wrong about everything, Master Pan. Please spare me this time. I promise I won't dare again. No, there will be no next time. Pan Jizu's smile grew more pronounced, feeling exceedingly pleased. On the surface, however, he wore an expression of helplessness, as if she was the one being unreasonable. The way you say that makes it sound like I'm some irredeemable person. Since you're so humbly asking me, I can't refuse you this face. Yes, I was being unreasonable. Thank you, Panga, for giving me face. Pan Jisoo fiddled with his ears, speaking in a playful tone. What's wrong? Do you have any grievances? Although he had cursed Pan Jisoo 100 times in his heart, on the surface little pig didn't cry. She merely forced a smile, waiting to take revenge in the future, vowing to get back at him severely. Thanking Pan Ge, how could I dare have grievances? Feeling that it was about time, if it went on any longer this cute little girl would truly start to cry. She certainly wouldn't know how to comfort a girl. Knowing when to stop was key, and she promptly turned off the Great Compassion Mantra. Finally, as the Great Compassion Mantra disappeared from her headset, little pig sighed in relief. Putting the headset back on, she mumbled softly. If one listened closely, they would find her words were filthy, too filthy to imagine that such words came from her cherry-like lips. Pan Jisoo didn't catch what little pig was mumbling, otherwise he would definitely have activated the Great Compassion Mantra again to silence this little demon with a mouth full of dirty words. Pan Jisoo was feeling bored, chatting casually with his fans. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a game advertisement popping up on the computer screen. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be an advertisement for Starry Game. Pan Jisoo immediately sat up straight, leaning closer to the computer to take a closer look. After confirming it was indeed an advertisement for Starry, he didn't care much as he was currently playing a game with Little Pig. He directly dismissed her, opening the small advertisement. Now no player could ignore the advertisements for Starry's games, and Pan Jisoo was no exception. He was a hardcore gaming enthusiast. Excitedly shouting as he clicked on Starry's new game, he exclaimed, "Brothers, look what I just discovered, a new game from Starry." While they were having a good chat, they noticed Pan Jisoo suddenly ignoring them. They felt a bit puzzled, but listened to Pan Jisoo's excited words. They immediately understood if they were in his shoes, they would be just as excited. While the programmers at Starry must be losing their hair, they release games so frequently. Being diligent is good. I want to play more games. Pandog, quickly show us what type of new game Starry has. In this year, Starry indeed hasn't released the same type of game. I'm a bit curious now. Glancing at the bullet chat, Pan Jisoo agreed with his fans. That kid Chen Fan has been making games for a year now. He truly hasn't produced the same type of game. He is always innovating. Pan Jisoo felt proud to have such an outstanding childhood friend. With his back straighter and chin raised, he began to look at people with his nostrils. His fans understood why Pan Jisoo had that expression. They felt a bit envious of Pan Jisoo, whose luck was genuinely good to have someone like Chen Fan as a childhood friend. They thought of themselves picking their noses and scratching their bottoms and sniffing their fingers. Feeling disdainful, they thought about giving their adopted son a dose of paternal love when they returned home. A good thrashing would surely make him as excellent as Chen Fan. Regardless of how envious and jealous his fans were, Pan Jisoo had already opened Starry's new game. Without even looking at the game introduction, he entered the game. Why look at the introduction? Games released by Starry are played headlong. It has already become a consensus among the player community that Starry's products are always top-notch. Entering the game was a segment of opening animation CG, showing the prosperous scene of the Tang Dynasty during the reign of Emperor Xuanzong, before the Lushan Rebellion during the Lantern Festival. This opening animation CG vividly showcased the prosperity, confidence, and wealth of the Tang Dynasty. The architecture and clothing depicted were all meticulously crafted. Of course, it was meticulously crafted as Chen Fan specifically invited experts from history and archaeology to provide guidance related to this game and all historical elements. To slap those who couldn't recognize their ancestors in the face, Chen Fan expended considerable effort on this game. This effort was worthwhile. Pan Jisoo and his fans were captivated by the magnificent Tang Dynasty depicted in the opening animation, unable to tear their eyes away. After watching the opening animation, Pan Jisoo and his fans were still unsatisfied, watching it again before stopping. If the opening animation was this well done, Pan Jisoo dared not imagine how good the game content could be. As the game officially began, the game modeling and task models amazed Pan Jisoo and his fans. Looking at these game scenes, which were almost akin to the real world, Pan Jisoo appeared a bit dazed. After a brief moment of astonishment, Pan Jisoo pinched his thigh. Perhaps he was too forceful, as it made him wince in pain. Feeling a surge of excitement, he pointed at the game screen and shouted to his fans, "Did you see that? This is a game made by my childhood friend." There was not a single bullet chat on the computer screen because they were all stunned into immobility by the game graphics that could easily be mistaken for reality. Once they regained their senses, the bullet chat exploded, covering the entire game screen. Starry is always divine. I never expected a game could reach this level. I must have been too ignorant. Oh, I want to play Assassin's Creed right now. Pan Dog, no Pan Ge, quickly take us to enjoy the splendor of the Tang Dynasty. How did that old thief Chen Fan come up with such a brilliant game? The dense bullet chat left Pan Jisoo feeling dizzy. Deciding to no longer focus on the bullet chat, he began to concentrate on playing the game. Controlling his character, he explored the unique charm of Chang'an, the international metropolis of that era. While wandering aimlessly in Chang'an, Jizhu finally figured out the identity of his in-game character. He was controlling an assassin from the ancient assassin organization Emosia. They inherited from the Mo family during the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods. During those times, guided by the philosophy of non-aggression, they developed the Great Sun Order assassination system. They opposed the Yin-Yang school, a group of madmen who would stop at nothing for the sake of immortality. Throughout various dynasties, they used immortality as bait to manipulate the rulers. Whenever there was chaos and the people suffered, the shadows of the Yin-Yang school would always be present. The assassin controlled by Pan Jizhu was part of the organization opposing them. This storyline sent Pan Jizhu's adrenaline soaring. He wished he could find the Yin-Yang school immediately and wipe them out completely. Brothers, I didn't expect this game to have not only excellent graphics, but also such an outstanding storyline. The fans in the live stream agreed with Pan Jizhu's viewpoint. Pandog is right, Star Race games are just that exceptional. The storyline indeed has some depth, but I can't quite put my finger on what it is. The nonsense from upstairs is blocking my view. The 100 schools of thought mutually opposing, is that what you want to say? Pan Jizhu refocused and continued his game. As the game progressed, he defeated one enemy after another. Besides defeating enemies, he encountered many household tidbits in the game. Whenever he came across one, Pan Jizhu would stop and listen to the gossip in the game as per his fans' requests. It was definitely not because he also enjoyed hearing those gossips. He was absolutely fond of the game's operating system. It featured a lightness system that allowed him to experience the thrill of leaping across rooftops. There was also an auxiliary weapon that allowed him to swing through the air like Spider-Man. However, the later levels were just too difficult. Pan Jizhu didn't know how many times he had died and still couldn't get through getting stuck at a level. A ray of sunlight shone on his face, and Pan Jizhu noticed that it was already bright outside. Looking at the game screen, his character died once again, and he instantly logged off at lightning speed. I'll come back after I've rested. I'm not scared of dying. Assassin's Creed has exploded in popularity online within just one night. Many players who have experienced Assassin's Creed have started discussing it on the internet. They discuss the exquisite graphics of the game and the novel gameplay that offers players an entirely new experience. Other competitors waking up to the new game released by Xingqian were left in shock. This truly leaves no room for survival. Xingqian releases games far too frequently. The games under their company were already struggling due to Xingqian's emergence. With Xingqian's rapid release of new games, many small companies are on the verge of bankruptcy. However, this world is never short of clever individuals. Although they cannot create new game genres like Xingqian, they can follow in Xingqian's footsteps. With Xingqian paving new paths ahead, they can simply pick up what's already there. After all, Xingqian's games cannot completely dominate the market. By imitating the types of games from Xingqian, they can still benefit. The more games Xingqian releases, the happier these individuals become. They see it as their guiding light. Once these imitators studied Assassin's Creed, they discovered that Xingqian had introduced new tricks in its pricing model. The buyout model of Assassin's Creed was a revelation to them. Does this imply that future games, regardless of quality, can still rake in some cash? This discovery seemed like a new continent to some unscrupulous competitors. But they failed to realize that if their games are trash, how could players possibly pay for them? In just one night, Assassin's Creed had already sold over 1 million copies. When the PR department of Xingqian released this news, the internet erupted. All social media platforms buzzed with discussions about it. Meanwhile, competitors calculated the profits that could come from selling over 1 million copies of Assassin's Creed at 198 each. They were stunned once they did the math. When 190 million appeared in front of anyone, no one could remain calm, especially for profits made in just one night. Staring at this exaggerated number, competitors couldn't help but drool. They all began instructing their teams to promptly launch single-player game projects, hoping to capitalize on the heat generated by Assassin's Creed. Those who act quickly will reap the rewards. They have a fresh understanding of their competitors. Although they cannot compete with Xingqian, they still have confidence in their own capabilities. While other competitors busied themselves riding the wave of single-player games, General Shun from Zhu Factory appeared quite relaxed. He eagerly anticipated Xingqian producing more games as he was a partner with Xingqian. He could be the first to represent every new game from Xingqian. Leveraging the popularity of Xingqian's games overseas, he could sit back and effortlessly earn money, leaving him completely unfazed. He picked up a cup of coffee and gently blew away the rising steam. In a pleasant mood, he took a small sip and saw that Assassin's Creed had finished downloading on his computer. Putting down his coffee during this rare moment of leisure, he decided to play this game. Just as he arrived at the office today, Su Luoxua barged into his office, startling Chen Fan half to death. Seeing the expressionless Su Luoxua quickly approaching him, Chen Fan ran through all the details of the past few days in his mind. Having confirmed that he had not offended her anywhere, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't until Su Luoxua handed him a document that Chen Fan understood what was happening. He had thought that the buyout system would require some time to adapt in this world before players accepted it, but it turned out he had underestimated the players' acceptance. The sales figure of over 1 million copies made Chen Fan click his tongue in disbelief. While the internet lamented poverty, players bought the game priced at 198 without any hesitation. Su Luoxua sat on the sofa, arms crossed, and suddenly smiled at her expressionless face. Did I scare you just now? Chen Fan, who was looking at the document, glanced at the smiling Su Luoxua and replied, yes, you scared me. I was wondering if my performance last night upset you. Su Luox's delicate face turned bright red in an instant. She immediately jumped up and ran over to Chen Fan, covering his mouth with her hand. What are you doing? What poor performance? You're just spouting nonsense. Chen Fan was unfazed as Su Luoxua covered his mouth. He stuck out his tongue and licked her palm. Su Luoxua immediately released her grip, jumping aside like a startled rabbit, her expression complex, as she looked at Chen Fan. Pervert. Chen Fan shrugged it off. What was wrong with being a bit perverted with his girlfriend? All right, enough joking. You came this early just to show me this. Wiping the saliva from her palm on Chen Fan's clothes with a huff, Su Luoxua finally relented. She strutted over to the sofa and sat down elegantly. What do you mean by that? Your new work Assassin's Creed sold over 1 million copies in just one night. Chen Fan showed no change in expression, lazily leaning against the back of his chair. I know the quality of the games I create, and this was all within my expectations. With the success of Assassin's Creed, Su Luoxua found it difficult to undermine Chen Fan's confidence. So does Assassin's Creed have a representative for General Chen? Chen Fan pondered for a moment and nodded. Let him have it. We just need to focus on making games. Sharing some profits to make things easier for ourselves is better, right? Su Luoxua nodded, fully agreeing with Chen Fan's words. As long as Chen Fan could maintain the current quality of the games, General Chen would only be seeking their cooperation. There was no need to worry that General Chen would use overseas channels to put pressure on Xingqian. Since you've already seen the document, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll head out now. Chen Fan immediately extended his hand. You're leaving just like that? No goodbye kiss. Su Luoxua did not move, merely rolling her eyes at Chen Fan before gracefully exiting the office. Watching Su Luoxua leave without receiving the goodbye kiss he desired, Chen Fan felt a slight sense of loss, but he quickly cheered up. He opened his computer, wanting to see the expressions of those who had lost their faces. He wondered what their faces would look like when they saw the true beauty of the Tang dynasty in Assassin's Creed. Oh, Chen Fan forgot. Those who had lost their faces had no faces to begin with. However, to his disappointment, those people had completely ignored Assassin's Creed. Chen Fan was puzzled, unable to comprehend why none of them played games. Even if they didn't play with Assassin's Creed trending so high online, couldn't they see it? Leaning dejectedly in his office chair, Chen Fan felt like a fool. He had poured his heart and soul into creating Assassin's Creed, hoping to hit them hard in the face. But those who didn't know about Assassin's Creed made his efforts feel like a punch into cotton, leaving him quite uncomfortable. Rising from his chair, Chen Fan began to pace back and forth in his office, feeling irritated. He contemplated how to make those who had lost their faces aware of Assassin's Creed. Just as Chen Fan pondered how to let those devoid of shame see the Assassin's Creed, his gaze fell upon a newspaper on the coffee table. An idea flashed in Chen Fan's mind. Right, he could contact those media outlets. With this thought, he excitedly jogged to his desk and picked up the office phone to call his secretary. He instructed the secretary to contact influential journalists online. After hanging up, Chen Fan sat back in his office chair, propping his feet on the desk, shaking them, while humming a tune he couldn't quite remember. He already began to look forward to the arrival of the journalists. In the editorial office of the great public newspaper, Chief Editor Ma was on the phone, displaying a humble attitude and extremely polite tone. If his subordinates saw him like this, they would surely think Chief Editor Ma had been possessed by something vile. Was this really the same Chief Editor Ma who always wore a long face? After hanging up and putting the receiver down, Chief Editor Ma sighed in relief. Then he became excited, not expecting that the hottest gaming company would reach out to them. The Xingqian company sought them out for an exclusive interview opportunity. It was worth noting that countless news media outlets wished to interview Xingqian. If Xingqian released the news of this exclusive interview, all media outlets would go wild. To obtain the exclusive rights to interview Xingqian, they would go to any lengths. This sudden fortune had landed on Chief Editor Ma's head. He didn't faint from joy, his mental fortitude was quite strong. However, once the thrill subsided, Chief Editor Ma fell into anxiety, pacing restlessly in the office. Interviewing Mr. Chen from Xingqian was indeed a stroke of unexpected fortune. But if the job wasn't done well, this unexpected fortune could turn into a colossal headache. Who would interview Mr. Chen? Who had the ability to interview him? For a while, Chief Editor Ma couldn't think of a suitable candidate. After all, the great public newspaper was a traditional news outlet primarily covering national events and pressing societal issues. In the gaming field, the great public newspaper had never ventured before. Anxiously, Chief Editor Ma opened the blinds and looked outside at the reporters. Looking left and right, Chief Editor Ma could confidently assure himself that these were all excellent journalists. He sighed, inwardly lamenting that none of them had ever conducted interviews in the gaming sector. Just as Chief Editor Ma turned around, he overheard someone discussing Xingchen's new game. Surprised, he turned to the source of the voice and found a young man. He scrutinized the young man, taking in his short hair and clean face, which gave him a very spirited impression. Chief Editor Ma nodded in satisfaction, and a decision formed in his mind. He quickly walked to the door and waved to the young man. "You there with the short hair, come to my office." Zhou Budong, hearing Chief Editor Ma's voice, instinctively looked up. He wanted to see who Chief Editor Ma was calling, but to his surprise it seemed he was being summoned. Zhou Budong hesitated, still unsure if Chief Editor Ma was indeed calling him, and glanced around. "Stop looking at you. Hurry up and come to my office." Chief Editor Ma, seeing Zhou Budong still lingering, grew impatient and returned to his office. Confirmation from Chief Editor Ma left Zhou Budong feeling incredulous. But being summoned by the editor, he couldn't dare refuse. He hurriedly jogged into the editor's office, closing the door behind him. Anxiously, he stood before Chief Editor Ma. Chief Editor Ma noticed Zhou Budong's nervousness and wore a friendly smile. "Don't be nervous, come sit down." Seeing the affable Chief Editor Ma, Zhou Budong felt somewhat reassured, thinking he wasn't as terrifying as his colleagues had described. He obediently sat down across from Chief Editor Ma, instinctively sitting up straight. Observing this, Chief Editor Ma felt a twinge of doubt about his decision. Could this young man really handle the task? Setting aside his unease, he poured a glass of water for Zhou Budong and placed it in front of him. Zhou Budong, flustered, took the cup and drank the water in one go. Chief Editor Ma was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled. "I told you not to be nervous, I'm not going to eat you. By the way, what's your name?" Zhou Budong realized he had just acted poorly and awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "Editor, I'm Zhou Budong, a newly arrived intern reporter." "Intern reporters are great, they won't be as serious as those seasoned journalists." Chief Editor Ma's smile grew even friendlier. "Little Zhou, I called you over because I have something for you. If you do this well, I'll immediately promote you." Hearing the words promotion, Zhou Budong's eyes instantly lit up. "Editor, what is it? Just tell me, I'll make sure to get it done beautifully." Chief Editor Ma was very pleased with Zhou Budong's attitude, thinking that young people were easy to persuade. "It's nothing difficult, or just go to Xingchen Company for an interview." Upon hearing he was to interview Xingchen, Zhou Budong's eyes brightened even more. He was a fan of Xingchen, having played every game they released. The newly released Assassin's Creed was particularly his favorite. Now that he could go to Xingchen for an interview, didn't that mean he could meet the infamous Chen Fan? Seeing Zhou Budong start to space out, Chief Editor Ma coughed a few times to bring him back to reality. "Since you're so confident, I'll entrust this task to you. Don't let me down." Chief Editor Ma stood up and patted Zhou Budong on the shoulder as encouragement. "Don't worry, Editor, I won't let you down." Zhou Budong felt deeply moved that Chief Editor Ma entrusted such an important task to him. He patted Zhou Budong's shoulder again, his expression growing serious. "You need to head to Xingchen right now, or they want to conduct the interview as soon as possible." Hearing this, Zhou Budong replied affirmatively and immediately went out to gather his things. Watching Zhou Budong leave, Chief Editor Ma felt a wave of relief. If any issues arose, he now had someone to take the fall. Interns are really quite useful. Meanwhile, Chen Fan, lazily passing time in his office, received a notification from his secretary that the journalist had arrived in the reception room. Chen Fan immediately perked up, straightened his clothes, and eagerly walked towards the reception room. He silently prayed that everything would go according to his script and that no unexpected events would occur. After Zhou Budong and the photographer were brought to the reception room by the secretary, she went directly to report to Chen Fan. Seeing the secretary leave, Zhou Budong felt a lot more relaxed. The photographer began searching for a suitable spot to set up the camera, preparing for the upcoming interview. People online claim that General Chen is very young. Zhou Buxiang now sees it with his own eyes, and indeed finds him quite youthful, around the same age as himself. He is dressed appropriately, looks handsome, and has a decent figure. A hint of inferiority arose in Zhou Buxiang's heart. As he was lost in thought, he realized that Chen Fan was already standing in front of him. In a flurry, Zhou Buxiang quickly got up and extended his right hand, preparing to shake hands with Chen Fan. He saw the young reporter in front of him, who was so nervous that his hand trembled as he reached out to shake. Chen Fan put on a smile, hoping that his demeanor would help the young reporter relax. After shaking hands with Zhou Buxiang, Chen Fan gestured for him to sit down, while he himself sat upright in front of the camera. With a warm smile on his face, Chen Fan was ready to begin the upcoming interview. However, he noticed that the reporter across from him looked like a primary school student. He sat obediently, as if waiting for the teacher to ask a question. Chen Fan felt somewhat speechless. Was the reporter sent by the grand newspaper really this unreliable? But it didn't matter as long as he could convey his message. Regardless of the reporter's reliability, he could accept it. Chen Fan gently coughed, reminding Zhou Buxiang that they could begin the interview. Hearing Chen Fan's cough, Zhou Buxiang finally remembered why he was there. In a flurry, he started to take out his notebook, preparing to begin the interview. The cameraman watching Zhou Buxiang remain motionless like a fool felt anxious. It was only after Chen Fan's reminder that he moved, and the cameraman felt a sense of despair. General Chen would definitely complain to Editor Ma, and he would face reprimand when he returned. Opening his notebook, Zhou Buxiang took a deep breath. After calming his mind, he officially began the interview. Hello, General Chen, I'm Zhou Buxiang from the Grand Newspaper. Thank you for agreeing to this interview. Chen Fan sat up straight, nodding with a smile. It is also my honor to have the Grand Newspaper interview me. After the pleasantries, they moved on to the main topic. They had already communicated about the questions on the way here. Zhou Buxiang and Chen Fan were well aware of the questions to be asked next. Their exchange was smooth with no mistakes. However, for the upcoming question, Chen Fan felt a bit excited. This was the question he most wanted to answer. So, General Chen, what inspired you to develop the game Assassin's Creed? Here it comes. Chen Fan shifted from sitting upright to leaning back, propping his chin with his hand and crossing his legs. His expression also turned playful. Because I wanted to develop a game that would slap certain groups in the face, so I created Assassin's Creed. Zhou Buxiang's eyes lit up upon hearing Chen Fan's answer. Curiosity sparked in his heart about which group Chen Fan intended to slap in the face with Assassin's Creed. He could sense a big story brewing, and his expression began to show excitement. Leaning slightly forward, he looked at Chen Fan with an inquisitive gaze. So, General Chen, could you tell me which group you're referring to? Chen Fan was quite pleased with Zhou Buxiang's eagerness. Some people who have no shame claiming on the internet that the foot basin chicken is the true inheritor of Tang Dynasty culture. Chen Fan changed his position, now sitting confidently on the single sofa. Looking down at the camera, it was as if those people were right in front of him. I just want to tell them who is the father and who is the son. The reversal of the heavens is unacceptable. If you really want to kneel, do it alone in a dark corner. Don't come out and embarrass yourself. Zhou Buxiang was almost overwhelmed with excitement upon hearing Chen Fan's highly aggressive words. A huge story, an absolutely huge story. He never expected that General Chen of Xinjiang would go to war against those internet intellectuals who were making a fuss. When this interview airs, Zhou Buxiang could already predict the storm it would stir on the internet. Even the cameraman beside him felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. Those intellectuals on the internet have a considerable number of brainless fans. Every time someone refutes what they say, they are attacked by those fans until they apologize. The attacking power of those fans is no joke. The cameraman secretly gave Chen Fan a thumbs up for his bold sarcasm. He hoped Chen Fan had a strong mental fortitude to withstand the brainless attacks from those fans. With such a big news story, Zhou Buxiang had lost his motivation to continue the interview. After casually asking a few more questions, he immediately got up to take his leave. He didn't even wait for the cameraman to leave together. He tidied up quickly and jogged away, leaving the cameraman still packing, looking disheveled in the reception room. He awkwardly glanced at the grinning Chen Fan, and the cameraman immediately quickened his pace, grabbing his equipment and escaping. Watching the two leave, Chen Fan's heart began to anticipate. Those intellectuals would undoubtedly be furious upon seeing his words. With a light step, he returned to his office, shedding the facade he wore in front of others. Like a salted fish, he nestled into the sofa, foolishly scrolling through videos. Back at the Grand Newspaper, Zhou Buxiang ignored Editor Ma calling him. Arriving at his workstation, he pulled out his chair and immediately began to organize the content of today's interview. Seeing Zhou Buxiang's state, Editor Ma knew he had a big story. He quietly came up behind Zhou Buxiang, watching him organize the interview notes. The earlier parts were normal interviews, but the content that followed made Editor Ma's eyes widen in disbelief at what he saw. Then, feeling immense excitement, he intended to ask Zhou Buxiang about it. However, seeing him working diligently, Editor Ma retracted his words and quietly left. Feeling that he wouldn't disturb Zhou Buxiang, his steps gradually quickened until he broke into a run. He needed to quickly notify the layout department to reserve a large space for the article. Even if it meant removing articles from renowned authors, they had to make room for the big piece. The next morning, those going to work and school were awakened by others dragging their soulless bodies out of bed to wash up. The streets that had been quiet all night slowly filled with many pedestrians. Commuters and students rushing for buses began racing against time. There were also elderly folks strolling along the street. Eating, walking, exercising, all kinds of people made the street lively, bustling with a strong sense of life. However, on the internet, a video of the interview released by the Grand Newspaper was going viral on various social media platforms. Chen Fan's response to a particular question drew in many curious onlookers. While I didn't expect Assassin's Creed to be born under such circumstances, I'm intrigued. I think I have some idea of who the old thief Chen Fan was referring to. I support old thief Chen Fan. Oh, I've long had a dislike for that bunch. Careful upstairs, you've already landed on the blacklist. Netizens became interested in Chen Fan's mention of people who have no shame and began to discuss it enthusiastically. As time passed, the topic of Chen Fan's confrontational remarks gained increasing popularity online. Chen Fan finally saw the attention he desired. Su Xingman, a scholar funded by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Foot Basin Chicken. To call her a scholar is a gross overestimation. How can someone who graduated from a no-name school, not even listed on the academic verification site, claim to be a scholar? Having received some flattery online, she truly believed herself to be a great scholar. Originally, she would have achieved nothing significant, merely living a mundane life. It is unknown how she stumbled upon such luck to receive funding from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Foot Basin Chicken. Thus, she began to beautify the Foot Basin Chicken on Boa and speak ill of the Huagua. Unfortunately, Huagua is vast, and all sorts of bizarre individuals emerge. Surprisingly, Su Xingman gained hundreds of thousands of followers on Boa. Even though the follower count is inflated, the real number is at most tens of thousands. Nevertheless, this is not a small figure, and these followers have brought Su Xingman considerable benefits. With funding from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and making money off her followers who even voluntarily defend her, Su Xingman has been living quite comfortably over the years. However, today her good mood was ruthlessly shattered. It is unclear which reckless netizen forwarded Chen Fan's interview video to Su Xingman. Moreover, they frantically tagged her in the comments, fearing that Su Xingman might miss the video. If Chen Fan knew about this netizen's antics, he would surely sigh, thinking how these troublemakers always stir things up and feel compelled to join in. Upon seeing the video, Su Xingman's mood soured significantly. Since her rabid fans had been helping her stir up trouble and attack those who opposed her, it had been a long time since she had been insulted so directly. Furious, she smashed her phone, her anger causing pimples to emerge on her face. Once she calmed down, Su Xingman wanted to find her fan leader to retaliate against Chen Fan. However, upon seeing her shattered phone, her anger began to resurface. Yet she still retained some rationality, knowing what was most urgent at the moment. Suppressing her anger, she rushed to her computer and sat down, determined to make Chen Fan pay the price he deserved. The troublemaking netizen did not just send it to Su Xingman. All the major influencers online who were whitewashing the Foot Basin Chicken received Chen Fan's interview video. These troublemakers thrive on chaos, fearing there won't be enough trouble. This left the staff maintaining the Xingchen website feeling utterly distressed. Suddenly, a flood of unfamiliar IDs surged in, leaving all sorts of foul language on their website forum. They simply couldn't delete the comments fast enough and wished they could grow multiple arms to handle the task. It wasn't just the fans of those major influencers causing trouble. They themselves also jumped into the fray, posting various rebuttals against Chen Fan's Assassin's Creed. They vowed to render Assassin's Creed worthless. However, what they did not expect was that Chen Fan had yet to make his move. Players of Assassin's Creed were about to teach them what true sharp-tongued banter was. Gamers have never feared anyone in a verbal spat. Simple, yet sarcastic, eloquent, and articulate. They showed these influencers who supported the Foot Basin Chicken that there were countless ways to insult. Even when their rabid fans came to the rescue, they couldn't withstand the gamers' relentless attacks. Those who enjoyed using online harassment against others finally tasted what it felt like to be on the receiving end. Ultimately, these major influencers couldn't take it anymore and directly closed off their comment section, retreating like turtles. Seeing them yield, the players of Assassin's Creed began to celebrate their victory online. When Chen Fan received the news, he felt nothing but helplessness. He hadn't even made his move yet, and they had already given up. He looked at the comments criticizing Assassin's Creed from those influencers. Chen Fan felt his eyes were sullied. Oh, what nonsense were these people spouting? It was as if they were just criticizing for the sake of it without a shred of fact. Strangely enough, such absurd statements still had followers. It was a perfect display of the diversity of characters. However, those pretending to sleep will never be awakened. They only live in their own world, believing in their own convictions. Nevertheless, Chen Fan released the materials about the Tang dynasty that he had compiled with those professors. Not for those absurd individuals, but for the ordinary people who were unclear about the history of the Tang dynasty. He would no longer be deceived by those major influencers. It would also help the public gain a clearer understanding that the grandeur of the Tang dynasty was not something that could be ridiculed by the Foot Basin Chicken's tiny territory. After completing all this, the knot in his heart was finally untied. Chen Fan's spirits soared. Feeling pleased, he decided to reward himself with some leisurely time. With that thought, he happily lay down on the couch, preparing to scroll through videos on his phone. Suddenly, Su Luoxua walked in. Upon seeing her graceful entrance, Chen Fan realized he could no longer slack off. He got up with a resigned expression, preparing to see what Su Luoxua needed from him. Seeing Chen Fan rise from the couch, Su Luoxua felt a bit speechless. She pondered how to get Chen Fan to work proactively instead of goofing off in the office every day. Thinking of Chen Fan's lazy disposition, Su Luoxue shook her head, realizing she was overthinking it. If Chen Fan could change, he wouldn't be slacking off every day. Chen Fan looked at Su Luoxue, who stood in front of him lost in thought, without saying a word. For a moment, he wasn't sure what he should do, sitting there foolishly bored as he fiddled with his nails. When Su Luoxue snapped back to reality, a flush appeared on her face. How did she let her thoughts wander in front of Chen Fan? Su Luoxue quickly perked up, sitting beside Chen Fan. She informed him that Director Chen sought his authorization for the anti-intrusion system. Upon hearing it was Director Chen seeking authorization, Chen Fan agreed, without much thought. The more cooperation with the authorities, the more beneficial it would be for him. Seeing Chen Fan agree to the authorization, Su Luoxue prepared to get up and notify Director Chen. However, Chen Fan pulled her back, making her sit down on the couch again. Su Luoxue tilted her head, looking at Chen Fan with a puzzled expression. Chen Fan found her head tilt incredibly cute. He really wanted to pull her into his arms right now and tease her a bit. Realizing his thoughts had strayed, he quickly gathered his focus. With a serious expression directed at Su Luoxue, he earnestly said, "Luoxue, isn't Xingchen's current business too diversified?" Even though Chen Fan posed it as a question, his tone was quite assertive. Su Luoxue was a bit bewildered by Chen Fan's words. Was Xingchen's business really that diverse? After a moment's thought, she concluded that Chen Fan was right. Xingchen was no longer just a pure gaming company. Su Luoxue began to understand Chen Fan's point, but she wasn't sure how he planned to resolve it. Indeed, it is too diverse. Do you have any solutions? Chen Fan smiled, knowing Su Luoxue could grasp his meaning. Since the business is too diverse, we should split it into two companies. Chen Fan's expression was serious. He wasn't just slacking off at the company. Xingchen had evolved to encompass both gaming and cutting-edge technology. Chen Fan aimed to integrate resources for better development of Xingchen, which is why he proposed splitting the business and restructuring the company. Su Luoxue did not reply immediately, her fingers stroking her chin. In his mind, he quickly assessed the feasibility of the plan proposed by Chen Fan. Seeing Su Luoxue lost in thought, Chen Fan quietly sat beside her, not wanting to disturb her. After all, his proposal was crucial to the future development of Xingchen and could not be taken lightly. He mentally went through all possible issues he might encounter. Su Luoxue found nothing inappropriate and turned to look at Chen Fan, who was sitting beside her. "No problem, I agree with this plan." Hearing her approval, Chen Fan smiled. As the second largest shareholder of Xingchen, if Su Luoxue did not agree, Chen Fan's subsequent actions would lead to trouble. With Su Luoxue's agreement, he felt relieved. "Since you agree, let's get this done quickly." Seeing the look of relief on Chen Fan's face, Su Luoxue found it amusing. Was she really that unreasonable? As long as what you said made sense, would she not listen? She was not some unreasonable little fairy. "All right, I'll arrange this right away and get it sorted out early." After saying that, Su Luoxue stood up, preparing to return to her office and arrange for the new company to be established. However, Chen Fan took her hand, pulling her back onto the sofa. "I haven't finished. I want to establish a new company which will become the parent company. Both Xingchen and the new company to be separated will become subsidiaries of this company. This will facilitate management in the future." Returning to the sofa, Su Luoxue was initially puzzled about Chen Fan's intentions. Hearing his words, she felt incredulous. Is this really the Chen Fan, who always seemed unmotivated, just slacking off at the company? How could he suddenly propose so many meaningful ideas? I must still be half asleep, or perhaps Chen Fan has been possessed by something evil. Chen Fan's sixth sense told him that Su Luoxue was undoubtedly not thinking of anything good. Maybe she's just thinking about me, otherwise why would she be looking at me with such a strange expression? Chen Fan showed a look of suspicion, but confidently said, "Are you thinking about me?" Su Luoxue was startled by Chen Fan's intuition. She had never heard anyone say that men also had a sixth sense. Had Chen Fan sensed her thoughts about him all this time? Feeling a sudden sense of unease, she did not dare to meet Chen Fan's gaze. "Nonsense. I have a lot to handle. I need to go." With that, Su Luoxue stood up and left Chen Fan's office quickly. Seeing Su Luoxue escaping with a guilty look, Chen Fan knew he was right. However, she was already gone, and he had no chance to confront her. He could only wait until he got home after work to deal with this little girl properly. Chen Fan was determined not to let Su Luoxue off the hook without adequate compensation. Su Luoxue was still unaware that Chen Fan planned to deal with her harshly when he got home today. Even if she knew, she wouldn't fear his retribution. After all, who would end up dealing with whom was still uncertain. After several days of busy work, the new company structure had been rebuilt. Xingchen would still focus on the gaming industry, while the other company was named Xingyu Technology. All future cutting-edge technology development would take place at Xingyu. Su Luoxue would be the executive president of Xingyu, while Chen Fan would lead Xingchen and continue his game development. Chen Fan was not neglecting Xingyu's development, as all the cutting-edge technology originated from him. However, he would not personally engage in research, he would only provide technical documentation. The other company, Xinghe Investment, would have Chen Fan as its chairman and Su Luoxue as its president. Xinghe Investment would hold all shares of Xingchen and Xingyu. After completing these tasks, Chen Fan spent a fortune to purchase a building as the office for his new company. Sitting in his new office, Chen Fan felt proud. Now I am truly flourishing, achieving success in both career and love. Seeing Chen Fan's proud demeanor, Su Luoxue thought that this was the Chen Fan she was familiar with. The wise Chen Fan from a few days ago must have been an illusion. Approaching Chen Fan, she gently pressed her delicate hand on his shoulder. Don't get too cocky. Oh, I have no clue about the work at Xingyu. You need to help me with some ideas. Feeling the gentle touch on his shoulder, Chen Fan comfortably squinted his eyes. Hearing about Su Luox's difficulties, Chen Fan confidently replied with narrowed eyes, I've already thought it through. I have a technology that can make Xingyu famous. Su Luoxue became intrigued, her movements becoming more energetic as she curiously asked, oh, what kind of amazing technology is this? Tell me about it. Of course, Chen Fan was happy to satisfy his girlfriend's curiosity. Have you heard of holographic imaging? I possess this technology. Su Luox's movements halted, her face filled with disbelief. She had certainly heard of holographic imaging. Wasn't that a concept from science fiction? Are you sure? So many scientists haven't figured it out, yet you have this technology. Hearing this, Chen Fan was displeased. Just because others couldn't do it didn't mean he couldn't. Hey, with my temper, just wait. They'll give you the technology tomorrow. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't seem to be lying, Su Luoxue was even more shocked. What kind of incredible boyfriend have I found? She imagined herself announcing at future press conferences, holographic imaging has become a reality. How shocked everyone would be. Excited, Su Luoxue hugged Chen Fan from behind. Her ample bosom pressed against his neck, leaving several red marks on his face. Chen Fan was left bewildered, unsure why Su Luoxue was so excited. However, feeling the softness against his neck, he secretly enjoyed it. After leaving her marks, Su Luoxue began to flirt and coax Chen Fan. She wanted to get the holographic imaging technology quickly to kickstart her work. You're the best little brother. If you can give me the technology sooner, I have many moves I can unlock. Could Chen Fan resist Su Luox's coaxing? Of course he couldn't. Under Su Luox's temptation, Chen Fan was already bewitched. The distractions in his mind began to take over, leaving no room to enjoy the moment. Just wait, sister. They'll start working on it now. Not only will I give you the holographic imaging technology, but I'll also prepare a report on its applications and development directions. Your rewards, sister, are secured for me. Seeing Chen Fan so eager, Su Luoxue blushed and softly scolded him, calling him a pervert. With the support of yellow waste materials, Chen Fan finally managed to compile the technical data for the holographic imaging before finishing work. With the last character finalized, Chen Fan shouted joyfully. He turned his gaze to Su Luoxue beside him, already imagining what he would do when they returned. He wanted Su Luoxue to display her various skills for his enjoyment. Hearing Chen Fan's shout of completion, Su Luoxue curiously leaned closer. She wanted to see if the holographic image, which had only been a concept until now, was indeed real. But before she could see the information on the computer, Chen Fan had already grabbed her hand. He hurriedly left the office, running towards the elevator, unable to wait even for a moment. Su Luoxue, being dragged along, felt a bit speechless. Couldn't he wait for her to look it over before they left? He was too impatient. It wasn't like she was withholding anything from him. Seeing Chen Fan so anxious, Su Luoxue realized she wouldn't get to see the holographic imaging data today. She could only follow Chen Fan home, planning to retrieve the holographic imaging data tomorrow to verify the authenticity of the information he provided to the new researcher. Today she would let this little lecher off easy. With that thought, a faint blush appeared on Su Luox's face, not knowing whether it was out of anticipation or shyness. Chen Fan returned home with Su Luoxue at lightning speed. Once home, Su Luoxue, who had been following him, shot him a glance with her beautiful eyes. Ignoring Chen Fan's anxious demeanor, she casually let down her hair and walked toward the bathroom. Chen Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement, wanting to share a romantic bath with her. Unfortunately, Su Luoxue rejected him, but Chen Fan was not discontent. The night was still long. He eagerly undressed, waiting on the bed for his goddess of joy. Before long, a sound came from the direction of the bedroom door. Chen Fan lifted his head to look at the bedroom door. He saw Su Luoxue, clad in a sexy nightgown, walk into the bedroom, close the door, and approach him with graceful cat-like steps. Gazing at Su Luoxue in her sexy nightgown, Chen Fan's eyes were filled with anticipation for what was about to happen. However, that anticipation quickly turned to confusion and then transformed into fear. It turned out that Su Luoxue had walked to the side of the bed and pulled out a wooden stick from behind her. Her delicate hands gripped the stick tightly, wielding it with great vigor. Su Luox's gaze became very dangerous, causing Chen Fan's body to shudder. He quickly wrapped the blanket around himself. With a terrified look, he cautiously spoke, "I didn't know you had this hobby." Seeing Chen Fan's frightened expression, Su Luoxue couldn't help but laugh internally. Though she wore a playful smirk, she intended to scare Chen Fan. "I can only do this one thing, don't worry, it's really fun." After hearing this, Chen Fan became even more afraid and wrapped the blanket tighter around himself. "Noah, let's just play some normal games, my little body can't handle that kind of torment." Su Luoxue burst into laughter. Chen Fan's reaction was simply too amusing, causing her carefully maintained persona to collapse. Seeing Su Luoxue laugh heartily, Chen Fan quickly realized he had been played by Su Luoxue, and in a fit of anger pounced on her, lifting her hands above her head and pressing her down onto the bed while staring into her stunningly beautiful face, kissing her fiercely on the lips. Tonight, Chen Fan intended to make Su Luoxue pay the price for scaring him. The next day at noon, the bedroom was in disarray, showing just how intense last night's battle had been. Su Luox's thick eyelashes fluttered as she slowly awakened from her slumber. Seeing Chen Fan beside her, she planted a good morning kiss on his face. She carefully got up from Chen Fan's embrace, not wanting to wake him. However, her movements still startled him from his deep sleep. Seeing Su Luoxue sitting up, he groggily asked, "What time is it? Why aren't you sleeping more?" Su Luoxue looked at the brightening sky and softly replied to the still-dazed Chen Fan, "It's still early. You sleep a bit more, I'll go make breakfast, and when it's ready I'll call you to get up." Hearing Su Luox's words, Chen Fan lightly murmured an acknowledgement and fell back asleep, too exhausted from the previous night and needing a good rest. Seeing that Chen Fan had gone back to sleep, Su Luoxue got out of bed and began tidying up the clothes scattered everywhere from last night. After freshening up, Su Luoxue went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for herself and Chen Fan. She even made a chive and egg pancake and brewed a cup of goji berry tea. After setting the prepared breakfast on the dining table, Su Luoxue planned to enter the bedroom to wake Chen Fan for breakfast. She quietly entered the bedroom and saw Chen Fan still asleep on the bed. A mischievous idea surged in Su Luox's heart. She wanted to play a little trick on him. She found a red lipstick on her makeup table, a smirk appearing on her face. Quietly approaching the bedside, she saw no signs of Chen Fan waking up. Su Luoxue carefully climbed onto the bed and slowly laid down beside him. Opening the red lipstick, she began her prank on Chen Fan's face. Not long after, Su Luoxue saw her handiwork on Chen Fan's face. Su Luoxue covered her mouth, giggling like a little girl who had just stolen candy. Perhaps lost in her laughter, she didn't notice that Chen Fan's eyes were wide open, staring intently at her. Amidst the itching on his face, Chen Fan groggily woke up. Through his hazy vision, he saw someone sneaky beside him. Chen Fan's sleepiness vanished instantly as he wanted to spring up and catch the intruder. Thankfully, he recognized Su Luoxue, who was chuckling to herself. Connecting the earlier itching sensation on his face, Chen Fan quickly realized that Su Luoxue was playing a trick on him, seeing that she hadn't noticed he was awake. In Su Luox's startled exclamation, he pinned her beneath him, glaring fiercely at her. However, the strange drawings on his face lacked any intimidation. In fact, it looked quite comical, causing Su Luoxue to laugh uncontrollably. This made Chen Fan feel quite embarrassed as his hands roamed over Su Luox's delicate body. Trying to stifle little Su Luox's laughter, it only became more uncontrollable. It wasn't until Su Luoxue begged for mercy that he finally stopped the playful tussle. After Chen Fan finished freshening up, he came to the dining table and saw today's breakfast. He felt a bit speechless and glanced at Su Luoxue, sensing that she was subtly teasing him. Under Su Luox's enthusiastic service, Chen Fan reluctantly ate the nutritious breakfast. After finishing, he noticed it was already afternoon. Going to the company seemed pointless. The two happily decided to take a proper day off at home. After a day of rest, Chen Fan and Su Luoxue appeared at the company hand in hand, displaying their affection. The employees, though surprised to see them together, did not find it overly strange. Everyone knew that Su Luoxue was their boss, and it was not uncommon to see her enter the company hand in hand with Chen Fan. She still needed to retrieve the holographic data, for she had put in the effort for it. Without the holographic data, she would feel at a loss. Upon entering Chen Fan's office, Su Luoxue immediately rushed to his computer. She was delighted to see a USB drive next to the computer, clutching it tightly. She turned and dashed out of Chen Fan's office, ignoring his calls from behind. Watching Su Luoxue sprint away like a rabbit, Chen Fan could only smile helplessly. Recalling the events of the previous night, he felt grateful that his girlfriend was ambitious. He fully supported her, not because he was afraid of anything. Back in his own office, before he could settle down, Su Luoxue immediately called her assistant in. "You need to send out invitations to major media outlets in the name of Xingyu, inviting them to the product launch in 2 days." The assistant, who had just entered and hadn't even stood still, quickly responded with an "oh," and hurriedly left to carry out Su Luox's orders. Su Luoxue then used the internal phone to call the head of the research department at Xingyu, asking him to come to her office immediately. After hanging up, she gazed at the USB drive in her hand. Su Luoxue felt an incredible sense of disbelief. The holographic imaging technology she had only conceptualized was contained in such a small USB drive. It was only when the head of the research department arrived at her office that Su Luoxue snapped back to reality. Upon seeing him, she handed over the USB drive containing the holographic imaging data. She cautiously handed it to the research head, but as he turned to leave, Su Luoxue felt a twinge of unease. No, it was more than just unease. She wanted to accompany the research head to the research department personally. Such important data needed to be monitored closely for her to feel at ease. After tidying up a bit, Su Luoxue followed the research head to the research department. The assistant's efficiency was remarkable. Within half a day, the invitations had reached the hands of the editors of various media. The top editors, upon receiving the invitations, felt puzzled. A company as obscure as Xingyu had suddenly sent them invitations for a launch event. None of the editors understood this, and they began to use their connections to investigate just what kind of company Xingyu was. After inquiring around, their confusion deepened. Not a single person recognized Xingyu. Since it was merely an obscure small company, the editors lost interest. They passed the invitations to their subordinates, instructing them to attend the Xingyu launch. A small company's launch event was not worthy of their personal attendance. When Chen Fan heard that Su Luoxue was preparing to hold a launch in 2 days, he knew he could no longer slack off. His girlfriend was hosting a launch event, and he had to support her. Since he had nothing else to give, he decided to create a game. Holographic imaging and card games were a perfect match. The games from his past life served as excellent references. However, with the launch event starting in 2 days, he wondered if he could finish in time. Thinking about the overtime he would need to put in to create the game, Chen Fan felt a surge of stress. After all, he was Su Luox's boyfriend, so he would just have to work extra hours. Opening the versatile editor, Chen Fan began his painful overtime journey. Time quietly slipped away until the launch event was at hand. As Su Luoxue announced, the launch event preparations were already underway at the venue. Following her instructions, the launch was set to take place in a sports arena. The staff setting up the venue were puzzled. Wasn't it a bit excessive to hold a launch in a venue that could accommodate tens of thousands for just a simple event? What kind of audience could a little-known company possibly attract to its launch? In the backstage, Su Luoxue was unaware of their thoughts. Had she known, she would have mocked them mercilessly. These people had no idea that the technology in her hands would astonish the world. Just as Su Luoxue was preparing backstage, her assistant rushed in panting. Still catching her breath, she handed Su Luoxue a USB drive. Looking at the USB drive presented to her, Su Luoxue asked in confusion, "What is this USB drive for?" The assistant, taking a moment to steady her breath, explained to Su Luoxue, "This was given to me by President Chen to enhance your launch. It contains a game that, when used alongside the holographic imaging, will make the launch even more spectacular." Upon hearing that it was Chen Fan who had prepared this for her launch, Su Luoxue felt a wave of warmth. She hadn't expected the usually laid-back Chen Fan to work overtime to prepare a gift for her. Clutching the USB drive given by Chen Fan tightly, Su Luoxue felt much more confident about today's launch. With some time to spare before the launch began, Su Luoxue hurriedly plugged the USB drive into her computer to familiarize herself with the game Chen Fan had created. She wanted to avoid any mishaps during the launch. As time passed, the moment for the event approached and attendees began to trickle in. Everyone present felt confused about Xingyu's choice to hold the launch at a sports arena. While they didn't voice their thoughts aloud, they internally mocked Xingyu's overestimation of itself. Surely a company with no reputation wouldn't think that just by having a grand event it could gain recognition. Before the launch began, a few familiar faces started discussing Xingyu among themselves. Finally, the launch began. As time flowed on. With the event starting, the attendees ceased their discussions. The entire sports arena fell silent. Seeing the lack of noise from the front, Su Luoxue felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. She quickly began taking deep breaths to calm her nerves. Su Luoxue entered the live broadcast hall surrounded by already set-up equipment. There was also a large screen displaying the audience area. Standing under the big screen, Su Luoxue gazed at the sparsely filled seats. Her beautifully arched eyebrows furrowed slightly, but quickly relaxed again. Su Luoxue understood the thoughts of those who hadn't come. It was merely because they hadn't heard of Xingyu and thought it was just a small company, deeming it a waste of their precious time to attend. However, Su Luoxue had no worries. After today, the entire country, no, the whole world, would come to recognize Xingyu and her Su Luoxue. The time for the press conference has arrived. However, in the center of the venue, there is only a bare stage standing tall. As no host appeared, the invited journalists in the audience began to murmur in surprise. They started discussing among themselves. Journalist A small company is just a small company. Even holding a press conference can be a failure. Journalist B, from the current situation, one can see the capabilities of this star domain. Journalist A, If it weren't for our editor-in-chief insisting I wouldn't even want to attend this Star Domain's press conference. I'd rather find some mundane news to report than this. Journalist B, sigh, I came only because my editor-in-chief required it. The murmurs in the audience grew louder, and some even stood up wanting to leave. At that moment, a dazzling light effect appeared on the bare stage. The splendid light drew the attention of all the journalists in the audience. They looked at the stage with uncertain expressions, and the discussions abruptly ceased with those wanting to leave resuming their seats. They were curious to see what trick this Star Domain was up to. As the glamorous light faded, a figure was formed from a particle effect. The journalists in the audience widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. A beautiful and graceful urban lady dressed in a well-fitting professional outfit appeared on stage out of thin air, leaving the journalists wondering if they had encountered a ghost. All the journalists unconsciously rubbed their eyes. When they looked at the urban lady on stage again, they confirmed it. They had not mistaken, a true urban lady had indeed appeared on stage. The audience erupted in gasps, and all the journalists were eager to know how this was accomplished. The quick-thinking journalists began feverishly recording the scene. Others quickly caught on. This was a major news story. An absolutely big news story. Su Luoxue saw these journalists on the big screen in the live broadcasting hall. From disdain to shock and finally to frenzy, Su Luoxue felt a wave of satisfaction in her heart. The urban lady on stage was actually a holographic projection of Su Luoxue. Since they were releasing this black technology of holographic imagery, showcasing it directly would certainly yield excellent effects. As Su Luoxue had anticipated, the effect of directly displaying the holographic image was indeed superb. Look, the journalists at the press conference were visibly satisfied. Just when the journalists were going wild, Su Luox's holographic image on stage began to speak. Welcome, dear journalists, to the Star Domain's product launch. Hearing the urban lady on stage speak, all the journalists fell silent. They knew the main event was about to begin. I am Su Luoxue, the executive president of Star Domain Technology Company. All the journalists wrote down the name Su Luoxue in their notebooks. They were also secretly pondering whether they had heard this name before. Aren't you all curious about how I appeared? Su Luoxue playfully asked the journalists, hitting right on their curiosity. They had a plethora of questions to ask the Su Luoxue on stage. Hearing her inquiry, the journalists in the audience eagerly raised their hands, hoping Su Luoxue would allow them to ask. Seeing the enthusiasm of the journalists, Su Luoxue felt quite pleased. She casually pointed to one journalist, inviting him to ask his question. The selected journalist was so excited he could barely hold his notebook. He quickly stood up, bowed slightly to Su Luoxue, and posed his question. Hello, President Su, I am a reporter from newspaper, and I would like to ask if the person on stage is a real person. Hearing this journalist's question, Su Luoxue found it amusing. Could this journalist really not distinguish between reality and the virtual world? The person standing on stage is not really me, it is a projection of my holographic image. The audience erupted in astonishment. What did they just hear? Holographic imaging. Isn't this technology something that only exists in science fiction? How could they suddenly be told it now exists in reality? The journalists in the audience became even more excited. They stood up, raising their hands and shouting to attract Su Luox's attention. This was a news story that could shock the world. Oh, everyone wanted the chance to ask a question. Seeing the agitated journalists, Su Luoxue raised her hands to signal them to be quiet. Her gesture was effective, and all the journalists fell silent. What else could they do? If Su Luoxue were displeased, she might throw them out. That would be a huge loss. Seeing the journalists quiet down, Su Luoxue nodded in satisfaction. I can responsibly tell all journalists that we at Star Domain have developed this holographic imaging technology. Before the journalists could ask questions, Su Luoxue continued, the holographic imaging technology is already extremely mature, and we at Star Domain have developed numerous applications. For example, the image of me that you are seeing now can be projected using holographic imaging devices during future video calls. Holographic imaging certainly has more functions. We at Star Domain have divided the devices into home and commercial versions. The home version should be easy for you to understand. As long as the product you purchase supports holographic imaging, you can use it. The commercial version is prepared for internet cafes, cinemas, etc. You may now ask questions. With the end of Su Luox's statement, the journalists commenced another round of fervent hand-raising. Seeing the journalists in the audience flushed and eager, Su Luoxue casually pointed to one. The journalist who was chosen by Su Luoxue nearly fainted from excitement. He hurriedly stood up and threw out his question. Hello, President Su, I am a reporter from newspaper. Will Star Domain cooperate with other companies in the future? Will you monopolize the holographic imaging industry? Su Luox's brows furrowed slightly. This journalist did not have good intentions. Of course we will cooperate with other companies. As for monopolization, this journalist has exaggerated. Just like I said earlier, the commercial version we are releasing is meant for other businesses. Moreover, we will also provide a full set of technical transformation services to businesses that purchase holographic imaging devices. The journalist who asked the question was actually dissatisfied with Su Luok's response. However, Su Luoxue did not give him another chance, but continued with the next process. Now let me introduce the model numbers of our Star Domain's holographic imaging devices. The entire press conference was now at midpoint with Su Luoxue introducing and answering questions. She needed to take a good rest. Her throat felt like it was on fire. She instructed the staff to bring water and food to the journalists and to show them a holographic movie. Su Luoxue then ran to the lounge to rest, needing to prepare for what was next. After the intermission, this time Su Luoxue personally took the stage without using a holographic projection. After experiencing a truly immersive holographic film, the reporters were left in shock. They did not expect that watching a movie with holographic imagery could be so breathtaking. As the holographic film faded away, the reporters in the audience shifted their gazes to the other side of the stage. A city beauty identical to the one from the first half slowly walked onto the stage. This city beauty was none other than Su Luoxue, who had just been on stage during the first half of the press conference. The reporters were taken aback, not expecting Su Luoxue to personally appear in the second half. However, they all tacitly remained silent, their eyes filled with anticipation as they looked towards Su Luoxue in the center of the stage. They hoped that her personal appearance would mean there was even greater surprise to share with them. Su Luoxue sensed their anticipation and didn't say much. Standing in the center of the stage, she raised the microphone, beginning the second half of the press conference. We are now in the second half of the press conference. In the first half, I introduced our holographic imaging device developed by Star Domain Technology to my reporter friends. However, it seems a bit unconvincing without a live demonstration. Today, I will demonstrate for everyone. After speaking, Su Luoxue walked to one side of the stage, and another staff member came up. They stood facing each other, nodding and greeting. Seeing that everything was prepared, Su Luoxue picked up the microphone again and introduced, "Next, I will showcase a card game developed by Star Domain Technology and Starry Game together. I will use this game to fully demonstrate the functions of the holographic imaging." As her words fell, a wave of particle light effects appeared on stage. The particle light effects slowly formed a rectangular matrix filled with many grids on the stage. The reporters in the audience, upon hearing Su Luoxue mention that Star Domain Technology and Starry Game collaborated on a game, were filled with excitement. They were thrilled. Who in the audience had not heard of the famous Starry Game? They just didn't expect that Star Domain Technology could actually collaborate with Starry Game. However, some reporters noticed an issue with the names of Starry and Star Domain. They secretly speculated, could these two companies possibly have the same owner? Congratulations to the reporter for guessing correctly, but unfortunately, there was no reward. As the rectangular matrix expanded, Su Luoxue and the staff member raised their left hands in front of their chests. Suddenly, the watches on their wrists emitted particle light effects similar to the holographic images. The reporters in the audience were left dumbfounded. They did not expect that the watches worn by Su Luoxue and the staff member were actually holographic devices. What surprised them even more was that Star Domain Technology could shrink holographic devices to the size of a watch. They wondered in their hearts just how long Star Domain had been developing this holographic imaging technology. The holographic technology demonstrated by Star Domain was already incredibly mature. Su Luoxue ignored the reporter's shock. This was just the beginning. There were even more astonishing reveals to come. As the particle light effects gathered, exquisite cards appeared on Su Luok's wrist. She wasn't quite sure what effects these cards had, as she hadn't studied them for long. Casually drawing a card, she tossed it onto the matrix battlefield. A gigantic beast abruptly appeared before the reporter's eyes. The immense pressure caused many reporters to collapse to the ground. Terrified, they gazed at the colossal creature, desperately telling themselves that these enormous monsters were fake. Yet the fear in their hearts did not diminish, and their legs continued to tremble. If it weren't for the desire to capture the first-hand news, they would have fled the press conference long ago. At the moment the beast appeared, Su Luoxue was also startled. Seeing the colossal creature before her, she began to blame Chen Fan for not warning her. Fortunately, the staff member across from her was not frightened and remained calm. Upon closer inspection, his legs were also slightly trembling. Overcoming his fear, the staff member drew another card from his deck and, imitating Su Luoxue, tossed it onto the battlefield. Another giant beast appeared abruptly on stage. However, everyone had developed a bit of resistance and was no longer frightened. While Su Luoxue battled with the staff member, she introduced the holographic device on her wrist. The watch on my wrist is a game device developed in collaboration with Starry Game. It is specifically designed to play this game, Starry Game's Divine. During Su Luok's explanation, the match quickly came to an end. Returning to the center of the stage, she looked towards the audience, wanting to see the expressions of the reporters. Su Luoxue was quite satisfied with their shocked expressions. The displeasure of being looked down upon evaporated in an instant. A hint of pride briefly appeared on her face before quickly disappearing. Having completed all the processes of the press conference, Su Luoxue immediately announced the end of the event. The reporters from various newspapers reluctantly left the venue. They had not seen enough, whether it was the holographic technology or the newly developed game by Starry Game. But thinking of the notes they had taken, they wished they could grow 2 more legs. They wanted to be the first to release the earth-shattering news ahead of their peers. The reporters from various newspapers cast unkind glances at their colleagues. It was unclear who started it first, but a brawl broke out at the exit of the venue. As long as their peers were down, no one could compete with them to release the news first. Su Luoxue was completely unaware of the brawl happening ahead. After all, security would take care of it. She didn't need to worry. Her main task now was to rush back to the company to arrange for the upcoming production. Lest the whole world find out about the holographic technology and come rushing in with cash to buy, she wouldn't have enough stock to sell. Those frenzied customers would drown her in saliva. Fortunately, the reporters' brawl attracted the inspectors. These already somewhat frantic reporters were taken to the detention center by the inspectors, giving Su Luoxue time to arrange for the upcoming production. However, so many reporters from various newspapers staged a brawl at the press conference of Star Domain Technology and were taken away by the inspectors, attracting the attention of numerous onlookers. As the onlookers investigated, they were surprised to discover a major scoop. They found that Star Domain Technology's press conference had invited many media outlets. However, not many media outlets attended the press conference of Star Domain Technology. Those who did not leave midway. The brawl broke out only after the press conference ended. As for why these reporters staged a brawl, the onlookers offered their own speculations. The most liked comment speculated that these reporters had uncovered a sensational news story. Indeed, this netizen guessed correctly. It was truly sensational enough to shock the entire world. The reporters who staged a full-scale martial arts event were finally released. One by one, they hurriedly hailed taxis by the roadside, eager to return to their respective newsrooms. There was almost another conflict over hailing taxis. Fortunately, they maintained their composure, aware that they were at the entrance of the inspection bureau, and managed to restrain their impulses. The online community was rife with all sorts of fantastical speculations about the press conference hosted by Xingyu Technology. Articles began to appear online one after another. These news articles instantly captured the attention of all the onlookers. Shocking. The technological concepts from science fiction novels have appeared in reality. Holographic imaging technology has made a significant breakthrough. Let the editor decode it for everyone. Shocking. The holographic imaging has been developed from novels into reality. Xingyu Technology is set to become the next technological leader. Let's delve into the past and present of Xingyu Technology. These news headlines left everyone perplexed. With holographic imaging now a reality, who would believe it? However, the insatiably curious could not resist clicking on the articles, no matter how outrageous the reports were. They wanted to taste the details within. Upon clicking in, they found the text descriptions utterly dull. Oh, there was a video. Now they were interested, eager to see it for themselves. Once they watched it, they knew many would be left in shock. After all, no viewer was unfazed by the video captured by the reporter. It felt as though the world had transformed into something unrecognizable. After their own astonishment, the viewers did not forget to share it with their friends. It wasn't enough to be shocked alone. Viewers also wanted to see the shocked faces of their friends. This way they could feel balanced rather than being the only one left looking foolish. The video from the Xingyu Technology press conference spread like wildfire online. Everyone who saw it was left speechless in shock. After the shock came intense discussions among the viewers. Wait, where did this come from? Are we still on Blue Star? I don't care if it's on Blue Star. Oh, I just want to know when the holographic devices will be released. The new game developed in collaboration between Xingchen and Xingyu is absolutely stunning. Xingyu Technology, hurry up and release it. I want to play Shini. Am I the only one curious about the price of the holographic devices? For those above, I want to know too, but it should be quite expensive, so us poor folks should forget it. Xingyu Technology, please give a release date. Ooh, I want to experience holographic games in my lifetime. Amidst the heated discussions, Xingyu Technology and its holographic imaging technology had already topped the popularity charts, drawing in another wave of traffic. Seeing the immense anticipation online for holographic imaging, and Chen Fan and Su Luoxue decided to start selling Shini holographic devices in 2 days. Su Luoxue was a bit worried that production capacity would not keep up with the sales speed. However, Chen Fan remained unfazed. He had already established connections with several internet cafes. He had conducted technical upgrades for holographic imaging, of course, for a fee. When Chen Fan announced that he could help internet cafes upgrade their holographic imaging technology, those foresight internet cafe owners were already waving their wads of cash, begging him to upgrade their cafes, eager to reap the first wave of benefits from holographic technology. Not only did he upgrade the holographic technology for those internet cafes, but Chen Fan also opened his own gaming experience shop. In the future, any new games and technologies could be showcased there first. Chen Fan's experience shop was all located in the suburbs, as it was difficult to set up a large store in the city center. A small experience shop would provide a poor experience for playing holographic games. In the suburbs, this worry was non-existent, even though it was a bit far from the city center. However, relying on the allure of holographic games, Chen Fan believed the foot traffic would be substantial. On the day the experience shop was completed, Chen Fan had the public relations team begin promoting the offline experience shop on the official website and other social platforms. As gamers who wanted to experience holographic games but couldn't were anxiously tearing their hair out, the announcement from Xingchen Games gave these players hope. They hurriedly searched for an offline experience shop opened by Xingchen in their own city. Players in cities with Xingchen offline experience shops were of course overjoyed. They jotted down the address of the Xingchen offline experience shop and rushed over. On their way, they did not forget to boast online. This left players in cities without Xingchen offline experience shops green, with envy, wishing they could swallow those show-offs whole. Seeing that there was nothing they could do about those show-offs, they began petitioning on Xingchen's official website, hoping that Xingchen Games would open offline experience shops in their cities. Chen Fan felt quite helpless upon learning of their petitions. In just a few days, he could ensure that there were offline experience shops in first-tier cities. He had already made the greatest effort. He truly had no time to establish shops in other cities. He could only issue an announcement to comfort those envious netizens. Pan Jizu hurriedly brought his assistant to the Xingchen offline experience shop. He could only pray in his heart that he was fast enough. With the buzz around the holographic game, it was easy to imagine that many people were rushing to the Xingchen offline experience shop. If he was slow, he could only watch others experience the dazzling shiny game. He interacted with fans in the live stream while urging his assistant to hurry up. After a frantic rush, they finally arrived at the offline experience shop. As soon as they got out of the car, Pan Jizu saw that many people had already arrived. He quickly handed his live streaming phone to his assistant and rushed to line up. At the back of the line, Pan Jizu stood on tiptoe, peering ahead. Before him stretched a queue that seemed endless, and he felt a bit flustered. He hoped he hadn't made the trip for nothing more, and more people kept arriving behind him. Just a few minutes had passed, and already dozens were lining up behind Pan Jizu. His assistant raised the phone, live streaming the scene of the queue. The sight of this seemingly endless line astonished the fans in the live stream. Everyone knew that holographic games were popular, but they never expected it to be this popular. They had never seen such a scene during other game releases. Secretly astonished, they thought to themselves, no wonder this is the world's unique holographic game. Other streamers were also live streaming the queue at the offline experience shop. The fans of these streamers were equally amazed by the explosive popularity of the holographic game. It wasn't just the streamers who were benefiting from the unprecedented traffic brought by the holographic game. Traditional media also rushed to the offline experience shop to conduct live coverage. Pan Jizu stood anxiously in line, watching the number of people ahead of him dwindle, praying that he wouldn't lose his spot at the last moment. Perhaps Pan Jizu's prayers touched the heavens. As he entered, the staff at the experience store immediately announced that the slots were all filled. The young man behind Pan Jizu was furious and began cursing at the entrance. However, Pan Jizu was too preoccupied to pay attention to the unlucky fellow. His mind was solely focused on the immersive game Shun that he was about to experience. He had seen the videos from the Star Domain launch event online, where that magnificent behemoth emanated an unparalleled sense of pressure, making him itch with anticipation. Now that he could finally experience it firsthand, Pan Jizu was filled with excitement. Following the staff, he traversed the vast lounge area comparable to a theme park, where holographic navigation was abundant, adding to the sci-fi ambience. The experience store offered a wide variety of relaxation modes, even more comprehensive than the bathing centers in the Northeast. After 10 minutes of walking, he still hadn't reached the actual play area. Pan Jizu couldn't help but grumble to himself, wondering how this could even be called an experience store. With an area rivaling that of any theme park, it might as well be named a holographic theme park. He held a deep disdain for Chen Fan's lackluster naming. After walking for about another minute, they finally arrived at the gaming area. The staff introduced Pan Jizu to the various functions of the gaming area in the Star's offline experience store. With their explanations, he had a rough understanding already. Pan Jizu felt quite astonished by Chen Fan's ambitions. The entire gaming area was divided into 3 distinct zones, each with its own specific functions. One zone was for casual players to enjoy. Another was designated for professional players to train before competitions. The final and largest area was specifically for future holographic gaming tournaments. After understanding all this, Pan Jizu began to consider buying a few apartments nearby. Given that the Star's offline experience store opened here, the future economy of the area was bound to thrive. He could already envision that future local governments would be begging Chen Fan to establish offline experience stores in their jurisdictions. Wherever the star's offline experience store was located, that area would undoubtedly become the economic center. While Panjai's thoughts were wandering, they arrived at a designated area. When the staff handed him a delicate wristwatch, he snapped back to reality. He hurriedly took the watch from the staff and eagerly put it on his wrist. Looking at the exquisite watch, Pan-Jisoo couldn't hide his excitement. He couldn't get enough of it and wanted to take it home. However, noticing the staff nearby and the security patrolling, he decided to abandon that impractical idea. Given his close relationship with Chen Fan, he knew that it was merely a holographic device. If he asked Chen Fan, he would surely hand it over willingly. As the staff explained, Pan-Jisoo quickly grasped how to use the watch. Leaving the staff, he happily went off to find a gaming partner. Pan-Jisoo didn't even notice that his assistant had not appeared before him for quite a while. His assistant stood at the entrance holding up a live-streaming phone, looking dazed. Seeing his boss enter the experience store alone left him feeling lost in the wind, especially as the fans in the live chat kept asking him why he didn't go in with his boss. The assistant felt exhausted. It wasn't that he didn't want to go in. The fans saw him being stopped by security, and now they were blaming him for it. Who could he potentially reason with? He couldn't continue the live stream without the host. How could he, as an assistant, stream alone? He turned off the live stream and returned to the car to wait for Pan-Jisoo to come out. Pan-Jai's carelessness resulted in missing out on the first-hand information about the holographic game. But someone seized the opportunity. That person was Gu Mingheng, the content creator from Bilibili's tech section. He was initially skeptical when he learned that holographic imaging had been conquered. It wasn't until a fan sent him a private message with a link to the Star Domain Technology launch event video that he began to believe. Gu Mingheng started off in disbelief, then moved to incredulity, and ultimately ended up shocked and ecstatic. He never expected that holographic technology had indeed been conquered and matured into an application. Upon seeing the news that the Star had launched offline experience stores, he quickly checked if there was one in his city. After confirming the existence of an experience store, he drove straight to its location. Gu Mingheng was fortunate to have a spot near the front of the line and entered the store shortly after. The feeling he got from the Star's offline experience store was similar to what Pan-Jisoo experienced. He felt that Chen Fan was not in the right mindset. However, that wasn't on his mind. He just wanted to fully enjoy the game he had seen in the video. Gu Mingheng, who usually never live-streamed, made an exception for the world's first holographic game. He decided to live-stream to provide his fans with first-hand information. Having mastered the use of the floating light mirror, which was the wristwatch, Gu Mingheng began searching for an opponent on the battlefield. Just then, he spotted Pan-Jisoo wandering aimlessly in the battle arena. Seeing that he hadn't found an opponent either, Gu Mingheng quickly walked over to him. Approaching Pan-Jisoo, Gu Mingheng smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Gu Mingheng. Can you battle with me?" Pan-Jisoo was a bit surprised by this sudden request. However, upon hearing the invitation, Pan-Jisoo readily agreed. After all, he hadn't found a teammate and didn't know anyone here. He felt indifferent about who he played with. Gu Mingheng was slightly surprised by Pan-Jai's quick acceptance. He thought it would take more effort to get Pan-Jisoo to agree. Since they successfully teamed up, the two made their way to an empty arena. Just as they were about to start, Gu Mingheng remembered he was live streaming. However, he was not used to live streaming and had completely forgotten about it. He hurriedly picked up his phone and saw a flurry of comments flooding the screen, making it dizzying for Gu Mingheng. He decided to abandon the idea of reading the comments and apologize to his fans. Looking at Pan-Jisoo standing opposite him, Gu Mingheng awkwardly said, "Sorry, I'm live streaming, and I don't know if you can accept that. If not, it's fine, I can go look for someone else." Pan-Jisoo was a bit surprised. He didn't expect Gu Mingheng to be his colleague. "It's fine, you can stream. I'm okay with it." Hearing Pan-Jai's response, Gu Mingheng felt relieved. If he had to go find someone else, he didn't know how long that would take. Just as Gu Mingheng was about to start the game, he heard Pan-Jisoo exclaim in surprise. Pan-Jisoo had been feeling that something was off, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. It wasn't until Gu Mingheng mentioned he was live streaming that Pan-Jisoo finally realized what was wrong. His assistant was missing, and so was his live stream. Looking around, he couldn't see his assistant anywhere. Without a second thought, Pan-Jisoo gave up on searching for him. Playing the game was his top priority, and he urgently said to Gu Mingheng, "Let's start quickly, I can't wait any longer." Gu Mingheng saw that Pan-Jisoo truly had no issues and started the game without further questions. Pan-Jisoo waved his arms around, discovering that no matter where he placed the floating light mirror, the holographic projection would always remain in front of the user. This design delighted him greatly, as it meant he didn't have to keep his hand raised all the time. Gu Mingheng noticed Pan-Jai's actions and also detected a clue. He tried it himself and felt the designer's meticulousness in the floating light mirror. Discovering this little Easter egg, both of them became more interested in the device. However, playing Shani was their main focus now, and they both opened the game simultaneously. Gu Mingheng was awestruck by the holographic projection before him no matter how many times he looked at it. Gathering his thoughts, he immersed himself in the introduction of Shini. Shini is a card game that features beast cards, trap cards, and spell cards. Each type of card has different effects. Beast cards are used for attacking and defending. Each trap card has a unique function that can only be activated under certain conditions. Spell cards provide various buffs to oneself or debuffs to opponents. After reading the introduction, Gu Mingheng had a general understanding of how to play Shini. Since they were playing Shini in an experience store, the floating light mirror on his wrist had a complete set of cards for the game. Gu Mingheng wanted to take a look at all the cards, but Pan Jizu lacked the patience for that. He began to urge Gu Mingheng to start the match, quickly eager to experience what it felt like to play a game using holographic images. Hearing Pan Jizus urging, Gu Mingheng abandoned his plan to look through all the cards. A novice gamer and a tech nerd began their match. While they were thoroughly enjoying themselves, the assistant waiting outside the experience store and the viewers in Gu Mingheng's live stream were feeling quite distressed. In recent days, the experience store has been packed every day with a long line always forming outside. Some people even set up tents outside the store hoping to experience the charm of holographic games. Thanks to Chen Fan's efforts, at least one experience store has been opened in cities across the country. On the day the floating light mirror was released, every store had long lines. Due to the overwhelming number of visitors, the authorities had to quickly dispatch more inspectors to maintain order. This congestion caused by the rush to buy the floating light mirror was also happening elsewhere. After a few days of fermentation, many people discovered various gameplay styles of the floating light mirror. Numerous review videos appeared on major video platforms. The powerful features of the floating light mirror left those who managed to purchase it astonished. It was not just for gaming. The floating light mirror could even replace a computer. No need to buy any host or monitor. All you needed was a keyboard and mouse. Once this function was discovered, all computer manufacturers felt as if the sky had fallen. The owners of computer companies were crying their hearts out in their offices. Their wailing was secretly recorded and uploaded online. Seeing the owners cry so heart-wrenchingly made the onlookers feel a pang of sympathy. This is how technological advancement works. Every breakthrough in technology brings enormous profits. It also brings a period of pain during the commercial transformation. Seizing opportunities can lead to soaring success, while missing them means being just an ordinary person. Seeing the plight of computer manufacturers, those in the smartphone industry, let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the floating light mirror developed by Xingyu could not yet replace the current status of smartphones. Otherwise, they too would be abandoned by the times, and there would be no place for their tears. The impact of the floating light mirror was not limited to the domestic market. When news of the breakthrough in holographic technology reached abroad, its impact was no less than that in the domestic market. Stocks of those well-known foreign computer manufacturers plummeted. It is unknown how many people leaped from rooftops enjoying the freedom like the wind. The impact of holographic technology was immense, and many countries led by the United States began to unite. They pressured Huawei to share the holographic technology. This left the high-ranking officials of Huawei feeling overwhelmed. There was no way they could hand over the holographic technology. However, they could not completely ignore the pressure led by the United States. In the end, they decided to send Director Chen, someone who had interacted with Chen Fan, to find Chen Fan and inquire if he had any solutions. Upon receiving this task, Director Chen felt helpless. Yet he could not refuse the orders from above, so he packed his things and went to find Chen Fan. When Director Chen saw the technologically advanced building, he marveled at the power of technology. It truly has the ability to change the world. Led by the receptionist, he arrived at the meeting room. This was an old acquaintance often seen. As he walked steadily into the meeting room, Director Chen noticed that Chen Fan and Su Luoxue had already been waiting inside for quite some time. Seeing that Director Chen had arrived, Chen Fan and Su Luoxue immediately stood up to greet him. After shaking hands with Director Chen, they each took their seats and began the formal discussion. Seated in the main position arranged by Chen Fan, Director Chen opened the conversation. First, Mr. Chen and Ms. Su, the holographic technology released by your Xingyu has presented us with quite a challenge. This statement left Chen Fan and Su Luoxue perplexed. What challenge? Did they create a problem for the country? In the past few days, Chen Fan and Su Luoxue had been in the research institute working with the researchers. They were focused on how to upgrade and miniaturize the holographic devices with no time to pay attention to the news. They were unaware of the pressures being applied to Huawei led by the United States. Seeing the confused expressions on Chen Fan and Su Luoxue, Director Chen's heart sank. Could it be that they didn't know the magnitude of the events that had transpired these days? Chen Fan's counter-question confirmed for Director Chen that the two indeed had not been following the news. Director Chen, we are unaware of any problems we have caused for the country. Seeing that they truly did not understand, Director Chen explained helplessly, because your Zingia's holographic technology has caused a huge stir internationally. In recent days, countries led by the United States have been continuously pressuring us, wanting us to hand over the holographic technology. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan was somewhat astonished, yet felt it was to be expected. The countries led by the United States have always relied on plundering to survive. It was unbelievable that they would not come to rob him, but now they were coming to seize his holographic technology, which did not surprise Chen Fan at all. When he released the holographic technology, he had already anticipated this day would come. So what does the country plan to do about this? Are they asking me to hand over the holographic technology? Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a trace of imperceptible sharpness. Regarding Chen Fan's obvious probe, Director Chen remained unfazed. Do not overthink it. The state will protect every citizen's intellectual property rights. From Director Chen's response, Chen Fan had already understood the state's stance. Yet it left him perplexed, since they were not here to demand his holographic technology. Was Director Chen's visit motivated by something else? Seeing Chen Fan's confused expression, Director Chen revealed his main purpose for today's meeting. I came today to ask if you have any solutions to this matter. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's expression became even more perplexed. How could the state ask someone like him, who primarily creates games and dabbles in black technology, for a solution? It seemed a bit reckless, yet Chen Fan began to ponder seriously. If he was to use political means to resolve the issue, he was incapable and lacked the intellect for it. However, he could employ other methods. His holographic technology was indeed a viable solution. Since holographic images could project and achieve an astonishing lifelike quality, they could also be immensely beneficial in the military domain. With this thought, a confident smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. Director Chen, I have a solution. Would you like to hear it? Seeing Chen Fan's playful demeanor, Director Chen felt like rolling his eyes. Just get to the point. I am all ears. Chen Fan chuckled and shared his idea. Holographic technology can certainly be applied in the military sector. Our holographic projection can be strikingly lifelike. Think about it, Director Chen. If we equip holographic images on any weapon, such as aircraft carriers, fighter jets, or tanks, using our technology could enable these weapons to achieve true invisibility. Listening to Chen Fan's proposal, Director Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not expected that the holographic technology could be utilized in such a manner, achieving true invisibility in conjunction with radar stealth technology. Director Chen couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, who else could provide such a solution? After receiving the answer from Chen Fan, he had no desire to linger any longer. He quickly rose from his seat, apologized to Chen Fan and Su Luoxue, and hurriedly left the meeting room, eager to report back to his superiors. The proposal put forth by Chen Fan promised a tremendous enhancement to the overall strength of Huagua. With the meeting room now just containing Chen Fan and Su Luoxue, she tilted her head, her beautiful eyes fixated on the profile of Chen Fan. Can our holographic technology really be applied to military equipment? Chen Fan turned his head, making eye contact with Su Luoxue. Of course, with the technology we currently possess, it is entirely feasible. Hearing Chen Fan's affirmative response, Su Luoxue felt a wave of relief wash over her. During her earlier conversation with Director Chen, she had felt quite anxious. Both she and Chen Fan understood that the release of holographic images would have a monumental impact on the entire world. However, they had underestimated the greed of outsiders who attempted to snatch the holographic technology directly from them. Well then, let's get to work quickly. There is still much we need to do. With her mind and body relaxed, Su Luoxue joyfully took Chen Fan's hand, and they strolled side by side towards the research institute. After reporting the proposal he received from Chen Fan to his superior's, Director Chen did not follow up. He had no right to do so. Feeling unburdened, Director Chen leisurely enjoyed tea in his office. Meanwhile, his superiors were receiving the news he had reported. They quickly summoned all qualified individuals back to conduct feasibility assessments on Chen Fan's proposal. The final conclusion was that Chen Fan's proposal was entirely feasible. However, there were concerns about the holographic devices Chen Fan had already sold. They worried that individuals with ulterior motives might purchase them and attempt to crack them. Chen Fan was called in to inquire whether the sold holographic devices could be compromised. Chen Fan confidently patted his chest and assured them that none of the sold holographic devices would be cracked by anyone. Furthermore, the devices he sold could not be directly used on military equipment. As for the holographic technology, Chen Fan had indeed implemented a classification system. His classification was simple, dividing it into civilian and military uses. Upon seeing that Chen Fan had kept a backup plan, their doubts vanished. They began to initiate a comprehensive upgrade of the holographic technology across all military equipment. Months passed swiftly. During this time, numerous developments occurred. Xingqiang Games announced that all its games would undergo holographic transformation. Xingyu also significantly upgraded the floating light mirror, converting it into a gaming terminal. Games on the Xingchen platform could now be played through the floating light mirror. Not only could players enjoy games, but they could also communicate like on a mobile phone. This left mobile phone manufacturers feeling quite distressed. While they knew this day would come eventually, it arrived much sooner than expected. Fortunately, Xingyu was accommodating, gathering them all to collaborate on the new developments. Xingchen also opened the holographic platform to all game developers, enriching the gaming options available on the floating light mirror. Today marked the grand final of the Xingchen competition, with every experience store in each city filled to capacity. With the advent of holographic images, watching the competition no longer required attending in person or relying on mobile or computer live streams. Using holographic technology, audiences could feel as if they were actually present, experiencing it, as if they were on-site no matter which experience store they were in. This revelation offered limitless business opportunities to the management agencies of singers. They could utilize this model to hold concerts, leveraging the cost of one concert to gain profits equivalent to several. In the final venue, a male and female stood opposite each other. They were the stars of today's competition. The male, named Shen Yanxiu, was a strikingly handsome young man. The female, named Yi Lingxi, was a vibrant and beautiful girl. Their ability to rise above millions of Xingchen players indicated their exceptional talent. As the host exited the stage, the competition officially commenced. Hello everyone, I am today's commentator Zhu Zhu. Zhu Zhu's exuberant voice resonated throughout the venue. The two contestants vying for the championship today are named Shen Yanxiu and Yi Lingxi. The competition has begun. Let us see what kind of thrilling match they will bring us. Yi Lingxi takes the first move, summoning the spirits to the field while deploying Neza to eliminate her opponent's cover card, then placing the map of mountains and rivers and Nirvana Rebirth, keeping the Azure Dragon in hand. Shen Yanxiu activates the 9 Nether Gate, summoning the Taowu to forcefully collide with Neza, leading to a mutual destruction. However, Taowu has a resurrection mechanism, so he is not afraid, laying down the soul-devouring array and the sea of corpse blood. The competition continues. Yi Lingxi activated the Beast command to search for the Xuanwu, forming a dual beast defense with the Zhuke. The Azure Dragon in Yi Lingxi's hand has appeared, launching an attack. While the damage from the Azure Dragon is incredible, completely clearing Shen Yanxi's backline. Faced with the cleared backline, how will Shen Yanxiu respond? Zhu Zhu, parched from excitement, quickly took a sip of water to moisten his throat. Shen Yanxiu activated the Yellow Springs Road Guide. What? He actually resurrected Yi Lingxi's Azure Dragon onto his field. Yi Lingxi's trump card has been taken by Shen Yanxiu. This move is quite powerful. Shen Yanxiu began to attack with the Azure Dragon, targeting Yi Lingxi's Xuanwu, inflicting substantial damage. Unfortunately, the Xuanwu's healing passive was triggered but did not eliminate it. Shen Yanxiu chose not to attack again. Instead, he used the 10,000 Souls Heart-Devouring Array to destroy both Azure Dragons. I wonder what Shen Yanxi's plan is in destroying the Azure Dragon. The tense and exciting match made the spectators continuously gasp and cheer. The competition is still ongoing. Facing the destroyed Azure Dragon, how will Yi Lingxi respond? Shen Yanxiu summoned the Candle Dragon to activate the night effect, reversing day and night. However, this doubled the effect of Yi Lingxi's trap card, Nirvana Rebirth. Shen Yanxiu intended to create a favorable field for himself, but unexpectedly, it doubled Yi Lingxi's trap card effect. Was it a gain or a loss? Seeing this outcome, Shen Yanxiu wore a serious expression, waiting for Yi Lingxi's move. It's Yi Lingxi's turn. I see something. Yi Lingxi summoned Zhong Kuei with her last resources and equipped him with the sun-shooting divine bow. Is she about to make her final gamble? Yi Lingxi began a fierce assault on Shen Yanxi's Candle Dragon, dealing significant damage. Wait, why is Shen Yanxi's health dropping so little? It turns out that after Shen Yanxi's Candle Dragon was destroyed, the residual effect of day, sea of corpses and blood, absorbed most of the damage from Yi Lingxi's Zhong Kuei. What a pity for Yi Lingxi's final strike. Yi Lingxi's expression was grim, her gaze fixed intensely on the smug Shen Yanxiu. The audience supporting Yi Lingxi sighed in disappointment, feeling sorry for her. Shen Yanxi's supporters, however, cheered exuberantly and had already begun celebrating for him. At this point, it seemed there was no suspense left in the match. But Yi Lingxi would not give up so easily, as she could still fight. The commentator Zhu Zhu continued narrating the match. Shen Yanxiu is clearly not planning to give Yi Lingxi any chances. He launched his final offensive, performing a special summon of Chaos, All Things Return to Ruins. The effect of All Things Return to Ruins discards all cards in both players' hands. Shen Yanxi's assault is truly ruthless. How can Yi Lingxi resist without any cards? The audience at the scene erupted in an uproar upon hearing Zhu Zhu's commentary. Bystander, Yi Lingxi has no cards left. Drawing from the back won't give her any chance of victory. Bystander B, yeah, my favorite player is Yi Lingxi. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also great at the game. What a shame. Bystanders see in esports losing is the original sin. It doesn't matter if the player is beautiful or handsome. The two players on stage paid no attention to the audience's murmurs. Zhu Zhu remained silent, solely focused on commentary. Alright, both players no longer have cards in hand, but Shen Yangxi's turn is not over. He linked Chaos with Azura to summon the Beast of Destruction, launching the final assault. The attack commenced, and oh no, Yi Lingxi's front line was wiped out. I didn't expect Shen Yangxi's combination to have such high attack power, completely clearing Yi Lingxi's front line. Now Shen Yanxiu can secure the victory of this match. No, he activated the 10,000 Souls heart-devouring array again, clearing the field once more. Shen Yanxiu is truly too cautious, not giving Yi Lingxi a single chance to turn the tide. Zhu Zhu took a sip of water to soothe his sore throat. In the meantime, out of the corner of his eye he noticed that Yi Lingxi still had a card on the field. Incredible! Under such a powerful attack from Shen Yanxiu, Yi Lingxi still has a card. Upon hearing Zhu Zhu's exclamation, the audience turned their attention to the match. Indeed, there was still a face-down card in front of Yi Lingxi. However, the audience wondered what Zhu Zhu was so surprised about with just that one card. Shen Yanxiu clearly saw that card too. He summoned the Bone Lady, preparing for a final strike to end the match. Wait, something's not right. Yi Lingxi's card has been shuffled back into her deck. Shen Yangxi's turn has also been forcibly ended. It's the spell card Meng Pasup, which can forcibly end the opponent's turn while reviving a beast that has appeared on the field. I wonder how lucky Yi Lingxi will be in reviving which beast. Oh, suddenly a wave of cheers erupted from the audience. My goodness, does Yi Lingxi have such good luck? The revived beast turned out to be the Xuan Wu, which blocked the Bone Lattice fatal attack just after being resurrected. If she went to buy a lottery ticket, wouldn't she win 5 million? Yi Lingxi's grim expression finally broke into a smile. Her turn has come, it's time to end the match. Now it's Yi Lingxi's turn, but she only has one Xuan Wu left on the field. I wonder what she'll do. I can't see any chance of victory for Yi Lingxi. The spectators outside, including Shen Yanxiu, all deeply resonated with Zhu Zhu's words. None of them believed Yi Lingxi had a chance to win. Yi Lingxi took a deep breath and slowly reached for the card draw machine, praying in her heart to draw that card. She suddenly drew a card and looked at its face, unable to suppress a burst of laughter. Everyone was baffled by Yi Lingxi's sudden laughter, unsure of what she found amusing. Zhu Zhu continued the commentary. I don't know what Yi Lingxi is laughing about, but my sixth sense tells me she must have drawn a card that can help her turn the current situation around. Suddenly, a deep and majestic voice echoed throughout the competition venue. The four symbols return, and the heavens are reopened. A towering figure holding a giant axe stood on the competition stage. Everyone who saw this imposing figure was left in shock. What did they just see? Pangu. This is Pangu. All the spectators watching this final match erupted like boiling water, astonished that Pangu could be drawn in this game. The stars truly gave these players a grand surprise. All eyes were fixed on Pangu, eager to see if the stars had diminished the mighty Pangu. Yi Lingxi reined in her laughter and began directing Pangu to attack. Under her guidance, Pangu raised the giant axe above his head. With a powerful force, he swung it down. The surrounding space shattered and tore apart, ultimately transforming into chaos. Shen Yanxiu was not only struck by Pangu's axe, but also had all his cards on the field wiped out. His health plummeted to 0. Yi Lingxi, thanks to her golden hand, drew Pangu, helping her to turn the tide and achieve ultimate victory. The finals have concluded, and Yi Lingxi has turned the tide to win the championship. This spectacular match left the audience thoroughly satisfied. The roller coaster of the match ignited their passions, especially the appearance of Pangu at the end, who swung that awe-inspiring axe, leaving everyone in shock. They were also quite pleased with the holographic technology. Without it, such stunning scenes would not have appeared before their eyes. They have already begun to anticipate the effects of holography in other games. Some kind-hearted netizens shared the finals video of Shun E on foreign websites. After all, they had been complaining about discrimination from the Star Domain. They do not sell the floating light mirror in their country, even though the Star Domain explained that it was due to production limits and restrictions from their own country. They refused to listen, solely blaming the Star Domain for discrimination. Some even suggested boycotting the Starry Games, and this matter has already stirred up a lot of noise abroad. Everyone knows that there is a hidden hand pushing this matter behind the scenes. They want to use public opinion and a boycott to force Chen Fan to hand over the holographic technology in his possession. However, Chen Fan is not afraid. He has not even satisfied the domestic market, and he has no time to worry about foreign affairs. When those foreign politicians see the tremendous changes brought about by holographic technology in Huagua, they will be unable to sit still, begging Chen Fan to sell them the holographic equipment. Netizens who enjoy roaming foreign forums are not fond of these slanderous remarks. They have moved various videos of playing Chen using the floating light mirror to foreign websites, proudly flaunting them before foreign netizens. You slander us, yet you can't play. Oh, what can you do? You can hit me, go ahead. Seeing the smug Huagua netizens, the foreigners are furious. But they are powerless against the Huagua netizens and can only sulk. Watching the videos sent by Huagua netizens, envy dripped from the corners of their mouths. With only one thought in mind, they must play Chen, even if it means changing nationality. Many foreigners eager to take action directly bought tickets to Huagua. They plan to visit offline experience stores to personally enjoy the fun of playing Chen. Amidst all the commotion, a piece of news slowly began to ferment. Led by the United States, the coalition forces announced military exercises in the South China Sea of Huagua. This news caused an uproar among netizens. What era is it now? How dare these forget-the-beat people provoke the authority of Huagua? What's up? Are we going to have a 1v17 again? Come on, young soldiers are eager for achievements. The opportunity to make a name for ourselves has come. I want to go into battle. Don't worry, they won't dare to fight. Those paper tigers won't actually engage in battle. They were brazenly mocking the coalition forces online. It is precisely because Huagua is currently so powerful that these netizens have ample confidence. Domestic military leaders seeing the coalition forces aggressively heading toward the South China Sea. There was no trace of worry in their eyes, only delight. Over the past few months, with Chen Fan's assistance, the fighter jets and warships have completed the upgrades for holographic technology. What coalition forces? Those are their medals of honor. For whom can lead the charge? These military leaders were in a heated dispute during the meeting. Only the strong are qualified to lead the expedition. Near the South China Sea, dozens of various warships are anchored here. On the flagship, General Meng Gu leisurely sipped coffee in his command room, unconcerned about whether entering Huagua's South China Sea would trigger a major conflict. He was not worried at all. His ingrained mindset told him that the Huagua people would only condemn them. At worst, they would merely face a standoff with Huagua's warships. The joint military exercise would be a nice addition to his career as a soldier. However, his aide beside him looked worried. General, our joint fleet is about to enter Huagua's territorial waters. What response do you think Huagua will have? Will they engage us in direct combat? General Meng Gu's expression remained unchanged as he continued sipping his coffee. Oh, my dear aide, I know the Huagua people best. They will only condemn us verbally and won't engage in battle, so rest assured. Seeing his general so relaxed, the aide's anxious mood gradually eased. As the coalition forces were about to enter the South China Sea, a wave of static suddenly erupted in their command room. As the static gradually dissipated, a clear male voice emerged. The appearance of this voice caused both General Meng Gu and his aide to change their expressions. Meng Gu put down his coffee and quickly ran to the radio. Attention! This is the Huagua Navy. You are about to enter Huagua's territorial waters. Please leave immediately. The male voice repeated in English, fearing that Meng Gu and the others might not have heard clearly. General Meng Gu's expression had now turned quite grim. He raised his binoculars to scan the sea. After a long time, he still did not see the shadow of a single warship. Turning his head, he solemnly asked the radar operator, "Soldier, does the radar show any enemy positions?" The radar operator's expression was also grim. He had seen no abnormalities on the radar. "General, the radar has not detected anything." General Meng Gu's face changed repeatedly. His flagship was equipped with the most advanced radar from the United States. However, it was proving ineffective now, and he silently cursed those pests. The so-called advanced radar could not even capture information on a single Huagua warship. He raised the binoculars again, but still found nothing. At this moment, the radio transmitted the male voice once more. "This is the second warning. Please cease your advance, or we will open fire to defend our territorial sovereignty." General Meng Gu's face was now extremely grim. He ordered his aide to report the current situation. He also instructed the fleet to halt and await further orders. General Meng Gu did not dare to make any moves, fearing that Huagua might strike from somewhere. He did not even know where the enemy was. How could they fight? In the United States, a group of high-ranking officials dressed in custom suits were arguing over the South China Sea incident. Many of the U.S. high-ranking officials did not believe the information reported by General Meng Gu. The military technology of Huagua is so advanced that the U.S. is rendered helpless. Regardless of whether they believe it or not, General Meng Gu will not take another step further. Angry U.S. officials cursed, saying that Meng Gu is a coward afraid of death. The high-ranking officials of Huagua also understood that the coalition forces were merely cautious. They were far from being at a level of fear. It was time to show some means. The pilots of the fighter jets received orders and excitedly flew the modified aircraft. Heading towards the direction of the coalition fleet, they intended to give these ignorant foreigners a little surprise. While General Meng Gu anxiously awaited further orders in the command room, he suddenly heard a sharp sound coming from outside. The sound grew louder, and General Mengu immediately grabbed his binoculars to look in the direction of the noise. However, he saw nothing yet. That terrifying sound was getting closer. As the sound drew closer, the flagship, where General Mengu was located, sounded an urgent alarm from the radar. The radar operator stared at the radar screen, his eyes filled with terror. With trembling fingers pointing at the radar screen, he hurriedly reported to General Mengu. "General, the radar shows a fighter jet flying above our fleet." Upon hearing the radar operator's report, General Mengu's pupils constricted sharply. He immediately arranged for others to pick up binoculars and began scanning the surroundings. They wanted to locate the fighter jet, but unfortunately everyone searched every corner without finding a trace. The other members of the joint fleet, upon receiving news of the fighter jet's intrusion, were equally shocked, as they had not seen any sign of it. In their hearts, they were still hoping that there was some issue with the radar. However, when that ghostly sound appeared above them, the last flicker of hope shattered, and the entire joint fleet fell into panic. General Mengu put down the binoculars in his hand and asked his aide, his face pale, "Haven't those parasites from the White House responded to us yet?" The aide's face was also grim. Who would want to encounter a situation like this, akin to a supernatural event? Unable to smile at the thought, the aide responded, his tone unfriendly. "There has been no response. Those officials don't care about our lives at all." General Mengu tightened his grip on the railing, and due to the force, the veins on the back of his hand bulged. "Send my orders. The fleet must retreat 30 nautical miles immediately. I will take responsibility for any issues that arise." General Mengu did not want to die here, even if this order led to his dismissal from duty, as long as he could save his life. Upon hearing General Mengu's command, the aide revealed an undisguised look of delight. He quickly straightened up and saluted with a standard military gesture. He hurried to the communication room to relay General Mengu's orders to the other captains. The captains of the other warships, upon receiving the retreat order, all sighed with relief and quickly directed their ships to retreat. In the U.S. Congress, the old officials were furious, cursing loudly in the Congressional Hall. Gone was their usual aristocratic demeanor, replaced only by the rudeness they perceived in the common people. The expression on the president's face was also grim. General Mengu's actions had completely disgraced the United States. Initially, they hadn't even seen the face of Huagua and were already too scared to advance. Now it was even more absurd. General Mengu had directly issued a retreat order. In the president's mind, General Mengu had already been sentenced to death. General Mengu was completely unaware of what was happening in Congress. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. His only focus now was to survive and return. General Mengu's eyes were fixed ahead, not daring to relax even a little. Suddenly his eyes widened and his pupils involuntarily constricted. He actually saw a warship suddenly appear on the surface of the sea. Yes, it appeared suddenly, as if it had been there from the beginning. They just hadn't seen it. General Mengu's heart was stirred by a tremendous wave. Had Huagua really developed such advanced technology? Not only was General Mengu shocked, but his aide beside him was equally astonished. Many others on the other warships witnessed this scene. The sudden appearance of the warship greatly shocked the joint fleet. The ghostly voice echoed again, and everyone in the joint fleet looked up. They saw a fighter jet suddenly appear above them in the azure sky. However, it quickly vanished from sight, and they could only hear the sound moving further away. They looked towards the direction of the suddenly appeared warship, but it was already empty. There was no trace of a warship. It was as if they had all collectively experienced an illusion. However, the members of the joint fleet knew that everything was real. General Mengu stared blankly at the place where the warship had disappeared. Who could tell him how that country, which the media incessantly portrayed as backward, could possess such formidable technology? Complete invisibility. A stealth warship that could suddenly strike without them knowing who or where it came from. With such powerful technology, does Huagua still need to confront the United States? Who is really opposing whom? I want to go home. General Mengu exchanged glances with his aide, both reading each other's thoughts in their eyes. He ordered the aide, "You immediately tell the other captains that we are going straight home." The aide said no more and immediately went to issue the command. With General Mengu's orders given, the entire joint fleet scattered, each returning to their home ports. When the video captured by the joint fleet was transmitted to the White House, the expression on the president's face reflected a sense of disbelief. If it weren't for the technicians confirming multiple times that the transmitted video was not fabricated, he would never believe such an outrageous story. Watching the video of the warship that suddenly appeared and then vanished, the president felt as if the sky had fallen. He hurriedly instructed his secretary to call his think tank to the office. The president could only hope that his advisors would come up with a solution. If there was no way to respond to Huagua's sudden stealth technology, the status of the U.S. as a superpower would be a thing of the past, surely to change hands. While the White House and the Pentagon were brightly lit, netizens in Huagua discovered that the joint fleet had quietly retreated. This left the netizens puzzled. They had come in an aggressive manner as if they were ready to fight, but now they had left quietly. The entire joint military exercise ended up like a joke, starting with great momentum and ending abruptly, as netizens speculated about what had gone wrong with the joint fleet. The People's Daily suddenly posted a dynamic update that astonished those who saw it. The update was just a video, but the content was somewhat disruptive to people's worldviews. It was a simple video of the standoff in the South China Sea. But what was the deal with the stealth fighter jet and the warship that had already been right in front of the joint fleet? Were those foreigners blind? Completely invisible? Well, then it's fine. The stealth technology demonstrated by our military in the video sent the netizens into a frenzy. They flooded the comments section of the video expressing their excitement. Every day they say we are inferior to the West. Could it be that the comrades from the War Ignorance Bureau are just fooling us? Long live Huahua Huahua is awesome. Completely invisible. Wow, that's incredible. They actually managed to create this. I thought of a good idea. Doghead, your idea is meaningless because you don't have stealth technology. Doghead, Director Chen had already told Chen Fan the outcome of the South China Sea incident. The internet was abuzz with excitement over Huahua's new technology while Chen Fan sat in his office troubled as he looked at the project plan in his hands. He had already created several game project proposals. His choice paralysis struck, leaving him uncertain about which one to select. He thought to himself that perhaps doing them all together might be an option. However, he also worried that it would dilute the player base. Just as he was in distress, Su Luoxue walked into Chen Fan's office. Upon seeing Su Luoxue, a spark of excitement lit up in Chen Fan's eyes. His savior had arrived. Chen Fan quickly got up and jogged to Su Luox's side, taking her soft hand and leading her to his office chair. In a state of confusion, Su Luoxue found herself seated in the chair as Chen Fan pressed down on her shoulders, making her sit firmly. He eagerly presented the game project proposals to her. Good sister, I'm on the verge of madness due to my choice paralysis. Please help me pick one from these proposals. Su Luoxue took the project plan from Chen Fan, unsure whether to laugh or cry. Seeing the hopeful look in Chen Fan's eyes, she helplessly examined the project plans in her hands. After carefully reviewing all the proposals, Su Luoxue found herself at a loss. In her view, all of Chen Fan's project proposals were excellent. She had no objections about which one to start with. She couldn't understand what Chen Fan was so troubled about. Suddenly, Su Luoxue recalled the trending news on the internet over the past few days. Chen Fan's project proposal seemed to fit that genre. She quickly began searching through the documents. The project plan for Red Alert Glory of the Republic was found. A smile appeared on Su Luox's face upon seeing this proposal. She handed the project plan for Glory of the Republic to the eager Chen Fan. As he took the plan from Su Luoxue, he glanced at the title. Oh, Red Alert. That's fine, I'm okay with whatever we do. Lifting his head, Chen Fan displayed a sweet smile. Thank you, sister, you really picked a great theme. I can only repay you with my devotion. After saying this, he opened his arms intending to hug her. Sitting down, Su Luoxue rolled her eyes in exasperation at Chen Fan's shamelessness. She firmly resisted his attempt to embrace her. Stop rambling and sit properly. Chen Fan dared not go too far. He merely took a little advantage before obediently sitting down on the sofa. Seeing Chen Fan sitting obediently, Su Luoxue tidied her clothes that he had messed up. With a beautiful gaze, she looked at Chen Fan and said, honestly, you start causing chaos as soon as I arrive. Chen Fan sat on the sofa feigning innocence as he replied, if I don't cause chaos, you wouldn't be happy, would you? Hearing this, Su Luoxue found herself momentarily at a loss for a retort. She wanted her man to be mischievous, yet not too mischievous. Psy women are truly complicated beings. Any mischief you indulge in from now on needs my approval, understood? Chen Fan secretly scoffed at Su Luox's words. He thought to himself, whether I misbehave or not, you can't stop me. It's truly hard to please. With a weary reply, he said, understood, from now on I'll listen to you regarding mischief. Su Luoxue chose to ignore Chen Fan's attitude. As long as he agreed to her words, that was enough. She pulled the listless Chen Fan downstairs to eat. There's no rush in making the game. After finishing lunch with Su Luoxue, Chen Fan returned to his office. He summoned his secretary and handed over the project plan for Red Alert Glory of the Republic. He asked the secretary to pass it to the planning department for refinement before developing the game. Once the secretary took the plan and left, Chen Fan opened the Xingqian platform and began playing games. After this period of development, many excellent games had emerged on the platform. It was no longer like when Chen Fan first crossed over, where only one type of game existed. Although many of them were imitating his works, there were also many creative projects springing up. This made Chen Fan indulge in the gaming experience. Upon receiving the project plan from the secretary, the planning department quickly began working overtime to produce it. Thanks to their efforts, Red Alert Glory of the Republic was completed within a week. With the game released, the next step was to begin promotion. Across major social media and video platforms, advertisements for Red Alert appeared everywhere. Seeing that Xingqian had released a new game, players flocked to the platform. Without even glancing at the genre of the new game, they downloaded it directly. With player support, Red Alert's data skyrocketed on its first day. Other game companies, upon seeing Red Alert's statistics, were filled with envy and jealousy. They were so envious that they felt like their teeth were about to break. But life had to go on, and they quickly began drafting their own plans to try and capture some of the leftover market share. Since that day, Pan Jizu had abandoned his fans, choosing to experience the holographic game alone. He was severely criticized by his fans and had to repeatedly promise not to make the same mistake again. To pacify his fans' anger, he even held a large-scale giveaway for several days. Today, as usual, Pan Jizu was live-streaming Shen Yi for his fans. His opponent was Gu Mingheng, whom he had encountered that day. The two were a perfectly matched gaming duo. The combination of a novice and a gaming rookie made them appreciate each other. Just after finishing a round of Shen Yi, Pan Jizu and Gu Mingheng came to the break area. As soon as they sat down, Pan Jizu noticed his fans frantically posting something. Upon taking a closer look, he realized it was about Xingqian's release of a new game. Oh, Xingqian has released a new game. Originally indifferent, Pan Jizu became alert upon seeing his fans' messages. He quickly activated the floating light mirror to check if the new game from Xingqian had a holographic version. Currently, whenever Pan Jizu played a game, he first needed to check if it was available on the floating light mirror. He was absolutely obsessed with holographic gaming. Seeing that Xingqian's new game had a holographic version, Pan Jizu let out a sigh of relief. This meant he didn't have to worry about leaving the experience store. Since Xingqian's new game has a holographic version, there was no reason to hesitate. He downloaded it directly without further thought. There was nothing to worry about with a game released by Xingqian. Using the floating light mirror to download was fast. A game of several gigabytes downloaded in just a second. Pan Jizu quietly sat on the sofa in the break area, starting to study the gameplay of Red Alert. Gu Mingheng, who had gone to buy water, returned to find Pan Jizu studying something intently. His curiosity piqued. He quickly walked over. Holding the water he had just bought, he stood beside Pan Jizu, looking down to see what he was studying, not even noticing his arrival. It turned out Pan Jizu was studying a game. Gu Mingheng thought it was something significant. This game's introduction is quite interesting. Let me take a closer look. Republic of Glory features two modes, PvP and PvE. PvP is straightforward, involving direct confrontation between players. The number of players in a room is determined by the map size. A minimum of 2 players is required with a maximum capacity of 6. Upon entering the game, players become the supreme commander of their side. Players must gather resources to develop their own strength while hindering the enemy's growth. The one who survives until the end will claim victory. They are now looking at the introduction to the PvP gameplay of Republic of Glory. Pan Jizu and Gu Mingheng's eyes lit up. What man has not fantasized about commanding an army? With a snap of their fingers, they could obliterate the enemy. Now Republic of Glory has given them this opportunity, allowing them to command an army, gallop across the battlefield, and showcase their commanding skills. Just as Pan Jizu was about to check out the PvE introduction, Gu Mingheng stopped him. Gu Mingheng discovered that there was another mode in PvP and wanted to take a look. Pan Jizu was startled when a hand suddenly reached out to stop him. He quickly looked up only to find that Gu Mingheng had returned. Holding the water he just bought, Gu Mingheng stood quietly behind him. Pan Jizu said irritably, "Can't you walk without making a sound? You scared me when you suddenly reached out." Gu Mingheng, who was initially startled by Pan Jizu's sudden movement, felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing Pan Jizu's complaint. It was indeed his fault. He had been absorbed in the game introduction. Seeing that Pan Jizu hadn't finished the PvP introduction, yet he wanted to move on to the next section. He instinctively reached out to stop him, not realizing he had scared Pan Jizu. "Sorry, I was just so engrossed that I didn't notice. By the way, which game's introduction were you watching? Just from the introduction, it feels like this game must be really fun." Seeing that Gu Mingheng had already apologized and mentioned Republic of Glory, Pan Jizu immediately became excited and began to recommend Republic of Glory to Gu Mingheng. This is a game newly released by Xingqian called Republic of Glory. You can download it directly using the Fuguangjian. Gu Mingheng quickly opened the Fuguangjian and searched for Republic of Glory. Noticing that Gu Mingheng was already playing, Pan Jizu continued watching the game introduction. Just as he was about to continue, he remembered that Gu Mingheng said there was still a section of the introduction he hadn't seen. Pan Jizu flipped back and indeed found a section of the introduction he hadn't seen. As he opened it, he was astonished. He never expected that the PvP of Republic of Glory would have a hardcore mode, where players command their armies like a real commander from a command room. Unlike before, where players could observe the entire battlefield from a god's perspective, as long as there was no fog of war, players could see the situation clearly. However, in hardcore mode, players can only remain in the command room waiting for subordinates to report from the front lines. Through the reports received, players can understand the status of the front lines. The reports received are still time delayed. Due to this delay, players must judge the situation on the front lines based on the reports they receive. Pan Jizu was dumbfounded upon reading these introductions. Such a hardcore game mode, who does Xingqian expect to play it? He certainly did not possess the strength to tackle the hardcore mode. Scrolling quickly, he wanted to avoid the annoyance. The PvE only has one mode, which is Total War. Players take on the role of a national leader competing for supremacy with other nations. It's not only single player, you can also team up with friends. A maximum of 6 players can connect, ensuring that no player feels bored playing alone. The entire PvE mode resembles the Civilization series from his previous life. After watching the full introduction of Republic of Glory's gameplay, Pan Jizu was eager to play. At that moment, Gu Mingheng also finished watching the gameplay introduction. Turning to Pan Jizu, he planned to invite him to play a game. Just then, Pan Jizu also looked at Gu Mingheng. The two men's gazes met perfectly. From each other's eyes, they saw the thoughts in one another's hearts. Without a word, they tacitly walked towards the holographic arena. They stood facing each other, and Pan Jizu opened Republic of Glory, using the Fuguangjian, starting to create a room for just the two of them. Pan Jizu had no better options, and simply opened the smallest room available. After creating the room, he pulled Gu Mingheng in. The two began to choose their factions. Without a second thought, Pan Jizu chose the Huaguo army. Coincidentally, Gu Mingheng also chose the Huaguo army. If they select the same faction, they will be distinguished by color. Once Gu Mingheng was ready, Pan Jizu directly started the game. On the holographic arena, particle light effects gradually formed the map. A high wall also formed between the two to prevent cheating. The map Pan Jizu chose was a small strip of land surrounded entirely by water. This map limited the use of shipbuilding technology and high-tech weapons like nuclear bombs. Given the small size of the map, such high-tech weapons were unnecessary. They could only use conventional weapons and infantry to fight in the confined area. Seeing this map, Pan Jizu was stunned. It was a direct showdown between him and Gu Mingheng, a true test of masculinity. The audience in Pan Jizu's streaming room became excited upon seeing this map. There were no flashy tactics, only the raw assault of real men. The one with stronger skills would emerge victorious. Gu Mingheng was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect Pan Jizu to be so bold. He would also have to bring his full strength to respond to Pan Jizu. The game officially began. Pan Jizu selected a position and deployed his base vehicle. Just as the base vehicle was deployed, a mining vehicle automatically went to gather resources. Looking at the 4 tanks and a group of soldiers beside him, he directly ordered them to defend the only path available for attack. This prevented Gu Mingheng from having an opportunity for a surprise attack and bought him some time to develop. Pan Jizu was very pleased with his arrangements. After all, as a Huaguo citizen, who doesn't have some military strategy ingrained in them? Even if one hasn't played such real-time strategy games, the combat awareness is etched in their bones. This also allowed Pan Jizu to carry out the most standard deployment. He wouldn't be like a headless fly unsure of where to start. Although Gu Mingheng couldn't see the situation on Pan Jizu's side, his chosen tactic was identical to Pan Jizu's. After deploying the base vehicle, he also positioned his existing forces. They both deployed their forces on the only road to prevent the enemy from launching a surprise attack, buying time for their own development. Both of them chose the same deployment strategy for their first move. However, Pan Jizu was impulsive while Gu Mingheng was more composed. Their subsequent choices would be completely different. Pan Jizu deployed all his troops and began installing the power plant and the mine. The mining resources were not far from his base, and the mining trucks had already made several trips back and forth. Pan Jizu's funds were sufficient for him to construct a barracks. Upon seeing the barracks icon light up, he immediately began the installation. Once his funds accumulated again, he promptly started to manufacture soldiers. Watching the infantry continuously emerge, Pan Jizu's expression gradually became excited. He ordered all the newly created infantry to rush towards Gu Mingheng. Not wanting to drag it out to the later stages, he aimed to launch a blitzkrieg against Gu Mingheng. He watched as his infantry surged towards Gu Mingheng's base. Pan Jizu shouted to the audience in the live stream, "Watch closely as I use a blitzkrieg to directly overwhelm that kid Gu Mingheng." The audience could hardly tolerate Pan Jizu's arrogant demeanor. They started sending barrage comments opposing him. "Blitzkrieg? Do you even know how to play? With just these few infantry you think you can launch a blitzkrieg? You're dreaming. What should I do?" Seeing Pandog's arrogant face makes me want to punch him. So arrogant. Brothers quickly warned Gu Mingheng. But Gu Mingheng isn't live streaming, how can I warn him? Seeing the barrage of comments opposing him, Pan Jizu's nose nearly crinkled in anger. It was just a single time he had let them down. Was it really necessary for them to oppose him every time? In order to slap his fans' faces, Pan Jizu became rare and serious. He stopped constructing his base and controlled the infantry to head straight for Gu Mingheng's base. In his mind, he believed Gu Mingying's development wouldn't be too impressive. The infantry he might have created probably wouldn't even match his numbers. His chances of winning were still quite high, so Pan Jizu felt no panic. Gu Mingying's development was indeed as Pan Jizu expected. After building the barracks, Gu Mingheng casually produced a few infantry. He then began constructing defensive structures surrounding his base with a wall. He enclosed his entire base. At the only entrance and exit, he constructed several machine gun bunkers positioning other troops nearby. This formed a relatively solid defensive system. Although Gu Mingying's troops were fewer than Pan Jizu's, Pan Jizu didn't have heavy weapons either. As Pan Jizu controlled his infantry to reach the outskirts of Gu Mingying's base, he saw the machine gun bunkers and the tall, orderly walls. Looking at the ordinary infantry in his hands, Pan Jizu felt he might truly become a clown. The audience in the live stream also saw the current situation. Seeing Gu Mingying's defensive system, they began to cheer for him. Gu Mingying is doing great, so let's see how Pan Dog can fight now. Haha, I didn't expect Gu Mingying to be so steady. Steadiness is good. Now Pan Dog must be dumbfounded. The few infantry in his hands can't possibly break through. Pan Dog, hurry up and use the blitzkrieg. Why are you still dawdling? After glancing at the barrage, and then back at Gu Mingying's base, Pan Jizu decisively decided not to pay attention to the taunts. He turned tail and returned home, planning to develop properly before seeking revenge. He secretly vowed to retrieve everything he had lost. Pan Jizu stormed up to his base's entrance with no intention of hiding his imposing demeanor. Gu Mingying certainly noticed. However, upon seeing Pan Jizu was only holding infantry, Gu Mingying couldn't feel worried. If Pan Jizu could use infantry to break through his defenses, Gu Mingying would eat 3 pounds of food. As expected, Pan Jizu saw Gu Mingying's defensive system. While he turned tail and ran, not daring to linger. But with someone attacking his door, not retaliating was not Gu Mingying's style. He had been developing all along and already had a combat department and air command. He glanced at the introduction regarding spy units in his barracks. A wicked smile appeared on Gu Mingying's face. Meanwhile, Pan Jizu was cursing as he returned to his base, noticing that even without his presence, a lot of funds had already accumulated. He quickly began to develop himself, but while he was enjoying his development, he suddenly realized that his funds were a bit off. Something was very wrong. He remembered that he had over 3,000 just a moment ago, and he hadn't manufactured anything. Why had his funds decreased so much? He wondered if it was a game bug, but soon he dismissed this obviously implausible idea. How could a game of Xingqian possibly have bugs? It must be that he overlooked something. Pan Jizu began to patrol around his base. However, he did not find anything amiss. Everything seemed normal, yet his funds had indeed disappeared into thin air. The audience in his live stream also noticed this phenomenon. They speculated about where the problem lay. Why did Pan Dog's funds disappear? I don't understand. To the one above, I don't understand either. Is there a big shot who can explain this? I've checked Pan Dog's perspective many times and haven't found any problems. This is really strange. Could it be that the Republic of Brightness has a bug? That's probably impossible, right? I saw an infantry suddenly returning from outside, and it wasn't just one. Pan Jizu happened to see this comment. Infantry returning from outside. But he hadn't deployed any infantry outside. At this moment, Pan Jizu had already opened the barracks, planning to produce more infantry to bolster his defenses. His eyes caught the word spy. Curiously, he looked at the introduction of the spies. After reading the introduction, Pan Jizu suddenly realized. He understood why his funds had vanished into thin air. After realizing this, he was utterly enraged. Good job, Gu Mingying. I didn't expect that a thick-browed Baijid guy like you would also use spies to steal money. I misjudged you. The audience in the live stream saw Pan Jizu being played and rejoiced as if it were New Year's. Gu Mingying did great. Haha, so it turns out the funds were stolen by Gu Mingying. I'm dying of laughter. I didn't expect a war game would actually have spies. To the one above, it's quite normal to have spies in war and nothing surprising about it. Pan Jizu looked at the little funds left and felt his heart bleeding. This was all his hard-earned money. His audience was still excited to see him being played. What made Pan Jizu even more enraged was that he began to mobilize all the troops he could. Gritting his teeth, Pan Jizu now had only one thought in his mind. That was to reclaim all the face he had lost. As long as he could push Gu Mingying, that thick-browed Baijid guy who secretly had a belly full of thieves, down, all the humiliations he had received could be washed away. Looking at the well-developed base, Gu Mingying felt a sense of satisfaction. He glanced at the funds he currently possessed, thinking about that fool Pan Jizu who was still buried in his development. Little did he know he had already used spies to steal from him several times. Gu Mingying couldn't help but want to burst into laughter, eager to mock Pan Jizu to his face. As Gu Mingying leisurely and methodically developed his domain, he suddenly noticed a dense cluster of red dots on the minimap. They were rushing towards his base. He immediately thought of who it was. Aside from Pan Jizu, there was truly no one else. He observed the number of red dots on the minimap. It seemed that Pan Jizu had mobilized all his troops. Gu Mingheng thought to himself that Pan Jizu must have discovered his little schemes. Otherwise, he wouldn't be putting all his assets on the line against him. The developmental gap between the two was not significant, so engaging in battle would benefit neither. Given Pan Jizu's current situation, he could only be seeking revenge. Gu Mingheng felt no panic at all. The developmental disparity between them was minimal. However, he still wanted to stay a step ahead of Pan Jizu. Currently, Pan Jizu was on the offensive while he was on the defensive. Once the battle began, his chances of victory would be much higher than Pan Jizu's. Gu Mingheng began preparing his defenses for the upcoming battle, determined to ensure that Pan Jizu would come and go with nothing. Pan Jizu commanded his army. The Grand Army came to a halt before Gu Mingheng's base. He wasn't foolish. Upon seeing Gu Mingheng had fortified his defenses, he realized charging in would be akin to seeking death. Outside Gu Mingheng's attack range, he began to set up camp. Although Pan Jizu had a somewhat reckless personality, he did possess some knowledge of military strategy. His army effectively isolated Gu Mingheng from the mines, preventing him from gathering resources for his development. Gu Mingheng also recognized Pan Jizu's cautious intentions. He felt a bit surprised, not expecting this game novice to engage in military strategy with him. However, Pan Jizu's maneuver truly made him quite uncomfortable. It rendered all his defensive arrangements ineffective. If he neglected the advancing army, his development would come to a complete halt. Seeing that Gu Mingheng remained inactive, Pan Jizu felt quite pleased with himself. This is military strategy. He couldn't help but start to boast to the audience in the live stream. Did you see that? This is my strength. With just a slight movement of my finger, I can turn all of Gu Mingheng's preparations to nothing. The live stream audience was incredulous. Is this still the game novice? Who are you? Get off, Pan Jizu, I'm scared. Oh no, Pan Jizu really has brains now. To be fair, Pan Jizu's maneuver is indeed noteworthy. Gu Mingheng hurry up and slap Pan Jizu's face. This guy is too arrogant. Seeing these comments, Pan Jizu took it as envy for his talent. You all the novices just for show, true talent is my foundation. This caused the live stream audience to lose their patience, entering a frenzy. You still call that talent? You really have no self-awareness at all. Upstairs, if Pan Jizu had any sense, he wouldn't be here pretending with us. Wasn't it just a lucky hit that led you to this? Stop pretending here. Is there anyone with a sense of urgency to wake Pan Jizu up? He's getting a bit delirious. I have diabetes. If I wake him up, I can also give him a taste of sweetness. No, upstairs, why would you reward Pan Jizu? Seeing the barrage of comments attacking him, Pan Jizu chose to ignore it. He watched his mining vehicles slowly gather resources behind him. Satisfied, he returned to the base. At this moment, Gu Mingheng suddenly took action, immediately capturing his attention. He saw several aircraft in the sky flying towards his army. This left Pan Jizu dumbfounded. Did this game really have aircraft? Why hadn't he seen them before? It turned out Pan Jizu had not built any air units. Thus, he hadn't seen the construction icon for aircraft appear. Pan Jizu had been solely focused on building tanks, believing that as long as he had enough tanks, he could dominate the world. He had never considered that other buildings could provide him with pleasant surprises. While Pan Jizu was lost and thought the aircraft had already reached the head of his army, the aircraft began dropping bombs on the army below. Without Pan Jizu's command, the entire army stood there dumbfounded, taking the bombardment. By the time Pan Jizu reacted, his army had suffered heavy losses. Frightened, he pulled his troops back, hastily retreating from the bombing zone. Gu Mingheng saw his aircraft achieving great results in battle and breathed a sigh of relief. He had been worried that Pan Jizu's army might have multifunctional transport vehicles to counter the air attack. If that were the case, his aircraft might not return. Thankfully, that novice Pan Jizu hadn't built any multifunctional transport vehicles. However, he was puzzled as to why Pan Jizu hadn't manufactured them. Multifunctional transport vehicles that could both transport troops and intercept air units. It seemed he wasn't lacking in funds. Gu Mingheng could never imagine that Pan Jizu hadn't built any air units. Thus, he had not unlocked the aircraft. Not having seen aircraft, Pan Jizu would never think to defend against air attacks, believing that spending money to build multifunctional transport vehicles for air defense was unnecessary. It was more cost-effective to build more tanks. They were tough, fierce, and imposing. Who wouldn't like them? The audience in Pan Jizu's live stream was also baffled. The game actually had aircraft. Are those aircraft really not a cheat? While Gu Mingheng actually produced fighter jets, how will Pan Jizu even compete? Reasonable, very reasonable. A war game without aircraft is unreasonable. Oh, I want to play with aircraft too. Oh, why do I still have to go to work? This lousy job, I can't stand it at all. I'm going to play Republic of Glory instead. He saw Pan Jizu commanding his army in a disarrayed retreat. Without hesitation, Gu Mingheng pressed his army forward. He wanted to strike the drowning dog, decisively ending this match. Pan Jizu frantically commanded his troops to return to base. Seeing Gu Mingheng chasing behind him, he gritted his teeth in hatred, wanting to turn his army around for a mutually destructive confrontation. However, upon seeing the aircraft circling above Pan, Jizhu chose to surrender his will. He continued to command his army, hastily returning to base for safety. Yet Pan Jizhu forgot that his base also lacked anti-air weapons. Even if he returned, he would have no means to counter Gu Mingheng's aircraft. Unsurprisingly, Gu Mingheng completely annihilated Pan Jizhu's army. Not even his various buildings escaped Gu Mingheng's wrath. He destroyed everything thoroughly, leaving not a scrap for Pan Jizhu. Upon seeing his base destroyed, Pan Jizhu's heart sank completely. He looked at Gu Mingheng across the way, his face full of unwillingness. You won through underhanded methods, actually using aircraft. Gu Mingheng scoffed dismissively. In war there are no underhanded methods. A win is a win, and a loss is a loss. What excuses can there be? Upon hearing this, Pan Jizhu turned red with anger. He let out a strange cry and charged towards Gu Mingheng. He wanted to engage Gu Mingheng in hand-to-hand combat. Watching the frantic Pan Jizhu charge towards him, Gu Mingheng turned around and fled. Unfortunately, Pan Jizhu was not as quick as Gu Mingheng. Seeing Gu Mingheng getting farther away, he gave up. After all, he only wanted to scare Gu Mingheng. Looking at his live broadcast room, Pan Jizhu's face darkened again. Fans from other streamers defend their beloved hosts. Why are his fans darker than haters? Quickly shutting down the live stream, Pan Jizhu prepared to go home. He wanted a full-body spa to soothe his battered body and soul from today. Although Pan Jizhu had ended the broadcast, today's clips were still circulating. They were being spread all over the internet by his fans and marketing accounts. His various memes had become quite popular. The explosive success of Glory of the Republic also prompted other competitors to follow suit. In a short time, titles like the Battle of Red Cliffs and I Am King of the Warring States emerged. Various imitation works sprang up, making strategy game enthusiasts ecstatic. Xingqian's games truly had the highest quality. However, some people prefer ancient military strategies and battles, showing no interest in modern ones. No single game can appeal to everyone. After being beaten by Xingqian, competitors reflected deeply. The games they were now releasing had seen significant improvements in gameplay and experience. They no longer thought only of exploiting players. What gameplay and experience mattered. They would exploit once and then leave. As long as they could make money, everything else was trivial. However, with Xingqian's rise, their previous methods became obsolete. Without change, they would perish on the beach. But their games still lagged behind Xingqian's. They could not shake Xingqian's current standing. Nonetheless, progress enriched the game genre. Players were quite satisfied. The emergence of Glory of the Republic even prompted players to study military strategy carefully. After all, no one wanted to be like Pan Jizhu, fleeing in panic. With no ability to fight back, losing face was inevitable. This led to the complete sellout of books like The Art of War and 36 Stratagems. Bookstore owners were overjoyed, unable to contain their smiles. Since the South China Sea incident ended, foreign countries lifted the ban on Xingqian. Among them, General Shun from Zhu Factory was the happiest. Who would have thought that when Xingqian's games were banned from import, he anxiously developed blisters at the corners of his mouth and couldn't sleep? That was a golden opportunity, viewable yet unprofitable. How heart-wrenching. Now that the clouds have parted, he could earn money again. If not for the city prohibiting firecrackers, he would have loved to celebrate with a barrage of 5,000 shots. Foreign players had long anticipated the return of their king. Since playing Xingqian's games, they had lost interest in others. However, their own country's ban on Xingqian prevented them from accessing the games. They marched in the streets daily, pressuring their government to lift the ban on Xingqian, but the government's stance was exceptionally firm. They completely ignored these people, letting them protest as they wished. The ban would not be lifted. This left fans of Xingqian seething with anger. Yet they had no way out, returning home unwillingly. They wondered when the ban on Xingqian would be lifted. However, good news about the ban's removal soon arrived. But the method of lifting the ban left them very displeased. Those who loved their country would feel quite uncomfortable about their nation's failure. Yet they had no way to deal with Huagua having to swallow this bitter fruit. Now, as they wished, they could play the games they loved. Looking at the Xingqian platform and the games on it, foreign players were at a loss for words to describe their current feelings. They wanted to play Xingqian's games, but felt it was wrong. They were caught in a dilemma, unsure of how to face Xingqian. However, they were only troubled for a brief moment. They ultimately followed their innermost thoughts. This was the freest and most democratic West, where they could play as they pleased. No one could stop them from enjoying the freedom to play games. When Glory of the Republic was also introduced, it instantly ignited the foreign gaming scene. All foreign players were discussing Glory of the Republic. The national factions within it caused heated debates. Everyone hoped their country would be the strongest in the game. While players argued, politicians furrowed their brows. The word Republic was too glaring, making them uncomfortable psychologically and physically. However, considering Huaguo's current strength, they could not take any action. It was truly frustrating, especially as foreign players quarreled over which faction in Glory of the Republic was the strongest. Domestic players quietly watched from the sidelines, enjoying the show. Foreign netizens tacitly excluded Huagua from their discussions. They did not invite Huagua netizens to participate in their discussions. What would they discuss with Huagua netizens? Discussing how they would scare them away with a warship or a fighter jet? Would they scare their joint fleet into retreating without a second thought? That would be self-degradation. They wouldn't be that foolish. Although it was somewhat embarrassing for Huagua netizens to watch them argue over which country was the strongest in the game. But so what? As long as I am not embarrassed. Huagua netizens can watch as they please. After all, it's just a discussion about which game is the strongest, not about who is the strongest in reality. The AQ spirit was understood by foreign netizens. The emergence of holographic technology brought tremendous changes to every industry in Huagua. Every store on the streets had holographic images. The streets were filled with holographic advertisements for various products. Seeing the current scene, people felt a bit disoriented. They were unsure if they were in the present or had traveled to the future. It looked fine during the day, but at night, looking at the entire city gave a cyberpunk feel. The futuristic scenes depicted in novels appeared vividly before people's eyes. Xingyu had conducted in-depth collaborations with companies in various fields based on the floating light mirror. The current floating light mirror was no longer just a gaming terminal. It now possessed the functions of a computer and a mobile phone. People could work and chat with the floating light mirror as well as shop online. Xingyu did not eliminate computer and mobile phone manufacturers, offering them a way out. They patented the holographic technology and authorized it to other manufacturers. Originally, Su Luoxua disagreed, but was persuaded by Chen Fan's words. In Huagua, oligarchs must not emerge. Time passed bit by bit, and a few months slipped away just like that. Chen Fan was in the office engrossed in playing Republic of Glory, his expression tense as his hands moved rapidly. His gaze was fixed on the holographic image before him, not daring to be distracted for a moment. It turned out that Chen Fan's base had already been surrounded. He had chosen the largest room for 6 people. Now the other 5 had come together to encircle Chen Fan's base. All he wanted to do was unleash some unsavory words, to express his inner anger. He didn't even know which scoundrel had exposed his game name. The joy Chen Fan felt upon entering the room was now replaced with gloom. As the other 5 saw his game name, they became as excited as if they had taken stimulants, abandoning all restraint and directly attacking him. Seeing this situation, Chen Fan was utterly bewildered. Had he offended them? Wasn't this their first meeting? Under Chen Fan's questioning, someone finally answered his confusion. It turned out that the incompetent Pan Jizu had exposed his game name. Being exposed was one thing, but seeing them claim to be his fans while mercilessly attacking him left him speechless. He silently made a note of this betrayal by Pan Jizu. There was no time for Chen Fan to think further. His base was about to be breached. Faced with attacks from 5 different directions, Chen Fan frantically tried to respond. Unfortunately, he was no war god and was ultimately defeated. Chen Fan slumped helplessly on the sofa, staring blankly at the ceiling. He didn't want to see his own death, he just needed a moment of solace. After lying down for a while to calm his emotions, Chen Fan closed Republic of Glory. He wouldn't play the game again until he changed his game name. Since the game was unplayable and Republic of Glory had already been out for months, it was time to create a new game. A sinister smile appeared on Chen Fan's face. He would make those players who targeted him truly feel the care he had for them. He envisioned the players screaming due to his new game. Unable to contain his excitement, Chen Fan immediately got up to start making the new game. It had been a week since he was targeted in the game. He had prepared 2 fun new games for the players. He believed they would definitely love them, However, he had only uploaded 1 game meant to bait them. Without giving players a bit of sweetness, how could they be fooled? Players logging into the Star platform today discovered that a new game had been released. The players didn't react too much. The Star platform now had many new games released every day. It was no longer like before when the platform only had games produced by Star. Many independent developers and small companies also uploaded their games to the Star platform. Only games made by Star could pique players' interest. After all, Star never recycled old games and was always developing new types. Players wouldn't waste their time on derivative works without novelty. Pan Jizu had just finished a match of Republic of Glory, thoroughly battered. Slumped against his gaming chair, his eyes void of light, he couldn't understand why he kept losing. Having already knelt 15 times in a row, Pan Jizu was numb. He didn't even dare to look at the barrage in the livestream. He didn't need to think to know they were mocking him. After resting for a moment, Pan Jizu straightened up. He exited Republic of Glory, planning to play Crossfire instead. He intended to relax by playing a few rounds. Knowing full well that the barrage was mocking him, he nonetheless found his eyes involuntarily glancing over. I've been watching for an hour and have only seen Pan Dogwin once. It makes my scalp tingle. Oh, I really didn't expect there to be such a terrible player. From initially looking down on him to now genuinely hoping Pandog can win a game, it's too tragic. Pandog shouldn't be called Pandog anymore. He should be called a plate of vegetables. Upstairs, a plate of vegetables is quite fitting, too vivid. Seeing these comments, Pan Jisoo was astonished. The intensity of the mockery was different from what he had imagined. He was taken aback by his own thoughts. How could he feel that the mockery was off? He wasn't a masochist. He hurriedly threw those messy thoughts out of his mind. Addressing the viewers in the live stream, he said, "Today I won't play Republic of Glory. Oh, let's play something else like Crossfire." After saying that, he prepared to open Crossfire, intending to play first and explain later. However, the viewers had no intention of letting him off and started teasing him. "No matter what game you play, you're still bad. Give up the struggle. Playing Crossfire, are you planning to be a target for other streamer? You're playing another game. Watching you play Republic of Glory makes me question life. Don't be like that. The streamer is trying hard. Despite being this bad, he's still streaming for us. Upstairs, you haven't let the streamer off either." Seeing these comments, Pan Jisoo couldn't help but defend himself. "I just haven't found my rhythm. The streamer is really not bad." Seeing Pan Jisoo's defense, the viewers became even more excited. "Ah, yes, you're not bad. You just haven't found your rhythm. We misunderstood you. Don't struggle. Admitting you're bad isn't shameful. It's either the rhythm or a cold. It's truly rare to hear you say that." Pan Jisoo felt that if he kept reading the comments, his blood pressure might spike. He hurriedly shifted his focus, no longer looking at the hurtful barrage. Just as he was about to open Crossfire, he noticed that a new game had been released. Pan Jisoo hadn't planned to pay attention, but saw that the new game was tagged as healing and relaxing. He happened to need some healing right now, so it was perfect. He immediately downloaded the game. While downloading, he said to the viewers in the live stream, "Brothers, I found a new game. Let me try it out for you." The viewers in the live stream also saw this new game, but they didn't pay much attention. Since Pan Jisoo wanted to play, they had no objections. After the game finished downloading, Pan Jisoo finally looked at the game name and developer. The game's name was Monument Valley, a somewhat strange name. Upon seeing that the developer was Star, both Pan Jisoo and the viewers in the live stream were astonished. Star had released a new game, and they had received no word about it. Amazement aside, the viewers in the live stream urged Pan Jisoo to hurry and check out the game. What kind of game type was Star's new release? Pan Jisoo's curiosity was piqued. Who didn't know that Star never recycled old content and focused on developing new game types? Every time Star released a game, a new category would emerge. Filled with curiosity, Pan Jisoo opened Monument Valley. As the game loaded, his eyes were instantly filled with soft shades of pink and blue. Castles floated in the air as if placed by divine hands like building blocks. Entering the game unfolds as a beginner's tutorial. Pan Jisoo gazed at the cartoonish visuals reminiscent of his previous experiences with Overcooked and It Takes Two. Not just him, even the viewers in the live stream began to recall those two games. Chen Fan, the old rogue, is up to something again. But it's not Valentine's Day right now. Don't say that. It reminds me of my own unfortunate past. My brother hasn't contacted me in ages. Wait, aren't you all in such a miserable state? Fortunately, I only enjoy watching the streamer play. Seeing the viewers lamenting in the comments, Pan Jisoo nearly backed out. However, witnessing such a warm scene made him feel that Chen Fan couldn't be that heartless, right? To abandon the live stream in front of the audience would be too shameful. Pan Jisoo had to steel himself and carry on. This was truly a test for the audience. He just hoped they would appreciate his sacrifice. They could shower him with gifts to comfort his soon-to wounded heart. The first level was quite simple, and Pan Jisoo quickly passed it. This boosted his confidence, and he couldn't help but show off. Looks like it's not that difficult, it's just simple as that. His fans were already used to it, and instinctively began to mock him. The first level, who can't get through that? What's there to show off? The first level is designed for players to adapt. What are you bragging about? Has the streamer really reached this point? Someone call a doctor. The doctor is here. Let me take a look. No hope left. Can just go straight to cremation. Just as I finally got to gloat for a moment, they start mocking me. Pan Jisoo couldn't help but roll his eyes and continued playing the game without retorting. The second level posed a bit of difficulty, yet it was still no match for Pan Jisoo, who breezed through it. The third level, however, began to present some challenges. Pan Jisoo stared at these peculiar points, feeling overwhelmed. He had no idea how to proceed. Brothers, does anyone know how to move on from here? Seeing this, the audience started to chatter. This won't do it. Didn't you say it was easy? Figure it out yourself. Haha, look at someone going in circles. Turns out he can't do it. Remember, this is not your internet lagging. It's driving me crazy watching. How can the streamer be this clueless? Seeing these comments, Pan Jisoo's face turned red. What are you barking about? You might not play better than I do. Seeing him nearly breaking down, the audience intensified their teasing. All right, I don't know who got stuck, but it certainly isn't me. Someone's panicking, but I won't say who. If you have time to argue with us, you should think about how to get through this. If you're dumb, don't let me say it. Fine, I'll give you some face and stay quiet. Why can't fans wish for me to do better? Pan Jisoo felt that if this continued, he would really lose his composure. He quickly shifted his focus back to the game. He refused to believe he couldn't pass relying on himself. Amidst the mocking from his fans, Pan Jisoo struggled through a few more levels. After realizing he had been streaming for 5 hours, he could no longer hold on. I'm done for today, I will continue next time. The fans in the live stream were displeased, demanding Pan Jisoo to continue streaming Memorial Valley Steel. Wait, I'm enjoying your embarrassment, you just want to end the stream. If you leave, who will I laugh at? Don't go. I haven't had enough of your jokes, keep going. Continue, my brain is on fire. Seeing these comments, Pan Jisoo's face turned green. Without any hesitation, he ended the stream at lightning speed, giving these trolls no chance. Once Pan Jisoo truly ended the stream, the audience immediately shifted their attention. They went to other live streams to continue watching Memorial Valley Steel. President Chen couldn't suppress the smile creeping at the corners of his mouth. He could make money again. Yet he felt a bit hesitant. This game felt a bit small. He wondered if it would be accepted in the overseas market. President Chen felt he was overthinking given the reputation of Chen abroad. Even if overseas players were tough, many would still buy it. Looking at Memorial Valley Steel, he couldn't help but sigh. Chen Fan was truly an extraordinary gaming genius. He never expected him to create such an interesting game using visual dislocation. Many game developers would be inspired by Chen Fan. President Chen believed that his best investment was in Chen Fan. Thanks to him, he had already earned more than the total of the past several decades. General Liu of Penguin looked at the newspaper in his hand, which reported on Xingchen's new game. Although his expression was a bit grim, he no longer felt the same anger towards Xingchen as before. General Liu knew that he could no longer afford to provoke Chen Fan. Not even the entire Penguin Group could do so. Have the planning department hurry to create a similar game. The secretary, seeing General Liu's grim expression, was already accustomed to it. His face never looked good whenever he saw news about Xingchen. As long as he didn't take his anger out on her, she didn't mind his grim demeanor. With the task assigned, the secretary quickly left the office, heading towards the planning department. Seeing the secretary rush out, General Liu sighed. Xingchen had become an existence he needed to look up to. Even though it was reality, he still felt unwilling. Why was there a Chen Fan when there was a Liu general? The heavens were unfair. Chen Fan couldn't help but sneeze, rubbing his nose. He wondered if someone was speaking ill of him. After a day of fermentation, Memorial Valley Steel gained some popularity. However, it wasn't a huge hit, falling far short of past achievements. Yet many game developers praised Memorial Valley Steel. This was understandable. The release of Memorial Valley Steel opened a new world for them, revealing that games could be made this way. Seeing the popularity of Memorial Valley Steel, Chen Fan rubbed his chin. The heat seemed a bit lackluster. But no matter, the baiting was complete. It was time to release another game. However, it needed a good promotion. It couldn't be like Memorial Valley Steel. He looked at the holographic display showing the game's name in front of him. I want to be the guy. A wicked smile appeared on his face. Memorial Valley Steel was just an appetizer. This game is the main course. I hope the players can enjoy a hearty meal. Keek. With a click to upload, Chen Fan leisurely enjoyed his tea, pondering who would be the first victim. Keek. This terrifying laughter startled the assistant outside, who wanted to come in. The assistant shivered all over, unsure if he should still enter. Listening to that terrifying laughter made him feel hesitant. He wondered if Chen Fan was possessed by something dirty. Should he invite a master to take a look? Quickly shaking his head, he dismissed that unreliable thought. Taking a deep breath and mustering his courage, he entered Chen Fan's office. I want to start promoting vigorously on all platforms. Chen Fan must ensure that every player can access the gifts he has specially prepared for them. Under overwhelming promotion, I want to spread across the internet at an astonishing speed. This piqued the curiosity of the players. The previous commemorative game did not have such a level of promotion. What charm does this game I want possess that makes Xingchen promote it so tirelessly? Players are unaware that they have already stepped one foot into hell. It is an inferno meticulously crafted by Chen Fan. In just one morning, I want has already garnered millions of downloads. Seeing this data, Chen Fan's smile grew wider. Play on, ha. In a good mood, Chen Fan hummed a tune. Burying himself at his desk, he began preparing for the next game. Pan Jisoo was controlling the sheriff, wandering aimlessly in the spaceship. Beside him was Little Pig, pretending to be powerful. Since playing the commemorative game, Pan Jisoo realized his own intelligence. He was not suited for games that required intelligence. He was better off playing mindless games. Sure enough, he took Little Pig back to Goose Duck Kill. After eliminating someone he found displeasing, his mood improved significantly. Goose Duck Kill and Crossfire are still the games for me, no brain required. Little Pig rolled her eyes secretly beside him. In the same games that require thinking give me a headache. Yet she muttered to herself, if you weren't the boss, I wouldn't bother with you. The audience in the live stream had no such reservations as Little Pig and eagerly began to speak up. Yes, this is all your brain can handle. You have a brain. I had no idea. I didn't expect you to be so thick-skinned as to admit you have no brain, you're invincible. Every time I watch your live stream, I feel like I'm watching a mentally challenged child. Pan Jisoo saw these comments, but was not angry at all. Having been mocked countless times, his temperament had already been tempered. Still at ease, he continued to patrol the spaceship with Little Pig. He eliminated everyone he deemed suspicious. Seeing the comments directed at him from Pan Jisoo, he was no longer moved. The audience in the live stream was filled with resentment. Pan Jisoo glanced at the comments out of the corner of his eye. Seeing how Little Black could do nothing against him filled him with joy. He couldn't help but hum a tune. Hearing Pan Jisoo humming, Little Black was even more agitated. Just as Pan Jisoo's sheriff turned a corner, an animation unexpectedly played, showing his sheriff being attacked. Seeing Pan Jisoo being attacked, Little Pig ran away without looking back. She screamed loudly, piercing Pan Jisoo's eardrums, causing him pain. I was the one who got attacked, why are you shouting? Pan Jisoo hurriedly took off his headset and couldn't help but complain to Little Pig. Once out of the danger zone, Little Pig finally calmed down. Sorry Pan Goo, I was just scared. After speaking, Little Pig stuck out her tiny pink tongue. Pan Jisoo did not see her adorable expression, but her fans did. Little Pig is so cute, I'm about to faint. Little Pig, if you stick out your tongue, I'll give you a reward. I can't take it anymore, my health bar has been emptied. Wife, how can you act cute with other men? The entire live stream of Little Pig was now filled with gifts. Thank you for the little hearts sent by No Afternoon Tea. Thank you for the airplane, love you moi sent by Xiao Air. Little Pig thanked the gifts while cutely posing for the camera. Pan Jisoo heard Little Pig continuously thanking for the gifts. Looking at the meager gifts in his own live stream, he felt a sense of disappointment. Look at the fans of others, and then look at yourselves. There's no comparison. The audience in the live stream saw that Pan Jisoo was still dissatisfied with them. Can this be tolerated? Unable to hold back, he started to retaliate. Come on, act cute for me, and I'll give you gifts too. Big Fool Chun, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Letting Pan Dog act cute, won't you have nightmares tonight? Sigh, I was almost confused by Pan Dog, my bad, I almost made my brothers suffer. You're not Little Pig, a Little Pig is so cute. You go change your personality, and I'll give you a reward, I mean what I say. Seeing these comments, Pan Jisoo didn't indulge his fans. After all, they were just Little Black fans, easy to retort. You want to see me act cute? I want to show you. Change your personality. I might as well turn you into a girl, do you believe it? While Pan Jisoo and Little Black were passionately retorting, he noticed an unusual comment. Pan Jisoo froze for a moment and began to read it closely. It turned out that Chen Fan had released a new game and Little Black urged him to experience it quickly. Pan Jisoo crossed his arms and disdainfully pouted. If you tell me to play, I'll play. Oh, wouldn't that be embarrassing for me? As soon as Pan Jisoo's words fell, a rocket flew up in the live stream. Hey, thank you for the rocket from the boss. Oh, I wish the boss to be a groom every year and make a fortune every day. If the boss wants to see Xingqian's new game, fine, I'll download it right now. The Little Black fans in the live stream saw Pan Jisoo's sudden change of attitude and began to ridicule him with comments. Pan Dog, who changes his tune when he sees others, I look down on you. Pan Dog, you've lost your backbone in front of us. You're so shameless. Alright, I see your true colors now. Seeing these derogatory comments against him, Pan Jisoo mockingly retorted, if you all send me rockets every day and you're still not satisfied with your insults, that's my fault. Not sending gifts but still wanting to insult me, what are you thinking? Ignoring the comments from Little Black in the live stream, he started searching for the game the boss wanted. Little Pig, I'm heading out as Xingqian has released a new game, and I'm going to experience it first. Little Pig, who was chatting with her fans, became interested upon hearing Pan Jisoo's words. Xingqian has released a new game again. I'm going to experience it too. Little Pig quickly opened the Xingqian platform, searching for the new game. They didn't even need to search much. Upon entering the platform, the homepage prominently featured recommendations for I want. Without even looking at the price, they directly added it to their game library. Upon seeing this game, Pan Jisoo instinctively felt something was off. He didn't know why, but he just sensed that there was something wrong with this game. Perhaps it was a reaction from being mistreated by games. Pan Jisoo didn't plan to play it right away. He wanted Little Pig to play first and see what this game was about. If it's fun, he would play it. If there was an issue, Little Pig would be the test stone. Pan Jisoo stopped his hand from opening the game and turned to open Little Pig's live stream. The audience in the live stream was puzzled by Pan Jisoo's actions. At this moment, Pan Jisoo provided his explanation. I'm going to see how Little Pig plays. I'm here to learn. The audience had a blank expression, but since Pan Jisoo had just admitted he had no brain, they had nothing to say about his need to learn. Pan Jisoo looked at the live stream and excited Little Pig. He silently prayed for her. His sixth sense must be right. There was definitely something wrong with this game. However, he did not yet know where the problem lay. The Little Pig had already downloaded I Wanna and eagerly opened the game. Upon entering the game, it turned out to be a pixel-style game, surprising both the Little Pig and her fans. Little did they expect Xingqian to create a pixel game. Nevertheless, the Little Pig trusted the quality of Xingqian's games and continued to play. The audience in the live stream, however, was not as calm as the little pig. Xingchen has run out of ideas releasing a pixel game. What does it matter if it's a pixel game? As long as it's fun, it's good. What era is this? Releasing pixel games. Xingchen is losing its touch. Haha, if you think Xingchen is losing it, why don't you go develop a game instead of barking here? Pan Jiju was also surprised to see a pixel game. While the last time I played a pixel game was ages ago. His little friend quickly chimed in. What kind of nonsense is this? If you can't speak, don't say anything. Could it be that Chen Fan has really run out of ideas? It's hard to say how a person's inspiration isn't endless. Pixel games don't matter as long as they're fun. Seeing the audience in the live stream disparaging Chen Fan, Pan Jiju felt displeased. Pan Jiju was annoyed. How could his brother be insulted by a little friend? Nonsense, how could Chen Fan have run out of ideas? Just keep watching and you'll know. As Pan Jiju and his little friend started arguing again, the little pig began her official game. Familiarizing herself with the controls, she started moving her character forward. At this moment, she had no idea what awaited her. Entering the first level, she saw many trees and apples. Unaware of the danger, the little pig walked straight ahead. Suddenly, an apple fell, sending the little pig back to her starting point. The unexpected death left the little pig bewildered. Wait, how did I die? The audience saw the little pig lose health so quickly and began sending messages to comfort her. It's okay, little pig, just be careful next time. Remember that spot next time. Ooh, just be cautious and you can get through. Look at my wife, she's so distressed. Xingchen is so wrong. Pan Jiju wouldn't comfort the little pig. He could only laugh loudly. This little pig is way too bad. She's worse than me. Seeing him ridicule a little girl, his little friend couldn't hold back anymore. What are you barking about, Pan Dog? You definitely play worse than the little pig. Pan Dog, you clearly have no self-awareness. How can you mock such a beautiful girl like the little pig? You're simply inhuman. Seeing himself being attacked again, Pan Jiju started to question his life choices. Could it be that he had a knack for attracting negativity? Otherwise, why would he always get attacked by little friends during every live stream? There seemed to be too many little friends in his live stream. Pan Jiju stopped mocking the little pig and began to draw circles in a corner. Seeing Pan Jiju get flustered, the little friends celebrated their victory. The little pig regained her focus and continued the game. After losing health, she started to be more cautious. She dodged the first apple, a serious expression on her face. She then revealed a smile and began to relax. Controlling her character to move forward, she reached the second tree. Just as she arrived beneath the tree, another apple fell from the sky, sending her back again. Returning to the starting point once more, the little pig's emotions fluctuated. Yet she was not completely defeated and still smiled at her fans in the live stream. Setting off again, the little pig was more cautious. She dodged all the falling apples and felt happy again. Hey, this game isn't that hard, it's easy. Her fans were also supportive and began to shower her with compliments. Little pig is amazing, no wonder she's my wife. Someone wake up the one upstairs who's gone crazy. Little pig, you're the best. Seeing the atmosphere in the little pig's livestream, Pan Jiju felt an intense envy. Thinking of his own little friend's, tears streamed down his face. He might never experience such an atmosphere in his lifetime. Just as the little pig was filled with confidence, the game played a trick on her. When she jumped onto a platform, the apples below surprisingly flew upward. Caught off guard, the little pig was sent back to the starting point once again. A hint of grievance was now visible on her face. Yet she could still endure, continuing to control her character as she embarked on the path of no return. Once, twice, 3 times. The little pig's face no longer held any smile. The doll that was supposed to be playful had turned numb. Returning to the starting point once again, her suppressed emotions finally erupted. She lay on her computer desk, sobbing uncontrollably in the live stream. Seeing the little pig cry so heartbrokenly, her fans felt utterly pained. Don't cry, little pig, I won't play anymore. Oh no, it hurts my heart. Is this game designed by that old thief Chen Fan just to torment people? Pan Jiju had been watching from the start. Watching the little pig's emotions slowly unravel, he could no longer control his own feelings and began to sob loudly. Pan Jiju silently praised his own cleverness. Thankfully, he decided to let the little pig scout ahead for him. If he had rushed in himself, he would have been the one to break down. His little friend, seeing the little pig's tragic state, came up with a good idea. Pan Dog, I mean Brother Pan, hurry and livestream. I want it for us, or we'll send you rockets. Yes, Brother Pan, if you just livestream this game, it'll send you rockets. I don't have much money, but Brother Pan, if you play, I'll treat you to some lollipops. Seeing these messages urging him to play, I want a Pan Jiju rolled his eyes. Do I look that foolish? Seeing the little pig get wrecked, do you think I'm rushing to my own demise? You really think I'm an idiot? Even if you send gifts, I want play. Get that thought out of your heads. Seeing that Pan Jiju was resolutely refusing to play, they had no other options. As the little friends quieted down, Pan Jiju chuckled. If you send me gifts, I'll help you find someone to play this game. It doesn't have to be me after all, you just want to see someone break down. If you send me gifts now, I'll go find someone right away. Pan Jiju didn't want to break down himself, but others could. As long as these little friends sent gifts, it was just about finding someone to play the game. Simple as that. Seeing Pan Jizu's suggestion, the little friends' eyes lit up. Yeah, if Pan Jiju didn't want to play, they could find someone else. There were definitely still streamers unaware of I1's power. They could easily persuade streamers to play the game. Seeing Pan Jizu's cunning face, they rolled their eyes. Why should we go look for ourselves? Why would we send you gifts? What a waste of money. Exactly, well, find someone ourselves. Haha, thanks for the suggestion, Pandog. Ew, I'm going too. Pan Jiju was left dumbfounded. Upon receiving a brilliant idea from Pan Jizu, Xiao Haizi immediately sprang into action, searching for streamers on the live broadcast platform to promote I1. They were not satisfied with just one live streaming platform. They organized themselves into disciplined groups to promote I1 across various platforms. That night, many streamers felt as if they had descended into hell. The mastermind behind it, Pan Jizu, noticed that his live stream was nearly empty. He simply ended his stream and joined his followers to stir up trouble, realizing that causing chaos was far more exhilarating. Stirring up trouble. Pan Jizu's first target was the naive girl. After all, they were good friends, and good friends were often the ones to prank. Using his alternate account, he sent a rocket in the naive girl's live stream as a form of compensation, feeling quite benevolent. Feeling proud of himself, Pan Jizu began to guide the naive girl, encouraging her to play I1, and he was quite clear about his intentions. A fellow follower also entered the naive girl's live stream with the same goal. However, he noticed that someone was already guiding her to play that game. Glancing at the tasks assigned in the group, he felt a bit confused but decided not to overthink it and started cooperating with Pan Jizu to guide the naive girl. Pan Jizu recognized the person who was cooperating with him. He knew it was another follower because he had an alternate account in the follower group. He was fully aware of their movements, but seeing them strategize about how to gift other streamers to play I1 left him feeling unbalanced. Gifting other streamers while he got nothing in return was quite unfair. He resolved that the next time he streamed, he would confront these followers until they questioned their own lives. However, causing chaos was the priority at the moment. Everything else could wait. The naive girl was currently playing Memorial Valley when she noticed a big brother gifting her a rocket. She quickly put on a smile and began to thank for the gift. Thank you, big brother, love like Jade, for the rocket, thank you. She even raised her hands above her head towards the camera. Forming a heart shape with her hands to cutely appeal to the big brother, Pan Jizu wasted no time and simply wanted to see the naive girl break down. Streamer, I want to request a game. The naive girl, still smiling, responded, sure, big brother, what game do you want to request? Pan Jizu's smile was now harder to suppress than an AK. With trembling hands and an excited heart, he quickly typed and sent his message. The new game released by Xingqian today is called I want to see that. Upon seeing that it was a new game from Xingqian, the naive girl's eyes lit up. She had been playing Memorial Valley all day and had not noticed that Xingqian had released a new game. Seeing the complex map before her, the naive girl decisively exited her current game and began searching for the game the big brother mentioned. She bought and downloaded it in one go. The naive girl embarked on her hellish journey for the day. From initially being calm, she gradually became more agitated, ultimately breaking down, which left Pan Jizu thoroughly satisfied. What a pity it was that the naive girl had a keyboard and mouse as well as a computer desk. The keyboard and mouse were already in pieces, and the desk's HP was likely low as well. However, his goal had been achieved, and he no longer cared about the aftermath, making a swift exit. He was eager to move on to the next target, which promised to be even more exciting. Today, all the major streamers faced the onslaught of I1. No one was spared. He witnessed the spectacular moments of various streamers breaking down. Pan Jizu and his followers were thoroughly satisfied, returning to their respective homes. The collective breakdown of the streamers was humorously dubbed the I1 breakdown incident by netizens. The next day, the internet was flooded with highlights of various streamers breaking down while playing I1. The well-known streamers felt as if the sky had fallen. Their breakdowns brought in immense traffic, but the subsequent influx of viewers was only there to see them play I1 again. It was a mix of surprise and dread. The surprise came from the overwhelming traffic they received, but they had to play I1 to capitalize on it. The horrific scenes of the small fry's endless demise were still fresh in their minds. Being forced to play again made them feel as if they were going to lose their sanity, not just the streamers, but also some clueless ordinary players. Simultaneously, they too experienced a significant breakdown. They gathered under Xingqian's official website to denounce Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you old thief, dare you reveal your address? I want to duel with you. Come on, add me, let's gang up on Chen Fan. Damn, Chen Fan, do you have no heart? If Chen Fan had a heart, he wouldn't have created such a heartless game. Waking up to see so many players attacking Chen Fan on Xingqian's official website was quite a sight. Like Louis XVI, they were utterly bewildered, having no idea what had transpired. Driven by curiosity, they traced back the origins of the entire incident. They all felt that Chen Fan was no longer human. How could he create a game that tormented players so? But they would not let such a major news story slip by. Shocking. Is it a distortion of human nature or a moral decline that has caused many major streamers to cry bitterly in the middle of the night? Xingshen's game CEO Chen has developed a heartless game to torment players. Hundreds of thousands of players collectively denounced Chen Fan. What exactly did he do? Let me take you to explore these news reports further propelled Iwana into the spotlight. Curious onlookers brought their snacks and drinks and began to watch intently, eager to find out what had happened. They saw that all the major streamers had played a game and consequently broke down. Some curious onlookers couldn't resist their curiosity and rushed to the Xingshen platform to download Iwana. The moment they started playing, they were completely silent. Many homes echoed with the sounds of things shattering. The wails were even louder, resonating throughout entire rooms. Su Luoxue saw today's headlines. She hurriedly rushed to Chen Fan's office, worried that he might have been bundled away by someone on the way. Upon finding him leisurely sitting on the sofa sipping tea, she sighed in relief. Su Luoxue took a seat beside Chen Fan, somewhat irritated. Do you know that the new game you developed has incited public outrage? Chen Fan, completely oblivious to what Su Luoxue was saying, continued to sip his tea, contemplating whether red tea was better than green tea. Deciding that he wasn't fond of green tea, he thought he should ask his assistant to buy more red tea next time. It wasn't until Su Luoxue tapped him on the shoulder that he snapped back to reality. I zoned out. Could you repeat that? Su Luoxue was left speechless and had to repeat herself. Your new game has incited public outrage, and many players are now cursing you on our website. Hearing this, Chen Fan waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I thought it was something serious. It's just that. Who told them to snipe me in the game? I created this game just to annoy them. Su Luoxue was truly speechless. Just because others sniped you in the game, you made a game to annoy them. A man's desire for revenge is no less than a woman's. Su Luoxue rolled her eyes and intended to leave. Chen Fan stopped her and seated Su Luoxue back on the sofa. Don't go just yet. I happen to have something to discuss with you. Sitting back on the sofa, Su Luoxue tilted her head, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion as she looked at Chen Fan. Seeing her adorably naive expression, Chen Fan couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. Clearing his throat to pull his thoughts back, he said, I have a new technology here for you to take back later. Su Luox's eyes sparkled with delight upon hearing about the new technology. She wrapped her arms around Chen Fan's arm, pressing her softness against him. In a sweet tone, she asked, what good technology do you have? How does it compare to holographic imaging? Feeling the softness on his arm, Chen Fan thoroughly enjoyed it. Her sweet tone melted his heart. Seeing Su Luox's cute expression, Chen Fan had already thought of 18 ways to tease her in his mind. Realizing he was getting sidetracked, he quickly shook off those thoughts. Chen Fan patted his chest, making a thumping sound to assure her, who am I? You can rest assured it won't be inferior to holographic imaging. This technology is called brainwave capture technology, along with a neural capture technology. Together they can accomplish many things. Upon hearing that there were two technologies, Su Luox's smile became even brighter. She stretched her delicate hand out toward Chen Fan. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and give it to me. Seeing Su Luox's eagerness, Chen Fan felt a headache coming on, secretly thinking of her workaholic tendencies. But what could he say? She was his girlfriend, and her ambition was commendable. As her boyfriend, he couldn't say anything but support her. He prepared to get up to fetch the documents he had ready. However, he noticed that Su Luox's hands were still tightly wrapped around his arm. Chen Fan said helplessly, how can I get you the documents if you don't let go? Su Luox's face flushed red, and she quickly released his arm. I was just excited. Looking at the shy Su Luoxue, Chen Fan affectionately poked her small head with his finger. He got up and walked to the desk, retrieving the documents he had long prepared. Upon seeing the documents in Chen Fan's hands, Su Luoxue hurriedly jogged over. She quickly snatched the documents from Chen Fan's hands, eagerly flipping through them. She realized she couldn't understand these technical materials. Burying her head in the documents, she glanced at Chen Fan. Noticing Chen Fan standing there with an amused expression, she internally wailed, her face flushing even more. But who was Su Luoxue? She was a renowned businesswoman. Soon she managed to compose herself, her face devoid of any blush, her expression returning to normal. Lifting her head from the documents, she spoke seriously to Chen Fan. I will take these materials to the research institute right now. No problem, it'll be on my way. After saying that, Su Luoxue quickly left Chen Fan's office. As she reached the door, she directly started running. Seeing her leave, Chen Fan couldn't hold back any longer. He burst into laughter, finding Su Luox's earlier demeanor utterly adorable. Just a short distance outside the office, Su Luoxue heard Chen Fan's laughter echoing from inside. Instantly flustered, she covered her face with the documents and let out a soft whine. Her pace quickened as she arrived at the Research Institute's entrance, her emotions finally calming down. Holding the documents, she arrived at the director's office of the Research Institute. After gently knocking twice, she heard a voice inviting her in, and only then did she push the door open. Hu Yuanjing, who was buried in work, heard the clicking of high heels. He quickly looked up from a pile of documents. No woman in the entire Research Institute wore high heels. Hearing the sound of high heels, he knew it could only be his boss arriving. Dean, who quickly stood up with a smile to greet her, guiding Su Luoxue to sit on the guest sofa and inquiring about her purpose for visiting. What brings you here, Su? Is there something you need to arrange? Su Luoxue did not answer Dean Hu's question. Instead, she mysteriously handed the documents in her hand to Dean Hu. As he received the documents from Su Luoxue, Dean Hu looked at them with a puzzled expression. Although he didn't know what kind of game Su was playing, he still put on his reading glasses and began to carefully examine the documents. Once he started, Dean Hu couldn't stop. Initially, he flipped through the pages quite quickly, but as he progressed, his pace slowed down. However, after only a few pages, Dean Hu abruptly stopped. Taking off his reading glasses, he rubbed the bridge of his nose and looked at Su Luoxue, asking seriously, "May I ask where you obtained these documents, Su?" Su Luoxue felt a bit puzzled. Shouldn't Dean Hu be astonished upon seeing this document? Why was his expression so calm? Although she didn't understand why Dean Hu seemed so unfazed, Su Luoxue still earnestly answered his question. "These are 2 technical documents given to me by Chen Fan." Hearing that it was from Chen Fan, Dean Hu's eyes immediately lit up. He then buried his head back into studying the technical documents. Seeing Dean Hu's actions, Su Luoxue felt even more confused. However, she didn't disturb him and simply waited quietly. Suddenly, Dean Hu stood up from the sofa and walked over to his desk. He placed the documents down and picked up the internal phone on the table, dialing several people in quick succession. He only said one thing: to have them gather in his office immediately. Seeing Dean Hu's series of actions, Su Luoxue felt a bit anxious. She quickly got up and walked to Dean Hu's desk, inquiring with a hint of urgency, "Dean Hu, is there something wrong with these documents?" Dean Hu, who had been focused on his tasks, was startled by Su Luoxue's sudden question. Coming back to his senses, he hurriedly invited her to sit opposite him. "Su, please sit. It's not that there's a problem with the documents you gave me," he clarified. "I just didn't fully understand the technical materials from Chen. These 2 documents from Chen are too profound. I can't handle them alone. I'm calling in people for assistance now." Su Luoxue's unease was soothed by Dean Hu's response. Relaxing, she felt in the mood to joke with him. "Ha, I didn't expect Dean Hu to also have times when he doesn't understand something. That's quite rare." Dean Hu knew Su Luoxue was joking. He wasn't angry, but instead self-deprecatingly replied, "What can I say? After all, the materials Su gave me were written by Chen. I doubt there are many people in this world who can directly understand the technical documents written by Chen." Hearing Dean Hu's self-deprecation, Su Luoxue quickly reassured him, "You're not just the pillar of the Research Institute, but a leading figure in the field of physics. Besides Chen Fan, there are hardly a few who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you." Seeing Su Luoxue subtly praise her boyfriend made Dean Hu want to roll his eyes. He didn't say anything further, thinking that there was no need to show off her boyfriend's prowess in front of an old man. Su Luoxue also realized her comments were somewhat inappropriate and fell silent. When everyone had gathered, Dean Hu took out the prepared confidentiality agreement and handed it to each person in front of them. "This is the confidentiality agreement. If you don't want to sign it, you can still have a change of heart now. This research institute was established by Chen Fan in collaboration with the government. The security here is managed by armed police, and everyone has undergone a political background check to enter." No one hesitated. With a flurry of movements, they signed their names. Dean Hu nodded in satisfaction and took back the confidentiality agreements. The main topic of today began. The copied documents were distributed one by one. "You all take a look at these documents first, and once you are done, we will discuss them further." The researchers lowered their heads and began to browse through the documents in their hands. The sound of pages turning echoed in the office. Seeing that she had nothing to do, Su Luoxue pointed toward the door. She signaled to Dean Hu that she would leave first so as not to disturb their work. When Dean Hu saw Su Luoxue was leaving, he did not stop her. After all, she couldn't help much here, so he let her quietly exit. Dean Hu sat quietly to one side, patiently waiting. The furrows on the researchers' brows deepened with each passing moment. Some could not bear it any longer, putting down their documents and starting to daydream. As more people set down their documents, Dean Hu cleared his throat. He clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back to him. "These are 2 technical documents newly compiled by General Chen. Can we digest them?" The researchers exchanged glances with one another. Finally, an older researcher spoke up first. "These 2 documents are too profound. There are many parts one do not understand." With someone taking the lead, the others felt they had no reservations. They began criticizing the 2 technical documents for being too difficult, realizing they were not alone in their confusion. Dean, who felt a sense of balance in his heart. He raised his hands to signal for silence. All right, I understand everyone's concerns. I will personally invite General Chen to teach you all. You all need to study seriously when he comes. If anyone embarrasses our Shanghai Research Institute, I Hu Yuanjing will make sure they know what a strict teacher produces. The researchers present nodded vigorously, indicating they understood. None of them wanted to experience the so-called strict teaching producing outstanding students. Seeing the researchers so perceptive, Dean, who nodded in satisfaction. Since everyone is clear, you can take the documents back to your dormitories for now. Try to understand the knowledge within as much as you can. With Dean, who no longer speaking, the researchers took their documents and returned to their dormitories. Once everyone had left, Dean, who picked up his phone and called Chen Fan, who was in the midst of brainstorming for his next game. The sudden ringing of the phone interrupted him. He looked at the caller ID and saw it was Dean, who from the Research Institute. Chen Fan was somewhat reluctant to answer. Every time Dean, who called him, it was never for anything good. However, Chen Fan couldn't ignore the call and felt quite annoyed. Reluctantly, he answered the phone. As soon as he brought the phone to his ear, Dean Hu's cheerful voice came through. General Chen, I'm bothering you again. Chen Fan put down his work and replied weakly. Dean, who am working. If there's nothing urgent, I'll hang up now. Seeing Chen Fan's unwelcoming attitude, Dean, who felt quite helpless. Hearing that he was about to hang up, Dean, who quickly interrupted him. Wait, I definitely have something to discuss. You need to come over to the Research Institute. We can discuss it in person. Looking at the time, Chen Fan felt somewhat speechless. It was almost 5 in the afternoon, and he was about to get off work. He was reluctant to go to the Research Institute at this time. Dean, who it's almost time to get off work. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Dean, who became anxious upon hearing this, Chen Fan's absence was not acceptable. Who would explain those 2 technical documents to the starving researchers? I'm coming to pick you up right now. Don't think about running away, or I'll have Xiao Shui keep an eye on you. Without waiting for Chen Fan's consent, Dean, who unilaterally decided the matter. Before Chen Fan could refuse, Dean, who hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone from his phone, Chen Fan felt defeated. He recalled the last time he went to the Research Institute. Every day was consumed by research or the journey to research. There wasn't a moment of leisure. Chen Fan regretted why he had brought out those 2 documents. But the die was cast. He could only accept the fate that awaited him. What he didn't expect was that Dean, who would actually have Su Luoxue keep an eye on him. He couldn't help but feel frustrated about how he was regarded by Dean, who. Was he really that untrustworthy? Feeling disheartened, Chen Fan buried his face in Su Luoxue's embrace, enjoying the softness and delicacy. He murmured with a soft sound. The unexpected sensation from her curves made Su Luox's cheeks flush. However, she did not reject Chen Fan's actions. Instead, she proudly pushed her curves out, allowing Chen Fan to enjoy even more. Su Luoxue knew that once Chen Fan went to the Research Institute, he wouldn't know when he could return home. With Chen Fan's personality, keeping him at the Research Institute would truly be a life-or-death situation. This was merely compensation. When Dean, who arrived at Chen Fan's office and opened the door, he happened to see the 2 in a close embrace. The scene made Dean, whose face turn red. He quickly stepped back out and made sure to close the door behind him. Both Chen Fan and Su Luoxue were startled by Dean Hu's sudden entrance. Su Luoxue hurriedly pushed Chen Fan, who was leaning against her, away and quickly tidied up her disheveled clothes. The blush on her face had yet to fade. Su Luoxue rushed out of the office. Upon seeing Dean, who outside, she didn't even greet him and ran past him towards her own office. Seeing Su Luoxue run away, Dean, who awkwardly touched his nose. Entering the office again, he found Chen Fan sitting upright. After the previous awkwardness, Dean, who didn't want to engage in any pleasantries. Without giving Chen Fan a chance to respond, he grabbed Chen Fan and headed outside. Thus, Chen Fan began his joyful life akin to that of a secret agent. Players discovered that Chen Fan, the old thief, had not released a new game in a year. Currently, the Xingqian platform was filled with new games from other game designers. Although their new games were quite good, players felt that something was missing without Chen Fan's new game. Of course, games like I Wanna were still absent. The videos of streamers breaking down while playing I Wanna were still circulating on the internet. Pan Jizu returned to playing Crossfire. This mindless shooting suited his taste much better. Crossfire had just updated a new biochemical mode. Called Multi-Person Biochemical Chase, he was currently playing it. The ghosts are coming, he turned back and shoot. He turned back to shoot, but it led to his immediate downfall. As he turned back, the others had already disappeared. Frustrated, Pan Jizu slammed his fist on the table. Having turned into a ghost, Pan Jizu directly gave up and went idle. He began to spar with Xiao Haizi in the live stream. Xiao Haizi didn't care, they only wanted to output. If you're bad, what's there to explain? If you weren't bad, how could you turn into a ghost? Just a noob. Oh, a dish is about to get bombed, congratulations, congratulations. Seeing the mocking bullet comments, Pan Jizu was infuriated. Those Xiao Haizi fans truly aimed to attack him on all fronts. Moderator, where are you? Hurry and come clean this up. Pan Jisoo unleashed his trump card. To his anticipation, the moderator appeared. A dish. My authority can't ban you or clean this up. Upon seeing this comment, Pan Jisoo felt dizzy. He didn't expect his own moderator to have switched sides to Xiao Haizi's camp. You're my moderator. How could you side with Xiao Haizi? Seeing how capable the moderator was, Xiao Haizi couldn't fall behind. Good job, moderator. Keep attacking that dish. Don't lose face. Is it okay to ban the main host? Moderator, you really know how to stir things up. Strongly suggest adding a ban on the streamer's authority. Didn't expect that the moderator has joined our camp. What do you have to fight us with? Pan Jisoo remained silent, merely operating in silence. The moderator then realized that he was no longer a moderator. He sent a bullet comment in the live stream informing Xiao Haizi of this sorrowful news. Brothers, a dish has taken my moderator down. Could he endure this? Absolutely not. Xiao Haizi charged in. Incompetent dish, offline moderator. Dish, you shameless scoundrel, bring my moderator back. I've never seen such a brazen person. Move your money-making fingers and report that dish. Pan Jisoo watched Xiao Haizi's furious bullet comments. With a provocative expression on his face, he silently mocked Xiao Haizi. Seeing Pan Jisoo so arrogant, Xiao Haizi and his crew were at a loss. They could only send bullet comments to annoy him. While Pan Jisoo and Xiao Haizi were locked in a fierce battle, a slew of similar questions floated by in the live stream. Seeing bullet comments that weren't critical of him, Pan Jisoo rubbed his eyes in disbelief. After confirming it was true, he felt refreshed. However, upon reading the bullet comments, Pan Jisoo was stunned. He realized that Chen Fan indeed hadn't contacted him for quite some time. Picking up his phone, he prepared to call Chen Fan. New viewers, I'll call Chen Fan now. Will you all help me with a follow? Hearing that Pan Jisoo would contact Chen Fan, the new viewers in the live stream eagerly followed. While waiting for the call to connect, he saw the number of fans skyrocketing. Pan Jisoo was overjoyed. Finally, Chen Fan, exhausted, finished his work. Planning to rest well in his dorm at the Research Institute, he didn't expect his phone to suddenly ring. Taking out his phone, he saw it was Pan Jisoo calling. Although he was very tired, Chen Fan still answered. Hey, righteous father, I'm very tired. Ooh, just speak your mind. Hearing Chen Fan's exhausted tone, Pan Jisoo was momentarily stunned. Not knowing what Chen Fan had gone through, he quickly asked about the new fan's question. Why haven't you released a new game for so long? Upon hearing that Pan Jisoo specifically called just to ask this, Chen Fan thought something was wrong with his head, and with concern said, I know a hospital that's very good at treating your head issues. I'll send you the address. You should go check it out quickly. Hearing Chen Fan say he had a problem with his head in front of so many people in the live stream, Pan Jisoo felt embarrassed. Couldn't he have said that privately? You must be kidding. You're the one with a problem. You have issues all over your body. Seeing Pan Jisoo seething with anger, Chen Fan hurriedly comforted him. Don't worry, that hospital is truly effective at treating head issues. The sooner you treat it, the sooner you'll enjoy life. The bullet comments in the live stream were now all mocking Pan Jisoo. Haha, turns out the dish has a head problem. No wonder he's so bad. Case solved. The dish has a reason for being bad. It's a head problem. Dish listened to Chen Fan, the old thief, and hurry to treat your head. Why do you call the host a dish? I'm new here. Upstairs, if you've watched enough, you'll understand why we call him a dish. Hearing Chen Fan's false concern and Xiao Haizi's ridicule, Pan Jisoo turned red and slammed the table, shouting, I don't have a problem with my head. I don't need to see a doctor. The previous question was asked by my new fan. Hearing Pan Jisoo's roar, Chen Fan quickly moved the phone away from his ear. Once it was silent, he pressed the phone back to his ear. With a slightly aggrieved tone, he said, If your head is fine, then why shout so loudly? Seeing Chen Fan looking aggrieved himself, Pan Jisoo felt a lump in his chest and was at a loss for words. Chen Fan finally realized what Pan Jisoo had said. These days working like a 007 agent had left him too exhausted. Now realizing it, Chen Fan quickly added, Haha, well, old Pan's head is definitely fine. We were just joking around, making the audience laugh. Pan Jisoo rolled his eyes, thinking that the explanation was worse than not explaining at all. He no longer felt like chatting. He just wanted to end the call quickly. Stop rambling and hurry up and answer the question I just asked. Chen Fan's little temper flared up. Speak nicely or I'll expose your dark history in the live stream. The viewers in the live stream were excited to see the drama unfolding. President Chen, I love gossip. Hurry up and tell us. President Chen is a good person. He really wants to share the gossip. I want to hear gossip. A host, don't ruin my mood. Dish, hurry up and be quiet. Let President Chen expose your dark secrets. Pan Jisoo rolled his eyes at these whimsical bullet comments. You want to hear my gossip? You won't get anything. He turned to Chen Fan on the phone and threatened, Who doesn't have some dark history? You can expose me if you dare, but don't expect to keep your secrets safe. Seeing that Pan Jisoo wasn't threatened at all, but was using his own dark history to counter-threaten him, Chen Fan's temper quickly diminished. With a tone as humble as possible, he said, Well, it's my fault, but let's not hurt each other and benefit others. Let's just stop here. Pan Jizhu proudly stated that he still preferred Chen Fan's previous rebellious attitude. The viewers in the live stream expressed great regret at the lack of gossip, but Pan Jizhu ignored them after reading their comments. "Hurry up and answer my question." Only then did Chen Fan remember that Pan Jizhu had called with a question. He patted his head thinking about what question he had asked. After waiting for a while, Chen Fan finally remembered what Pan Jizhu had asked him. He answered Pan Jizhu in his live stream through his phone. "I haven't had time to make a new game because of other matters, but now that I have finished everything I was busy with, I have time again." Upon hearing Chen Fan's response, Pan Jizhu remained non-committal. After all, the new games Chen Fan released were too challenging for him. Even if it were produced, he likely wouldn't play it. The audience in the live stream had a different reaction upon hearing that Chen Fan was busy with other matters and didn't have time to make a new game. They felt a bit disappointed. Although many excellent games had emerged recently, they still preferred playing games made by Chen Fan. The weight of following trends versus originality is different in the hearts of players. When they heard that Chen Fan had finished his tasks and had time to make games again, they began to anticipate. They eagerly sent bullet comments urging Pan Jizhu to quickly inquire about what type of game Chen Fan's next one would be. Pan Jizhu didn't want to grant their wishes so easily. "You all think you can ask such a crucial question without sending gifts? Dream on." Especially those little trolls among them. He wouldn't ask on their behalf unless they sent gifts. The trolls were furious, gritting their teeth. But they also wanted to know what type of game Chen Fan was making next. Reluctantly, they began to send gifts to Pan Jizhu. Seeing these trolls capitulate made Pan Jizhu very happy. He felt like performing a backflip in celebration. Once he saw it was enough, Pan Jizhu decided to cash in on the moment. He relayed the questions from the live stream to Chen Fan. "The fans in my live stream want to know what type of your next game is, so introduce it quickly." Looking at Pan Jizhu's live stream on the tablet, Chen Fan felt a bit reluctant to associate with him as he spoke in a tone that suggested he was reveling in his small victory. It was utterly embarrassing. However, out of respect for their friendship, he replied, "I can see all the fans' questions in your live stream. But as for the type of my next game, I don't know yet. I haven't figured it out." Upon seeing Chen Fan also in the live stream, the audience ignored Pan Jizhu. They began searching for Chen Fan's ID in the live stream. Unfortunately, they were destined not to find it. After the game was targeted, Chen Fan changed all his IDs. After searching everywhere and finding nothing, the audience started sending bullet comments to inquire. "Chen Fan, you old thief, no mister. Chen, come out quickly, I have something good for you." "Pan Go, what is Chen Fan's current ID? Hurry up and spill it." Chen Fan, old thief, is scared of being targeted, even changed his ID. Pan Jizhu saw the barrage asking him to reveal. He was at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. Did they not realize Chen Fan was right there in the live stream? To reveal his ID in front of him, they really dared to think that way. If he dared to reveal Chen Fan's ID today, Chen Fan would have his wife come to his house and use him as a punching bag for a whole day. Just thinking about that scene made Pan Jizhu shudder. Looking at these outrageous bullet comments, Chen Fan didn't know what to say. He sighed in his heart at how abstract today's netizens were. But he wanted to rest now, so he hurriedly said what he needed to. "Although I haven't had time to make a new game during this period, the things I create will definitely be to your liking. I'm really too tired, so I'm logging off now." After saying that, he didn't give Pan Jizhu or the audience in the live stream a chance to react. He hung up the phone and directly fell asleep. Shortly after, faint snoring could be heard in the dormitory. The mysterious things Chen Fan mentioned piqued the audience's curiosity. However, Chen Fan immediately hung up and didn't elaborate further, leaving them feeling anxious. They all sent bullet comments urging Pan Jizhu to call him back. Upon seeing these comments, Pan Jizhu decisively refused. They didn't expect him to reject so resolutely. No matter how many gifts they sent, Pan Jizhu would not agree. The audience could only give up, but they wouldn't share the information they received with friends. Their desire to share wouldn't allow it. The number of people in Pan Jizhu's live stream dropped by 70 to 80%. Seeing the dwindling audience, Pan Jizhu decided to end the broadcast. It was like giving himself a break. The various clip masters lurking in Pan Jizhu's live stream were the first to post the clip of Pan Jizhu calling Chen Fan online. On major forums and discussion boards, people gradually began to discuss the mysterious things Chen Fan mentioned. What could it be? The online buzz about what Chen Fan said was rising. The hype was growing. As long as the words mysterious things appeared, it could make it to the hot list of the trending topics. The most nervous ones were the tech companies. Ever since Chen Fan developed holographic technology, they felt like startled birds. They were afraid he might come up with some groundbreaking technology and deal them a dimensional blow. If it happened again, they really weren't sure they could withstand it. But there were always people with sharp intuition who could seize any opportunity. In recent days, Pan Jizhu's phone had been ringing off the hook. Everyone wanted to obtain Chen Fan's contact information through him. Pan Jizhu was overwhelmed by the constant calls and was feeling annoyed. He simply turned off his phone and didn't even go live. Chen Fan didn't notice any of this. He had just finished resting. He was greeting Dean, who preparing to go home. Old who the researchers for those technologies have mastered them. I'm heading back now. He was smiling as he looked at the most outstanding young talents before him. Upon hearing this, Dean, who felt very reluctant. So he spoke up to keep him wanting to retain Chen Fan at the Research Institute. You shouldn't be doing games with your talent and research. You could achieve greater success in the tech field. Hearing Dean Huss' words, Chen Fan continued to smile gently. But Chen Fan knew his own capabilities. He was not willing to stay at the Research Institute. Old who I am not focused here, I still prefer making games. Seeing Chen Fan's firm refusal, Dean, who was still a bit unwilling to give up. Think it over. Anyone can do games, but not everyone can do tech research. Your talent shouldn't be wasted like this. Chen Fan still shook his head in refusal. No need to say more, old who. I have my own path to follow. Besides, I'm not leaving high tech behind. If you need me, just call me. Seeing that Chen Fan was unmoved, Dean, who sighed helplessly. All right, I won't persuade you further. Be careful on your way home. Chen Fan stood up and shook hands with Dean, who. He said nothing more and turned to leave the office. By the time he got home, it was already dark. Noticing that Su Luoxue was not home, Chen Fan looked at the time. She should be back soon, so he walked into the kitchen to start preparing dinner. Tired after a long day, Su Luoxue dragged her weary body home. As she changed her shoes at the entrance, her delicate nose caught a hint of a fragrance. She looked curiously into the house, puzzled. Why was there the aroma of food coming from the room? Suddenly she thought of something. Her fatigued expression brightened instantly. Without even having changed her shoes properly, her delicate feet rushed barefoot across the cold tiles towards the kitchen. At the kitchen door, she saw a familiar silhouette. Su Luoxue joyfully rushed up. From behind, she wrapped her arms around Chen Fan's waist. Her small face pressed against his back, and she closed her eyes. Inhaling the scent of the one she had longed for, the hormones radiating from him brought her a sense of peace. It seemed Chen Fan also felt the shift within his heart as he embraced the girl clinging to him. Even though dinner was ready and could be served, Chen Fan made no move, quietly standing still. He relished the moment, allowing the girl behind him to hold on a little longer. They both stayed in silence for a few minutes. It was Su Luox's stomach that suddenly rumbled, breaking the atmosphere between them. Hearing her stomach growl, Su Luox's little face turned crimson. Sensing Chen Fan's intention to turn around, she clung tightly to him. She wouldn't let him turn around to see her bashful expression. Feeling the force at his waist, Chen Fan gently patted her delicate hand. You should go change. I'll serve the food. You can come out to eat when it's ready. Su Luoxue didn't respond, releasing her grip, covering her face, and dashed back to the bedroom. Thinking about how Chen Fan had heard her stomach's growl, the flush on her face deepened. By the time Su Luoxue gathered her emotions and came out, Chen Fan was already seated waiting for her to join him for dinner. Seeing the half-smile on Chen Fan's face, a blush crept onto Su Luox's cheeks again. She sat down at the dining table, her expression bashful. Her beautiful eyes darted around, not daring to meet Chen Fan's gaze. Seeing Su Luoxue like this, Chen Fan found it amusing. He hadn't expected Su Luoxue, who usually presented herself as a strong woman in front of everyone, to show such a delicate demeanor. Hurry up and eat. Your little stomach is already urging you on. Hearing Chen Fan teasing her, Su Luoxue shot him a glare with her beautiful eyes. She began to focus on her meal. She was indeed hungry. After they finished dinner, Su Luoxue took the initiative to wash the dishes. Chen Fan was glad to relax, reclining on the couch in the living room. Propping his head up with one hand, he held the remote control, staring at the television, unsure of what to watch. He hadn't watched television in a long time. While Chen Fan lay on the couch in a daze, Su Luoxue finished washing the dishes and came over, slipping off her slippers to reveal her delicate feet. She lay in Chen Fan's embrace, her fingers tracing circles on his chest. Have you finished with things at the Research Institute? Chen Fan caught Su Luox's playful finger and softly replied, Yeah, I'm done. The finished product will be ready in a week. Su Luoxue was still quite curious about the two technologies. What can your technology do? Everyone online is talking about you. She was gently stroking Su Luox's soft hand. Hearing her inquiry, Chen Fan revealed a mysterious smile. Guess. Su Luoxue wriggled her hand out of Chen Fan's grasp and said with mock annoyance, What's there to guess? You sound like a child. Just say it, or you won't be allowed in the bedroom tonight. Chen Fan chose to follow his heart in response to Su Luox's threat. He hadn't had meat in a long time, and the delicious food was right in front of him. Not being able to eat would be torturous. Have you seen Sword Art Online? My technology can reach that level. Su Luox's mouth dropped open in surprise at Chen Fan's response. She looked at Chen Fan in disbelief, not expecting that what he had been researching at the Institute for the past year was so impressive. Her sparkling eyes were filled with admiration as she gazed at him. Wow, such amazing technology. You're incredible, Mu. After saying this, Su Luoxue hugged Chen Fan's head and gave him a hard kiss on the cheek. Chen Fan felt a bit embarrassed seeing the admiration in Su Luok's eyes. The technology he had developed hadn't yet reached the level of sword art online. While actually the current technology isn't that remarkable, it's still a bit away from sword art online. Chen Fan raised his right hand, forming an OK sign with his thumb and index finger. He showed Su Luoxue the gap between them. When Su Luoxue heard that Chen Fan said there was still a difference, she didn't complain, but instead hugged him tightly, saying, "Well, you're still amazing. No wonder I have my eyes on you." Feeling the emotional value Su Luoxue gave him, Chen Fan was deeply moved and stood up, carrying her in his arms. He quickly walked towards the bedroom and tossed Su Luoxue onto the big bed. As Su Luoxue was being carried by Chen Fan towards the bedroom, she already knew what was about to happen next. Her beautiful eyes were filled with uncontainable anticipation. Seeing the look in Su Luok's eyes, Chen Fan didn't even bother to close the door. He pounced forward, ready to reward this woman properly today, and perhaps reward himself as well. The evening bird sang sweetly, the dew-drenched begonia blossoms trembled. The twin lotus flowers bloomed, waves surged, and the spirit of Wushan came to life. Online discussions continued about what exactly Chen Fan had mentioned. Star Domain released an announcement that a press conference would be held next Monday. This announcement sparked a tsunami of public opinion online. During the last press conference held by Star Domain, the holographic image was unveiled. Now it was uncertain what surprises awaited them at this upcoming press conference. Curious netizens flocked to Star Domain's official website, leaving comments under the announcement. "Sumarin, can you tell me what you're going to announce? I'm your fan. Be careful or Chen Fan, the old rascal, will hunt you down." I knew it. Chen Fan, the old rascal, disappeared for a year, definitely up to something big. Oh, it's happening again. I haven't even bought the floating light mirror yet, and there's already a new product. All the news media outlets were also actively preparing. They certainly didn't dare to ignore Star Domain's press conference as they had last time. News agencies that hadn't received invitations were employing various means. Everyone wanted to secure an invitation to the Star Domain press conference. Major tech companies were also treating this with utmost seriousness, reaching out to Star Domain in hopes of attending next week's conference. Unexpectedly, news of Star Domain's press conference reached overseas. Foreign tech companies began sending representatives to urgently fly to Huagua. They were preparing to attend Star Domain's press conference next week. Su Luoxue was now receiving calls daily until her hands felt sore, all from people wanting invitations. She would definitely give invitations to official news agencies. However, for other media outlets, it would be a different story. Su Luoxue planned to carefully screen them. She wouldn't consider small agencies and those with poor influence. After screening, she handed the list to her assistant, instructing him to distribute the invitations according to the list. After finishing everything, Su Luoxue leaned back in her chair, stretching lazily, revealing her perfect curves. Unfortunately, she was the only one left in the office. No one could witness this beautiful sight. After stretching, Su Luoxue resumed her work. A week has passed just like that. With everyone's anticipation, the press conference for the Star Domain is finally about to begin. Outside the venue, a massive crowd has gathered. Unlike last time, there are not just a few cats and dogs. Journalists from various newspapers are discussing the foreign reporters nearby with their acquaintances. Foreign reporters are also huddled together discussing today's press conference. CEOs or representatives from technology companies have already arrived at the venue. However, these CEOs or representatives do not have to wait outside like the reporters. They were brought into the venue early. The CEOs or representatives of various technology companies have begun networking inside. What they did not expect was that Mr. Ma from the Penguin Group had also arrived. They were shocked as it was said that Penguin and Mr. Chen had a grudge. Even for the sake of profit, grudges can be set aside. But it seems that Penguin does not engage in physical technology. If they remember correctly, Penguin is involved in internet technology. Although they are puzzled, they do not show it. Instead, they approach Mr. Ma to greet him. After all, Penguin is indeed wealthy. When are they ever short on money? Building a good relationship with Mr. Ma now will facilitate future investments. Su Luoxue is backstage in the dressing room applying her makeup. Su Luoxue, already breathtakingly beautiful, finds that the makeup artist's work is merely enhancing her natural beauty. Looking at her stunning reflection in the mirror, she feels an overwhelming sense of pride. Thinking about how such beauty could be given to Chen Fan, she wonders about her own thoughts. Perhaps this is what love feels like. Chen Fan also did not expect that Su Luoxue had a self-loving side. She is truly a treasure of a girl with a multifaceted personality. The time until the press conference begins is drawing near. All invited journalists are starting to enter in an orderly fashion. Journalists who did not receive an invitation upon seeing their peers enter the press conference are filled with jealousy, nearly grinding their teeth in frustration as they fixate on their colleagues. They wish they could take their place. Outside, many live streamers have come here hoping to gain some traffic. As long as these streamers do not act out of line, security will not pay them any mind. Once everyone is seated, the press conference officially begins. Su Luoxue appears on stage wearing a gown transformed from traditional Hanfu. The audience below, upon seeing the elegant and noble Su Luoxue, cannot help but gasp. They think to themselves, so this is how Hanfu can be transformed. After the press conference, they must also create a gown like this. While the women in the audience are lost in thought, Su Luoxue has already begun to speak on stage. Her calm and dignified voice travels through the microphone to the ears of the audience. Welcome, friends from the media and colleagues, to our Star Domain press conference. As Su Luox's voice falls, a warm round of applause erupts from the audience. Su Luoxue nods in gratitude as the applause fades. Raising the microphone, Su Luoxue continues, at our last press conference, we released the holographic images, and I believe you are all curious about what unique experiences we will bring to you at this event. In response, a keen audience member shouts back, yes, we want to know. This affirmation draws all eyes in the venue towards them. Looking at the loud respondent, they notice the t-shirt they are wearing. On the chest, it boldly displays the name of their newspaper. Seeing everyone looking over, the person shows no signs of embarrassment. Instead, they greet others with a cupped fist. Who would have thought someone would advertise their own newspaper at the Star Domain press conference? Everyone couldn't help but admire this individual. They truly are talented. Some editors from various newspapers regretfully slapped their heads. How come they did not think of this tactic? In a place where Su Luox's peers are numerous, causing a stir could help them get remembered. Just a few reports could save them a significant amount on advertising costs. Su Luoxue brushed this minor episode aside. She clapped her hands, and the holographic device on stage powered up. Particle light effects in the air formed a strange device. It resembled a headset, but was somewhat different. As everyone speculated, Su Luoxue directly unveiled the answer. This is the thing everyone has been discussing lately. It is a device that allows the brain to connect to the internet. It can directly form images, videos, and text in your mind. Unlike holographic images, others will not be able to see it. It possesses superior confidentiality. We have named this device the Ling Shu. The inspiration comes from the Ling Shu Jing in the Huang Dnei Jing. Ling represents spirit and wisdom, while Shu means hub and core, symbolizing the device as a bridge linking thought to the digital world. After completing her introduction, the audience below fell into silence. Even the official Star Domain livestream showed no signs of activity during her introduction of the Ling Shu. The barrage of comments had vanished without a trace. Journalists were shocked that Star Domain had once again created a major news story. Once they regained their composure, they pounced on Su Luoxue like hounds on prey. In stark contrast to the journalists, the faces of those from technology companies looked grim. The expressions of the CEOs and representatives were exceptionally unpleasant. They truly feared what would come next. The Star Domain had indeed delivered a bombshell. The industries of phones and computers could still barely hold up under the pressure. After all, in terms of privacy, the floating light mirror is not as good as phones and computers. Not everyone is willing to let others see the content they are browsing. However, this Ling Shu is different. In terms of privacy, no one can match the Ling Shu. It creates content within a person's brain. You can even delve into someone else's brain to see. However, other tech companies' eyes lit up with excitement. Star Domain's device could be a potential collaboration. The barrage in the live stream began to explode. Star Domain is amazing. Ooh, I won't be afraid of watching action movies anymore. While forming directly in the mind, oh, won't that harm the brain? This device combined with Star Domain's games, oh my god, I can't even imagine. I dare to imagine a Star Domain is impressive. In this fervent atmosphere, a question from an American journalist. Suddenly, the fervent atmosphere plummeted to freezing point. I am a reporter from the BBC. May I ask, Miss Su, regarding the Ling Shu, how can you guarantee safety? Everyone looked towards the American journalist and began to whisper among themselves. Su Luoxue also turned to the BBC reporter. There was no trace of panic on her face in response to his question. With a calm demeanor, she replied to this BBC reporter, I can assure all media here that our Ling Shu will have no security risks. Next to the foreign journalist, someone whispered in his ear. Su Luoxue also noticed this foreigner. She speculated in her mind that this person was from that country, and they didn't seem to be a reporter. The American journalist posed another sharp question. Ms. Su, your assurance holds no weight in my eyes. You must disclose the technology publicly so that our nation, the United States, can verify the safety of Starfield's products firsthand. Su Luoxue let out a dry, incredulous laugh at such brazen audacity. At its core, this was nothing more than a naked attempt to seize her technology. This journalist, our products require no validation from you or from the United States. Our country upholds its own rigorous safety standards. Should you lack confidence in Starfield, you are entirely free to abstain from purchasing our products. Before the American journalist could press further, Su Luoxue cut off the audio feed to his microphone. and seamlessly continued with the next segment of the press conference. The moment his microphone fell silent, the journalist's expression hardened into icy resentment. Whispers rippled through the audience around him. Reporter A: I'd assumed he genuinely cared about safety. Turns out he just wanted Starfield's technology. Reporter B: Isn't that typical of Americans? Always fabricating pretexts to appropriate other nations' technological advances. His question ignited a firestorm of debate across the live-streaming chatroom. I think that reporter has a point. What guarantees does Starfield offer for safety? 50,000 likes for the above, no explanation needed. Why only 50,000? Safety is paramount. We're right to be concerned. At first I thought it was reasonable, but after hearing the rest, hard to say. After all, this device interfaces directly with the brain. Scrutiny over safety is not just justified, it's essential. Amidst this maelstrom, Su Luoxue remained serene, calmly introducing Ling Shu. Ling Shu permits neural browsing and voice communication, but full operational control requires integration with another Starfield technology. As Su Luoxue spoke, the holographic display on stage shifted accordingly, revealing no figurative form, only a single character suspended in midair. Mai, pointing to the character Su Luoxue, began her explanation. This Mai, or pulse, enables complete command through thought alone. It liberates your hands forever. A single intention is all it takes to execute any task within your mind. A wave of stunned discourse erupted both in the auditorium and across the livestream. Reporter A: Is this real? Could such technology truly exist in our world? Reporter B: Starfield isn't staging a press conference. It's rewriting reality. You still doubt it? Reporter C: The world is on the cusp of transformation. Not just Starfield, but Chen Fan himself is nothing short of prodigious. Reporter D: Indeed. How can a being as extraordinary as Chen Fan even exist? Every tech titan present stood frozen, faces pale with disbelief. To them, Ling Shu, capable solely of neural browsing, was already an unattainable marvel, a pinnacle beyond their lifetime's reach. Yet Starfield had held back an even greater revelation, a system that fulfilled every user's intent, effortlessly, instantly, with nothing more than a thought. Their minds reeled, reality itself seemed to blur. Were they dreaming? This wasn't innovation. It was ontological upheaval. Meanwhile, executives from PC and smartphone manufacturers had gone utterly ashen. It was over. Utterly over. Their final hope had vanished. Across the live stream, the comment feed surged like a tsunami, engulfing the entire screen. Are we certain this isn't a joke? Am I awake or dreaming? Is this world even real? I can't tell. Starfield is legendary. Chen Fan is legendary. Screeching. One thought, and it handles everything. A true godsend for us overworked mortals. It's undeniably brilliant. Just name the price and shatter my illusions. Hearing the unrelenting chatter from the audience, Su Luoxue swiftly interjected. All right, let's pause the discussion for now and return to our main topic. She gestured toward the holographic character, Mai, and continued. Mai can integrate seamlessly with Ling Shu. Its performance becomes significantly more powerful. She paused briefly, allowing the audience time to absorb the implications, before turning to the question on everyone's lips: price. You're undoubtedly eager to know the pricing. No more suspense. Here is Ling Shu's official pricing. As Su Luoxue spoke, the hologram on stage shimmered anew. The figures materialized clearly. Flagship Edition 8800, High Performance Edition 5600, Standard Edition 2900. We offer 3 tiers, each tailored to diverse consumer needs. The sole distinction among tiers lies in network speed. All other hardware components remain identical across editions. Even the Flagship Edition allows custom exterior design. The High Performance Edition supports laser-engraved personalization. The Standard Edition offers neither customization nor engraving. She paused again, giving the audience space to process the figures. Upon seeing the prices, the livestream chat exploded. Unbelievable. This price is serious. If so, I'm buying immediately. Starfield is astonishingly ethical. I'll support them with the Flagship Edition. Any other company with such revolutionary tech would charge tens of thousands. What a paragon of integrity. Go public already. I'm ready to invest today. The live audience fared little better. They were left utterly bewildered by Starfield's pricing. Are you even capitalists? With technology this groundbreaking, you're selling it this cheap. Are you leaving anyone else a chance to survive? Ignoring the audience's flustered expressions, Su Luoxue moved forward to unveil the pricing for Mai. Next, let us examine the pricing for Mai. The hologram shifted once more, displaying its official retail tiers. Mai is likewise offered in 3 editions. Flagship Edition 8900, fully customizable in appearance. High Performance Edition 6900, appearance fixed but supports laser engraving. Standard Edition 3900, neither customizable nor engravable. The key distinction lies in response latency. Yet we guarantee, even the standard edition delivers flawless intuitive operation, free of perceptible lag or hesitation, merely slightly less instantaneous than the two premium tiers. Both products may be purchased separately or bundled together. We will integrate them seamlessly at no additional cost under the unified name Ling Shu Mai. Having concluded her presentation of my reporters scribbled furiously. Tech magnates exchanged hushed urgent murmurs, and the live stream audience erupted anew, fervently debating the implications. Buying either edition separately is within my budget, but bundling them, that's a stretch. Same here. I can afford one, but not both. I'd saved up for Apple's latest flagship. Now I'm going Allen on Starfield. I'm a university student. Do you offer student discounts? With all featured products introduced, Su Luoxue allowed herself a quiet sigh of relief. Aside from the foreign journalist's provocative query, the conference had proceeded flawlessly. After a brief pause, she raised her microphone, ushering in the next phase, the QA session. Very well, all products have now been presented. We may now begin the question and answer segment. Every journalist in attendance thrust their hands skyward. Voices overlapped in eager cries of me, me, me. Seeing such palpable enthusiasm, Su Luoxue granted the first question to a reporter from CNCTV. The question and answer session proceeded smoothly thus far. No one had caused any disruption, easing Su Luoxue's nerves considerably. As time passed, the remaining slots for questions dwindled. Some attendees grew restless. The troublemaking American journalist abruptly rose to his feet and shouted loudly towards Su Luoxue. Ms. Su, I have a question. Please hand me a microphone. Su Luoxue's elegant brows furrowed slightly. She cast an unimpressed glance at the American journalist, and then ignored him entirely, continuing to answer the previous question. But the American journalist refused to yield. Raising his voice even further, he interrupted Su Luoxue mid-sentence. Ms. Su, I said I have a question. Please give me a microphone. Repeated interruptions finally ignited Su Luoxue's temper. Sir journalist, does your country lack basic manners? Interrupting others repeatedly is profoundly disrespectful in our nation. Oh, I nearly forgot. Your nation has existed for barely over 3 centuries, and systemic racial discrimination remains rampant within its borders. It's hardly surprising then that etiquette seems foreign to you. But let me be clear, do not interrupt me again, or I will have you escorted from this venue, forfeiting your chance to ask anything at all. Viewers watching the live stream had already grown irritated by the American journalist's conduct. When Su Luoxue confronted him so sharply, they flooded the comment section with enthusiastic support. Brilliant, Goddess Su. Shut that foreigner down. Goddess Su strikes precisely where it hurts. Ha. That foreigner's face just turned pitch black. Elgel pitch black. You're ruthless, bro. The American journalist's face flushed an ashen gray at Su Luoxue's warning. Yet he had no recourse, so he sat back down obediently and refrained from further interruptions. After concluding the current question, Su Luoxue took a sip of water. She scanned the audience below and locked eyes with the American journalist, whose face remained livid as he glared at her. She returned his stare with equal intensity. Every moment unfolded before the live stream viewers' eyes. Goddess Su's glare is even breathtaking. How dare that foreigner glare at my Goddess Su? He sealed his own doom. Every expression she makes radiates grace. Su Luoxue remained blissfully unaware of the flood of adoring comments. Otherwise, she might have indulged in a bout of self-admiration. She signaled a staff member to hand the microphone to the American journalist. As he accepted it, his expression flickered with triumph. He stood tall and haughtily addressed Su Luoxue. Ms. Su, Stellar Domain should share its technology openly. Hoarding such advancements selfishly impedes global technological progress. Su Luoxue genuinely wondered how the American mind could conceive such logic, but she dismissed the premise outright, her tone icy. Journalist, please confine your question to matters directly related to this press conference. Otherwise, I will revoke your speaking privilege. The American journalist's expression darkened once more. His voice stiffened as he retorted. Ms. Su, my prior remark is relevant to this event. Kindly respond directly. A flash of cold light gleamed in Su Luoxue's beautiful eyes as she replied, emotionless. If Stellar Domain is to share its technology, your nation must first demonstrate sincerity by sharing its own. The American journalist instantly bristled. For the mighty United States to share its technology, that would shatter its global hegemony. Ms. Su, your demand is unreasonable. Our technologies are the fruits of arduous, painstaking research. Why should we surrender them? Hearing his flimsy justification, Su Luoxue's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Oh, you do acknowledge that every breakthrough demands immense effort. Yet your nation's labor entitles it to exclusivity, while ours must be freely given. Tell me, journalist, just who do you think you are? The instant Su Luoxue finished speaking, the auditorium erupted in raucous laughter and sharp whistles. Every gaze fixed upon the American journalist brimmed with profound contempt. Bathed in waves of scorn from all directions, the journalist's face burned crimson, rivaling a monkey's rump. Yet true to form, Americans possess remarkable resilience, or rather astonishing thickness of face. Under hundreds of watchful eyes, he dared continue his rebuttal. Stellar domain differs fundamentally from the United States. You are merely a corporation, whereas America is the world's beacon entrusted with safeguarding global peace. Thus our technology cannot be shared, yet yours as a mere company's must be. In exchange, the U.S. stands ready to offer you protection. Such audacity was staggering. Proposing their protection. They were utterly unworthy. Su Luoxue unleashed full force. I recall, was it not your coalition fleet that retreated in disgrace after a single Chinese warship and fighter jet compelled it to withdraw? The Chinese audience roared with pride. They regarded the American journalist as if he were refuse, eyes filled with undisguised disdain. Su Luoxue denied him any chance to speak. Stellar Domain is a sovereign Chinese enterprise. Its security rests firmly in the hands of China's armed forces, not yours. 90% of the world's conflicts trace back to your nation. How then dare you call yourselves the world's beacon? American attendees surged to their feet, glaring furiously at Su Luoxue, only to find themselves vastly outnumbered by Chinese spectators whose hostile stares silenced them instantly. Their ingrained tendency to bully the weak and fear the strong left them paralyzed. They stood frozen, impotently seething. The journalist snarled a threat. Refuse to share your technology, and your products will never enter our markets. Su Luoxue calmly dug a fingertip into her ear, then replied with icy disdain, the Chinese market alone sustains Stellar Domain's growth. Whether or not our products reach overseas shores is not your decision to make. Today's China is no longer what your nation can dictate. Her words ignited thunderous cheers across the hall. Well said. Our exports sail on our own terms, not yours. Bravo, President Su. Let these Americans know China is no longer to be trifled with. They still cling to outdated notions. The era has irrevocably changed. Watching her compatriots cheer, the American journalist felt suffocated. His sole desire now was escape. And so he acted. Gathering his fellow Americans, he fled the venue like a dog with its tail between its legs. The sight of their hasty retreat only amplified the auditorium's jubilant roar. Behind them, the Americans ground their teeth in fury. Yet powerless to retaliate, they slunk away in bitter humiliation. With the provocateur gone, the press conference resumed seamlessly and concluded triumphantly. Journalists departed in orderly fashion. Yet the CEOs and representatives of major tech firms remained behind. Su Luoxue had further matters to discuss with them. With the provocateur gone, the press conference resumed seamlessly and concluded triumphantly. Journalists departed in orderly fashion. Yet the CEOs and representatives of major tech firms remained behind. Su Luoxue had further matters to discuss with them. With the provocateur gone, the press conference resumed seamlessly and concluded triumphantly. Journalists departed in orderly fashion. Yet the CEOs and representatives of major tech firms remained behind. Su Luoxue had further matters to discuss with them. With the provocateur gone, the press conference resumed seamlessly and concluded triumphantly. Journalists departed in orderly fashion. Yet the CEOs and representatives of major tech firms remained behind. Su Luoxue had further matters to discuss with them. Inside a conference room, around the table sat prominent tech executives. Su Luoxue sat gracefully at the head of the table, her smile warm and poised as she gazed upon the assembled leaders. I've invited you all here today to propose a collaboration. Upon hearing that Su Luoxue wished to collaborate with them, the executives exchanged glances, curious, cautious, intrigued. Several began silently calculating potential advantages. Yet circumstances dictated humility. Their calculations proved futile before her quiet authority. The CEO of DJ, observing no one stepping forward to break the silence, turned to Su Luoxue and asked cordially, what precisely does Starfield envision for this collaboration, and is there a defined process? Others quickly echoed his question. Yes. How exactly does Starfield intend to collaborate with us? Does my company even share common ground with Starfield? I wholeheartedly support collaborating with President Su. The room erupted into murmurs. Su Luoxue remained serene, lifting her hands gently, palms down, as if calming a storm. These were titans who commanded entire industries, whose mere presence could sway markets. Men whose footsteps once sent tremors across sectors now fell silent in unison, responding instinctively to her subtle gesture. She watched, inwardly moved, as figures she'd once approached with deference now yielded to her lead. A fleeting wave of quiet euphoria washed over her, yet her resolve was unshaken. She swiftly anchored herself back in purpose, undistracted by vanity. She had no time for indulgence, her path stretched far ahead. Her gaze swept deliberately across the room. This time Starfield's technology will focus solely on system architecture. We will not encroach upon any other domain. This declaration was meant to reassure them. Su Luoxua knew their deepest concern that Starfield might expand aggressively into their own territories. Now she offered sincerity, not just words, but boundaries. Hearing that Starfield would limit itself strictly to systems and leave implementation to them, the executives visibly relaxed. Their smiles softened, grew warmer, more genuine. President Su, I fully endorse cooperation with Starfield. We all do. We welcome this partnership. Seeing unanimous agreement, Su Luoxua signaled her assistant, who distributed confidential documents. Each executive straightened, eyes sharp and focused, turning pages with careful attention. This was no ordinary dossier. It held the key to their future competitiveness. Silence settled deep in the room, broken only by the soft rustle of paper. After a long contemplative pause, once every document had been thoroughly reviewed, excitement bloomed across their faces. They leaned forward, eager to speak. President Su, when do we begin? I can't wait. Yes, when will Starfield help upgrade our industrial infrastructure? Raising a hand for quiet, Su Luoxua replied calmly. We are ready to assist your industrial upgrades at any time. What followed was a meticulous discussion, layer by layer, detail by detail. After escorting the final executive out, Su Luoxua exhaled deeply. Today had brought more luminaries than she'd ever imagined meeting, many of whom she'd once considered unreachable. She returned to her office in high spirits, only to find Chen Fan lounging in her executive chair, feet propped casually atop her desk. He nibbled spicy strips one by one, utterly at ease, watching anime on her computer, while she had spent hours negotiating, persuading, navigating delicate power dynamics. The contrast struck her, his leisure her labor. A faint imbalance stirred within her, yet it dissolved instantly when she remembered every one of those luminaries was here because of his breakthrough. Recalling his year of relentless work, she felt only gratitude. She stepped behind him and placed her hands lightly on his shoulders. Gently kneading the tension from his muscles, she felt him turn slightly, without looking back, and extend a spicy strip toward her. She parted her lips, took the strip between her teeth, and savored it slowly. Back and forth they passed the package. She won, he won, until the last strip vanished. Only after finishing did Chen Fan finally ask, voice light and unhurried. How did today's launch go? Everything went smoothly. Su Luoxua sank into the sofa, reclining with elegant nonchalance, her silhouette unfolding like a masterpiece before him. Thanks entirely to you. I spoke with so many industry leaders today. Faced with such arresting beauty, Chen Fan felt his throat go dry. His gaze turned intense, almost predatory, then softened, amused as he glanced at the clock. Dinner hour had arrived. Let's head home early. Meeting his unabashed look, Su Luoxua flushed faintly and gave a soft, teasing scoff. You rogue. Chen Fan slipped an arm around her slender waist, and they hurried out, heedless of time, duty, or anything beyond each other. While they departed, newsrooms across the country burned midnight oil, racing to publish breaking reports, each vying for the first surge of digital traffic. Online platforms flooded with headlines about Starfield's launch. Starfield ushers in a new era, where future and present blur. The most stunning CEOs on stage rebuttal. Technology, wait for the people. Some reports were rigorous and insightful, others playful, irreverent, even contrarian. Netizens scrolled past sober analyses, drawn instead to bold, whimsical titles. Who reads serious news? Not me. Especially not the viral clip of the stunning CEO confronting foreign critics. Its view count skyrocketed. Comments poured in, effusive and unrestrained. President Su nailed it. Serve those arrogant foreigners right. Mayam, you're breathtaking. Need a boyfriend. How about me? She already has one. Move along. Mayam, you're fierce. Any chance you'd consider a girlfriend? If you dump that scoundrel Chen Fan, I'll marry you. Irreverent headlines. Irreverent voices. Yet beneath the banter lay genuine awe. But when users saw the pricing for Ling Shu and Mai, advanced neural interfaces, they reacted differently. Affluent early adopters flooded forums, petitioning Starfield to accelerate commercial release. Amid the online frenzy, keen-eyed netizens noticed something else. Major tech firms began issuing official announcements, one after another, declaring deep strategic partnerships with Starfield. They pledged sweeping product upgrades, promising consumers unprecedented immersive experiences. Each announcement included a brief, tantalizing preview video. As clips circulated, forum threads ignited. DJ's drones, finally within my reach. With Starfield's brain control integration, I'm obsessed. Effortless, intuitive, brilliant. Home appliances too. By Ling Shu and command everything with thought alone. I feel like I live in tomorrow. But what about safety? That foreign expert raised fair concerns. It is interfacing directly with the brain. This isn't invasive brain-computer implantation. No surgery, no chips drilled into your skull. Relax. The bustling atmosphere of Huagua has nothing to do with the United States across the ocean. In fact, the American public is also discussing the launch event of the Xingyu in a limited scope. Although American journalists attended the launch event, they clearly would not report it positively. The news they released only served to tarnish Xingyu's reputation. Xingyu, a company from Huagua, will initiate a technological hegemony to threaten the United States. The company is selfish and unwilling to share technology to make the world a better place. How could the president of a tech company insult American journalists? This is simply disgraceful. Xingyu poses a threat to American security, and we must boycott it. The impression of Xingyu has plummeted. What is Xingyu? I've never even heard of it. It's a trash company. How could a clown like this threaten the United States? What a joke. I watched the live stream of the Xingyu launch event, and it was nothing like what the news reported. Are you an American? How could you defend a company from Huagua? They are using technological hegemony. They must be sanctioned. You brainless folks, the news isn't necessarily true. The uproar on various social media platforms reached a fever pitch. The American president called in his confidant to discuss how to deal with Xingyu in the White House. Gentlemen, Xingyu's technological capabilities far exceed our imagination. We need to limit Xingyu's development, but do you have any good ideas? The American president, puffing on a cigar, asked his confidants with a serious expression. The confidants exchanged glances, unsure how to answer the president's question. Seeing that no one answered his question, the American president's expression darkened further. He casually pointed to one person. You answer. The person who was called upon looked hesitant and turned to the president. Mr. President, I have no good ideas, he replied. Hearing this answer, the American president stood up in anger. Pointing at his confidants, he shouted, Useless, all of you are useless. You are the elites of America, yet you have no way to handle a company from Huagua. You have brought shame upon the American elite. After venting his anger, the American president felt a bit better. He paced back and forth in the office, contemplating what to do next. The confidants lowered their heads, not daring to make any noise, fearing the president's wrath. At this time, a man named Luke was eager to rise in rank. Seeing his colleagues acting like ostriches with their heads down, he felt disdainful in his heart. It was because of these useless people that America was losing to Huagua. He slowly stood up, elegantly adjusted his clothing, and confidently said to the president, Mr. President, I have a way to deal with Huagua. The previously annoyed president turned sharply to look in the direction of the voice upon hearing that someone had a way to deal with Huagua. It was Luke, a supervisor from the CIA. He was a reliable aide who had helped the president deal with many political opponents. The American president's expression brightened as he hurriedly asked, Oh, Mr. Luke, what is your plan to deal with Huagua and Xingyu? Luke's eyes glinted coldly, and he spoke in a low tone. We at the CIA have found that Huagua's rapid technological development is due to a research institute. It's called Shanghai Research Institute, and its director is Hu Jingyuan, an academician from Huagua. The holographic imaging and current Ling Shu and my technologies all originated from Shanghai Research Institute. We just need to buy off the people inside. Luke did not elaborate further, but the others already understood his intentions. A smile finally appeared on the American president's face. Good Luke, you truly are my capable aide. This matter will be entrusted to you. If you succeed, you will become the head of the CIA. I assure you. Luke was overjoyed at the president's promise, but maintained an elegant demeanor. Mr. President, I will handle this matter, while please await my good news. The American president approached Luke and patted him on the shoulder. Good, I await the good news you bring me. After the meeting concluded, Luke hurried back to the CIA to arrange this matter. Director, who was still unaware that he had shielded Chen Fan from a calamity. The American diplomatic spokesperson formally announced at a press conference the sanctions against Huagua with his younger brother. This news returned to the domestic audience, but the onlookers had no reaction. After all, Huagua had long been subjected to various sanctions from the United States in recent years. They had long been accustomed to it, viewing it as a joke. Chen Fan also saw this news, but only glanced at it. He still had much work to do. For instance, integrating previous games with Ling Shu and Mai. Furthermore, developing new games. He had no time to pay attention to the United States. After months of waiting, the companies that collaborated with Xingyu finally completed their upgrades and began selling new products. Consumers who had waited for so long that flowers had withered finally saw the new products from various companies hit the market. Those with budgets looking to upgrade immediately lined up. Lines began to form at various stores, with everyone eager to experience the new products firsthand. Gu Mingheng was among them, having anticipated this for a long time. As soon as the news broke, he sprang into action. He called his friends to help him queue at various stores to buy new products. He himself went to the Xingyu exclusive store and queued to buy Ling Shu Mai. He brought everything back home ready to set up his camera. He began to record his unboxing, starting with the Ling Shu Mai sold by Xingyu. Gu Mingheng bought the flagship version. He chose to design it as a wristwatch, making it much more convenient to wear on his wrist. After setting everything up, Gu Mingheng began testing it. With a thought, the television turned on. He tried changing channels, and everything felt wonderfully smooth. There was no sense of delay whatsoever. He also tried out new products from other companies, and everything worked perfectly, which made him very satisfied. He was worried that other companies would drag down Xingyu. It now seemed that he was worrying for nothing. After editing the recorded video and confirming there were no issues, he uploaded it directly. Many were still hesitating, wanting to buy, but fearing a setback. However, more and more review videos began to appear online. Seeing the tech-savvy videos, the hesitant crowd began to join the rush to purchase. Companies saw their continuously rising revenues and couldn't stop grinning. One by one, they called Su Luoxue. Everyone wanted to build a good relationship with Su Luoxue to avoid being sidelined next time Xingyu released new technology. If that happened, they would have nowhere to cry. Chen Fan finally integrated the previous games with Ling Shumai. This period had truly worn him out. Chen Fan was in the office using the Ling Shumai playing a game. He felt it was acceptable, but he still preferred playing on the computer. Perhaps it was due to the older games that couldn't match up. Playing it was not as good as he imagined. Exiting the game, Chen Fan buried himself in work at his desk. Pan Jizu was playing Crossfire with the Ling Shumai. No matter how he played, it felt awkward. It was nowhere near as convenient as using a keyboard and mouse. He was puzzled. How could it be that with better technology the gaming experience was worse? The audience in the live stream saw Pan Jizu's awkward gameplay and began to discuss. What's going on? Using the Ling Shumai to play a game, and it still looks worse. This gameplay is even more painful to watch than before. Is this guy not good at all? It seems the Ling Shumai isn't suitable for gaming, only for practical use in life. I bought the Ling Shumai and it is indeed convenient for life and work, but I tried gaming and it really doesn't work. Pan Jizu felt helpless seeing the barrage of comments. He thought that with the Ling Shumai he could dominate in games. But the reality was harsh. He couldn't adapt to playing games with his brain. He merely needed to shift the aim slightly to the right, yet it overshot. Like a personal computer, he was directly killed by enemies. Moving was also problematic, it never followed his intentions. The character walked like it had a seizure. After just over 10 minutes of play, Pan Jizu couldn't take it anymore. He exited the game and rubbed his throbbing temples. Pan Jizu complained to the live stream. Using the Ling Shumai to play games is simply a nightmare. Small gifs flew chaotically across the screen, mixed with comments. Haha, don't say you're uncomfortable playing or we're uncomfortable watching too. Hey, race a small gift as a reward for your exploration. It seems that the Ling Shumai developed by Xingyu didn't consider gaming. I thought I could play games like in science fiction novels in the future, but now I realize I was overthinking it. Seeing the screen filled with gifts, even if they were just a few cents. However, Pan Jizu was still quite happy. The number of viewers in his live stream finally increased. It was no longer just a realm for trolls. Thank you, brothers, for the gifts. I'm going to use the Ling Shumai to try some other games. What if it's just Crossfire that doesn't work and I can play other games? The audience naturally agreed with Pan Jizu's suggestion. It can be done. A dish must have a spirit of adventure. I want to brothers help me push it up. Jiuzhou, I want to see Jiuzhou. I wonder how playing Goose Duck will be. Seeing that the audience had games they wanted to watch, Pan Jizu didn't know which one to choose. He simply created a leaderboard and included all the games that appeared. Let the audience vote. After setting up the leaderboard, he put it on the live stream. The audience began to campaign for the games they wanted to see. However, many comments were asking why I wasn't included. Pan Jizu was speechless. Why wasn't it included? Do you really have no sense of reality? He chose to ignore those troublesome comments and patiently waited for the voting to end. In the final sprint phase, Jiuzhou and Who Now Kitchen were only one vote apart. Only 10 seconds left. 5 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 second. Jiuzhou Mountain and Sea Record won by one vote over Who Now Kitchen. Seeing the results out, Pan Jizu's expression turned bitter. He wasn't good at Jiuzhou either. Plus, with the Ling Shumai, he felt it was going to be tough. But Pan Jizu seemed to have forgotten which game won. With his skills, he wouldn't be able to handle any of them. Pan Jizu reluctantly opened the long-sealed Jiuzhou. Entering the game interface, he saw a character only at level 20. A wave of nostalgia hit him. It seemed he only played it when the game first came out. At other times, he was busy playing Crossfire. The audience saw the level 20 character, and the screen went quiet. Then came the onslaught of attacks on Pan Jizu. Hey, you who never plays Jiuzhou, how dare you put it up? Level 20, are you kidding me? How long has it been since you touched Jiuzhou? Do you even know how to play the current Jiuzhou? However, there were also some indifferent viewers. Level 20, the streamer is really dedicated to the game. I'm just here for the show anyway. This dish has offended Jiuzhou players. Silently eating melon. Seeing so many comments attacking him. Even though Pan Jizu had a thick skin, he felt a little embarrassed now. Well, you all know me, I'm so bad, how could I touch these difficult games? The live stream comments rolled by. A dish still has self-awareness, knows he's bad. A dish, I've changed my view of you. You're a warrior brave enough to face your flaws. Seeing that fewer people were attacking Pan, Jisoo began the game. Not used to it, still not used to it. The controls were still completely awkward. He didn't know what he was playing. After playing several games, the same effect persisted. After playing for another hour, Pan, Jisoo couldn't continue. I can't do it anymore, brother's been going offline. If I keep playing, I'm going to throw up. After saying that, Pan, Jisoo quickly ended the stream. Seeing the live stream go black, the viewers were stunned by Pan, Jisoo's speed. Their messages of retention weren't finished, and the screen went dark. With nothing left to play, Pan, Jisoo decided to go to other streams. Some unscrupulous media saw the clips from Pan, Jisoo's live stream. In his mind, he already had the content to publish today. With a quick hand speed, the video was already released. The Ling Shu Mai was trending, and videos related to it immediately attracted internet spectators. The video featured Pan, Jisoo using the Ling Shu Mai to play games. His various flashy moves made the arriving audience laugh heartily. However, it was the commentator of the video that revealed the truth to the audience. It wasn't that Pan, Jisoo was just messing around, rather the Ling Shu Mai was simply not suitable for gaming. This shocked the onlookers. Xingchen and Xingyu both belonged to Chen Fan. How could he allow the Ling Shu Mai to be incompatible with games? Yet in the video, it was evident that Pan, Jisoo struggled because of the Ling Shu Mai. They saw it with their own eyes and left comments below the video. Let me see if this is true. The Ling Shu Mai can't be used for games. I specifically bought it to play games. Fortunately, I don't play games much in daily life. It's still very comfortable to use. Is there anyone willing to join me in petitioning on the Xingchen official website asking Chen Fan to create a new game suitable for Ling Shu Mai operations? This video went viral, and other marketing accounts immediately followed suit. With the push from marketing accounts and self-media, the heat exploded. When Chen Fan received the news, the official website of Xingchen already had many inquiries. Looking at this information, Chen Fan snorted disdainfully. Without even thinking, he knew there were certainly hidden hands stirring the pot. You go tell the operations department to send out a message. Just say my new game is about to be released. The specific time is not available. Watching his assistant leave, Chen Fan began to hustle. Recently, we have received numerous requests urging Starlight to develop a game compatible with the Ling Shu Pulse. This announcement instantly surged into the trending topics list. Both players and curious onlookers were drawn in, secretly watching the spectacle. At last, you've remembered your core business, Mr. Chen. I've been waiting anxiously. Finally, a new game to play. Long live Mr. Chen. Can Chen Fan even resolve the Ling Shu Pulse's inherent flaws? Why are you so excited? Competitors naturally took notice of this news as well. In the CEO's office at Zhu Factory, President Chen adjusted his appearance while instructing his secretary, prepare the car. I'm heading to Starlight to meet Mr. Chen. The secretary nodded respectfully. Understood, President Chen. I'll arrange it immediately. At Penguin Games, President Liu held the landline receiver, listening attentively to his superior. Yes, I understand, President Ma. I'll meet Mr. Chen right away. I guarantee this matter will be resolved. Please rest assured. He hung up and placed the receiver back onto its cradle. President Liu's expression darkened. He hadn't expected President Ma to assign him to negotiate cooperation with that young man Chen Fan. Though reluctant, he had no choice. He was bound by his superior's directive. With a grimace, he instructed his secretary to prepare the car. Meanwhile, Chen Fan sat in his office, massaging his temples, overwhelmed by frustration. He hadn't imagined developing a game compatible with the Ling Shu Pulse would prove so arduous. Existing game engines produce titles utterly incompatible with the Ling Shu Pulse, making gameplay via the Ling Shu Pulse exceptionally difficult. He would need to build an entirely new engine to enable future titles to run on it. Chen Fan aimed for a definitive solution. He refused to rebuild an engine with every technological upgrade. He sifted through memory banks of game engine documentation. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Tiangong Illusion, a super engine engineered exclusively for virtual reality, integrating photon-based physical rendering and neural simulation algorithms. It renders dynamic worlds composed of trillions of particles in real time. Tiangong Illusion is not merely a tool. It is the delegation of creation itself. This was ideal, not only for current needs, but for all future virtual games. Chen Fan was thoroughly impressed. Yet he couldn't implement it, yet lacking a suitable hardware platform. Then why not build a dedicated server? Just as Chen Fan prepared to act, his assistant burst in urgently. Mr. Chen, President Chen from Zhu Factory and President Liu from Penguin Games have arrived. They're waiting in the reception lounge. Upon hearing the report, Chen Fan's mind flashed a giant question mark. What could these two possibly want? He had a vague suspicion regarding President Chen, perhaps about his new game. But President Liu, that was baffling. Their past interactions had been fraught with friction. Chen Fan didn't dwell long. He grabbed no coat and strode toward the reception lounge with his assistant. At the lounge door, his assistant sprinted ahead and opened the heavy door before Chen Fan arrived. Inside, Presidents Chen and Lu sat facing each other, locked in silent mutual scrutiny. At the sound of the opening door, they turned in unison. Chen Fan approached them, smiling warmly. President Chen rose instantly, radiant with delight, greeting his greatest patron. Though President Lu harbored minor grievances with Chen Fan, he rose alongside Chen to welcome him. Chen extended both hands, gripping Chen Fan's right hand vigorously while speaking without pause. Mr. Chen, it's been far too long. You remain as youthful as ever. Hearing Shen's banalities, both Chen Fan and Lu wore visible frowns. Once Shen released his grip, Lu hesitated, torn over whether to shake hands. Chen Fan noticed Lu's hesitation, but chose to ignore it entirely. He led Shen to the sofa and seated him pointedly, overlooking Lu. Lu seethed inwardly. Yet recalling his mission, he suppressed his fury and maintained outward composure. He sat silently on the sofa. After exchanging pleasantries with Chen Fan steered the conversation toward its purpose. May I ask what brings Presidents Chen and Lu to Starlight today? Hearing Chen Fan shift to business, Lu straightened attentively. Just as he opened his mouth, Chen interjected, Mr. Chen, we hear you're developing a new game. Might we join your venture? Lu's anxiety eased. He was relieved their objectives diverged. Chen Fan, however, raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise. President Chen, doesn't Zhu Factory already have its own game portfolio? Why invest in Starlight? Shen's smile vanished, replaced by a look of resigned candor. I won't conceal it. We've been unable to achieve Lingshu pulse compatibility. Upon learning of your new project, I came seeking insight. Lu seized the moment, eager to speak. Mr. Chen, I've come for the same reason. If I've erred in the past, I humbly beg your magnanimity, and kindly extend this opportunity to Penguin Games as well. As Lu rubbed his hands together nervously, wearing a subservient grin, Shen stared, as if witnessing a spectral apparition. He'd dealt with Lu for decades, ever since Penguin Games' founding, when Lu assumed the presidency. In all those years, aside from President Ma himself, Shen had never seen Lu lower himself so profoundly before anyone. Observing Lu's abasement, Chen Fan felt a quiet surge of satisfaction. Aloud, he remarked with sardonic grace, after all, harmony fosters prosperity in business. Lu beamed and echoed, precisely, Mr. Chen, harmony indeed fosters prosperity. Chen Fan ceased teasing and turned earnestly to collaboration. Extending the opportunity entailed no loss. Once the engine launched, Starlight alone couldn't satisfy global demand. Since their participation was inevitable, formalizing it now made perfect sense. Chen Fan had already decided his course. There's no need for investment in the game itself. We're currently developing a next-generation game engine. Upon release, it will be publicly available. Your teams may build upon it directly. Shen's eyes gleamed. A game engine developed by Mr. Chen. Then I eagerly await its debut. Lu too began to anticipate eagerly. No existing title yet supported the Lingshu Pulse. Even Starlight's own games delivered abysmal user experiences. A fleeting thought crossed Lu's mind. What if Penguin Games beat Starlight to market with a Lingshu-compatible title? He dismissed it instantly. Chen Fan was no fool. He would certainly launch his flagship title concurrently with the engine's release. With negotiations concluded, Chen Fan courteously ushered his guests out. After seeing the two executives off Starlight's premises, Chen Fan returned to his office and resumed his work. Having packed all the materials, Chen Fan was once again preparing to go to the Shanghai Research Institute. He thought to himself that he had barely been out for a while, and now he had to go back in. Chen Fan felt a sense of bitterness in his heart, yet he said nothing. He arrived at the entrance of the Research Institute by car. As soon as the car came to a stop, he reached for the door handle, but before his hand could touch it, the car door was opened. Looking outside, he saw that it was Director Hu who had arrived. This was in response to the news that Chen Fan was coming back to the institute. Director Hu had been waiting at the entrance of the Research Institute for over an hour. Seeing Chen Fan's car arrive, he swiftly approached the door. He helped Chen Fan open the car door, a broad smile spreading across his face. I told you, Xiao Chen, you have a special connection with the Research Institute. Look, it hasn't been long, and here you are again. Hearing Director Hu's playful words, Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Annoyed, he replied, what connection? You can read fortunes too. Director Hu was not offended by Chen Fan's words. Still smiling, his eyes never leaving Chen Fan, causing Chen Fan to feel a shiver down his spine. What do you want? I have a fiancé, so don't get any ideas. Researchers passing by heard Chen Fan's words and collectively stopped pricking up their ears, eager to catch some gossip. Even the security personnel on duty kept casting glances at the two. Seeing the surrounding people misunderstanding due to Chen Fan's words, Director Hu quickly covered Chen Fan's mouth and dragged him towards his office. Don't think too much, it was just a joke from Chen Fan. With no gossip to hear, all those who had stopped wore disappointed expressions. As they were led to the office, Chen Fan finally felt relieved, repeatedly spitting as if something dirty was in his mouth. Seeing Chen Fan's antics, Director Hu said with a hint of annoyance, "All right, enough of that. If you keep this up, I'll go tell Suya. If I can't handle you, surely Suya can." Hearing Director Hu threatened to report him, Chen Fan instantly returned to his normal self, sitting up straight in the chair across from Director Hu. "You misunderstood. That was just my second personality." Director Hu helplessly pointed at Chen Fan. All right, I won't report you." "Fine." Chen Fan's upright posture slouched, immediately adopting a carefree demeanor, which made Director Hu both angry and amused. He wondered what Suya saw in Chen Fan. Thinking about sending a picture of Chen Fan in his current state to Suya, he pondered if she would break up with him. If they did, his granddaughter could take her place. Startled by his own shameless thoughts, Director Hu quickly picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip to mask his embarrassment. He asked Chen Fan about the purpose of his visit. "So what good stuff do you have today?" Chen Fan rolled his eyes and retorted, "Can't I just be here to see you? Must I have a reason to come?" Director Hu chuckled following Chen Fan's words. Yes, putting aside your girlfriend to come see this old man, so what do you have that's so good?" Seeing Director Hu's reaction, Chen Fan felt disheartened. He stopped fooling around, took out the materials, and handed them to Director Hu, nodding his head to indicate for him to take a look. Director Hu, upon receiving the materials from Chen Fan, found his reading glasses and carefully opened the documents, studying them earnestly. He didn't understand much about the software aspect. Director Hu placed the software-related materials back on the table and picked up another document to review. He found many things he could comprehend, but there were also more parts he couldn't understand. Removing his glasses, he looked at Chen Fan with a peculiar expression. At this moment, he genuinely wanted to perform a craniotomy on Chen Fan to see how his mind worked, wondering how he could come up with such unique ideas. Why couldn't others think of these things? Originally leisurely sipping tea, Chen Fan suddenly shivered and looked around warily. Finally, his gaze locked onto Director Hu, staring intently at him as if trying to see through him. Director Hu was baffled by Chen Fan's sudden behavior. Scanning himself back and forth, he couldn't find anything wrong. Uncertain, he asked Chen Fan, "Is there something wrong with me?" With the unease in his heart dissipated, Chen Fan returned to his usual self, lifting his teacup and leisurely sipping tea. Hearing Director Hu's inquiry, he glanced at him. Calmly, he said, "It's nothing, just that someone was secretly thinking about me just now." Director Hu's mouth twitched as he incredulously asked, "You can sense what others are thinking?" Chen Fan's expression turned smug. "My sixth sense is quite sharp. I can sense anyone thinking about me." Director Hu looked at Chen Fan in shock, thinking that he could never discuss Chen Fan in his mind again. If he found out, it would definitely cause trouble. Clearing his throat and raising a fist to his mouth, he said, "I know your purpose for coming today. I will arrange it shortly. It will definitely be done in a short time, but you also need to be present. We don't understand a lot of things either. You need guidance, you know." Chen Fan calmly nodded to indicate he understood. Seeing that Chen Fan was clear, Director Hu set aside his work. He left the office to begin arranging the upcoming tasks. Arriving in the office area, he saw the researchers present. Director Hu raised the document he was holding high. "I have new materials just brought by Chen Fan. Who wants to participate?" The researchers in the institute, hearing it was Chen Fan's project, began to raise their hands. They eagerly expressed their desire to participate, as this was an opportunity for experience and could add a significant line to their resumes. Witnessing the enthusiasm of the researchers for the project, Director Hu nodded with satisfaction. He decided to use the materials brought by Chen Fan to screen the researchers. Whoever understood the most would be able to participate in the project. The selection process was quick, and Director Hu ultimately chose 6 researchers. "All right, you 6 will participate throughout the project. The others can only assist." Those not selected returned to their stations, dejectedly casting envious glances at those who were chosen, internally cursing themselves for not working hard enough. Now that the opportunity was in front of them, they felt they couldn't seize it. Secretly determined, they began to study hard, vowing not to let future opportunities slip away like today. Although they couldn't seize it, in a corner unnoticed, a young thin researcher flashed a strange emotion in his eyes. But it quickly vanished as he lowered his head to tend to his work. Returning to the office, he found Chen Fan still drinking tea, leaving Director Hu somewhat speechless. "You love drinking tea so much. I've never seen you drink anything else." Chen Fan calmly replied, "It's all right." Director Hu was left speechless by Chen Fan's response and didn't dwell on it. "I've gathered all the people. We can start working anytime." Chen Fan downed the tea in his cup and set it down. "Then let's start working. The sooner we finish, the sooner I can go home." Chen Fan embarked on an arduous work journey day and night. Each day was consumed by research or imparting knowledge to young researchers. Only in the late hours did he find time to call Su Luoxue. Nevertheless, it was all worth it to educate those researchers. Chen Fan's workload significantly decreased, and he felt much lighter. However, upon seeing Director Hu, who was of advanced age yet still dedicated to his work, Chen Fan felt embarrassed to be slacking off on the side. He could only helplessly increase his workload, making himself appear busy. Chen Fan thought to himself that he still had too thin a skin. Working alongside these overachievers for a few years would surely drive him mad. After months of intense labor, the samples for the server were finally ready. When they saw the samples emerge, Director Hu and the researchers erupted in joyous cheers. A proud smile inevitably graced Chen Fan's face. The world's first quantum server was born in their hands. Anyone would feel proud. Director Hu, suppressing his excitement, turned to Chen Fan and said, "We did it right." Chen Fan looked into Director Hu's eyes and replied earnestly, "Not yet. We still need to conduct tests. Only after that can we confirm whether it was a success." Director Hu showed no disappointment. He had faith in himself, in Chen Fan, and in the researchers. With fervor in his voice, he addressed the researchers, "What are we waiting for? Let's begin the tests." Hearing Director Hu's command, the researchers busily began their work again. Director Hu, smiling, came to Chen Fan's side, watching the industrious researchers. All preparations had been completed. Everyone's eyes were expectantly fixed on Chen Fan, awaiting his command. Chen Fan surveyed the room, noting everyone's eager anticipation. With a serious expression, he declared, "Now, let's begin the tests." At his command, the researcher, whose finger rested on the power switch, pressed it down immediately. As the power was activated, the quantum server powered on. Everything was normal, no issues arose. Everyone's hearts, which had been on edge, finally settled. They embraced one another, celebrating with joyful leaps and bounds. Chen Fan was also embraced by Director Hu. Although Chen Fan felt reluctant in this moment of excitement, he could only endure and let the old man hug him. He longed for the soft embrace of Su Luoxue. After a moment, Director Hu released Chen Fan, facing the others and raising his hands to clap vigorously. All eyes turned to Director Hu as the sound of applause echoed. "Now let's go to the cafeteria. I will host a celebration banquet for you all." A louder cheer erupted from the crowd. "Long live the director. X6 Director, can we drink? I want to drink." Suddenly hearing someone wish to drink, Director Hu's expression darkened. As researchers, how could they drink during work? But considering it was a celebration banquet for them, and since the work was done, they would be granted a break afterward. Drinking seemed completely acceptable. The reprimanding tone that Director Hu intended softened, and he smiled again. "Drink. Today we will not return until we are intoxicated." OX6. They locked the lab door. Director Hu led everyone toward the cafeteria. Not long after they left, a figure quietly appeared at the lab door. Holding a key of unknown origin, they opened the lab door. After glancing around to ensure no one was present, they stealthily slipped into the lab and gently closed the door. Once Chen Fan and the others had eaten and drunk their fill, Director Hu enthusiastically said to Chen Fan, "I will now commend you. I will ensure you are not at a disadvantage." Seeing Director Hu slightly tipsy, Chen Fan smiled and said, "Great, I look forward to your good news." Turning his head, he addressed the others, "You all eat and drink enough. Quickly go and rest. Everyone has worked hard today." All replied that it was no trouble. Yet their footsteps grew increasingly hurried. Observing these insincere individuals, Chen Fan found it amusing. Shaking his head, he helped Director Hu back to his dormitory. After laying Director Hu on the bed, Chen Fan wiped the fine sweat from his forehead. To his surprise, despite looking thin, Director Hu was not light at all. This journey had exhausted Chen Fan. He poured himself a glass of water in the living room and downed it in one gulp. Refreshed, Chen Fan made his way back to the lab. He needed to take the samples back. He had already discussed with Director Hu that the first unit would be given to him, while they would create another for inspection. The vehicle and lifting equipment had long been prepared. With just a phone call, it was summoned. Chen Fan instructed the others to wait outside. He needed to tidy up first, since some things could not be seen by them. The summoned individuals all understood the rules. It didn't matter if they didn't, the armed guards beside them were watching closely. As long as they made any unusual movements, they believed the guards would not be polite. They would give them the warmest greetings. Chen Fan secured the lab door and began tidying up. After putting away everything that shouldn't be seen, Chen Fan clapped his hands and checked around. Confirming that nothing was amiss, he was about to call the others in when his eyes suddenly caught sight of an issue. It was a tea table, the place where he and Director Hu would relax and drink tea. Now the position of the teaware was entirely different from what Chen Fan remembered. Since obtaining the system, his memory had significantly enhanced. He couldn't have misremembered the position of the teaware. The location had shifted from where he and Director Hu had gone to the cafeteria. Someone had sneaked in while they had left the lab. Chen Fan narrowed his eyes, sensing that something was amiss. He strode out of the lab and opened the door, his face serious as he issued orders to the guards outside. "Seal off the entire research institute and go bring Director Hu here. Immediately, right away." Seeing Chen Fan's grave expression, the leading guard recognized the seriousness of the situation. He promptly relayed Chen Fan's orders through the intercom and called his team to surround the truck driver and others. Seeing the current situation, the truck driver and others felt wronged. They had just arrived and knew nothing. Now they were surrounded by armed guards, their faces displaying a mix of grievance, fear, and a hint of anger as they looked at the drivers they had called. Chen Fan displayed an apologetic expression and said, "I apologize, everyone. This is a critical moment, and we need to inconvenience you. Don't worry, once this is over, I will compensate you well." He turned to the guards and instructed, "Take them to the lounge and let them rest there." The leading guard, upon hearing Chen Fan's orders, saluted and replied loudly, "Yes." The leading guard gestured to the drivers and others. "Please follow us and refrain from looking around." After they left, Chen Fan's gaze darkened as he looked back into the lab. Dean, who deep in peaceful slumber, was jolted awake by a violent tremor, earth and mountains seeming to shake at once. He shot upright, eyes snapping open, panic flashing across his face as he frantically scanned the room. He spotted a security guard standing silently beside his bed. His shoulders relaxed, only for the guard's next words to ignite a storm of fury within him. "Dean, who, something's gone wrong at the laboratory. Mr. Chen has ordered the entire research institute sealed off and instructed you to report to him immediately." The moment the guard uttered "laboratory incident," Dean, who leapt from bed, shoes half-laced, bare feet slapping against the floor, as if launched from a bowstring, dashing out of the dormitory in a blur. The younger guard could only trail behind, choking on dust. Shouting after him, he cried, "Dean, who, slow down. Do you even know where Mr. Chen is?" At those words, Dean, who gradually eased his pace. Seeing him slow, the guard hurried forward until they stood side by side. Only then did Dean, who ask, voice taut, "Where is that young man Chen Fan right now?" Still gasping for breath, the guard replied, "At once, he's in the surveillance room." No sooner had the answer left his lips than Dean, who surged ahead again, leaving the guard far behind. Chen Fan, absorbed in the bank of monitors, heard the heavy door burst open behind him. He turned, and there stood Dean, who, disheveled, unshod, hair tousled. One glance told Chen Fan just how urgently he'd rushed. Dean, who strode straight and halting before Chen Fan. His voice brimmed with urgency. "What happened at the lab? Why seal off the entire institute?" Meeting Dean, whose gaze, Chen Fan spoke calmly, "While we were at the cafeteria, someone infiltrated the laboratory." Dean, whose heart clenched. Was the intruder apprehended? Was the lab damaged? Were our data secured? Seeing the elder man's distress, Chen Fan gently guided him into a chair, offering quiet reassurance to the 70-year-old scholar. "The lab remains intact. All data and documentation are fully preserved." Dean, who frowned, skeptical. "Someone broke in, but destroyed nothing." It sounded like pure fantasy. Would any adversary truly show such restraint? Reading Dean, whose doubt, Chen Fan clarified, "Nothing was damaged, but something was taken." Dean, who seized Chen Fan's arm, voice urgent, "What was stolen?" Chen Fan murmured softly, "All our data files have been copied." A chilling glint of lethal intent flickered in Dean, whose eyes. "Chen, you handled this admirably. Now leave the rest to me. I'd very much like to meet the bold soul who dared steal from my institute." Watching that cold resolve gleam in Dean, whose eyes, Chen Fan inwardly marveled, truly a man forged in another era, far more seasoned in such matters than himself. In their time, incidents like this were no rarity. Entrusting this to Dean, who, with decades of hard-won experience, was infinitely wiser than relying on him. "Very well, I'll withdraw now and not hinder your work." Turning to Major Chen, he asked, "Major Chen, have the drivers and staff been cleared?" "I'm preparing to depart." Major Chen stood rigidly at attention, eyes never leaving the monitors. "Yes, screening is complete. No anomalies detected. You may take them whenever you're ready." Having received confirmation, and seeing both men wholly absorbed in the surveillance feed, Chen Fan slipped quietly from the control room to oversee the loading of the servers. He personally rechecked every unit, fearing hidden devices concealed within destined to slip past security under his supervision. Satisfied no contraband remained, Chen Fan led the convoy out of the institute. What followed now rested solely with Dean Hu and Major Chen. As an outsider, he would not interfere. Meanwhile, Dean Hu and Major Chen stared intently at the monitors, only to find the lab's entrance footage deliberately tampered with. No useful images remained. With every passing second, their anxiety mounted. The longer the breach went undetected, the slimmer the chance of recovering the data. Suddenly, Major Chen stiffened, his eyes alight with discovery. "Pause. Rewind 3 seconds." The operator responded instantly. The screen rewound, revealing a figure wearing a baseball cap and a black surgical mask. Clad head-to-toe in a pristine white lab coat, the suspect moved with unnerving precision. Dean, whose pulse quickened. "Quick, pull all footage featuring this individual." Operators scrambled across hundreds of feeds, locating the suspect's path. Then came the grim realization he had already exited the institute grounds. Major Chen snatched his military cap from the desk and strode out. Over his shoulder, he called, "Dean, who hold the fort here. I'll deploy personnel for pursuit. Call me the moment anything new emerges." Dean, who raised his phone to coordinate interdepartmental support and answered without hesitation, understood. "I'll alert you immediately with any development." Stay vigilant. Major Chen gave no reply, only quickened his stride, resolve hardening with each step. Dean, who watched his silhouette vanish through the doorway. He dialed a number. After several rings, a hearty voice answered. Old Who. What brings you calling? Dean, whose tone turned grave. Lao Liang. My institute has been compromised by a spy. I need your department's full cooperation. At the word spy, Director Liang's genial expression vanished, replaced by steely gravity. What kind of spy? How can we assist? As he spoke, Dean, who simultaneously transmitted key details via secure internal email. He briefed Director Liang on the situation in real time, concise, precise, unflinching. Our institute's research data has been stolen, and the perpetrator has already fled the premises. I am now forwarding all confirmed intelligence to your inbox via encrypted internal mail. He concluded the call in one breath. Director Liang responded tersely, then hung up. Dean, who lowered his phone, left only to wait. No sooner had Director Liang ended the call than he dialed his most trusted operative, cradling the phone between ear and shoulder while opening his inbox. There it sat, a single unread message. He clicked it open and skimmed its contents, just as the line connected. The instant the call linked, Director Liang commanded, "Come to my office, immediately. We have a mission." Then he disconnected and bent over the email, eyes sharp and focused. Moments later, the office door swung open. A lean, middle-aged man entered, snapping to attention and saluting crisply upon crossing the threshold. "Director Liang, what's the assignment? Please take a seat." Upon hearing Director Liang's words, the middle-aged man sat upright on the sofa, awaiting the next instruction. After carefully reading the email, Director Liang rubbed his nose. He glanced at his proud subordinate. A spy incident occurred at the Shanghai Research Institute where important technical data was stolen. The middle-aged man clearly froze upon hearing about the spy situation at the Shanghai Research Institute. The Shanghai Research Institute, which developed holographic images, including the currently popular Ling Shu vein. The middle-aged man realized the severity of the situation. He immediately stood up and saluted Director Liang. "I understand. I will go investigate the Shanghai Research Institute right now. I will dig 3 feet into the ground to catch that spy." He was about to leave when Director Liang's voice stopped him. "Wait, Xiaogu, there's no need to go to the Shanghai Research Institute. They have already sent all the information they gathered via email. Time is of the essence. You need to go to the Tianyan Center now and review the citywide surveillance footage. I will send you the information shortly, and there are also military personnel involved in today's task. I will send you the contact information of the team leader as well." Gu, who had paused, responded with a yes after hearing Director Liang's instructions. He quickly left the office with his team. They drove towards the Tianyan Center. Dean, who was in his office frowning and pacing back and forth. His heart wouldn't settle without any news coming back. Suddenly, the office door was pushed open. Dean, who in a bad mood, looked up ready to scold, only to find that it was Chen Fan, slightly surprised. "Didn't you go back? Why are you here again?" Chen Fan, who had entered, sat down in front of Dean, who. He poured himself a cup of tea and then poured a cup for Dean, who. "Sit down, old who, have a cup of tea." Dean, who had sat down, had no mood for tea. "Without capturing that spy, how can I enjoy tea?" Chen Fan raised his teacup and took a sip. Slowly, he said, "Getting anxious won't help. Right now, we can't do anything." Glancing at Chen Fan, he noticed the tea on the table. Dean, who still reached out, picked up a cup of tea, downed it in one go, and slammed the cup down. The impact made the other items on the table jump slightly. Seeing this force, Chen Fan felt a flutter in his heart. If that hit him, he would definitely have bruises everywhere. He quietly distanced himself from Dean, who a bit. Only then did Chen Fan feel a little safer. He pulled out 4 inconspicuous little gadgets from his pocket. He presented them in front of Dean, who. Seeing the items, Chen Fan handed over Dean, who was momentarily taken aback, unsure of Chen Fan's intentions. Chen Fan pointed at the little gadgets on the table and explained to Dean, who, "These are peripherals I developed during the research on holographic images." "Peripherals? What are those?" Dean, who was even more confused by Chen Fan's words. Chen Fan continued to explain, "Last time I upgraded the weaponry, I thought if the weaponry could be used, then surely people could use them too, so I made a few. I tried them out, and the results were quite good." Chen Fan gave a thumbs up in front of Dean, who, indicating that the effectiveness was excellent. Now Dean, who understood, he had also participated in that project. He looked again at the ordinary little gadgets on the table. Dean, who didn't dare to underestimate them, and carefully picked one up. He said to Chen Fan, "This thing can make a person invisible like those equipment." "Wait a minute, you've tried it. Where did you test it?" Dean, who looked at Chen Fan with suspicion. Chen Fan awkwardly rubbed his nose. "I tested it in the lab. Oh, I guarantee I didn't do anything illegal." After hearing Chen Fan's explanation, Dean, who still looked a bit doubtful, fiddling with the gadget in his hand, he asked curiously, "What's this for?" Chen Fan's expression turned serious as he said, "I thought spies are very dangerous, so this gadget can make you invisible. That way the dangers of tracking and capturing will be greatly reduced. So I brought it over to see if it could help." Dean, who nodded and quickly called in the guard at the door. Quickly hand these over to Major Chen and his team. The guard took the items, saluted, and quickly ran out. Looking at Chen Fan, who raised his teacup. Thank you, Xiao Chun, let's have some tea. After finishing, he downed the tea in one go and turned the cup upside down, indicating that he had drunk every last drop. Chen Fan watched Dean Hu's actions with a black line on his forehead. He silently complained, it's just tea, who does it require such enthusiasm? Complaining aside, Chen Fan still went along with Dean Hu. He finished the tea in his cup in one gulp as well, and turned his cup upside down, indicating he had left not a drop. Gu and his team arrived at the Tianyan Center. They smoothly reached the surveillance center. Handing over the materials from his phone to the director of the surveillance center, he said, help me track this person and vehicle. Gu briefly explained the task to the director. The director, clearly having been informed, wasted no time. He took the phone and began to make arrangements. In the car, Major Chun received the items. Holding them in his hand, he pondered the words the guard had just said. Curiosity arose within him about such a gadget. It could actually make a person invisible, but thinking that it was produced by Chen Fan, Major Chen didn't find it strange anymore. He distributed the items and urged everyone to familiarize themselves while there was still time. Xiao Su drove, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror. He confirmed repeatedly that no vehicles were following behind. His eyes were filled with tension and anticipation for future life. The car had already passed several streets, yet Xiao Su did not notice that a vehicle was following behind. Feeling considerably relaxed, he looked at the bag on the passenger seat. Once he boarded the plane, he could live a life of luxury for the rest of his days. Thinking of this made his heart race. His foot pressed harder on the accelerator, and the smoothly driving car sped up a bit more. However, unbeknownst to him, as Gu arrived at the Tianyan Center, his movements were immediately detected. Gu and the director were together analyzing Xiao Zu's ultimate destination. They discovered that his destination was the airport. They promptly reported their findings to Major Chen and notified the transportation department to assist Major Chen's actions. Upon receiving the message, Major Chen confirmed and immediately directed the action team to drive to the airport. Dean Hu and Chen Fan in the office also received the news. The two quietly sipped tea, confident that Major Chen would surely handle the matter well. They just needed to wait for the cooperation of the transportation department. Major Chen, who set off an hour later than Xiao Su, arrived at the airport before him. The people in the car streamed out one by one and lined up neatly in the underground parking lot. Seeing the orderly line, Major Chen nodded in satisfaction. Everyone is clear about their respective responsibilities, right? Clear. Loudly, Major Chen said sternly, as long as you understand, let's act according to the plan now. The orderly team immediately broke up into smaller units. They disappeared into the underground parking lot. Upon arriving at the airport, Xiao Su did not immediately get out of the car. He remained inside, cautiously observing the outside. In the bustling crowd, Xiao Su noticed nothing unusual. However, he felt a bit uneasy. After all, he was not a professional. He took out his phone and called an unknown person. The call was quickly connected, and Xiao Su spoke into the phone. He chatted briefly with the person on the other end. After hanging up, Xiao Zu's expression turned serious. He relaxed significantly, and his demeanor appeared less gloomy. He opened the car door and got out, adjusting his mask. Blending into the bustling crowd, he slowly disappeared from sight. 10 minutes after Xiao Su left, the personnel lurking in the corner did not spot any suspicious individuals approaching the car that Xiao Su had driven to the airport. They made several rounds of checks nearby, but saw no suspicious persons. A few of them split off and cautiously approached the car. They looked around to ensure no one was watching them. One person took a piece of iron wire from his pocket. Under the cover of his colleagues, he inserted it into the keyhole. After several attempts, with a click, the car door was opened. At the moment the door opened, they all quickly entered the vehicle. They began to search the car carefully. They turned the vehicle inside out, but found nothing of value. After closing the car door, the group quietly left. Report, there's nothing found in the car and no suspicious individuals nearby. Major Chun in the monitoring room received the message from his subordinates. With a calm expression, he said, I understand, continue to keep watch. Yes. Major Chen's eyes remained fixed on Xiao Su, not leaving him for a moment. It was confirmed that no stolen data was found in the car. The only place left to search was Xiao Su himself. Watching the surveillance footage, Xiao Su appeared relaxed, strolling through the airport terminal. A hint of coldness flashed in Major Chen's eyes as he picked up the intercom. Keep a close watch on the suspect. If any suspicious individuals approach, alert me immediately. The stealth team will follow closely and execute the arrest at the moment of the transaction. A few powerful voices came through the intercom. Team 1 understands. Team 2 understands. Team 3 understands. Stealth team understands. Xiao Su followed the crowd and obtained his boarding pass. Looking at the boarding pass in hand, Xiao Su felt immense joy. He never expected things to go so smoothly. Humming a cheerful tune, he fanned himself with the boarding pass. Walking briskly towards the waiting area, the personnel in the shadows kept their eyes glued to the cheerful figure. They reminded themselves not to act impulsively. Once the contact appeared, they would be able to apprehend him in one fell swoop. At that moment, Xiao Su had just sat down when a pregnant woman approached. With a puzzled expression on Xiao Zu's face, she cautiously asked, "Are you Mr. Su?" Xiao Su quickly regained his composure and looked at the pregnant woman with a wary gaze. "Yes, I am Su." The pregnant woman visibly relaxed upon Xiao Zu's acknowledgement. She took out a note from her pocket. She handed it to Xiao Su. "This is what your friend left for you. I was asked to deliver it." Seeing the note in the pregnant woman's hand, Xiao Su hesitated, contemplating whether to take it. As if recalling something, Xiao Su quickly snatched the note. "Thank you for keeping the note safe for me." The pregnant woman waved her hand with a smile, saying, "It's nothing, your friend paid me as well." Xiao Su quickly glanced at the information on the note. After placing the note in his pocket, he smiled at the pregnant woman. "I still want to thank you." After exchanging pleasantries, the two parted ways. Watching the pregnant woman's figure disappear into the distance, Xiao Su picked up his luggage and headed towards the restroom. The personnel monitoring from the surroundings observed Xiao Zu's actions. Their expressions turned excited. It seemed that the big fish was about to take the bait. They followed closely behind Xiao Su, not daring to get too close. Fearing that they might alert the target and jeopardize the mission, Major Chen in the monitoring room saw Xiao Su moving away from the crowd. He immediately picked up the intercom. "Other teams do not advance. The stealth team prepare to enter the venue." The ordinary team members halted upon hearing the command, looking ahead where no one was visible. They knew that their colleagues had already entered the venue. Envy filled their hearts. They too wanted to experience what it felt like to be invisible. The chosen personnel excitedly activated their equipment. However, they could still see themselves. Their excitement gradually turned into suspicion. Could it be that there was a malfunction in the equipment? As they contemplated reporting this, Major Chen's voice came through the intercom. "What did you hear? Why haven't I heard anything?" They realized that they had indeed become invisible. Hearing Major Chen's urging, they immediately moved to enter the venue. Although the invisibility device could render them unseen, it could not eliminate sound. They could only sneak into the venue quietly, making sure not to make too much noise. Xiao Su entered the restroom and found an empty stall. He looked around to confirm no one was present before stepping inside. After closing the door, he reached behind the flush tank. After a moment of groping, Xiao Su seemed to touch something. A joyful expression appeared on his face as he hurriedly pulled the item out from behind the tank. It was a black package which Xiao Su eagerly opened. Inside was a human skin mask along with an instruction manual and a passport that had a boarding pass tucked inside. Following the instructions, Xiao Su donned the human skin mask. He transformed from a young man into a middle-aged foreigner. He stored the passport and boarding pass safely, placing the empty package back behind the flush tank. After tidying himself up, Xiao Su opened the door slightly. Peering through the gap, he looked outside. Seeing that no one was around, he slowly stepped out. In front of the mirror, he examined his new appearance. Xiao Su felt very satisfied. In his eyes, no one would be able to recognize him now. Even his closest relatives would not recognize him. He crumpled his original boarding pass into a ball and tossed it into the trash can. With his luggage in hand, he walked towards the boarding gate. The stealth team witnessed the entire transformation process of Xiao Su in the restroom. They reported Xiao Zu's changes to Major Chen in secret. After the report, they quietly followed behind Xiao Su. However, despite following him, they did not see any suspicious individuals approaching Xiao Su. This made Major Chen doubt that anyone would meet with Xiao Su. As Xiao Su was about to board the plane, Major Chen had no choice but to give the order to begin the arrest. The plane was considered a moving territory. This was an aircraft belonging to the United States. If he got on the plane, it would be troublesome. He no longer thought about the mastermind. Xiao Su definitely could not be allowed to escape. Just as Xiao Su was about to board, he suddenly felt his arm being twisted behind him and a knee struck the back of his leg. He was immediately slammed to the ground. Surrounding passengers waiting to board saw someone suddenly collapse. Many stepped out of the crowd wanting to help. One person among them caught Major Chen's attention. It was a foreign girl and her expression was off. She seemed extremely anxious about Xiao Su. Major Chen's eyes lit up. He quickly notified his team members to capture this foreign girl as well. Upon receiving the order, the team members immediately moved forward. They restrained the foreign girl, who began to struggle violently. Words in a foreign language spilled from her mouth. However, no one paid attention to what she was saying. The concealed team slowly revealed themselves, pulling out handcuffs from their waists. They placed them on both her and Xiao Su. The onlookers gasped at the sudden appearance of the individuals before them, whipping out their phones to record the scene. Whispers filled the airport hall. "What's going on? How did they appear? I don't know, they just showed up out of nowhere. Who are they? Why are they trying to capture these two foreigners? I don't know, maybe they are spies." They secured the two with handcuffs and pulled them up. The two held up their identification, trying to disperse the crowd to ensure their colleagues could proceed smoothly. "Step aside, no more crowding, please clear the way." Upon seeing the large letters for inspector on the identification, he held high. The crowd orderly parted to create a passage. While they really are inspectors, those two must be actual spies. A capture scene I didn't expect to witness it live. Watching the inspectors leave, the onlookers began to murmur again. The two were hurriedly escorted away from the airport. On the way back, Major Chen thoroughly searched Xiaosu. He discovered a USB drive in his belongings. Upon examining the USB drive, it was confirmed to contain lost data from the research institute. Major Chen finally felt a sense of relief. As long as the items hadn't left, even if the people weren't captured, today's mission couldn't be considered a complete failure. He carefully stored the USB drive. There were still other matters to attend to. In the office, Dean Hu and Chen Fan were waiting. When they heard the news from the guards, both of their faces displayed expressions of delight. Dean Hu excitedly said, "As long as the items didn't leak out of the country, that's good." Chen Fan also expressed his excitement. "Yes, retrieving the items is more important than anything else." Dean Hu picked up his coat and pulled Chen Fan to leave. Chen Fan was left confused by Dean Hu's actions. "Old Hu, where are we going?" Dean Hu didn't look back, continuing to pull Chen Fan forward. "We're heading to the interrogation room." Chen Fan stopped Dean Hu. "I won't go to the interrogation room. Now that the people and items are back, it's no longer my concern. I'll head home first, and my wife is still waiting for me." Seeing Chen Fan unwilling to go to the interrogation room, Dean Hu didn't insist and let go of Chen Fan's hand. "All right, I'll inform you once there's news." The two parted ways at the office door. Chen Fan left the research institute and drove home. Upon arriving, he changed into slippers. He tossed his keys onto the coffee table and collapsed onto the sofa. He had been mentally tense all day at the research institute. Now he felt utterly exhausted. Lying on the sofa, he dozed off. When Su Luoxue returned home, she changed into slippers. Upon entering the living room, she saw Chen Fan sleeping on the sofa. Noticing that Chen Fan had no blanket, Su Luoxue tenderly found a blanket and covered him. Quietly walking into the kitchen, she began preparing dinner. Chen Fan was awakened by the aroma of the food. Opening his bleary eyes, he saw the blanket covering him. Chen Fan realized Su Luoxue was back. He sat up and looked around. He spotted Su Luoxue with a high ponytail, wearing an apron, busy preparing dinner in the kitchen. Seeing that she hadn't noticed he was awake, Chen Fan had an idea. He wanted to scare Su Luoxue. He quietly approached her and suddenly hugged her from behind. Chen Fan tried to scare Su Luoxue, but unfortunately, she gave him no reaction. Su Luoxue calmly continued making dinner. "Stop messing around, dinner will be ready soon." Seeing his plan failed, Chen Fan dejectedly set the prepared dishes on the dining table. Su Luoxue brought the last dish to the table. Chen Fan also served the rice for both of them. They began to eat dinner together. After satisfying their hunger, Chen Fan took the initiative to wash the dishes. Su Luoxue went to the living room and turned on the TV. She took 2 cans of soda from the fridge and placed them on the coffee table. Then she retrieved a few bags of snacks from the drawer. Su Luoxue nestled into the sofa, munching on snacks while watching TV. After washing the dishes, Chen Fan dried his hands and walked into the living room. He plopped down next to Su Luoxue. While Su Luoxue watched TV, she asked about the events of the day. Was there nothing going on today? Upon hearing Su Luox's inquiry, Chen Fan, who had just opened a can of soda, paused. He continued to drink the soda. Enjoying a refreshing sip, Chen Fan couldn't help but burp. Burp or refreshing? After putting down the empty can, he finally replied, "Some things happened, but they were all resolved." Su Luoxue didn't say anything further, but leaned closer to Chen Fan. Comfortably lying in his embrace, she continued watching TV. Chen Fan accompanied Su Luoxue watching the ridiculous drama on TV. After a night of interrogation, Team Gu had already gathered some information. After writing it up into a report, it was submitted. The higher-ups received Team Gu's interrogation report, but didn't issue any instructions. This matter was thus hastily concluded, as if it had never happened. However, the internet was buzzing with activity. It turned out that on that day in the airport hall, someone happened to record the entire process of the concealed team being captured. They filmed it on their phone and posted it online for curious netizens to watch. No one believed that the content in the video was real. After all, how could people possibly become invisible? The video must have been edited. The person who published the video saw that no one believed him. Everyone accused him of being a fraud, which made him so angry that he directly sought someone to authenticate his video, recording the entire process to prevent others from saying he faked it. After doing everything, the video had no edits. It was simply posted as is. Once this video was released, although there were still many voices of skepticism, there were also some people who began to believe. Under the video, those who believed and those who didn't started to argue. It's obviously a fake video, yet there are still idiots who believe it. This video has shown me the diversity of species in the world. The poster even had it authenticated and the results were published. What's there not to believe? You only want to believe what you want to believe, yet you're here mocking others. You're the real fools. There are too many fools, even the con artists can't keep up with them. Just as the two groups were locked in a fierce argument, the person who filmed the video that day also released their footage. As more videos surfaced, those who were skeptical began to waver. Could it be that they were really wrong? Was the video truly real? Other videos, though not as complete as the first one, showcased different perspectives. Some people, not satisfied with just watching, even went to tag the inspectors, asking them to come out and explain. The fun seekers truly knew how to stir up excitement. The fun seekers were simply looking for amusement. However, they did not expect that the inspector would truly respond. The inspector suddenly appeared on the platform, halting the quarrels among the internet users. Those who did not believe felt incredulous. Those who believed began to celebrate their victory. Keep calling, keep calling. Now that the inspector has come out to confirm, what else can you say? I told you I was a first-hand witness, but you didn't believe me. Now you have been proven wrong. Ha, the inspector has confirmed it. No more claims of it being fake. Have you been slapped in the face? Ha. Other onlookers were just curious about the invisible group that suddenly appeared among the crowd. They wondered what was used for invisibility. I want to know how to become invisible. Can I buy a set? Upstairs, your intentions are too obvious. I want a set too. Wow, invisibility, this is a fantasy for so many men, and it has actually been realized. It should be the same equipment used by the last invisible battleships and aircraft. When will it be on sale? I would sell everything to buy a set. If everyone is invisible, it's equivalent to no one being invisible. This video was shared by various media after the inspector stepped forward. Its impact on the internet was growing. Chen Fan, who was working hard, was startled when a phone suddenly appeared in front of him. Looking up, he saw Su Luoxue and said irritably, "What are you doing? You didn't knock before entering." "I am the chairman." Su Luoxue stood in front of Chen Fan and rolled her eyes. Yes. Is the invisibility device mentioned in the news created by you?" Hearing Su Luox's words, Chen Fan glanced at the content on his phone. Seeing the results of his design, he nodded in satisfaction. "Yes, I designed it. Am I not amazing?" He lifted his head, looking proudly at Su Luoxue. After confirming, Su Luox's big eyes were filled with anticipation. "Do you still have this equipment on you? I want it." Seeing Su Luox's eagerness, Chen Fan was puzzled. Why would she as a woman want this? Shouldn't she be keeping an eye on him to prevent him from doing something bad? "What do you want this for?" Su Luox's anticipation did not diminish as she looked at Chen Fan and said, "Of course, I'm curious. I want to try what it feels like to be invisible." Chen Fan, hearing this reason, retorted unhappily, "Get lost. It's of no use to me anymore. I've already turned it in." Su Luoxue leaned on the table, lowering her head. Looking at Chen Fan with suspicion, she said, "You wouldn't leave one for yourself, would you? Do you think I believe you?" Chen Fan's eyes darted around as he thought, "I really have turned them all in you. I didn't keep a single one." Su Luoxue straightened her body, crossing her arms, her upper body curving perfectly. Her eyes were fixed on Chen Fan, remaining silent. Feeling the unspoken pressure from Su Luoxue, Chen Fan lowered his head and hesitantly raised a finger. "I secretly kept one, just one." Su Luoxue snorted coldly, feeling pleased in her heart. "Little one trying to challenge me. The moment you move, I know what you're up to." She extended her delicate hand in front of Chen Fan, her eyes fixed on him, still not saying a word. Seeing the slender hand reaching out to him, Chen Fan hurriedly shook his head. "I don't have it on me. I'll get it for you when I get home." He stared at Chen Fan for a moment, realizing he didn't seem to be acting suspiciously. Su Luoxue withdrew her hand. "Remember to bring it home for me to play with. I have to get back to work now." She swayed her waist and walked away gracefully. She elegantly exited the office. Watching Su Luoxue leave, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. He lowered his head and resumed his work. He had already prepared the equipment. Now he was just waiting for the game. After working hard for a few days, the game would be nearly ready. However, before he could work for long, the sound of a phone ringing echoed in his mind. Glancing at the caller ID, he found it was a call from Pan Jizu. Although puzzled, Chen Fan still answered the call. "Oh, isn't this a dish? How does a big streamer have the time to call me?" Pan Jizu, who was excited, felt his enthusiasm vanish when he heard Chen Fan refer to him as a dish. His face darkened immediately. He began to vent at Chen Fan. "What do you mean a dish? I haven't eaten your family's rice. You play games worse than I do. How can you have the nerve to criticize me? How about we compete? Whoever loses is the grandson." Chen Fan leisurely picked at his nails and said, "See, you're getting anxious." After that, Chen Fan heard a loud banging sound from the other end of the line, followed by an angry shout. "Who's anxious? Who's anxious?" Chen Fan continued to tease. "I'm anxious, all right. I'm anxious for myself." Pan Jizu was furiously furious at Chen Fan. If only he were in front of him, he would definitely let him know who's the boss. After venting for a while, Pan Jizu finally calmed down and remembered the purpose of his call. He said to Chen Fan hesitantly, "That invisibility device, was it created by you? Can you get me one too?" Pan Jizu eagerly awaited Chen Fan's reply. Upon hearing this unreasonable request, Chen Fan rolled his eyes. Want to sneak into the women's bathhouse? I won't be your accomplice, give up that idea. Pan Ji's face turned red as if he had been hit right on the mark. I wouldn't be as despicable as you. I'm a righteous person. Chen Fan looked at him with disdain and said, who are we kidding? You a righteous person. That would make me a saint. All right, I won't argue with you. Just forget about that device. I'm hanging up, I have a ton of work to do. Without waiting for Pan Jizu to respond, Chen Fan directly hung up the phone. He quickly silenced his phone to avoid further disturbances while he worked. Looking at the terminated call, Pan Ji's fantasies were dashed. After a few days of busyness, the server for Xingqian was replaced with a quantum server. AI Chen Fan also created one integrated into the Heavenly Craft illusion. It would make the NPCs in the game more intelligent. The new game was also completed. Seeing all the work completed, Chen Fan was almost in tears. These few days of intense work were no less than in the Research Institute. Every day upon waking there was endless work to do. After today, such days would be gone forever. Chen Fan, with some leisure time, implanted the new game into his spiritual meridian. He planned to experience it personally. However, upon seeing the game title Ink Blade: The Tragedy of Seven Nations, Chen Fan hesitated again. The core gameplay of this game was imitating the previous live Sekiro. His gaming skills were on par with Pan Jizu. If he really entered the game, he might get slaughtered. No. He needed to let others test it. So who should he find? It must be Pan Jizu, that big fool. With that in mind, Chen Fan opened Pan Jizu's green bubble. He sent the game over. The elderly live streamer Pan Jizu was playing Biohazard in Crossfire. He had also gone rogue, running away without looking back every time the door opened. As for providing cover, what does that have to do with me? As long as I ensure that I don't get caught, he'll let them taste the grenades. He who can outrun me. Running ahead is Pan Jizu. He discovered that this transformation into a hunter should be no problem. Proudly, he said to the audience, how about that? Out of 5 games, I turned into a hunter 3 times. I wonder who can still say I'm bad if this is skill. The barrage of comments surged past. What skill do you even have? It's all about selling out your teammates to become a hunter. When someone loses their shame, it truly knows no bounds. If I were a ghost, I would catch you first and then talk. Why don't you shoot? All you know is running and running. Seeing these comments, Pan Jizu wouldn't get angry. He was used to it. While he was burying his head and running away with his weapon, suddenly a video call appeared on his retina. Upon seeing the video call, Pan Jizu instinctively wanted to answer it. But he forgot. While playing games, he habitually turned off the spirit pulse. Now he couldn't connect to the video call at all. After several unsuccessful attempts to connect, Pan Jizu finally remembered that he had turned off the spirit pulse. In a flurry, he turned it on, and finally the call connected. Chen Fan, who was waiting impatiently, was about to hang up when the call was finally answered, which made him quite uncomfortable. But now that the call was connected, Chen Fan said directly, I have completed my new game, and I need you to test it. Are you willing? Upon connecting, Pan Jizu received this good news. He nodded eagerly. Of course I'm willing. Finding someone to test it himself, Chen Fan now felt quite exhausted. I've sent the game installation package to your green bubble. Bye. He quickly wrapped up and hung up to rest. Pan Jizu immediately opened green bubble and saw that Chen Fan had already sent the installation package. However, he was playing a game and had turned on Do Not Disturb mode. He didn't receive the green bubble notification. Pan Jizu didn't hesitate and started the installation. His flagship Spirit Pulse had a super fast internet speed. Nearly 1 TB, it completed the installation in just a second. He was about to transfer it to his computer. Chen Fan sent another message on green bubble. This game is specially developed for the Spirit Pulse, and it can be played directly with it. Give it a try. Pan Jizu hesitated. He really didn't want to go through what he did last time. But thinking about Chen Fan's past achievements, Pan Jizu decided to trust him one more time. The viewers in the live stream became restless and comments flooded in. Chen Fan's new game is already done, specially developed for the Spirit Pulse. Why am I not Chen's childhood friend? Then I could get my hands on the new game. You should hurry and ask Chen when the new game will launch. Quickly play the new game with the Spirit Pulse and see how the experience is. Although most comments were about looking forward to Chen Fan's new game, there were always a few who liked to go against the tide. Did you forget that experts have long said that the Spirit Pulse is not suitable for games at all? I don't know what you guys are so happy about it. Chen Fan's game might not be suitable for the Spirit Pulse either. Okay. Blind worship isn't good. You all should wake up. Although these contrarian comments were few, some sharp-eyed viewers noticed. The live stream began to argue with these contrarian commenters. What do you guys count as? You think you can compare with Chen Fan? The Spirit Pulse was developed by Chen Fan. If he can't solve it, who can he? A bunch of brainless fans. Is Chen Fan's fart fragrant in your eyes? Chen Fan developed the Spirit Pulse well, but who says his game will definitely work? Seeing the hostile atmosphere in the live stream, Pan Jizu had to step in to stop it. Stop fighting, Bill. Just know if it works once I try it. He felt so tired inside. Why was his live stream always filled with such hostility? Who can come to save him? Not looking at the comments anymore, he connected the spirit pulse to the live stream. Pan Jisoo opened the game. The screen suddenly flashed with a blood-red logo accompanied by the sound of a blade ringing. As the logo disappeared, a slightly melancholic tune entered the ears of Pan Jisoo and the audience. Then the opening animation appeared. The cracks in the bronze cauldron spread in the flames of war, and the engraved inscriptions are soaked in blood. Rain of arrows fell like flames towards the city walls, and the black-clad Qin army surged over the scorched earth. After watching the opening animation, Pan Jisoo excitedly said, "Wow, this could directly be an animation. The production is exquisite." The comments flew by. Agreed, what a grand scene. I knew Xingchen wouldn't disappoint me. Why is the game still in testing? I want to play. Just don't know how the gameplay is. Rarely did the haters not criticize him, making Pan Jisoo feel relieved. Pan Jisoo closed his eyes, focusing on playing the game. After all, the spirit pulse was already connected to the live stream. He could also see the comments in his mind, but opening his eyes, he still couldn't concentrate. Pan Jisoo officially entered the game. He found it unlike any game he had played before. It was as if he had traversed into the game. He could control the game character as easily as he controlled his own body. Wow, Chen Fan's technology is incredible. The audience saw this advanced game mode. They became restless, wondering what was happening. Damn, Xingchen is aiming for the stars. Wow, we've stepped into the future. Will we be able to play virtual games in the future? Pan Jisoo jumped around for a while. The game character was far stronger than his real body. In the game, he could easily jump more than a meter high. Jumping that high in reality would be as hard as dying. Familiarizing himself with the controls, Pan Jisoo joyfully began the game. Now he was in a dilapidated city. Looking around, there were ruins everywhere. The game's graphics were incredibly realistic, making Pan Jisoo feel a twinge of tension. This graphics, I love it. I can't imagine how happy I would be if I played this game. It's depicted so realistically. Just then a message suddenly popped up in front of Pan Jisoo. Please head to the palace and rescue the last heir of the Zhou royal family. An arrow appeared to guide him. Brothers, the game has prompts. This is fantastic. Following the arrow, Pan Jisoo advanced toward the palace. The ground was littered with corpses, both of civilians and soldiers. These images made Pan Jisoo feel a bit nauseated. Did these visuals have to be so realistic? How did Chen Fan get this game approved? The viewers in the live stream were confused. What are you talking about? What realism? I can't see it. Is it because I'm not a member? Hearing someone talk about it, my curiosity has been piqued. I want to see. Show me. Pan Jisoo was puzzled that the audience couldn't see. It was all clearly displayed here. How could they not see it? Chen Fan, well aware of how photorealistic the game's visuals were, had deliberately implemented subtle adjustments. Certain scenes, deemed too graphic for official review, were subtly muted in live streams. For instance, when a player swung a sword to cleave through enemies, spilling rivers of blood, viewers watching the stream would see only a hazy crimson mist. Chen Fan could verify that his players were adults, but he had no control over who watched the live streams. Pan Jisoo and the audience remained utterly baffled. Unfazed, they resumed playing. After only a few minutes' walk, Pan Jisoo encountered his first enemy, a squad of soldiers clad in black arcane armor. They blocked his path, and spotting him, charged forward at full speed. Yet Pan Jisoo stood utterly unruffled. With a flourish, he twirled his sword, letting its tip graze the ground, one hand casually clasped behind his back, striking a pose purely for show. Oh no, he's pulled it off. Damn it, why wasn't it me? Gotta admit, that was genuinely cool. You little dish, how dare you steal my moment? Seeing the flood of envious comments scrolling across the top right corner, Pan Jisoo nearly burst with pride. A grin tugged fiercely at the corners of his mouth. Brothers, watch me slice through them like melons and vegetables. With that, he dashed headlong into battle. But he rushed in fast, and was sent flying back even faster. He didn't last a single second before respawning at the starting point, his face frozen in stunned disbelief. The audience erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Told you not to flex, still want to play it cool, eh? That ego just got slapped. Slap, slap. Dead serious. Did he really think he was a martial arts master? A little dish, truly just a dish, can't even beat a rank-and-file soldier. Pan Jisoo flushed, crimson veins bulging as he raged impotently. I slipped up just now. I'll cut through that entire squad this time. He buried himself in the road ahead, determined to reclaim his dignity. When he met the same squad again, he approached with far greater caution, no longer charging foolishly as before. The game imposed no invisible walls. Every space was traversable, every building enterable. And as the soldiers began their charge toward him, Pan Jisoo bolted into a crumbling ruin nearby, chuckling aloud. Last time I stood exposed in the open street. Easy prey for their encirclement. This time I'll barricade myself inside and hold the doorway, forcing them to enter one by one. Then I'll pick them off one at a time. Regular viewers of Pan Jisu's streams lost all composure. Was this really the same bumbling toe-scratching gamer they knew? Who are you? Get off that little dish, now. Dog, you've actually grown a brain. My youth is slipping away. He's done it again. But Pan Jisu had no time for chat. His focus was absolute. One soldier had already burst through the doorway. The instant he crossed the threshold, Pan Jisu raised his sword and brought it down in a fierce overhead strike, only to forget the soldier wore full armor. Steel rang sharply against steel, clang. Oh, no penetration. This outcome lay entirely outside his strategy. He froze, sword still raised, utterly dumbfounded, unsure what to do next. The soldier, though wounded, wasted no time. In one fluid motion he countered, sword flashing, and ended Pan Jisu's life on the spot. Once more he respawned at the beginning, this time thoroughly shattered. What the hell? Is it that realistic? How is anyone supposed to fight armored troops bare-chested? Viewers witnessing his plight also found the mechanic deeply unreasonable. If you can't pierce armor, how do you fight? Asking a novice to beat armored foes unarmed. That's just cruel. Sometimes realism goes too far. Hope Chen Fan tweaks this, or no one will ever progress. Yet a few sharp-eyed viewers spotted an opening. Little dish, you can scavenge gear. There are corpses everywhere. Strip the armor off the fallen and wear it yourself. Pan Jisu, crouched disconsolately on the ground, suddenly perked up. Right? Dead bodies line the roads. I can just take their armor and suit up. Brilliant call, brothers. I'm grabbing gear right now. Without delay, he sprang to his feet and set off anew, scouring left and right, collecting armor piece by piece. He didn't balk at grime or gore, swiftly donning every plate, every greave, every vambrace. Gazing down at his newly armored self, he nodded, deeply satisfied. Now clad in armor, he marched forth once more, vowing to restore the honor he'd so grievously lost. And there they were again, the same squad of soldiers. With deliberate insolence, Pan Jisu raised his middle finger in their direction. An unambiguous, swaggering provocation. The soldiers, incensed, needed no further prompting. They drew weapons and charged without hesitation. Pan Jisu once more ducked into a nearby building. Repeating his earlier tactic, he braced himself at the doorway, ready to eliminate them one by one. His grip tightened around the sword hilt, knuckles white with tension. Yet glancing down at his gleaming armor, he felt a surge of quiet confidence. As the first soldier lunged through the door, Pan Jisu did not aim for the chest, as he had before. Instead, he closed the distance, instantly dragging his blade across the soldier's throat, and simultaneously kicked the door shut behind him, sealing out the rest. But he had overestimated his own prowess and underestimated theirs. A prolonged, grueling struggle ensued, and still he failed to fell the first soldier. Due to the building's dilapidated state, other soldiers breached the walls and flooded in from unexpected angles. Once again he was surrounded, yet thanks to his armor he held on far longer than before. He lasted over a minute, before yet again respawning at the origin. Lying flat on his back, he refused to rise. His enthusiasm for the game had evaporated entirely. He mused half seriously that Crossfire might suit him better after all. Even the audience had been caught off guard by this latest failure, but unlike Pan Jisu, they refused to concede defeat. They flooded the chat with strategic suggestions. These NPCs are too intelligent. Next time, pick a sturdier building, not some rotting wreck. Exactly. Choose intact structures. Even the little dish can't land a clean kill on a single grunt. Still just a little dish, hopelessly green. Wait, what if we're misreading the objective? Maybe this isn't about killing, but rescuing. Pan Jisu, who'd been devouring the comments with rapt fascination, paused mid-scroll and blinked, struck by revelation. Of course, why waste energy clashing heat with soldiers? He could simply slip past them. He rose, smoothed his clothes, and set off once more, this time weaving stealthily through alleys and ruins, avoiding combat entirely. When he successfully evaded the squad, exhilaration surged within him. At last, he could escape this place of endless humiliation. The audience, watching him glide past unchallenged, suddenly grasped the truth beyond brute force. There was another way. Silent, precise assassins, Creed-style infiltration. After evading countless patrols, Pan Jisu finally glimpsed the grand gates of the Imperial Palace, only to falter upon seeing them swarming with guards. At that moment, the guiding arrow on his HUD shifted, pointing decisively in an entirely new direction. There are other paths to take. Brothers, let's follow and take a look. Upon seeing the gates, small soldiers were everywhere. With my skills, it would be like delivering vegetables. I was about to exit the game, but unexpectedly a glimmer of hope appeared. If I could go another direction, then I wouldn't feel trapped. Carefully, I navigated around those small soldiers and followed the arrow to a corner. Looking around, there were only a few small soldiers scattered about. My excitement faded away. Though there weren't many, my skills were still a cause for concern. Because as long as I avoid these small soldiers, I haven't even picked up any armor. Right now, I'm just in rags. How can I fight against these armored soldiers? Brothers, this is impossible to fight. They are all in armor, and am supposed to charge in. Everyone gave him suggestions, boosting his confidence, ensuring he wouldn't run away. Don't be afraid, we'll help you with ideas. Have you played Assassin's Creed? Stealth attack. Yes, find a lone one. Just go for it. You can respawn elsewhere anyway. Finding a lone small soldier, he'll execute a swift takeover. With armor, I can muster the courage to try. Okay, you'll look for a lone small soldier to execute a swift takeover. After circling around several times, I didn't see a single isolated small soldier. At least they were always in pairs, which made it frustrating. It's just a game, does it really have to be this difficult? This is unfair, but it's not giving me a chance. If he runs away, where will they watch Mo run? To see the live stream, Xiao Haizi stopped being critical. Don't panic. If all else fails, just charge in. Don't be afraid, just go for it. If you clear this level, I'll never criticize you again. Don't let me look down on you. You are the only one live streaming this game. Hang in there. He had no choice but to brace himself. The respawn point had reset, otherwise he would have truly run away. Pan Jizhu crouched in the bushes, slowly waiting for an opportunity. I didn't know how much time had passed. 2 small soldiers just passed right in front of me. There were no other soldiers around. The opportunity had arrived. Pan Jizhu gripped his sword, tightly swallowing hard involuntarily. When the small soldiers turned their backs to him, he suddenly leaped out from the bushes. With a swift slash, he cut one small soldier's throat. But even before he could retrieve his sword, the spear of another small soldier pierced him through. Seeing the spear lodged in his body, Pan Jizhu reluctantly returned to the respawn point. Damn it, that small soldier reacted way too quickly. Chen Fan, that unfilial son, made me play this game with ill intentions. The audience understood Pan Jizhu's current feelings. Having died countless times, he hadn't even passed the tutorial level. They too had grievances. But is there a possibility? Could it be that Pan Jizhu is just too inexperienced to succeed? If it were them, they would have cleared it long ago. But the audience dared not say it for fear he would quit. Don't be afraid. After dying a few more times, it won't feel like anything. Keep going, you're a big streamer, don't give up. Pan Good, charge boldly ahead, we'll support you from behind. Gifts are on the way, don't hesitate, you just go for it. Seeing all these gifts, he felt that dying a few more times would be acceptable. Since the audience was so supportive, he couldn't let them down. He regained his spirit and returned to the previous bushes. Once again, he crouched down and chatted with the audience while waiting. The opportunity arose again, and Pan Jizhu had the experience from last time. He was no longer so tense inside. Holding his breath, he waited for the 2 small soldiers to expose their backs. The audience in the live stream also held their breath, praying that Pan Jizhu's stealth attack would succeed. This time he didn't rush in. Instead, he quietly followed behind. Pan Jizhu got closer to the small soldiers. His heart wasn't tense, instead he felt calm. As he approached one small soldier, he quickly covered the soldier's mouth. A flash of cold light passed across the small soldier's neck. Bright red blood sprayed out like a fountain. The nearby small soldier instinctively looked towards his companion. Tightening his grip on the spear, he assumed an attack stance. But Pan Jizhu's movements were faster. Eliminating one small soldier, he made no unnecessary movements. The sword in his hand immediately stabbed towards the neck of the other small soldier. As the small soldier turned his head, his sword had already pierced into the soldier's neck. The wounded small soldier covered his neck, glaring fiercely at Pan Jizhu. But he no longer had the strength to retaliate. With an unwilling gaze, he closed his eyes, and his body slowly fell to the ground. My goodness, the small soldier's gaze was astonishing. How many surprises does this game hold? I didn't expect even a small soldier to possess such high intelligence. I want to play Chen, hurry and release the game. Moreover, this game feels incredibly realistic, making him feel as if he had truly killed someone. Thankfully, the various UIs in front of him reminded him that this is a game. Otherwise, he really wouldn't be able to continue playing. Pan Jizhu stopped thinking about the small soldier's gaze and swiftly stripped the armor from the small soldier and donned it. He didn't want to encounter small soldiers without any means to retaliate. After spending over an hour, he eliminated all the surrounding small soldiers and reached the city wall. Seeing the 5-meter-high city wall, he was troubled. How would he climb up? He couldn't fly. Soon the game provided a prompt. The rope and hook in the backpack can be combined. Upon seeing the prompt, Pan Jizhu knew what to do next. This is easy, I've seen it on TV. Realizing this, he quickly took out the rope and hook. But when he held them in his hands, he was dumbfounded. How do I use this? No one taught me. Brothers, wait a moment. I need to study online first. What could the audience do but wait? Following the tutorial, he tied the hook to the rope. Pan Jizhu pulled it tightly. It was perfect, no problems. Now he just needed to throw the hook up, and he would have succeeded 9/10. Brothers, watch me perform something now. Mimicking the scenes from television, he spun the rope several times and then threw it forcefully. The hook hit the city wall with a clink, falling at his feet. What are you performing? Is this it? I thought you were going to do something bigger. I didn't expect you to pull a big lump. This is hilarious. Anyone could do this. You still need to practice. Pan Jizhu felt extremely awkward as he saw the comments. His mouth had its own thoughts and began to forcefully explain. This can't be my fault. This game is just too realistic. If you all tried, you'd also fail. The game must go on. He tried a few more times and finally hooked the wall. After enduring countless hardships, Pan Jizhu finally arrived at the target of this mission. He gazed upon the objective that had caused him so much suffering. Pan Jizhu couldn't help but complain. It's this little brat who made me suffer so much. I really want to give him a few slaps on his backside. However, to everyone's surprise, the young prince actually reacted to Pan Jizhu's words. He covered his little bottom and looked at Pan Jizhu with a face full of terror. Pan Jizhu was also taken aback by the young prince's reaction. He never expected that even a game NPC would respond to his casual complaint. The audience was stunned by the young prince's reaction, and the barrage of comments flooded the entire livestream. What the heck? What did I just see? Am I seeing things? I haven't treated myself recently. How could I be having hallucinations? Virtual games are just around the corner. With such intelligent NPCs, President Chen is taking big risks. Pan Jizhu didn't pay attention to the comments, but curiously asked the young prince, "Can you understand my words, eh?" The young prince's terrified expression turned strange as he quietly replied, "My lord, do you perhaps have a mental ailment?" The audience burst into laughter at the young prince's retort. "Ha ha, the young prince is too amusing." The young prince is absolutely right. A dish is indeed a mental ailment. The streamer is actually being mocked by an NPC. This is just too funny. If you can talk, then say more. Pan Jizhu's face darkened as he cast a displeased glance at the young prince. He scrutinized the young prince, contemplating where to begin. The young prince felt uncomfortable under Pan Jizhu's gaze and took a few steps back, weakly asking, "Are you here to rescue me?" The young prince's question interrupted Pan Jizhu's thoughts. It suddenly dawned on him that getting the young prince out of the palace was the most important task at hand. Without answering the question, he quickly stepped forward. As the young prince's frightened expression remained, he hoisted him onto his shoulder and ran back the way he came. They stumbled out of the palace. Wiping away non-existent sweat, he set the young prince down. Just as he released the young prince, a carriage appeared seemingly out of nowhere. The carriage came to take away the young prince, who he had painstakingly rescued. At that moment, the notification arrived as expected: rescue mission completed. Before Pan Jizhu could rejoice, another notification popped up: the young prince is very displeased with you. The resources you gained from him will be halved. Pan Jizhu twitched his lips. That little brat was actually unsatisfied. The next time he saw him, he would definitely give him a few slaps on his backside. To make him aware of the world's harsh realities, the barrage of comments began to go wild. The game actually has a favorability system. The young prince holds a grudge. Oh, I've already noted that down. Thanks to the streamer for clearing the minds. It seems you can't mess around with NPCs in this game. Since the beginner level had already passed, it was getting late. Pan Jizhu logged off at lightning speed, wanting to get away. He needed some comfort from a lady now. The livestream room went black with the audience and Xiao Haizi. In the black screen of the livestream room, emotions were passionately expressed. Pan Jizhu's livestream video began to spread across the internet, igniting huge discussions online. "Stars, you are my eternal deity." The reactions shown by the NPCs are too interesting. The game is great, but when will it be released? My wallet is thirsting for it. I hope the price isn't too high. Even college students want to play this game. Is so hard, isn't it? Deliberately making things difficult for players. To the one upstairs, if you think it's difficult, you don't have to play. Oh, no one is begging you to play. Players were discussing the game, while competitors were contacting Chen Fan. Chen Fan had no idea how many calls he had missed. He rubbed his temples to relieve the fatigue brought on by dealing with competitors. Su Luoxue entered and saw the exhausted Chen Fan. She said with concern, "Why don't you go take a break?" Upon hearing Su Luox's voice, Chen Fan continued to rub his temples. "I'm fine, just need to rest for a bit." Su Luoxue walked over and began to massage his shoulders. "When will your new game be online? The internet is buzzing for you to release it quickly." With his eyes closed, Chen Fan heard Su Luox's inquiry. After thinking for a moment, he replied, "It'll go online soon. The game doesn't have any bugs anyway." Suddenly, a ringing sound echoed in his mind. Chen Fan felt a bit helpless. What was going on with the competitors? Why did they always think that he was trying to mess with them by releasing a new game? Was Chen Fan really that idle, spending every day thinking about how to mess with them? While enjoying Su Luox's massage, he answered the call. Chen Fan didn't even check who was calling. He spoke in a not-so-friendly tone. "This is Chen Fan. Who is it?" The person on the other end of the line was clearly taken aback by Chen Fan's abrupt tone. The caller curiously asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Chun? Did I upset you?" Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Fan glanced at the caller ID. Feeling a bit awkward, he said, "I'm sorry, Lao, who am not angry with you. Please don't take it to heart." Director, who didn't get angry because of Chen Fan's tone. Instead, he chuckled, clearly in a good mood. "It's fine, men have those days when they feel a bit off. I understand." Seeing Director Who in a joking mood, Chen Fan felt relieved knowing he wasn't angry and also laughed, saying, "You must be the one who feels a bit off most of the time." After a round of joking, Director Who became serious. "The reason I'm calling you today is to inform you that the mastermind behind the recent theft case is the United States. The higher-ups want to understand your thoughts before discussing how to negotiate with the United States." Chen Fan felt puzzled. Oh, what use was there in asking someone with no experience like him about handling a spy case? Isn't it sufficient to handle it as usual? Why ask me? Director Who chuckled. "Your weight in the upper echelon is not light. This incident occurred in your research institute. The higher-ups just want to know your stance. That's why I was asked to inquire." After understanding, Chen Fan fell silent. He didn't know how to respond to Director Who. Seeing Chen Fan's current demeanor, Su Luok's hands while massaging involuntarily became gentler. After a long silence, Chen Fan finally gave his response. "I have no objections." Upon hearing Chen Fan's response, Director Who didn't provide any opinions, but instead smiled, saying, "Then I will relay this to the higher-ups. I have other matters, so I'll hang up first." After ending the call, Chen Fan continued to enjoy Su Luok's services. The spy case had already turned a page for him. Su Luoxiuet didn't pry into the content of the earlier conversation. She focused on helping Chen Fan relax. The next day, Xingchen launched the new game, which was the long-awaited Mo Rin 7 Nations Grief. Players saw the game they had been anticipating go live. They left comments below praising Xingchen's speed. As expected of Xingchen, willing to listen to our players' opinions. The game is finally online. No more talking, brothers, I'm off. Giving you a thumbs up. The game had just launched, and within less than a second the paid download numbers had already reached tens of millions. The operations department of Xingchen calmly observed these statistics. Now the data had settled in their minds, stirring no waves. With such figures, it was hardly surprising. However, the appeal of Xingchen among players was undeniable. It left other competitors envious, drooling with desire. If they were to learn of the operators' thoughts, their curses would be unrestrained, wishing they could possess such charisma. Online news about Xingchen was also rather mundane, receiving little media attention and even less interest from players. Every time Xingchen released new game data, it was the norm for them. It would only be big news when Xingchen fell from grace. Players simply focused on the announcements from the Xingchen platform. What other news mattered? Could it lead them to enjoyable games? If not, why should they care? Only Pan Jizu congratulated Xingchen's data during his livestream. Congratulations to Xingchen's new game for breaking records again. The audience was not moved by Pan Jizu's emotionless congratulations. Stop with the useless talk. It's normal for Xingchen's new game to break records. Yes, hurry up and get into the game. Oi, I want to see what happens next. You'd better hurry up. Other streamers are also broadcasting Majin today. You might lose your progress. As if playing now would help him keep up. Seeing the comments, Pan Jizu's heart sank, almost making him lose his composure. You all are too much. Oh, I've been trying my best. The audience laughed mercilessly. Yes, you've been trying your best. What kind of effort is that? It took you a whole day just to pass the beginner level. Your effort is worth nothing. Pan Jizu opened Majin with a blank expression. Today he would show these trolls how he could slap them in the face. Entering the game, once more he saw familiar scenery. Pan Jizu took a deep breath. Well, there was no flavor at all. If this game had 5 senses, it would be perfect. This remark resonated with the audience. Yeah, it would be great if it had 5 senses. You're dreaming. Current technology can't achieve that. Don't just think about it and mind your own business. For Xingchen to reach this level is already impressive. Pan Jizu was taken aback. He had merely expressed a sigh. It was surprising that the audience could relate. He said nothing further and began checking his tasks. He had already passed the beginner level, but he still had no idea what to do next. Opening the task list, he found only one main quest. Head to the Majia Mechanism City with no other tasks available. Pan Jizu scratched his head at this. Is this task really so perfunctory? This task is too perfunctory. Is there something else I haven't discovered? Maybe going to the Mechanism City will trigger other tasks. I can't believe Xingchen would be so careless with their game. Seeing the comments in the livestream, Pan Jizu felt their reasoning was valid. Then he'll head to the Mechanism City first to see if I trigger any other tasks along the way. However, he didn't see any guiding arrows. This left Pan Jizu bewildered. There was no in-game guidance. How was he supposed to navigate? He quickly opened the game panel to search. There should be a map or something. If there wasn't a map, how could Xingchen design it this way? Players would be furious. After a short search, Pan Jizu discovered the map. Looking at this retro map, his vision went dark. It's just a game, and did it really have to be this hardcore? He couldn't even understand modern maps, and now he was given an ancient one. It seemed Xingchen had no intention of being player-friendly. They were intent on driving players to despair. While I knew this game was hardcore, but I didn't expect it to be this hardcore. Playing a game, and I still need to learn how to read a map. Is this reasonable? I'm already cross-eyed just looking at this dish. I bought the game, but I haven't played yet. Can I get a refund? Chen Fan, the old thief, is indeed ruthless. Reading the comments, Pan Jisoo felt helpless. Pan Jisoo had to figure things out on his own. Fortunately, Chen Fan wasn't completely unkind. He gave players a chance, clicking on the location on the map that he wanted to go to. Several routes would be generated for players to choose from. The map could be zoomed in and out, and the details were more apparent when zoomed out. However, Chen Fan still wasn't being player-friendly. Closing the map, players saw no hints. They could only walk while referring to the map to confirm if they were on the right path. This is hardcore, but not fully hardcore. Chen Fan, the old thief, is straddling the line between being player-friendly and unkind. This design is going to discourage many players as Xingqian. You need to change this. This game aims for realism. This design isn't a problem. Pan Jisoo selected a route and set off. Watching as he had to walk step by step, Pan Jisoo couldn't help but complain, "Can I get a vehicle? Walking is going to take ages." Just after he complained, a horse appeared in front of him, grazing with its head down. Pan Jisoo's eyes widened. He had just finished complaining. The game provided him a horse. Could it be a voice-controlled game? Goodness, you aren't even pretending you went right to it, huh? I want to report someone is hacking. The mouth of this dish is too powerful. Brother Pan, quickly congratulate me. I'm going to get rich. You upstairs dreaming? Oh, Brother Pan, look at me. I'm your fan for 10 years. Seeing the comments, Pan Jisoo hurried to explain. I didn't hack. Don't say that. You all know Xingqian's games. Even a deity wouldn't be able to hack them. Pan Jisoo stroked his chin, looking at the horse before him. He suddenly thought that this was a battlefield that had experienced fierce battles. Losing a few horses here seemed quite reasonable. Pan Jisoo shared his speculation with the audience, receiving unanimous approval. This dish still has some brains. He thought of this. Not bad, he actually thought it through. But Brother Pan's mouth is really impressive. He said the horse would appear, and it did. Brother Pan, look at me. I'm your fan for 10 years. Quickly bless me. I'm also a 10-year fan. Look at me, Brother Pan. Seeing these comments, Pan Jisoo began to doubt whether his mouth had some magical power. Otherwise, it didn't make sense that the horse appeared right after he complained. With this thought, he began to feel smug. You all better treat me well in the future, or my mouth won't spare you. Some people still didn't believe this. I don't believe it. If you have the guts, say horse card, and see if it appears. I support this. If it works, I'll immediately throw rockets. Me too. Then I'll quietly eat popcorn. Seeing some skeptics, Pan Jisoo felt a surge of excitement. He also wanted to know if his mouth had the power to conjure things. I also can't ride a horse. That would be great if a horse card appeared now. After saying that, Pan Jisoo stared around intently. The viewers in the live stream also widened their eyes, not wanting to miss a single detail. After a long while with no movement, Pan Jisoo started to feel anxious. The audience was also getting restless. At that moment, a horse cart slowly emerged from the woods. Master Pan, I seek wealth. It's my fault for not recognizing greatness. Please forgive my ignorance. One dish can have such a function. I have truly opened my eyes. Call me Brother Pan instead of just a dish. Pan Jisoo himself felt incredulous. Looking at the horse-drawn carriage before him, he realized he had merely spoken out loud. How did this carriage come about? Seeing the barrage of comments in the live stream, Pan Jisoo placed his hands on his hips. Be careful with your words from now on. Seeing Pan Jisoo's arrogant demeanor, Xiao Haizi was infuriated. But there was indeed something wicked about his mouth. Don't provoke him for now. Truly curse oneself. If it comes true, they won't be able to bear it. Pan Jisoo was excited, circling around the carriage. He jumped onto the carriage, sitting in the driver's seat. He discovered that he didn't know how to drive a carriage. But on television, it seemed quite simple. Pan Jisoo raised the whip and struck it against the horse's rear. The paint horse neighed. It stretched its four legs and began to run. Pan Jisoo was nearly thrown off by the suddenly moving carriage. Fortunately, he held tightly to the reins, preventing himself from falling. He patted his chest, calming his frightened heart. He watched the carriage speeding along the dirt road. Did you see that? The host's driving skills would be remarkable even in ancient times. Pan Jisoo thought simply driving the carriage would take him straight to the Mechanism City. However, along the way, enemies were everywhere. He fought while moving, occasionally hitting roadblocks. Unexpectedly arriving at the Mechanism City turned out to be the final mission. Mo-Rin had been out for more than a month. Pan Jisoo's game progress hadn't even reached half. Yet some had already progressed to the final Mechanism City. He was Do Sha, the #1 in the game zone, known as Love's Green Bean Paste, an expert gamer who enjoyed challenging high-difficulty games. Previously, he was just an ordinary and unsuccessful streamer. But the emergence of Xingqian changed the entire gaming industry. Games were no longer just pay-to-win. When playing the Valentine's Day set, he found an opportunity to stand out, and it made him realize his enjoyment of high-difficulty games. His mental state was unprecedentedly good. From then on, he developed a fondness for various challenging games. When he saw the clips of Pan Jisoo's livestream, seeing the difficulty of Mo-Ren's game, he immediately became obsessed. While waiting for the game to go live, he stayed in Pan Jisoo's livestream. He wanted to see what the game process was like. But Do Sha didn't expect Pan Jisoo to be this bad. He often heard people say Pan Jisoo was just a dish. At that time he thought it was just a joke. Now he understood what it meant to have a name that was misfit, but a nickname that fit perfectly. In the eyes of this gaming expert, Pangeis's gameplay was simply excruciating. He wished he could step in and demonstrate what it meant to play games. Fortunately, Xingchen was still reliable, and the game was soon launched. It didn't allow him to continue suffering in Pangeis's livestream. It was much more enjoyable to play himself. The difficulty of Mo Ren's game was the hardest he had encountered. After a month, he finally arrived at the Mechanism City, the final scene in the game. All along, he had brought the viewers from the livestream. He witnessed many tragic events along the way. Wherever he went, the Qin army would attack. Battles and killings became the main theme of his month. Today, the grand finale was finally approaching. Brothers ahead lies the Mechanism City. Seeing the magnificent city walls, Do Sha sighed. We finally made it. This journey has been perilous. We are truly remarkable. I feel a bit reluctant. Seeing the Qin army unify the world in front of my eyes, I have truly succeeded. The speed at which the host runs away is still not as fast as the Qin army's advance. Seeing this comment, Do Sha felt indignant. That was the fierce army that unified the 6 states. Being able to run to the Mechanism City under their command was already impressive. Ignoring the comments, he rode into the Mechanism City. Upon entering, he noticed the atmosphere inside the city. It was very oppressive. The sky was shrouded in a mist. Not a single ray of sunlight fell. Everyone was busy making final preparations for the upcoming battle. A soldier called out to Do Sha. No riding in the city, hurry down. Upon hearing the no riding rule, Do Sha did not hesitate. He immediately dismounted and handed the reins to the soldier in front of him. A month's worth of gaming experience told him that NPC warnings. It's best to heed them, otherwise something bad might happen. As his horse was taken away, Do Sha wondered where to go next. Another soldier approached him. The leader wishes to see you, please follow me. Upon hearing that the leader wanted to see him, Do Sha was momentarily stunned. Recalling the introduction to the character at the start of the game, he realized he was now a disciple of the Mo family. While the host can actually meet the leader of the Mo family, the host still has some clout. Just entering the city, and he can meet the leader. I'm so curious what kind of image Xingchen will design for the sages of the Preaching 100 schools. Surely it will be one of ethereal elegance. What else could it be? Do Sha was also very curious about the leader's image and hurried to follow the soldier. With expectations in his heart, he walked towards the leader's room. As he passed through the Mechanism City, there were no towering buildings, and the architecture was very uniform. Initially, he was quite curious. Considering the Mo family's philosophy of universal love, non-aggression, valuing the worthy, and seeking harmony, Do Sha felt relieved. The Mo family preached equality. Since the houses were identical, there was nothing strange about it. Arriving at the entrance of the leader's house, the soldier stepped aside, allowing Do Sha to enter. Do Sha walked into the house and saw many people inside. It appeared he wasn't specifically invited. Do Sha felt a bit disappointed, but he quickly cheered up and found a spot to sit down. Perhaps it was time for everyone to gather as the leader, sitting in the main seat, closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly opening his eyes, he scanned the crowd in the room. The raucous noise that had just filled the room instantly vanished, as if it had never existed. Seeing everyone quiet down, the leader slowly spoke. The Qin army is pressing in, gentlemen. What are our plans? The people in the room looked at each other. Yet no one spoke. Noticing the silence, the leader frowned slightly. He looked in Do Sha's direction and said, Mo Lang, do you have a strategy? Being addressed, Do Sha was taken aback. He pointed at himself in disbelief. The leader nodded, indicating that Do Sha was not mistaken. Do Sha felt a bit anxious. How would he have any strategies? He was just a game streamer after all. He stood up foolishly at a loss for words. The leader sighed and gestured for Do Sha to sit down. Do Sha let out a breath, quickly sitting down. The host is truly cowardly. The host is simply embarrassing the descendants, unable to come up with a single strategy. The leader is disappointed in you, host. Quickly apologize. Do Sha buried his head like an ostrich, not daring to look at anyone. Nor did he dare to argue with the viewers in the livestream. The tyrannical Qin disregards righteousness, rampantly attacking the 6 states, leading to chaos and suffering for the common people. As disciples of the Mo family, we must adhere to the path of non-aggression and resist any unjust wars. Currently, the bloodline of the Zhou royal family is within the city of Mechanism. The Qin army will soon arrive. We must do our utmost to resist and defeat the tyrannical Qin for the sake of the world. In the corner, Do Sha heard the elder refer to the Qin as tyrannical. He felt a bit unconvinced. The Qin unified the 6 states, which is not a wrongdoing. If we do not unify, should we allow ourselves to be scattered like sand? I wonder, are we playing as the righteous or the villains? Why do we feel like the villains? Different stances lead to different thoughts. This is indeed the case. From different perspectives, the questions we ponder will surely differ, and so will the answers we reach. Do Sha glanced around with a furtive look. No one was looking his way. He whispered, brothers, what should I do now? Should I help the Mo family or assist the Qin army? The The comments began to flood in. Of course I must help my charming ancestor. You are a disciple of the Mo family, you must help the Mo family. I don't care, it's not me playing anyway. The trend of the world cannot be resisted by the Mo family. Streamer, try using your words to persuade the elder. After all, you can't defeat him. Dosha clutched his chest, feeling as if he had been struck by an arrow. Did he really have to be so straightforward? He still cared about his face. But he followed the suggestion and raised his right hand like an elementary school student. Elder, I have something to say, but I wonder if it's appropriate. The elder with eyes like torches looked slightly puzzled. Just now he was about to speak, and now he wants to know what to say. Although puzzled, he nodded, signaling Dosha to speak. Dosha stood up timidly, his gaze wandering. I want to ask the elder, with the 7 states frequently warring, isn't it a good thing that the Qin has unified the 6 states? Upon hearing this, the Mo family disciples present were thrown into turmoil. They looked at Dosha in disbelief. A Mo family disciple actually spoke for the tyrannical Qin. The elder sitting at the main seat frowned so tightly that he could crush a fly. He looked at his proud disciple full of confusion. Why do you think this way? The tyrannical Qin is waging an unjust war. Destroying the temples of others and seizing their state is the act of a robber. Many in the live stream agreed with the elder's words. Exactly, the tyrannical Qin is stealing the territory of the Zhou dynasty. It truly is tyrannical. The one upstairs is clearly a Qin hater. What's wrong with seizing the Zhou dynasty's land? The tyrannical Qin is a robber. How can it be otherwise? The elder is right. How can anyone support the tyrannical Qin? Dosha, who was originally timid, stopped pretending. Elder, you are mistaken. It did not the son of heaven of Zhou also seize the world of Shang? If the son of heaven of Zhou can seize, why can't the Qin seize? The elder's eyes widened in disbelief, slamming his palm down on the table, causing it to crack. You fool, it was the rebellious actions of King Zhou of Shang that warranted the heavenly mandate by King Wen of Zhou to act against Shang. How can the tyrannical Qin be compared to King Wen of Zhou? As soon as he finished speaking, the comments in the live stream supporting the elder flooded in. That's right, how can the tyrannical Qin be compared to King Wen of Zhou? I support the elder. King Wen of Zhou was a sage. Oh, what can Qin Shi Huang compare with? Dosha with a stiff neck retorted, how can it not be comparable? For nearly 800 years, the Zhou dynasty had its share of frequent wars, resulting in countless families being torn apart. As disciples of the Mo family, we advocate non-aggression. Should we merely watch as the various lords fight amongst themselves? Now that the Qin has unified and the war is about to cease, why should we interfere? The previously agitated Mo disciples began to calm down at this moment. They started to ponder what Dosha had said, thinking carefully. In their eyes, Dosha's words seemed very reasonable. After hundreds of years of turmoil with the Qin's unification, was it really necessary to stir up war again? The Mo disciples looked blankly at the elder, hoping he could provide them with an answer. The elder sitting in the main seat was also at a loss. He carefully contemplated Dosha's words, and he found himself at a loss for how to counter them. For a moment he could not speak. The Mo disciples watched the elder's silence. Their inner resolve began to waver. The confusion in their eyes deepened, not knowing where the path ahead lay. They saw the elder rendered speechless by Dosha's words. Dosha quickly pressed on, as disciples of the Mo family, we hope for a peaceful world without war. Now that this hope is in front of us, why should we obstruct it? I hope the elder will think carefully. Everyone looked at the elder, waiting for his choice. Wow, I didn't expect the streamer to be so eloquent. Even the elder can't argue against him. What's so impressive? I could do it too. Just likes to boast, or if you could do it, you would. Those Qin haters, why are you quiet now? Keep going. It feels like it's about to reach the conclusion. Isn't it too rushed? Dosha's eyes were fixed on the elder seated at the main position. He felt uneasy inside, unsure if the elder would take his words to heart. The elder, with his head bowed in thought, suddenly raised it. His aged face appeared even more worn. Perhaps the choice of the Qin and Mo is indeed correct. After saying this, the elder hunched over and walked out of the room. The other Mo disciples followed suit. With a dejected expression, they followed the elder out of the room. Dosha was left in a daze, not knowing what the current situation was. Did I win or did I not win? Seeing Dosha's bewildered expression, the audience began to tease him. Of course you won. The streamer is a bit adorably clueless. The streamer's current expression is rare. Someone quickly screenshot it. The meme is ready if you want to type 1. Dosha, coming back to his senses, saw the comments teasing him. Embarrassingly, he curled his toes to the ground. That meme maker went too far. Remember to send me one. The comments flooded with laughter. As Dosha exited the room, he saw the previously busy individuals who had now stopped their work gathering in small groups. Upon seeing him come out, they began to whisper among themselves, pointing at him. Dosha stood at the door, unsure whether to go in or out. Finally, he mustered his courage and ran away. The livestream audience watched Dosha being pointed at by the NPCs and found it extremely amusing. No matter how many times they watched, it still felt incredible. It was truly intelligent, with players having free interactions and receiving feedback without acting like fools. As time passed, the city of Mechanism was not preparing for war. The MO disciples inside lived their lives as usual, as if there was no such thing as the Qin army. Do Sha took the live stream audience on a tour of the entire city of Mechanism. The city truly lived up to its name. The various mechanisms inside made Do Sha and the audience gasp in amazement. The entire city exuded a mechanical beauty. From hydraulic elevators to flying mechanical birds, they all marveled at the imagination of the stars. While Do Sha was touring, a MO disciple hurriedly walked toward the elder's residence. Shortly after the elder came out with that MO disciple, the two of them quickly walked towards the city gate. Do Sha, sensing something, hurriedly chased after them. Following the leaders, they arrived at the city gate. Do Sha and the viewers in the live stream witnessed an impactful scene. Outside the Mechanism city, the Qin army stood in endless rows, disciplined and solemn. The aura of killing intent emitted by the Qin army enveloped the entire Mechanism city, making it hard to breathe. As a participant, Do Sha felt even more pressure. He could better understand that if they chose to resist with just the disciples of the MO family in Mechanism city, it would be impossible to withstand the assault of the formidable Qin warriors. Wow, I can't believe such a grand scene has finally arrived. This is the formidable Qin warriors, in my heart, invincible in the world. It's always said that the Qin army is a pack of wolves, but I never felt it until now. Oh, I finally have an image in my mind. With such an army, unifying the 6 states is just a matter of course. At the moment Do Sha saw the Qin army, it felt as if the stars were playing tricks on him. For him to fight the Qin army is no joke. If he hadn't convinced the leaders, he would be doomed. It seems he has ended up with a favorable outcome. A general rode slowly to the leaders. MO family leaders, do you now submit? The expression on the leader's face was extremely unpleasant, fingers in the large sleeves cracking audibly. He painfully said, "We submit." After speaking, the leader's figure became even more hunched, his entire spirit feeling as if it had been drained. Every disciple of the MO family nearby had a grim expression. However, this was the leader's command. As MO family disciples, they had to obey. Even if they didn't understand, those who knew the inside story did not explain. They merely looked towards Do Sha's direction with strange gazes. As the leader uttered the words of submission, the game popped up a notification. Congratulations, player Do Sha, you were the first player to successfully complete the game. Seeing that he had completed the game, Do Sha could hardly believe it. Did I just complete the game? Why isn't there a completion animation? The audience was just as puzzled as Do Sha. I don't know either, it's not me playing. It feels like it went by so fast, or I completed it just like that. Congratulations to the streamer for being the first to clear MO Blade. As the completion notification appeared, gift effects in the live stream had not stopped since then. At this moment, the general suddenly rode over to Do Sha. Are you the one who convinced the MO family leaders? Seeing the Qin general in front of him, Do Sha was a bit dazed. Didn't they say he had cleared the game? Why was there still a plot? Despite his confusion, he replied, if it's about convincing the leaders to stop resisting, then that's me. The Qin general nodded with a calm expression. The first emperor summons you. Follow me to Xianyang to meet his majesty. Hearing that the first emperor wanted to see him, Do Sha was stunned on the spot. He had no idea what was going on. Why didn't they say he cleared the game? Why is there still a plot? The streamer has made it. He's going to meet the first emperor. I want to meet the charming ancestor too. The Qin general frowned when he saw Do Sha not responding. Just as he was about to press on, Do Sha thankfully regained his composure. Yes, please lead the way, general. The leader glanced at Do Sha being summoned by the first emperor, his expression inscrutable. No one knew what he was thinking. The other informed disciples of the MO family looked at Do Sha with faces full of shock. Only one person appeared somewhat unnatural. Fortunately, he kept his head down, so no one noticed his expression. Looking at the leader's expression, the streamer is a traitor. If the streamer isn't a traitor, then I'll eat my hat. It feels like the streamer has already become a traitor in the hearts of the MO family disciples. If I were summoned by the first emperor after persuading the leaders not to resist, I too would suspect the streamer is a traitor. The focus was all on Do Sha in the game, and he didn't see the audience's comments. If he had seen the barrage, he would surely have protested for himself. They watched him play every day. Did they not know if he had betrayed? Following the Qin army to Xianyang, Do Sha wanted to peek out of the carriage to see if the Xianyang city built by the stars matched his imagination. Unfortunately, he wasn't allowed. Do Sha could only sit inside the carriage feeling frustrated. I wanted to see what the Xianyang city in the game looked like. Too bad I can't see it now. The comments in the live stream lamented the inability to see Xianyang city. I want to see too, damn Qin army, why won't you let us see? Could it be that the stars didn't do the modeling properly, so they don't want to show it, eh? Definitely not. The stars never slack off in their games. Amidst the noise, Do Sha was taken to the Xianyang palace. Upon seeing the Xianyang Palace before him, both Do Sha and the audience in the live stream were stunned into silence, their bodies frozen as if under a spell. They could not move, staring dumbfounded at the Xianyang Palace. The eunuch who brought Do Sha saw his inexperienced expression, his chin slightly raised, filled with inner pride. The Qin people revered high platforms and beautiful palaces, and the Xianyang Palace was built on a rammed earth platform. The steps were steep and the halls were magnificent. On both sides of the steps, black backgrounds with golden patterns, the flags embroidered with black mystical birds of the Qin fluttered in the wind. There were also the mighty Qin warriors, standing with their halberds, their eyes brimmed with killing intent. They stared unflinchingly at Do Sha, ready to thrust their long halberds at him without hesitation if he made the slightest mistake. Watching, Do Sha did not dare to look around. As his body regained movement, he closely followed the eunuch in front of him, stepping up the stairs one step at a time. I finally understand why Qin Wuyang was so terrified. It's me, I'm terrified too. This is so shocking. This is the Xianyang Palace in my heart. With such grandeur, how could Jing Ku have the courage to assassinate the first emperor? Stars are amazing. You have perfectly restored the Xianyang Palace that I envisioned. Seeing Jing Ku's comments, Do Sha silently gave a thumbs up in his heart. Right now he is Qin Wuyang, no, perhaps even less than Qin Wuyang. He hadn't even met the first emperor yet, and he was already on the verge of collapse. He really didn't know if he would be able to stand when he met the first emperor. He prayed silently in his heart not to collapse to the ground, or it would be truly embarrassing. The voice of the eunuch reached his ears. Announce Mo Lang enters the palace. Do Sha took a deep breath, silently encouraging himself. With a determined gaze towards the hall, he stepped forward. The viewers in the live stream also knew Do Sha was nervous, cheering him on. Go for it, streamer, keep your spirits up, don't lose face. Let the ancients see the pride of modern people. Yes, walk in with your head held high. Just as he entered the grand hall, a furious voice rang out. Bold, how dare you gaze upon his majesty? Hearing this, Do Sha immediately shrank his neck, quickly lowering his head, not daring to raise it again. The streamer is too timid. Oh, as soon as he was scolded, he immediately lowered his head. Who is this person? I don't recognize him. I can't take it anymore. The streamer is going to make me laugh to death. Seeing the comments before him, Do Sha felt his face flush red. But now he had no way to refute. Just as Do Sha felt awkward, a dignified voice came through. Lift your head. Do Sha raised his head and gazed upward. Qin Shi Huang sat solemnly in formal posture upon a lacquered dais elevated high above the hall. Behind him stood an immense screen exquisitely carved with intricate motifs. Its black lacquer surface lent an aura of awe-inspiring dignity and solemnity. Before the emperor rested a low ceremonial table arrayed with numerous bronze ritual vessels, as well as bamboo slips neatly arranged upon its surface. Qin Shi Huang wore the Tongtian crown upon his head and a dark ceremonial robe, the Xian Yi, embroidered with auspicious symbols, the Xian bird and the Huachong. His expression remained impassive like still water in an ancient well, betraying no trace of emotion. An overwhelming sovereign pressure, unspoken yet palpable, emanated from the emperor himself. Do Sha stood quietly below, awaiting the emperor's inquiry. I have heard it said that you persuaded the Mahist Grandmaster to cease resistance against my great Qin. His voice was calm, yet resonant with imperial authority. Unfamiliar with Qin-era court etiquette, Do Sha could only mimic what he had seen in historical dramas, clenching his fists and bowing respectfully with both hands clasped before his chest. Nearby ministers glared fiercely, rising as if to rebuke him on the spot. Qin Shi Huang raised a hand to halt them, waiting patiently for Do Sha's reply. Do Sha sensed his own impropriety, and his heart pounded wildly, his limbs trembling with nervous uncertainty. His arms hung awkwardly, neither lowering nor holding firm. Do Sha struggled desperately to steady his nerves. Within his mind a silent cry echoed, Speak, speak now. Yes, your majesty, he replied, voice trembling slightly, but clear and resolute. Before Do Sha could fully compose himself, the emperor's commanding voice rang out once more. Repeat for me the very words you used to persuade the Mahist Grandmaster. Perhaps calmed by the moment, Do Sha recounted his persuasion without hesitation, delivering the full speech again precisely as he had spoken it to the Grandmaster. Upon hearing Do Sha's recitation, the emperor's countenance remained unchanged, yet a fleeting glimmer of quiet satisfaction shimmered in his eyes, vanishing before anyone could perceive it. Well done. You have rendered great service to my great Qin. In my Qin, merit is always rewarded. You may withdraw and await further summons. As palace eunuchs escorted Do Sha from the grand hall, he exhaled deeply, a long shuddering breath of relief. Before he could even address his livestream audience, control over his character suddenly slipped away. Assuming a malfunction in the Ling Shu pulse interface, he began to inspect the system, when abruptly a cinematic cutscene unfolded across the screen. chronicling the emperor's youth upon ascending the throne through his conquest and unification of the 6 warring states. This brief, sweeping animation offered players a distilled portrait of the emperor's life, culminating in 4-star characters game completed. This time it was truly over. Gazing upon the game that had accompanied him for an entire month, now genuinely completed, Do Sha felt an unexpected pang of reluctance. It's really over. Why does my heart feel so hollow? A whole month, and finally we've cleared it. We've truly endured. No, it's you who endured. What did you endure? I endured watching. Amidst such light-hearted banter scrolling across the live stream, Do Sha's lingering melancholy gradually softened. I hereby declare Mo Rin Sorrow of the 7 states. I am its first ever completer. Gifts flooded the screen, so profusely they obscured Do Sha entirely. News of Do Sha's completion spread rapidly online. Countless players of Mo Rin scoured the web for recordings of his livestream, only to discover to their envy that he had actually entered the Xianyang Palace. Others discerned that Mo Rin featured multiple endings. They personally played through each path and published comparative videos. One ending depicting refusal to persuade the Grandmaster, choosing instead continued resistance against the Qin army. The result: utter annihilation, carried out without mercy by the invincible Qin cavalry. No second chances, no avenues for reversal. Players also learned the name of the Qin commander Meng Tian. That single revelation plunged would-be resistors into despair. Mo Rin had already been lauded for its unparalleled authenticity, its NPC artificial intelligence far surpassing anything else in the world. Fighting Meng Tian felt indistinguishable from clashing with the legendary general himself. Every formation, every stratagem, deployed relentlessly against the player, left them humbled, defeated, and ultimately drawn to replay Do Sha's pacifist path. Yet some crave challenge above all. For fans of Red Alert, the final battle of Mo Rin ignited pure exhilaration. This to them was war incarnate. They flocked en masse to Mo Rin, teaching themselves classical military treatises, eager to face Meng Tian in true strategic combat. But command authority required first persuading the Grandmaster. Chen Fan was stunned upon hearing the news. He had designed Mo Rin as a narrative-driven historical experience, not a real-time strategy title. Yet this unforeseen surge propelled the game's sales to unprecedented heights. A fresh wave of commercial interest followed, an unexpected boon. Rival studios quickly recognized the opportunity. Phone calls poured into Chen Fan's office daily. All conveyed the same urgent plea: launch Tiangong Illusion immediately. We're ready to invest. Eager for profit, Chen Fan responded with gracious efficiency, releasing Tiangong Illusion that very day. Its pricing model was straightforward. The core engine was freely available, supplementary tools carried licensing fees, and revenue sharing applied. For games generating over 1 million yuan in income, Chen Fan retained 5%. Entire game development studios abandoned their legacy engines overnight, adopting Tiangong Illusion without hesitation. This was the future. Hesitation meant obsolescence. Overseas engine developers meanwhile faced catastrophic collapse, stock prices plummeting, reputations crumbling, as if riding a runaway elevator with no safety harness. Online forums buzzed with fervent debate. Is Tiangong Illusion developed by Starlight Studios truly that revolutionary? If it weren't, if it lacked genuine superiority, why would studios abandon proven engines? Superiority is welcome. What matters most is that more compelling games emerge. Mr. Chen of Starlight Studios, you are our deity. With Tiangong Illusion now widely adopted, the market swiftly filled with new titles playable via the Ling Shu Pulse interface. Player immersion soared to unprecedented levels, and fans of Red Alert emerged as ultimate beneficiaries. Most newly released games catered precisely to their tastes. 3 kingdoms contending for the realm: Han Dynasty and the Xiongnu, and heroes of the Sui and Tang dynasties. These were crafted expressly for Red Alert enthusiasts. While Chinese players rejoiced, their overseas counterparts found little cause for celebration. Contemporary Chinese games now demanded fluency in Mandarin and deep familiarity with Chinese history. Without either, foreign players remained utterly baffled by narrative intent and thematic depth. Though gameplay mechanics dazzled, incomprehensible content have the enjoyment. In Mo Rin, references to the Qin state or the Mahe school held no resonance abroad. Foreign players determined to grasp Mo Rin embarked on self-directed study, mastering Mandarin, immersing themselves in Chinese historiography. Overnight, overseas Chinese communities became indispensable cultural bridges. Proficiency in Mandarin opened doors everywhere, even transforming the language itself into a global trend among international gamers. While waiting abroad, news of foreigners learning Chinese was sent back to the country. Domestic netizens catching the scent flocked over. They were somewhat bewildered to see foreigners crazily studying Chinese. Uncertain of what prompted this enthusiasm, the entire sequence of events was unraveled by experts. The onlookers were all well informed. Starry Sky is impressive. The game they developed actually encouraged foreigners to learn Chinese themselves. Previously, we were the ones translating foreign games, but now the roles have reversed. Truly amazing. They've always talked about spreading traditional Chinese culture, and now Starry Sky's MO run has achieved it, which is commendable. Watching foreigners struggle to learn Chinese feels like seeing a reflection of my past self. Media marketing accounts, of course, did not miss out on this wave of traffic. They began to wildly retweet, eager to gain an edge over their peers. The popularity surged instantly. The number of people seeing and participating kept increasing. After a day of work, Chen Fan lazily stretched. Stepping out of the office, he was about to find Su Luoxue. Just then he saw Su Luoxue approaching gracefully. Chen Fan quickened his pace and reached Su Luoxue. Taking her delicate hand, he smiled and said, "Let's go shopping today." Su Luoxue returned his smile. Sure. The two held hands, leaning against each other, sharing affection while spreading dog food to their colleagues. Some young girls whispered to each other, "Ah, Su and Chen look so sweet, I'm shipping them hard. Yeah, I believe in love again. When will I find my other half?" Chen Fan and Su Luoxue heard the whispers of the young girls. The two exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with affection for each other. As they left the company, they chose not to drive. They strolled aimlessly down the street, enjoying their rare time together. Before long, they arrived at a snack street. Su Luox's eyes lit up as she pointed at the snack street excitedly and said, "I want to eat." Chen Fan looked at her indulgently, saying, "All right, money is no object. Go ahead and eat to your heart's content." Su Luoxue playfully swatted him. "What do you mean no money? It sounds like I'm a bottomless pit." The two entered the snack street, playfully bickering. They indulged in food, initially planning to eat through the entire snack street. However, the two overestimated their appetite and returned disappointed. Su Luoxue rubbed her slightly protruding belly, lamenting, "I ate too much today, or I need to exercise more in the coming days." Chen Fan, trailing behind with a pained expression while rubbing his belly, wore a mask of suffering. His eyes were nearly rolling back. Looking at his rounder belly, he inwardly complained, "Yes, I did eat quite a lot, but it all ended up in my belly." Noticing Chen Fan's absence, Su Luoxue turned in confusion. She saw him behind, rubbing his belly, and couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Goose, goose, goose, hick." Just as she laughed, she suddenly hiccuped. Su Luoxue quickly covered her mouth, her face turning red. Initially annoyed by her laughter, Chen Fan softened at the sound of her hiccup. However, hearing the hiccup made him laugh as well. Su Luoxue, embarrassed, stepped up and playfully smacked his shoulder a few times, causing Chen Fan to grit his teeth in pain. After some playful teasing, the two held hands and exited the snack street. They walked slowly on the street, digesting their food. Observing the bustling street, they gradually approached the entrance of a park. Peering inside, they saw many people strolling about. Chen Fan held Su Luox's hand and headed into the park. "Let's go see what fun things the park has to offer." Su Luoxue had no particular destination in mind. Leaning her head on Chen Fan's shoulder, she obediently followed him into the park, where many couples like them were present. There were also families playing in the park. They watched as children ran around their parents. Su Luoxue felt a twinge of envy in her heart. She also wanted to have a child with Chen Fan. Meanwhile, Chen Fan took in Su Luox's expression, quietly sending a message to Pan Jizu through his spiritual network. After sending the message, he acted as if nothing had happened, continuing to accompany Su Luoxue in the park. Not far behind them, two sneaky figures were tailing them. They quietly followed Chen Fan and Su Luoxue. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice broke the silence. "Brother Pan, hasn't Chen sent the message yet?" It turned out to be Pan Jizu and Little Pig. Pan Jizu, somewhat impatient, replied, "I've told you 100 times, Zhu Meiyu, haven't you had enough?" Zhu Meiyu pouted, replying softly, "I just want to eat the melon quickly." Pan Jizu shot her a sidelong glance. "It's as if I don't want to eat the melon first." As for why the two were following Chen Fan and Su Luoxue, it was because Chen Fan planned to propose to Su Luoxue today. They had been together for several years. Both Chen Fan and Su Luoxue wished to take their relationship to the next level. However, it was certainly the man who had to take the first step. Thus, Chen Fan planned the proposal. Although he was unsure whether it matched Su Luox's wishes, he was still prepared. Pan Jizu and Little Pig cautiously followed behind. Finally, Pan Jizu's spiritual network received a message. He quickly opened it to find a message from Chen Fan. Excited, Pan Jizu grabbed Little Pig's hand. Quickly passing Chen Fan and Su Luoxue via another path, Little Pig realized what was about to happen as she was pulled along by Pan Jizu. Her face flushed with excitement as she ran even faster than Pan Jizu, leaving him far behind. Chen Fan caught a glimpse of the two rushing along the side path. He began to feel excited. Glancing at Su Luoxue, who was still unaware, he couldn't help but smile. Just then, Su Luoxue looked up and saw the smile at the corner of Chen Fan's mouth. With a suspicious smile, she asked, "Your smile seems suspicious. Do you have a scheme?" She thought about how Chen Fan rarely went shopping. Today, he suddenly invited her to shop. Surely something was up. Her suspicion deepened as she began to scan her surroundings. Chen Fan hadn't realized that Su Luoxue happened to catch sight of his crooked smile. Now Su Luoxue began to grow suspicious. Chen Fan, feeling anxious, replied, "What scheme could I have? I just thought of a joke." Upon hearing Chen Fan's explanation, Su Luox's doubts did not dissipate. However, she chose not to say more, thinking she would find out by continuing to follow him. The two walked along the road, arriving by the river. They saw a crowd gathered, curious about what they were looking at. Su Luox's curiosity was piqued. However, recalling Chen Fan's earlier odd behavior, she hesitated to approach. Chen Fan wouldn't miss this opportunity, pulling her along directly towards the crowd. Su Luoxue too wanted to see what Chen Fan was up to. She followed him without resistance, running alongside him. Make way, the main event is here." They squeezed through the crowd to the center. Su Luoxue finally understood what Chen Fan was plotting. On the ground lay a heart made of roses. Nearby, a band was waiting for someone. Chen Fan led Su Luoxue to the center under the gaze of onlookers. He took a small box from his pocket. Opening it revealed a jade ring which he held up before Su Luoxue, his gaze filled with anticipation as he said, "Su Luoxue, marry me." Seeing Chen Fan on one knee, Su Luoxue gasped and covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at the ring. Excitedly, she extended her left hand and said, "Yes, I do." In the crowd of onlookers, a wave of cheers erupted the moment Su Luoxue agreed. Under the witness of passers-by, Chen Fan slipped the jade ring onto Su Luox's left ring finger. He rose and embraced Su Luoxue, tightly kissing her passionately. Applause erupted around them, blessing the couple. After the kiss, Chen Fan and Su Luoxue exchanged glances. He softly said, "Don't think I skimped on the proposal. I will definitely put effort into the wedding." Su Luoxue, her eyes filled with affection, replied, "I don't care about the ceremony. As long as you are sincere, that's enough." Their gazes began to intertwine. However, recalling their surroundings, they both restrained themselves and nodded to the crowd. The crowd responded with smiles and applause towards the couple. Once the excitement faded, the crowd dispersed, each returning home. Outside the circle, Xiao Zhu sighed enviously. "I wish someone would propose to me." Pan Jizu shot her a sidelong glance. "Everything exists in dreams," she retorted, puffing her cheeks in annoyance as she transformed into a pufferfish, repeatedly hitting Pan Jizu's arm. Pan Jizu yelped in pain. Hearing his cries, Su Luoxue turned to see the two of them and understood what was happening. She linked her arm with Chen Fan's and approached with a beaming smile. Standing before them, observing their dynamic, she playfully remarked to Chen Fan, "I see some people are close to a happy ending." Chen Fan chuckled in response, "Yes, I noticed that too." Pan Jizu looked utterly confused while Xiao Zhu blushed furiously. Lowering her head to twist her fingers, she dared not look up at anyone. Su Luoxue rolled her eyes at Pan Jizu's lack of response and pulled Xiao Zhu ahead, the two girls whispering together. Chen Fan and Pan Jizu followed closely behind. Chen Fan glanced at the still confused Pan Jizu, feeling a bit speechless. He had never realized this before. His childhood friend so clueless about relationships, he couldn't help but ask, "Have you ever thought about finding a girlfriend?" Pan Jizu's face turned bright red at the question. Stammering, she replied, "Who wouldn't want that? It's just that no one is interested in me." Chen Fan was completely at a loss for words. Pan Jizu truly was a blockhead. There's no saving her. What do you think of Xiao Zhu? You spend every day together, don't you have any thoughts? Pan Jizu maintained an indifferent expression. "We're just buddies. What kind of thoughts could there be?" Chen Fan rubbed his forehead in frustration. He had run out of things to say to Pan Jizu. Chen Fan decided to change the subject discreetly, sending the information he had gathered to Su Luoxue. Let his wife handle this. He couldn't deal with it. Receiving Chen Fan's message, Su Luoxue glanced at it before turning to Xiao Zhu, her face displaying sympathy. "Xiao Zhu, do you like Xiao Pan?" Initially enjoying their conversation, Xiao Zhu's face flushed at Su Luox's sudden shift to her romantic issues. Unsure of what to say, she merely nodded silently. Having obtained her desired answer, Su Luox's smile grew wider. "Then I can give you some intel. Do you want it?" Xiao Zhu nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with hope. Linking her arm with Su Luox's, she acted adorably, saying, "Sister Su, sister-in-law, I want it." The word sister-in-law made Su Luoxue feel as if she had just eaten candy. Chuckling, she revealed the information Chen Fan had gathered to Xiao Zhu. Upon hearing that Pan Jizu viewed her as just a buddy, Xiao Zhu's face turned crimson. Though she usually acted carefree, she was still a girl. Turning around, she shot Pan Jizu a fierce glare, catching him off guard. Pan Jizu, looking as confused as Louis XVI, was the target of Chen Fan's attempt to suppress laughter. Thankfully, he managed to hold it in, but it was a struggle. The four of them strolled around for a long time, realizing it was getting late, and each headed home. That night, Chen Fan enjoyed royal treatment. Many things he had wanted to try were fulfilled that night. The next day, Su Luoxue glowed with happiness while Chen Fan held his waist looking a bit pale. Seeing Chen Fan's exhausted state, Su Luoxue covered her mouth, stifling a laugh. Last night, he had confidently proclaimed that he was a treasure no one could capture. Now he looked utterly lifeless. However, for the sake of future happiness, she headed to the kitchen to prepare a hearty breakfast, noticing the table full of various dishes. Chen Fan's expression darkened. He felt looked down upon by this little girl. This couldn't stand. He needed to regain his dignity. However, he knew it wouldn't happen anytime soon. There would be time to fight again in the future. Turning his frustration into appetite, he cleared the breakfast spread on the table. Seeing Chen Fan finish his meal completely, Su Luoxue felt satisfied. Considering Chen Fan's exhaustion from last night, she decided not to make him wash the dishes. Upon arriving at the company, they parted ways. Back in the office, Chen Fan felt his waist still hadn't recovered. He thought to himself that the after effects were indeed strong. He needed to exercise restraint and not be reckless in the future. Across the ocean in America, in a white building, Luke was enduring the verbal onslaught of the president. Did you not tell me this operation was foolproof? What is the current situation? How did the mission fail? Feeling the sticky saliva on his face, Luke instinctively felt nauseated. However, the mission's failure left him too afraid to wipe it off. He could only endure the disgust while waiting for the president to vent his frustrations. The president, disregarding his image, stood with his hands on his hips, releasing some anger until his emotions calmed slightly. His eyes glared fiercely at Luke. If Luke's answer did not satisfy him, he would ensure Luke lost everything he had. Seeing that the president had finally finished venting, Luke breathed a sigh of relief, starting to strategize how to gloss over this situation. However, he had little time to think. The president continued to watch him closely, waiting for an answer. Luke seemed to have thought of something, a glimmer of joy crossing his face as confidence returned. Mr. President, it's because of that Sue. He doesn't trust us. He was unwilling to hand over the documents at the beginning, insisting on keeping them with him. He is not a professional agent, and that led to the mission's failure. The president nodded, sitting back in his chair, picking up a cigar and preparing to light it. Luke, being perceptive, immediately stepped forward to help the president light the cigar. Seeing Luke's thoughtfulness, the president no longer made things difficult for him. I accept your explanation. What about the follow-up? How do you plan to continue with the mission? Standing nearby, Luke replied confidently, there are many companies in Huagua in which we hold shares, and some are significant. The president, puffing on his cigar, brightened at this and looked at Luke expectantly, encouraging him to continue. Seeing the president's interest, Luke smiled even wider. We can use these Chinese companies to acquire technology from the Xinyu company. This would simply be normal business behavior. We wouldn't need to send agents to Huagua. We could acquire the technology safely and securely. The president finally smiled. I hope you won't disappoint me this time, the president said, slowly staring at Luke. Luke stood up straight and assured the president, I will not fail again, I promise you. Having obtained what he wanted, the president waved Luke out. Luke respectfully exited the president's office, closing the door behind him with a cold glint in his eyes. Cursing Xiao Su internally, he also scolded the Xinyu company. It was because of them that he was reprimanded by the president, nearly ruining his future. Straightening his clothes, he retracted the coldness in his gaze and quickly walked out of the buy shop. This one won't do, redraw it, Chen Fan said expressionlessly, returning a draft in the art department. The art resources for his new game had still not been produced, causing him to stay in the art department for quite a long time. He had seen many drafts to the point of numbness. The head of the art department said with a troubled expression, Understood, Director Chen. Chen Fan observed the supervisor's bitter face. The staff in the art department had been unable to achieve the effect he desired. He was also feeling frustrated. For his new game, he would not compromise. He could only strive for perfection. But he knew that if this continued, either he would collapse first, or the people in the art department would. He could only see if there were other solutions. Suddenly an idea flashed in his mind, and Chen Fan joyfully said, All right, I will give everyone in the art department a vacation, go travel, and the company will cover the expenses. You can go see the Dunhuang murals, check out various ancient texts, especially the classic of mountains and seas. The supervisor was a bit dazed. Why were they suddenly getting a vacation? Upon hearing the latter part, he understood. It turned out they were being sent on a business trip. After thinking carefully, the supervisor felt it made sense. They had been cooped up in the office every day. Their inspiration had long since dried up. Now that Director Chen was sending them out to gather inspiration, it was indeed a good approach. I understand. Are we going together or separately? After pondering for a while, Chen Fan replied, You can choose what you like, no need to go together. Nodding, the supervisor took back the rejected draft and left the office. Returning to the art department, the supervisor informed the staff of Chen Fan's decision. A cheer erupted from the art department. Other departments, hearing the cheer, were confused. They had no idea what had happened. Before long, the other employees saw the art department staff gathering their things in groups. Those with boldness approached to inquire. "Excuse me, may I ask what you all are doing?" A beautiful girl paused her actions hearing someone ask. Stopping her movements, she boasted, "Director Chen gave us a vacation, and the company is covering the travel expenses." After saying that, the girl continued packing her things. During this time, they had been rushing drafts every day. There had been no time to rest, and now that they could take a vacation, she just wanted to leave the company quickly to seek poetry in far-off places. The news that the art department was on vacation and that the company was covering the travel costs spread throughout the company in an instant. Employees from other departments felt as if they had eaten a lemon. They were sour enough to drool. They also wanted a vacation, but thinking of the busy period in the art department, they felt somewhat balanced. This vacation came at a cost. With the art department employees on vacation, Chen Fan naturally took a break as well. He even forced Su Luoxue to join him in taking a vacation. On a plane, Su Luoxue expressed her worries, saying, "If the two of us travel together, will the company not run into any problems?" Chen Fan adjusted his sleep mask, preparing to take a nap. Hearing Su Luox's concerns, he felt the urge to retort. However, considering that Su Luoxue was his wife, he could only suppress the impulse to argue. "Don't worry, if those executives can't manage the company, then what are they even for? Rest assured, nothing will happen." Thinking it over, Su Luoxue felt Chen Fan was right. She relaxed and rested peacefully. After traveling for over 10 days, the two returned to the company. The art department staff returned as well. Now everyone appeared revitalized, and their work was filled with passion influenced by traditional culture. The art department finally produced the effect that Chen Fan desired. Holding the draft in his hand, Chen Fan felt tears welling up. They had finally done it. If they hadn't managed to produce it, he would have been in trouble. Now that the draft was out, the new game could be put on the agenda. He summoned the heads of various departments to hold a meeting in the conference room. Once everyone had arrived, Chen Fan directly began the topic. "I believe everyone knows that the art department has been busy during this period. Now that the draft has been finalized, we can move on to the next step." Pointing at the PPT, Chen Fan continued, "Our next game is called Classic of Mountains and Seas." The meeting proceeded smoothly and tasks were assigned. Now it was a matter of following the plan step by step, leaving no more issues for Chen Fan. Feeling relaxed, he strolled over to Su Luoxue. Seeing her busy, he chose not to disturb her. Lying alone on the sofa, he activated the Ling Shu Mai and started the Mo Ren. After finishing his work, he saw Chen Fan lounging on the sofa. Su Luoxue said irritably, "You come here just to lie there and don't even think about helping me." Immersed in the game, Chen Fan did not hear Su Luox's words. Seeing that Chen Fan ignored her, Su Luoxue puffed up her cheeks, angrily approaching Chen Fan. She took off one shoe, revealing her foot wrapped in black stockings. She stretched it toward Chen Fan's mouth. Feeling something on his lips, Chen Fan's attention returned to reality. Upon seeing what was on his mouth, he extended his tongue without hesitation. With a gasp, Su Luoxue withdrew her foot. Looking at the smacking Chen Fan, she said with a captivating tone, "Pervert." Chen Fan chuckled, not bothering to refute. Instead, he shifted the topic. "Now that work is done, come lie down for a while." He patted the empty space beside him, indicating for Su Luoxue to lie down. Su Luoxue, however, knew his intentions well. She rolled her eyes at him and returned to her office chair. "Have you finished your work?" Seeing Su Luoxue leave, Chen Fan felt disappointed. He found a comfortable position to lie down and weakly said, "The most important matter has been resolved. The rest doesn't require my involvement." Just as Su Luoxue was about to say something, an assistant walked in. Seeing Chen Fan lying on the sofa, the assistant chose to ignore him. Approaching Su Luoxue, the assistant reported, "Director Su, a company has come to discuss a collaboration. They are already in the reception room." Su Luoxue frowned, puzzled, and said, "Why not just go talk to them? What do you need me for?" The assistant awkwardly replied, "They specifically requested to talk to you, Director Su. The amount for the collaboration is considerable, so I came to report." Hearing the assistant's explanation, Su Luox's frown deepened. Chen Fan, lying on the sofa, became interested. Sitting up from the sofa, he eagerly asked, "How much is the collaboration? Those executives can't make up their minds." The assistant held out his hand, fingers spread, and answered seriously, 500 million. Now Chen Fan was truly interested. He stood up, taking Su Luox's hand as he said to the assistant, "Let's go meet them." Chen Fan and Su Luoxue entered the reception room hand in hand. Upon entering, they saw a middle-aged man dressed in a well-fitted suit, his physique hinting at a fitness regimen. There were no signs of the middle-aged man having gained weight. He was impeccably groomed. Another person present was his assistant, a young man in his 20s. As Chen Fan and Su Luoxue entered, the middle-aged man quickly rose to greet them, warmly shaking hands with both. He introduced himself, saying, "Hello, General Manager Chen. General Manager Su, I am Li Yuan, the president of Tianding Entertainment." He then pointed to the young man beside him, introducing, "This is my assistant, you can call him Xiao Zhou." Su Luoxue settled them down and, getting straight to the point, asked, "Welcome. What kind of collaboration do you wish to discuss with me?" Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He discreetly glanced at Chen Fan sitting beside him, smilingly replied, "General Manager Su is indeed direct, so I will be straightforward as well. Our Tianding Entertainment aims to produce a film that can be broadcast on the Lingshu Mai. We seek technical support from Xingyu. I wonder if General Manager Su would be interested." Su Luoxue exchanged a glance with Chen Fan. Chen Fan remained silent as the other party was seeking his wife. He needed to support Su Luoxue. After pondering for a moment, Su Luoxue said, "I am quite interested, but what can I gain from this?" Seeing Su Luox's interest, Li Yuan's smile broadened. "For our future films, Xingyu will have priority investment rights. Tianding Entertainment is a top-tier company domestically and even internationally. Every one of our films is profitable, it's merely a matter of how much." Su Luoxue, unfamiliar with the entertainment industry, found it hard to assess what Li Yuan had mentioned. She couldn't make a judgment and decided to end the negotiation for now. "I am not well acquainted with your entertainment industry. I need some time to respond." Li Yuan was not offended, as he would have made a similar choice. He stood up and politely shook hands with Su Luoxue. "No worries, General Manager Su, take your time to consider. I still hope we can collaborate in the future." He did not forget to shake hands with Chen Fan as well. After sending Li Yuan and his group off, Chen Fan followed Su Luoxue. Upon returning to her office, Chen Fan sat across from her, curiously asking, "What do you think of this project? Should we collaborate with that, Li Yuan?" Su Luoxue fiddled with her fingers, casually replying, "Of course I'm interested, but I'm unsure about the collaborator." Initially a bit bewildered, Chen Fan quickly caught on to Su Luox, meaning his expression conveying a mix of amusement and mischief as he looked at her. Su Luoxue found Chen Fan's expression amusing, causing her to chuckle. Suddenly a piece of news began to spread wildly online, saying that Tianding Entertainment was going to collaborate with Xingyu. They aimed to create an entertainment ecosystem on the Lingshu Mai. In the future, everyone would be able to watch movies and TV shows on the Lingshu Mai. Many left comments under this news. "Tianding Entertainment is great. Watching movies on the Lingshu Mai is a fantastic idea. I'm worried about the viewing experience. If it's bad, it's better not to do it. Watching movies in my head means I won't be caught slacking off at work anymore. We college students can relax during class now. Seeing the thoughts of the two above, I'm worried about my child." The bystanders were just observing. Other entertainment companies were incensed, angrily accusing Tianding Entertainment of being unscrupulous for attempting to cut in. They scrambled to contact Su Luoxue, expressing their willingness to collaborate with Xingyu as well. The benefits offered won't be lower than those from Tianding Entertainment. In the office of Tianding Entertainment's president, Li Yuan's expression darkened. However, he wasn't angry. After all, it was normal business behavior. What was there to be angry about? Yet he clenched his pale fingers, his teeth grinding audibly, betraying his inner turmoil. But Xingyu was not a company he could simply approach. He could only swallow his frustration. At that moment, a call came in. Li Yuan looked at the caller ID, his demeanor becoming much more respectful. "Boss, how may I assist you?" After a moment of silence, the voice on the other end asked, "Is there any issue with the collaboration with Xingyu?" Li Yuan's heart tightened, but he did not show it. He confidently replied, "There are no issues whatsoever." This time the other side did not fall silent, but the tone was somewhat displeased. "I hope that is the case." After the call ended, Li Yuan's expression turned gloomy. He called his assistant, deciding to visit Xingyu once again. He could not allow the plan to go awry. Unfortunately, Li Yuan did not meet Su Luoxue at Xingyu. Instead, he encountered many peers. The atmosphere shifted to a strange tension upon Li Yuan's arrival. However, being seasoned veterans, they tactfully remained silent upon not seeing Su Luoxue and left directly. After a few days, Su Luoxue had acquired a solid understanding of the entertainment industry. In her mind, she was ready to continue the previous negotiations. However, she wasn't going to call only Tianding Entertainment. Other entertainment companies were summoned as well. When she received notice from Xingyu that negotiations could continue, Li Yuan was elated and rushed to Xingyu. However, he was taken aback to see that other entertainment companies had also arrived. His face darkened instantly, yet he had no way to change the situation. He could only enter the conference room with a grim expression. After several days of negotiations, they finally finalized the collaboration. Li Yuan sighed in relief. The technology from Xingyu was secured. Although he had to concede some profits, he had still obtained it. With the technology in hand, he immediately drove to a villa in the suburbs. Standing at the entrance, he straightened his appearance and respectfully pressed the doorbell. The door opened shortly after, revealing a middle-aged woman. Upon seeing Li Yuan, the woman smiled warmly and invited him inside. "Shaoli is here. Old Su is in the study upstairs. Hurry up and go find him." Li Yuan responded with a smile, saying, "All right, I'll go find the boss now." Upon reaching the study, Li Yuan knocked on the door. "Come in." Hearing the voice from inside, he dared to push the door open. Upon entering, he stood respectfully in front of the desk, placing the documents he held onto the table. He didn't even dare to sit down. In the study sat an elderly gentleman who, although a bit plump, still carried an imposing aura that commanded respect. Without losing any of his authority, he picked up the documents on the desk and casually flipped through them. In a flat tone, he asked, "There are no issues with the technology inside, right?" Li Yuan stood straight and respectfully replied, "The documents provided to other companies are identical. There are no issues." The old man nodded, gesturing for Li Yuan to leave. Li Yuan understood the gesture and quietly exited the study. The middle-aged woman saw him coming out and wanted to invite him for a meal, but Li Yuan declined, feeling uncomfortable in this place. At the CIA headquarters in the United States, Luke looked at the information on the computer, his face flushed with excitement. He transferred the data to a USB drive and grabbed it. Luke drove to the White House. In the president's office, the president was working. Upon seeing Luke rush, and confusion filled his mind. However, thinking of the project he was currently in charge of, his heart began to race, eagerly asking, "Luke, you brought me good news, right?" Luke did not answer immediately. Instead, he placed the USB drive on the table. Pointing at the USB, he excitedly said, "Yes, Your Excellency, this is the good news I brought for you." Picking up the USB drive, the president examined it carefully before asking, "You haven't let anyone else handle this, have you?" Luke replied seriously, "Rest assured, Your Excellency, I contacted the informant personally." The president nodded in satisfaction and handed the USB drive back to Luke. "Take it directly to the Academy of Sciences and have those scientists crack it as soon as possible." Luke nodded, clutching the USB drive. He set out once more, heading to the Academy of Sciences. On the way, he had already notified them. He instructed the scientists to wait in the conference room. Upon arriving at the Academy of Sciences, Luke headed straight for the conference room. The scientists waiting there saw Luke breathless. Feeling some dissatisfaction, but unable to express it, Luke caught his breath and took a seat at the main position. He inserted the USB drive into the computer and started the projection. The meeting began. However, the scientists frowned upon seeing the projected data. They did not recognize any of the text displayed. Someone asked, "Why is it in Chinese? Is there no English version?" Other scientists echoed, "Yeah, I don't understand Chinese. What use is this to me? This person is too careless. Which department is this from? I want to file a complaint." Luke, amid their complaints, helplessly stated, "This is technology from Huawei. There is no English version. The president requires you to crack and replicate this technology in the shortest time possible." This stirred up even more chaos, and they began to shout, "What kind of joke is this, asking us to crack Huawei's technology? This is an insult to me. I will definitely complain about you. With Huawei's technology, you think we need to crack it? What kind of joke are you making?" Seeing the scientists riled up, Luke suddenly said something that quieted them down. "If it were the technology of holographic imaging and spiritual pulse, would you think it was an insult?" The faces of the scientists all showed discomfort. Their gazes wandered, fiddling with pens or other items, refusing to meet Luke's eyes. Seeing this situation, Luke decided to leave it at that. Huawei has surpassed the United States in certain fields. We need to face reality. "All right, gentlemen, I will leave the materials here. Remember, our time is very tight." After saying this, he left no room for the scientists to refute. Luke quickly left the Academy of Sciences, leaving the scientists staring at the information, which was entirely in Chinese. They anxiously scratched their heads, unsure of where to start. With the collaboration of the Star Domain and various entertainment companies proceeding smoothly, the Spiritual Pulse now had a video section. Those with the Spiritual Pulse could watch various videos on it. This also allowed Su Luoxue to earn a considerable profit. Seeing the daily earnings, Su Luoxue sighed, "It's better to run a platform. I can earn money while lying down." On Chen Fan's side, the classic of Mountains and Seas was nearing its final stages. With just a few adjustments, it would be ready for launch. Chen Fan was benchmarking it against the Monster Hunter from his past life. With the existence of the Spiritual Pulse, he believed that the classic of Mountains and Seas would be even better than the Monster Hunter. After a few more days, the classic of Mountains and Seas was already debugged. Chen Fan happily played the game in his office. However, playing alone was a bit boring. The classic of Mountains and Seas supported multiplayer online play. He immediately thought of Pan Jizu, this top-tier tool user. Chen Fan never lacked motivation and quickly called him. He switched back to Crossfire to reach Pan Jizu. Pan Jizu was currently under heavy bombardment by the small Blackie. "Come on, streamers are using the Spiritual Pulse to broadcast live now. Why are you still playing Crossfire on the computer? You are just a noob, only fit to play Crossfire. You're still living in the last century. You can play games from other companies as well." The other casual users were speechless. Now, there are many games that can be played on the Spiritual Pulse. However, Pan Jizu still clung to Crossfire, and it was unclear what he was after. Pan Jizu did not hold back against the small Blackies arguing back with them, but a phone call interrupted him just as he was enjoying the argument. Seeing the caller ID was his childhood friend Chen Fan, he lost interest in arguing and answered the phone. Hey, what do you want from your adoptive father? Hearing that Pan Jizoo had taken advantage of him, Chen Fan said quietly, I was going to invite you to play a new game, but now I need to think it over. Does Pan Jizoo have any face? Certainly not. Adoptive father, my account was just hacked, and this is the real me now. Adoptive father, when will you send the game over? The two mentions of adoptive father made Chen Fan feel pleased. He sent the installation package for the classic of mountains and seas to Pan Jizoo. He also reminded him, hurry up, been waiting for you to go online. Pan Jizoo, who was installing, paused for a moment. Was Chen Fan going to play together too? Cautiously he asked, in broadcasting live, are you okay with that? Chen Fan of course knew he was always streaming. Nonchalantly he replied, it's fine, you can stream as you like. Since Chen Fan said so, Pan Jizoo had nothing to worry about. He spoke to the live stream. Today my stream has a mysterious guest and a new game from Xingchen. You all give gifts and support, otherwise I won't stream anymore. Some casual viewers remembered the relationship between Pan Jizoo and Chen Fan. The new game that Pan Jizoo mentioned might actually be true, but the small blackies didn't believe it and charged in. What are you bragging about talking about Xingchen's new game? One dish, what dream are you having? Dream at night instead. There's a kind of dream called daydreaming. Obviously one dish is just daydreaming. The viewers began to help Pan Jizoo fight back. They didn't want him to stop streaming. This was Xingchen's new game, yet to be released. If they couldn't see it because of these small blackies, they would be devastated. You small blackies, what are you barking about? Everyone knows the relationship between Old Pan and President Chun. What are you barking about? Old Pan, don't mind these blackies, we'll handle them for you. In fact, someone mentioned the relationship between Pan Jizoo and Chen Fan. The small blackies finally remembered. Pan Jizoo was childhood friends with Chen Fan, and every new game from Xingchen was streamed first by Pan Jizoo. Now that he said there was a new game to stream, it might not be a lie. Thinking of this, they quietly deleted the bullet comments that hadn't been sent. The atmosphere of the bullet comments in the live stream became much cleaner. Seeing the small blackies being suppressed, Pan Jizoo smiled proudly. The installation package for the new game was also ready. He could start the game now. With Chen Fan, the game developer, guiding him, he felt completely at ease. He directly entered the game. Chen Fan created a new game, bringing Pan Jizoo into the fold. Pan Jizoo saw the ancient style of the game graphics and thought to himself that the game's visuals had indeed improved. The graphics of the game are not the important part right now. He still doesn't know what type of game this is. Adoptive father, is this game difficult? How should I play? Can you give me an introduction? Pan Jizoo's question was also what the viewers in the live stream wanted to ask. Yes, I also want to know. A good question, just like a dish. Mr. Chen, hurry up and answer, my curiosity is about to explode. It must be fun, no need to explain. As Chen Fan entered the game, he began to explain. This is an open-world game with main quests. However, whether you do them or not won't affect your gaming experience. The gameplay mainly involves fighting monsters, collecting various materials, and crafting your own equipment. It'll guide you for a bit, and you'll understand. After a brief introduction, the game finished loading. The animated CG arrived as expected. The towering Buzhou Mountain, a tree that reaches the heavens. Various exotic beasts flashed by from time to time. The 4 legendary divine beasts stood majestically. There were fearsome legendary beasts terrifying to behold. In lakes and seas, in high mountains and steep ridges, it stirred the hearts of onlookers. I want to play too. Is this the classic of mountains and seas? Forgive my ignorance. Are we supposed to hunt these exotic beasts? Is there a mount system? I want to ride a Qilin or a white tiger. Pan Jizoo was also stunned. But what concerned him more was his own skills. In the game, he might be the hunted. Brother, are you sure I can play? Chen Fan replied indifferently, what are you afraid of? I'm here. Pan Jizoo felt uneasy upon hearing Chen Fan's words. Didn't he know Chen Fan's skills? But having already boarded the pirate ship, there was no turning back. He could only bite the bullet. The two of them appeared in a rather primitive tribal settlement. The people around wore only a piece of animal skin around their waists. It was also Chen Fan's first time playing. He looked at his outfit, which was the same as those around him. It only covered the private parts around his waist. Thinking of Pan Jizoo being live-streamed, he felt a wave of embarrassment. This game currently does not have a character customization system. You enter using your real appearance. Of course, your body data is also your own. Pan Jizoo saw the animal skin around his waist and then looked at his own face. He let out a wail. Damn you, Chen Fan, what situation is this? Chen Fan, hearing Pan Jizoo's wail, replied awkwardly, isn't this a test? I'm just like you, just bear with it, and it will pass. The viewers in the live stream were laughing uncontrollably at the sight of them both dressed alike. While the character model in this game is just a dish itself. Lift the animal skin, let me see the size. Tisk, I didn't expect Mr. Chen to have such a good physique. I'm a girl who I envy Mr. Su for having good food every day. Pan Jizu saw the teasing comments in the chat. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Chen Fan's face also turned red. The two exchanged glances and instinctively covered the areas they needed to. Chen Fan secretly cursed the designer of the character model. The animal skin was designed so short, what did they want to do? Fortunately, there was a piece of animal skin nearby that was unguarded. Chen Fan dashed over. Wrapping the animal skin around his waist, he finally relaxed. He had felt a bit too cool down there. Now with the animal skin, it was much better. Pan Jizu saw the only unguarded piece of animal skin and was about to rush over, but Chen Fan got there first. Pan Jizu's eyes sparkled as he looked at the animal skin around Chen Fan's waist. Chen Fan instinctively took a step back, distancing himself from this dangerous source. He provocatively said, "The fans have accompanied you for so long, now it's time to give them some benefits." Pan Jizu glared angrily. "What nonsense are you talking? I'm a serious streamer." The audience was also displeased. "The streamer has no meat on him, what's there to see? And benefits? This behavior is completely ungrateful. I want Mr. Chen to give benefits, a dish has no appeal." Pan Jizu was very displeased. He could choose not to show, but they couldn't say that. He struck a few bodybuilder poses. "Who said I have no meat? My figure is much better than that kid Chen Fan." Chen Fan was beside him, covering his face in pain. Pan Jizu was simply unbearable to watch. Unable to stand it, Chen Fan quickly rushed over to stop his actions. Did they not see the NPCs looking at them with strange expressions? If they stayed any longer, they might be treated as lunatics by the NPCs. If word got out, they would find it hard to survive in the entire Panga continent. Pulling a defiant Pan Jizu, they arrived at the largest adobe house in the center of the tribe. "Stop fooling around, let's take on some quests first." Pan Jizu glanced at the animal skin around his waist. "You don't have to fool around, I still don't have an animal skin." Chen Fan was too lazy to pay attention to his complaints and entered the adobe house. Seeing that Chen Fan ignored him, Pan Jizu also put away his little mood and followed him into the adobe house. Once inside, Pan Jizu saw Chen Fan talking to an old man. Getting a little closer, he could hear their conversation. "Old chief, I'm here to collect weapons. I plan to go hunting." The old chief placed his hand near his ear and said loudly, "What did you say?" "You're here to collect girls." Chen Fan and Pan Jizu couldn't help but twitch their lips. However, the old chief's response provided ample entertainment for the live stream. "Ha ha ha, I'm dying laughing. Is there such a good thing? When I go online, I want to collect a girl to take home." "Brother, wake up. The game isn't online yet." The old chief understands streaming. He's going to make me die laughing. Chen Fan was already cursing the development team in his heart. What kind of ridiculous NPCs have they designed? But since he couldn't not engage with the character, he could only shout loudly, "I'm not here to collect girls, I'm here to collect weapons." His voice was so loud that the adobe house seemed to tremble. The old chief was startled by Chen Fan's shout, leaning back and covering his ears. He shouted angrily, "Why are you shouting so loudly? I'm not deaf." Pan Jizu couldn't help but laugh at Chen Fan's predicament. "Exactly why are you shouting so loudly? Look, you've scared the old chief." The old chief looked at Pan Jizu with satisfaction after hearing him defend him. "You're a good laddie, unlike him, you dare to shout at me." The old chief didn't forget to glare fiercely at Chen Fan. Pan Jizu was just there agreeing. The old chief calmed down and pointed at Chen Fan with a bland expression, saying, "Your weapon is weak, figure it out yourself." After finishing, he smiled kindly and took Pan Jizu's hand. "Come, I'll take you to the weapon store and choose whatever you want." As Pan Jizu was led away by the old chief, he turned back with a mischievous smile and made a face at Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked at the two of them walking away, standing in place with a sense of despair. When Pan Jizu returned with a long spear, he acted like a clown in front of Chen Fan, performing aimlessly and casting a few proud glances at him afterward. The audience's comments echoed Chen Fan's thoughts. Where did this monkey come from waving a stick? I don't know, this monkey just started showing off suddenly. The streamer can't possibly be unaware, he's just a clown now, right? A dish has never been self-aware. Poor kid, still feeling proud. Chen Fan rolled his eyes and left the mud brick house. Seeing that Chen Fan was ignoring him, Pan Jizu hurriedly chased after him. Your jealousy is too obvious. If you can't fight, let me show you later. Chen Fan replied without turning around. Who cares? I can hunt just fine without a weapon. But you without a weapon might not be so lucky. Pan Jizu's short temper couldn't take it. All right, let's see how you hunt without a weapon. If you come begging me later, it will come at a cost. With a disdainful smirk, Chen Fan sized up Pan Jizu. Beg you. Dream on. Pan Jizu angrily pointed at him. All right, you better keep being tough like this. Chen Fan raised an eyebrow and said leisurely, Your sister-in-law always says I'm a stubborn man. Pan Jizu was momentarily speechless by Chen Fan's words, unable to think of a retort. 666. So you're driving without a vehicle. This broken path can be traversed. You're truly talented. You two are arguing, you take it seriously. The two had already walked quite far from the tribe. Surrounded by dense forests, towering trees over 100 meters tall were everywhere. Even the grass could grow up to a person's waist. The two trudged through the forest, each step a struggle. Pan Jizu complained from behind. Do you even know the way? We've been walking for so long. Chen Fan's face stiffened, his expression awkward. It was his first time playing, and he had no clue about the path. But he stubbornly said, I'm a designer. How could I not know the way? Just follow me. With no way to retort, Pan Jizu resignedly followed him. After walking a bit further, they suddenly heard a strange noise ahead. That low growl like thunder was clearly not human. Startled, the two immediately crouched down, hiding in the grass. Pan Jizu, with his spear, shielded Chen Fan in front of him. His hand holding the spear trembled incessantly. Chen Fan turned his head and saw Pan Jizu's terrified expression. He teased, Oh, even with a weapon you're still this scared. Pan Jizu, unable to take the insult, retorted, We only have one weapon, so of course I have to protect it well. If we lose it, we'll really have nothing left. Chen Fan shot him a look suggesting Pan Jizu figure it out for himself. After teasing, Chen Fan turned back and focused intently on the front. He carefully parted the grass. Pan Jizu suppressed his fear and craned his neck to see ahead. Before them lay a valley that appeared to be a bountiful place. A creature resembling a wild boar with tusks like jade and fur resembling golden wheat waves was foraging in the valley with its 3 cubs. Pan Jizu looked at the strange beast in confusion and asked, What kind of beast is this? Chen Fan, speechless, replied, It's my first time too. How would I know? Pan Jizu's eyes were filled with surprise as he disbelievingly said, You developed this game, and you don't know. Chen Fan helplessly answered, I only provided ideas, everything else was completed by my team. I don't get involved in details. If I knew all the hidden maps and items in the game, what fun would that be? Pan Jizu had no retort to this explanation. If I knew everything in the game, it truly wouldn't be fun. Exploration is where the joy of this type of game lies. Right? A game without fun has no reason to exist. Chen Fan looked at the spear in Pan Jizu's hand and said, You have a weapon, I hurry up and go. Pan Jizu, incredulous, pointed at himself. Me? Rolling his eyes, Chen Fan said, If you don't go with a weapon, do you expect me unarmed to go? Pan Jizu's lips twitched, and he could only go reluctantly. Cautiously, he followed behind the strange beast, keeping an eye on the cubs. They were the soft targets he had chosen. Chen Fan hid in the grass, anxiously watching Pan Jizu's actions, silently cheering him on. This is thrilling, I wonder if this dish can succeed. I feel it's risky, I really can't trust his skills. It would have been better to give the spear to Chen Fan. Pan Jizu was too focused on the strange beast to notice the comments. However, he didn't notice a branch underfoot. He stepped on it, producing a crack. The strange beast in front heard the sound. Immediately alerted, turned around and spotted the sneaky Pan Jizu. The 3 strange cubs let out howls, frantically hiding behind the adult beast. The adult beast stared at Pan Jizu warily, hot breath escaping from its mouth. Under the beast's gaze, Pan Jizu felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Sweat beaded on his palms, and his legs trembled. The only thing providing him a sliver of safety was the spear in his hand, but it was hardly reassuring. Chen Fan, observing the situation from the grass, didn't hesitate for a moment and decisively chose to flee. As for saving him, please, he was utterly defenseless. How could he save someone? It would be better to betray his teammate. After confronting the strange beast for a long time, long enough for Pan Jizu to lose track of time, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and stumbled. He fell into the mud. The once tense and alert strange beast was startled by Pan Jizu's sudden movement and reacted immediately. Furiously roaring, it charged at him. Seeing the beast rushing towards him, Pan Jizu scrambled to his feet, shouting in a panic, Don't just hide, come help me. While running and calling, he saw no sign of Chen Fan coming to his aid. Pan Jizu understood the situation, gave up struggling, and stopped. In an instant, he was caught by the pursuing beast from behind, its jade-like tusks piercing through him, sending him back home on the spot. In his final moments, Pan Jizu learned the name of the beast. When Kong appears resembling a pig with tusks, it brings great harvest to the world. From a realm of darkness, he returned to the game. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Chen Fan squatting beside him. They're drawing circles. Pan Jizu's anger peaked. Clenching his fist, he realized his spear was gone. His anger grew even more. He lunged at Chen Fan. The latter, who had been bored drawing circles, suddenly felt a chill behind him. Instinctively rolling to the side, he narrowly avoided Pan Jizu's sneak attack. Seeing the furious Pan Jizu, Chen Fan took off running. Pan Jizu would never let him off the hook. If you have the guts, don't run. You actually left me behind, are you even human? Chen Fan didn't look back, sprinting forward desperately. What can I do? I'm utterly defenseless. How can I save you? Pan Jizu shouted from behind. I don't care, let me vent my anger quickly. The comments in the live stream were filled with laughter. I didn't expect that President Chen would have such a tremendous live streaming effect. With one dish, we can invite President Chen more often in the future. Chen Fan, the old rogue, knows what live streaming is about. The two of them ran around the tribe for a few laps completely out of breath. Both of them lay on the ground, gasping for air. Pan Jizu tilted his head and complained to Chen Fan. Now our only weapon is gone. We can only restart now. After calming his breath, Chen Fan spoke, "Don't use the old gaming mindset to play this game. Our new game engine can create realistic physical effects in the game. What can be achieved in reality can also be realized in the game." Pointing to the forest ahead, Chen Fan said confidently, "There are many resources in the forest for us to use. What are you afraid of?" Pan Jizu glanced at him with disdain. "Sounds nice, but will we be able to use the resources in the forest?" Chen Fan, full of confidence, suddenly deflated. But he quickly perked up again. "You still haven't learned yet. There are so many people in your live stream. They are all our strategists, our think tank." Pan Jizu replied foolishly, "Oh right." The audience in the live stream became excited. President Chen said, "I am his think tank. Finally, it's my turn to shine. I am knowledgeable in both astronomy and geography. I am an expert in outdoor survival. Send money." Weapons enthusiast reporting in. Seeing the enthusiasm of his live stream audience, Pan Jizu felt much more at ease, fearing they wouldn't be willing to contribute ideas. He also relaxed his questioning, while Chen Fan supplemented and recorded. After a heated discussion, Chen Fan recorded a plethora of notes on his spirit meridian. Seeing the dense text, he felt a wave of dread wash over him. Useless knowledge had increased by so much. He passed a copy to Pan Jizu. The two then began their hunting mission. This time the two gathered materials on the outskirts of the forest. After a lot of effort, they managed to craft 2 weapons. However, the appearance of the weapons was truly unremarkable. Pan Jizu chose to make a spear as he had previously used one. He felt he had gotten the hang of it and didn't want to change. In truth, it was because they had no other materials. They couldn't make other weapons even if they wanted to, but the quality was indeed poor. The connection between the spearhead and the shaft was loosely bound. The audience genuinely feared that with a bit of force the spearhead would fall off. Chen Fan's wasn't much better, at least the spearhead was securely tied. That's because he didn't need to bind it at all. He simply chose a wooden stick. Sharpening one end, he considered it a job well done. The two of them wielded their respective weapons quite satisfied. "My eyes are dirty. What kind of trash weapons are these? Damn, these two have really poor craftsmanship. After wasting so much of my breath, you two produced this pile of crap. No hope left. Move on to the next one." Two people completely unaware of their own shortcomings. Armed with their handmade weapons, they set off on their journey. They returned to the spot where they had previously encountered Dang Kong not far away. The two chose to crawl forward, not daring to show themselves. After crawling for a while, they heard a familiar sound. They were overjoyed it hadn't run away. If it had, they wouldn't have been able to track it. Perhaps due to climbing mountains and overcoming strenuous exercise, Pan Jizu's spearhead finally gave way and fell off. Chen Fan heard the noise and turned to check the situation. Dumbfounded, he looked at Pan Jizu's innocent expression. He wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. The two just stared at each other. Why do I see a dazed look in their eyes? Is something wrong with me? No, my friend, your eyes are perfectly fine. They are just dazed. Was President Su abandoned? Then I won't be polite. Who is 1 and who is 0? Need I say? President Chen is definitely 1, while one dish is 0. Seeing these defamatory comments, Pan Jizu couldn't hold it in anymore. "I will sue you for defamation. You are defaming me." The audience was having a blast. "Look, he's anxious. You should know an explanation is just a cover-up. Don't worry, we won't say anything, but it's just that there are a few too many people who know." Watching Pan Jizu go crazy, Chen Fan looked bewildered. He had no idea what was happening. "What's wrong? Are your trolls in the live stream attacking you again?" Pan Jizu glanced at him, his expression strange, and said, "It's better if you don't know." Chen Fan's mind was filled with confusion. What does he mean by it's better not to know? The more Pan Jizu said this, the more curious he became. He kept asking, but Pan Jizu refused to clarify. Seeing that he wouldn't say a word, Chen Fan had no choice but to give up. He focused on figuring out how to deal with Dang Kong. Chen Fan estimated their combat power. After calculating for a long time, he couldn't find any chance of winning. If they went up, it would only be to deliver food. Since their strength didn't allow for a frontal assault, they had to think of some unconventional methods. Flipping through the records on his spirit meridian, he found a record on how to make traps. Chen Fan's eyes lit up. This was the solution. Turning back, Pan Jizu was still passionately exchanging barbs with the audience. But he didn't forget their current predicament. The sound of insults was quite low, not carrying far. Chen Fan crawled back to Pan Jizu's side. He tugged at his beast hide, almost pulling it off. "Oh, what is President Chen doing? This is something I can watch." Exciting. President Chen is really unreserved. One dish is blushing. These two really have something going on. Pan Jia's face turned red, and he shot a fierce glare at Chen Fan. Chen Fan thought it was because he almost pulled off his beast hide earlier. So he got so angry he put his hands together and silently apologized. Watching Chen Fan, who didn't know he had been heavily slandered, Pan Jiu felt helpless. The two retreated quite a distance before stopping. Pan Jiu lay in the grass, a look of despair on his face. In the end, all the pain fell on him alone. Chen Fan didn't notice Pan Jiu's expression. He excitedly said, "I have a solution now." Upon hearing this, Pan Jiu suddenly sat up, excitedly asking, "Really?" He only thought about quickly ending this live stream. After the broadcast, he wanted to go upstairs for some comfort. Chen Fan confidently said, "Of course, exotic beasts are still beasts at the end of the day, we can use traps to deal with them." Upon hearing traps, Pan Jia's eyes lit up. Indeed, they had no need to engage in close combat with the exotic beasts. Just make a few traps and wait for the exotic beasts to walk into them. How easy. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get to work. Looking at the passionate Pan Jiu, Chen Fan was bewildered, but he didn't think too much, rolling up his sleeves and getting to work. They hadn't expected traps would not be so easy to make. The traps they crafted were really subpar, but they made a lot of them. When quality wasn't enough, they compensated with quantity. Chen Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Hands on his hips, he surveyed their creations with satisfaction. Now all they had to do was wait for Dang Kong to take the bait. Pan Jiu, waiting beside him, grew impatient. "How about you go lure the exotic beast over? How long will we have to wait like this?" Chen Fan pointed at himself, incredulous. "Me?" Pan Jiu said confidently, "Last time I dealt with the beast, this time you can't just back out, can you?" Chen Fan had no intention of going. However, he could not refute Pan Jia's words. His brain's CPU began to operate frantically. The semi-new brain was still functional. "I'm a homebody, as you know. If I can't outrun the beast, isn't it just throwing myself into the lion's den going to my doom?" No. He shook his head vigorously with both hands and head. Pan Jiu was speechless. "Just because you are a homebody doesn't mean I am. Hurry up." The two engaged in a friendly discussion about who would lure the monster. In the end, Chen Fan agreed to introduce a girlfriend to Pan Jiu in exchange for his future. He successfully persuaded him. Chen Fan kindly offered his weapon, a wooden stick. Holding the stick, Pan Jiu stared intently at Chen Fan. "Don't forget what you said, otherwise I'll tell your sister-in-law." Chen Fan pushed him forward. "Don't worry, you know me. I keep my word." Pan Jiu still believed in Chen Fan's character. Holding the stick with a solemn expression, he ran towards Dang Kong. Chen Fan watched Pan Jia's retreating figure. Wiping away imaginary tears, he waved goodbye repeatedly. "This scene is too much to bear. Ha ha ha, this image is stuck in my mind. Don't you have anything to say? Who would believe that?" Pan Jiu saw the comments. He stumbled and almost fell. He quickly turned off the comments to avoid affecting his mood. He jogged quickly to the valley. To his dismay, he discovered that Dang Kong was actually not there. Pan Jiu anxiously looked around. After wandering a few circles in the valley, he still couldn't find Dang Kang's figure. Pan Jiu let out a wail. "Damn it, the trap I set." Even though Pan Jiu had turned off the comments, the audience was still lively. "Didn't expect it, did you? I can run. Chen Fan's games are just different. The monsters run wild. Let's find other monsters. There's still time." Pan Jiu walked back in despair. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice. The surprise came quickly. It was Dang Kang's call. Pan Jiu rushed towards the source of the sound. On the other side of the valley, he discovered the missing Dang Kong. Excited, Pan Jiu dashed forward recklessly. "Grandson, do you still remember me?" At the moment Pan Jiu charged out, Dang Kong noticed him. It had already assumed a defensive posture. However, upon recognizing the newcomer, its eyes filled with confusion. With limited intelligence, it began to ponder. Wasn't this monkey the one it had killed? How could it reappear? Am I seeing ghosts? Although Dang Kang's wisdom was limited, its courage was off the charts. It stopped thinking about whether the person in front of it was human or ghost. It charged directly at Pan Jiu. Seeing Dang Kong charging like a tank, Pan Jiu turned and ran, not daring to stop for a moment. Once the excitement faded, only regret remained. He cursed himself inwardly for being so impulsive just now. He had dashed out recklessly, running so fast, as if he were asking for trouble. Now Pan Jiu regretted not having 4 legs. The wooden stick Chen Fan gave him was already dropped on the way while escaping. It was useless for penetrating the beast's defenses. Carrying it was just a burden. While running, Pan Jiu realized he was lost. Turning back, he saw Dang Kong drawing closer. Despair filled his heart. Exhausted of the last bit of strength, he fell unwillingly. Dang Kong, chasing from behind, impaled him with its fangs. Pan Jiu let out a single wail and was sent back to the city. Upon resurrecting, he covered his backside. Kneeling on the ground, he was utterly despondent and motionless. What am I seeing? The streamer was violated by the beast. Streamer, how does it feel to be violated? Even though you can't see it, I still have to say it. You were violated. This game makes Chengdu people ecstatic. Chen Fan, hiding in the grass, had his legs go numb from squatting. Seeing several red and swollen spots on his arms, he cursed inwardly. While swatting mosquitoes, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Chen Fan was startled and quickly lay down. He cautiously parted the grass to look behind. The footsteps grew closer, and Chen Fan nervously swallowed. He didn't dare to blink. A vague figure appeared. Chen Fan's eyes widened. He didn't want to miss any details. As the figure came into focus, it turned out to be Pan Jizu. He looked dazed, as if all his spirit had been drained. Like a zombie, he staggered forward. Seeing that it was Pan Jizu, Chen Fan let out a sigh of relief. He boldly emerged from the grass. Though puzzled as to why there were no beasts behind him, he still returned from the back. But considering his current state, Chen Fan was bound to ask, "What happened to you? Did you encounter a succubus?" Pan Jizu's eyes were vacant, and he didn't respond. He just kept walking forward. The audience was eager to enlighten Chen Fan. Unfortunately, he couldn't see the comments. If only you had really encountered a succubus. Did Chen Fan imply there are succubi in this game? Then my expectations are fully met. Oh, Chen Fan, hurry and release the game. Feeling sorry for the streamer for a second, time's up, let's keep laughing at the streamer. Chen Fan realized the seriousness of the situation and quickly grabbed Pan Jizu. Speak up, what exactly happened? Seeing he still wouldn't respond, Chen Fan didn't hesitate. He slapped him on both ears. Feeling the pain on his face, Pan Jizu finally came to his senses, touching his swollen face, looking at Chen Fan in confusion. Chen Fan felt guilty under his gaze, his eyes darting around. He quickly asked to cover his embarrassment. What happened? Upon hearing this, Pan Jizu's body reacted. He hurriedly covered his backside and replied, "Nothing happened. Oh, everything is normal." Chen Fan noticed Pan Jizu's strange reaction. However, he had no information and couldn't guess what had happened. He could only skip the topic. What about the beast? Pan Jizu's body reacted even more intensely. A look of pain began to mask his face. He said, "I was killed by the beast." Seeing Pan Jizu's abnormal state, Chen Fan's expression turned strange. His sixth sense told him that something must have happened to Pan Jizu. It was still related to the beast, which was why he was acting this way. But right now, hunting the beast was the priority. Other matters could wait. To find out later. Then you go lure it again. Pan Jizu panicked immediately. Get lost, I won't lure any more monsters. I won't go even if you kill me. Chen Fan was astonished. He just asked him to lure the monster, but he didn't expect such a strong reaction. Ha ha ha, you made me laugh to death. Go lure the monster again. Are you going to get violated again? What if the streamer becomes addicted? I can't take it anymore. Stop making me laugh. The two tugged for a long time, but Pan Jizu refused to lure the monster. With no other choice, Chen Fan had to take action himself. Watching the departing Chen Fan, Pan Jizu suddenly had an idea and chuckled sinisterly. Brothers, do you want to see another explosion? The barrage was filled with question marks. Are you addicted to explosions? Host, you've awakened an unusual hobby. It's over. The host's mental state is in question. Pan Jizu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. What nonsense are you talking about? Who's addicted to explosions? I was asking Chen Fan to perform an explosion for you all. The barrage fell silent for a moment before erupting. Sure, the host is dark-hearted. Even if he suffers, he can't let his little buddy off the hook. This show is thrilling. I like it. You know, host, I've always supported you. Hurry up with the show. Chen Fan has such a little buddy, he must have bad luck for 8 lifetimes. Pan Jizu rolled his eyes and said no more. Secretly following behind Chen Fan, looking for an opportunity to set him up. If he knew he was going to be exploited by a beast, he would have to endure the mocking laughter of Chen Fan in the future. Imagining such a scene, Pan Jizu couldn't help but shiver. No, this is not the life he wanted. He must ensure that Chen Fan also gets exploited by the beast once. That way both parties would have leverage against each other. Brother, you just have to bear it for the sake of future harmony. Chen Fan cautiously arrived at the valley. Like Pan Jizu, he didn't see the adult Dang Kong and could only search around the valley. He also spotted the place where Pan Jizu found something last time. To his delight, the adult Dang Kong was actually not there. Only 3 cubs were at home. Chen Fan was overjoyed, but it seemed heaven was helping him. He quietly approached the Dang Kang's den. He carefully looked around again. Confirming the adult Dang Kong was indeed absent, he sprang forward, rushing in front of the cubs, scooping one up and running. Neither the cub he grabbed nor the other safe cubs reacted to Chen Fan's sudden attack. It was only after Chen Fan had run a bit of distance that they began to panic and whimper. The cub in Chen Fan's arms started to struggle madly, but was firmly held down by Chen Fan. After finishing off Pan Jizu, the Dang Kong returned to its den grunting. It discovered its home had been robbed. A human had actually taken its child. Everyone knew that taking a child in front of a mother was asking for trouble. The Dang Kong let out a furious roar, its 4 legs leaving behind a shadow as it dashed out. Upon hearing the roar, Chen Fan knew the mother Dang Kong had returned. He ran forward without daring to look back. But what filled him with despair was the sound behind him drawing closer. Getting closer, it seemed like it could knock him over at any moment. Chen Fan felt immense pressure. The forest ahead was his only hope for survival. As long as he entered the forest, he had a great chance of surviving. Pan Jizu, watching from the shadows, gripped his stick tightly upon hearing the roar. He was ready to give Chen Fan a big surprise. Anticipating Chen Fan's escape route, Pan Jizu sprinted over, planning to lie in wait. Silently apologizing to Chen Fan in his heart, "I'm sorry, brother, the suffering I've endured, you can't escape it either." As Chen Fan drew nearer to Pan Jizu, the barrage grew tense. "He's getting closer, I'm so nervous. You better run, or he'll laugh at you for life if this goes wrong." "Shut up, this isn't the time to laugh, hold it in. I feel like I'm the beast chasing Chen Fan, I want to exploit him too. Whoa, a pervert is lurking in the live stream, everyone be careful." Pan Jizu felt his palms sweating, otherwise how could the stick keep slipping? Unfortunately, this was just his illusion, the game had no sweat system. Seeing Chen Fan so close, Pan Jizu silently extended his stick. Chen Fan, focused on escaping completely, did not notice the stick in his path. Stepping on it, he slipped and fell hard. The cub in his arms cried out in distress. However, at the moment of falling, he caught sight of Pan Jizu in the corner. His expression was one of disbelief, trying to comprehend the situation. Why would he want to harm himself? Was it because he didn't save him last time? But Chen Fan had no time to ponder further. The mother Dang Kong saw him harming her cub. Her eyes turned red in an instant, and her speed increased even more. The already short distance could be closed in mere seconds. Out of anger, the mother Dang Kong reduced that time to just 1 second. Chen Fan was caught like a string of sausages lifted high. Then like a rag doll, he was thrown away. Seeing that graceful arc, Pan Jizu felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Taking advantage of the mother Dang Kong not noticing him, he swiftly slipped away. "I feel great, that was exhilarating." Seeing Chen Fan's expression, I couldn't help but laugh wickedly. "Why aren't you running? What are you waiting for? What good does running do? Chen Fan can still kill him offline. What a similar way to die, no wonder they are buddies." Free to return, Chen Fan mimicked the same actions as Pan Jizu. Covering his behind, he knelt on the ground, a face full of disbelief. After a brief silence, a horrifying roar erupted from the tribe. "Ah, Pan Jizu, you better wait for me." The surrounding NPCs were scared by Chen Fan's roar. The old chief hurriedly ran out from his mud brick house, angrily shouting at the door, "Which brat is shouting? Don't you know I need to rest?" He then saw Chen Fan enveloped in black energy. Originally furious at being disturbed, the old chief suppressed his emotions and slowly walked back inside, as if he hadn't just been the one cursing. As he reached the door, it was quickly closed at lightning speed. The watching NPCs immediately shut all possible entrances. Surrounded by black energy, Chen Fan dashed towards the forest. He intended to rip Pan Jizu apart. Pan Jizu, near the trap, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He couldn't help but rub his arms, murmuring, "This game doesn't have a sensory system, why do I feel this chill?" But he quickly brushed it aside, waiting idly for Chen Fan to return. He was almost falling asleep when a chilling voice came from behind. "Pan Jizu, you better come out, or he'll tear you apart." Hearing Chen Fan's voice, Pan Jizu quickly poked his head out and unexpectedly locked eyes with Chen Fan. Upon being discovered, he forced a flattering smile. Stepping out from behind a tree upon seeing Pan Jizu, Chen Fan charged forward with a stick he picked up. Pan Jizu, seeing this, circled around the tree, preparing for a game of cat and mouse. Running while explaining, "Listen to me, I was also exploited by Dang Kong. If you come once, we'll be even." But the more he explained, the angrier Chen Fan became. "You were exploited, so I have to come too. Damn you." Chen Fan's movements quickened underfoot. Upon catching up to Pan Jizu, he unleashed a flurry of furious blows. Exhausted, Chen Fan lay on the side, gasping for breath. He inwardly cursed why he had to add fatigue points in the game. The anger in his heart had yet to be fully vented. The pressure in his chest was unbearable. Pan Jizu, who had been beaten into a pig's head, secretly glanced at Chen Fan. Seeing him tired, he attempted to get up with a grunt. However, his legs had been broken by Chen Fan, making it impossible for him to run. Fortunately, this was just a game, so there was no sensation of pain. Chen Fan, startled by Pan Jizu's sudden movement, cast him a sidelong glance. "You truly are my good brother, always thinking of me with the best things," Pan Jizu said with an embarrassed grin, his pig-like visage on display. Looking at this pig head, Chen Fan felt quite displeased. Although he was the one who had beaten him, it still irked him. He thought to himself whether he should hit him again. Suddenly recalling something, he asked nervously, "Are you live streaming?" Pan Jizu's expression froze, unable to utter a word. A heart-wrenching cry escaped Chen Fan's lips. "My innocence." After his lament, Chen Fan's eyes reddened, his forehead, veins bulging. With a sudden motion, he pressed the injured Pan Jizu back down onto the ground. All his limbs fully reactivated. This time Chen Fan was going to hit him to death. Unless he beat Pan Jizu to death, his anger would never subside. Wonderful, truly wonderful, the streamer is suffering, ha. Chen Fan's lament is truly tear-jerking, heartbreaking to hear. Chen Fan, the old thief, has murderous intent. Luckily, it's just a game, otherwise tomorrow's news would be interesting. If it were me, I would also harbor murderous intent. The streamer is not being humane. Pan Jisoo, resurrected after being beaten, kept a safe distance from Chen Fan, fearing that the enraged Chen Fan would beat him to the point of respawning again. Chen Fan still held some anger after killing Pan Jisoo, but it was no longer as intense. He managed to maintain his rationality. With bloodshot eyes, he looked at Pan Jisoo. Now immediately go lure the beast to the trap. Pan Jisoo dashed into the forest like a rabbit, not daring to say another word, not even a single sentence. Watching his retreating figure, Chen Fan took a deep breath. Chen Fan slowly walked into the forest. Having come this far, he was unwilling to leave without hunting a beast. Today he must make them the scapegoats. Bang! Kill it! After waiting by the trap for a long time, Chen Fan finally heard some movement. The grass ahead rustled. Chen Fan immediately crouched down, holding his breath. His gaze fixed ahead. A figure quickly emerged from the bushes. It was Pan Jisoo, followed closely by Dang Kong. Seeing that he had lured Dang Kong over, Chen Fan relaxed. He could treat this as part of the show. However, if the beast was not lured over, after a day of preparation, he had to make it ugly. If he failed to hunt the beast, his mentality would truly collapse. Fortunately, Pan Jisoo succeeded. As long as Dang Kong fell into the trap, all of today's efforts would not be in vain. Pan Jisoo, sprinting ahead, spotted the marker. His heart leaped with joy, gathering all his strength. With a push from his feet, he leaped into the air. However, he overestimated his stamina. During the sneak run, his energy had already been nearly depleted. He could no longer manage to jump over the trap and fell directly into it. Behind him, Dang Kong watched as the monkey fell into a deep pit. He pushed down with his front limbs, attempting to stop abruptly. But his speed was too fast, and he couldn't brake in time. He still fell into the trap alongside Pan Jisoo. Two dull thuds echoed from the trap. Chen Fan rushed over to check. At the bottom of the trap, wooden stakes were densely packed. Their heads were sharpened to a point. Pan Jisoo and Dang Kong were pierced through, completely dead beyond recovery. Chen Fan watched as Pan Jisoo's body slowly faded away. Chen Fan smirked and carefully jumped into the trap. Moving Dang Kong's body took all of Chen Fan's strength. He lay down next to Dang Kong, gasping for breath. Pan Jisoo had just respawned. Seeing that Dang Kong's body had already been moved up, he approached, happily ready to handle Dang Kong's corpse. Chen Fan, lying beside, showed no intention of helping. Only after Pan Jisoo finished handling the corpse did Chen Fan rise from the ground. Seeing Chen Fan get up, Pan Jisoo wisely stepped aside. After all, he had truly gone too far today. It was only right for Chen Fan to challenge the spoils first. Chen Fan was very pleased with Pan Jisoo's tactfulness. If he had not been perceptive, Chen Fan would not have minded hitting him one more time. He held Dang Kong's tusks in hand. A string of information appeared before his eyes. Dang Kong's tusks' ordinary quality can be made into a weapon, but be cautious as the tusks are not hard enough. Chen Fan picked up the beast's skin, and another string of information appeared. Dang Kong's skin has earth properties and can be made into armor. Hidden effects standing on the ground can restore the wearer's slight stamina. Pan Jisoo watched in curiosity from the side as Chen Fan was unaware. He grabbed the tusks set aside by Chen Fan. He too saw the information that Chen Fan saw. Oh, impressive, it can actually be used as a weapon. Chen Fan glanced back at him, not saying a word, but shifted his gaze to the next item. Dang Kong's meat can be made into delicacies, no other effects. This Dang Kong is somewhat useless, it doesn't have anything good on it. Who has heard of this Dang Kong? A minor character from the classic of mountains and seas. Oh, what rare materials do you expect? This game even has a culinary system. Dang Kong's skin still has some use. Pan Jisoo cautiously approached, saying, "What should we do with these things?" Chen Fan did not answer, his hands busy. Soon he had divided the materials dropped by Dang Kong. Pointing to a pile of meat, he said to Pan Jisoo, "Well, these are all yours." Seeing that all he received was meat, Pan Jisoo was incredulous. "Aren't you sharing a portion of the tusks and beast skin with me?" Chen Fan, holding the tusks and beast skin, left without looking back. "Share. This is all my compensation for mental anguish." Pan Jisoo was left speechless, feeling dejected as he followed Chen Fan back to the tribe. Chen Fan, holding the spoils, found the old chief. "Old chief, where should I process my spoils?" The old chief, who had been meditating, heard Chen Fan's inquiry. Opening his eyes a crack, he looked at the items in Chen Fan's arms. A disdainful smile appeared on his lips. He pointed out a path to Chen Fan and closed his eyes again. Chen Fan noticed the disdain at the corner of the old chief's mouth. To think that he would be looked down upon by an NPC. For the first time, he felt that the high intelligence of NPCs was not a good thing. However, thinking about the game's launch in the future and a surge of players going online, this old man's good days would soon come to an end. The anger within Chen Fan could not arise. Clutching his spoils, he quietly sought someone who could process them. Pan Jizhu had not spoken a word the entire time, following closely behind Chen Fan while carrying the meat. Finding the blacksmith, Chen Fan handed over the tusks. He then ran to the tailor and passed over the beast's skin. However, there was a cost trading them for meat. Fortunately, the demand was not high, leaving a little meat for both of them. Crafting weapons required waiting. Yet Chen Fan no longer had the heart to play the game. He logged off directly. Pan Jizhu saw Chen Fan go offline and lost interest in playing as well. Today had been too exciting, and he needed rest. While playing alone isn't fun, I'm signing off now. Having said that, he decisively ended the livestream. The audience once again faced a dark livestream room. However, they were not upset. Today's livestream had been satisfying. Pan Jizhu's rapid exit made them thrilled. Now it was their time to celebrate. The two went offline in less than a second. The video of them being humiliated was spreading wildly across the internet. It was unclear whether it was intentional or accidental. The viewership for these videos was enormous. Soon it topped the trending list. The comments under the video were also quite humorous. Wow, Xingchen is playing a new game again. Do you have to be humiliated to play? If you like it, you can be humiliated by alien beasts every day. Chen Fan was truly unfortunate being set up by his childhood friend Ha. I've watched this video 10 times, I still can't get enough. It looks so fun when is Chen Fan's game going online. My friend also wants to experience the humiliation. Now Chen Fan and Pan Jizhu were the talk of the town. It could be said that everyone knew about it. Chen Fan opened his eyes emerging from the game. He got up, his expression grim, preparing to leave for home. Arriving in the office area, he noticed the remaining employees had strange expressions as if they were looking at some rare creature. Chen Fan felt uneasy under their gazes and quickly left the company. He didn't even call Su Luoxue. Back home, he lay alone on the sofa. Thinking about today's experience, his anger surged uncontrollably. In the game, he had beaten Pan Jizhu thoroughly, yet his anger still hadn't fully dissipated. He got up from the sofa and grabbed his car keys. He planned to confront Pan Jizhu in real life. Just as he reached the door, Su Luoxue happened to return. The moment she saw Chen Fan, she burst out laughing. Oh, isn't this humiliated Fan? Where are you going? Chen Fan's body stiffened, his ears couldn't believe what they heard. What do you mean by humiliated Fan? Clarify that. Chen Fan grabbed Su Luoxue's arms and shook her vigorously. Dizzied from the shaking, Su Luoxue quickly called for him to stop. I'm going to be sick from all the shaking. After stopping, Chen Fan stared blankly at Su Luoxue, quietly waiting for her answer. However, he was also frightened by what she might say. His feelings were complex. Su Luoxue, recovering from her dizziness, saw Chen Fan's disheartened expression and temporarily put away her smile. Right now, the internet is filled with videos of you and Pan Jizhu being humiliated. Thinking about that video made Su Luoxue want to laugh again. But seeing Chen Fan's grim expression, she held back her laughter. The netizens are quite creative. They gave you the nickname Humiliated Fan. That kid Pan Jizhu didn't escape either. They called him the founder of humiliation. After saying that, Su Luoxue couldn't hold it any longer and burst into laughter, unable to straighten up. Chen Fan was now entirely gray. After a long while, a wail erupted from his mouth. My innocence. Su Luoxue covered her ears and quickly comforted the heartbroken Chen Fan. Stop wailing, it will take you to a foot spa. Hearing the key phrase, Chen Fan's wailing abruptly ceased. He looked at Su Luoxue with a blank expression. Really? Who knows how long it had been since he had washed his feet after being with Su Luoxue. Every time he saw Pan Jizhu's photos of girls washing his feet, he didn't feel envious at all. Su Luoxue shot a disapproving glance at Chen Fan. Of course, since you were humiliated by such large fangs, I have to comfort you. Chen Fan's expression immediately fell. I'm begging you, stop mentioning it. Su Luoxue laughed nonstop. It's a pity the technology isn't mature yet, so they haven't developed a sensory system. Otherwise, I really want to ask you what it feels like to be humiliated by something that big. Chen Fan darkened, smirking as he said, want to know? Simple, I can let you know right now. Seizing the moment when Su Luoxue was not paying attention, he picked her up in a princess carry. He headed straight for the bedroom. Su Luoxue in Chen Fan's arms was genuinely scared. No, I don't want to experience it. Put me down quickly. With a blank expression, Chen Fan coldly replied, too late. With a small door closed, no one cared. Pan Jizhu wasn't faring well either. His streaming friends and parents all knew about it. His phone had not stopped ringing. People kept coming to tease him. But right now, that was not the main issue. The main issue was that the video's reach was extraordinarily wide. Thinking about the enraged Chen Fan, Pan Jizhu couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. He booked a flight ticket to escape abroad that very night. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Chen Fan didn't have the time to deal with him. Chen Fan was currently experiencing something he had never experienced.